family. Nothing can stop me. He's lived for so many years, and his body is in this state now. There's no need for him to suffer further. By doing this, I'm actually doing him a favor. This chapter captures a confrontation between Jorge and his Ricardo and Misty, revealing deep-seated tensions and dissatisfaction within the family. Chapter 290, Who Sent You Here? When Gwendolyn returned home, Ollie was already asleep. After the episode, Dustin immediately called a doctor to administer medication, and her condition had stabilized. Moreover, Dustin shared some good news with her. The bone marrow bank has arranged for a new compatibility test for Ollie. Rest assured, she will be better within this year. Gwendolyn was deeply moved. Despite Jorge's previous efforts, it seemed that Dustin had been working diligently behind the scenes. Thank you, Yueshin. Do you really need to thank me? Just wait for the good news. Dustin looked at Gwendolyn's exhausted face, feeling pained. You've been working hard lately, and the kids have been cooped up for quite a while. They've been nagging me about going to the amusement park. Once Ollie recovers a bit, let's take them on a short trip. It's not good for their physical and mental development otherwise. Gwendolyn understood. Since last year when she got injured, Ollie and Dom had stayed indoors for months. It wasn't just bad for them, it was very, very bad. But you just had surgery. There's you to take care of us now, and I've rested long enough. It shouldn't be a problem. We won't go too far. There's a resort hotel in the suburbs with nice surroundings. Let's stay there for a few days. After Bohan and Caitlin left, seeing the old man shaking with anger, Jorge didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he held the old man's hand and started massaging it. Sorry, I couldn't come back for the new year to keep you company. Are you angry? Johnny closed his eyes and humphed after several seconds. Now that you're the head of the family, who dares to be angry at you? I'm the head of the family? Alright, since even you acknowledge it, everything will be done as I say from now on. He controlled his mood, playfully stroking the old man's beard. Feeling confined at home? Let's go out and play. We'll leave early tomorrow. Johnny laughed despite himself. You scoundrel, now you dare to fool me too. How could I? I meant what I said. Why did you decide to live so close to my Ricardo in the first place? Now we meet awkwardly. I thought you were being filial, taking me out to play, but you're actually embarrassed and want to avoid them? Jorge, am I the type to get embarrassed? This is to save you from being caught in the middle. We'll stay for a few days, and once the group resumes work, I'll go straight to the office. Out of sight, out of mind. Johnny sighed, it's all my fault. In my youth, I focused too much on my career and neglected educating the children. Your father, your Ricardos, the three of them combined aren't as good as you. Come on, Chuck, be content. Having me alone makes the Mohammed Corporation formidable. If they were all like me, would others have a chance to live? At least give them a fighting chance. Johnny burst into laughter again. Cyan, the only thing I worry about now is you. Sigh. The next day, Gwendolyn and Dustin arrived at Yunjin Villa in the suburbs. An hour later, Jorge and the old man also checked into Yunjin Villa. The kids wanted to fish and catch shrimps, so Dustin booked Lakeview rooms. Johnny wanted to view the mountains, read books, and meditate, so Jorge booked Mountain View rooms. One group stayed on the east side, the other on the west. They entertained themselves separately, managing to enjoy 4 days without encountering each other. On the evening of the 7th day of the first lunar month, Ollie and Dom had played so wildly that they had soaked 2 sets of clothes in the afternoon. With no clean clothes left in the room, Gwendolyn decided to fetch some from the car. Unexpectedly, before she reached the underground parking lot, around a corner where the surveillance cameras didn't cover, she was suddenly grabbed by the arm and dragged into a corner. Then, an icy cold knife pressed against her neck. Don't speak. Follow my instructions if you want to live. Gwendolyn was shocked and tried to turn her head to see who was threatening her, but she was yanked back forcefully by her hair. I said, follow my instructions if you want to live. Are you deaf? Don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Things happened too suddenly, and her assailant was ruthless. Terrified, Gwendolyn froze, her mind racing for a plan. Sorry, I won't move. Damien, who are you? What do you want? As long as you don't kill me, let's talk. My boyfriend is rich, he's here at the villa. If you need money, we can give it to you. Any amount. She wanted to gauge his intentions, but he ignored her. Shut up. No tricks. Wait until the car comes. When it arrives, bend down, run quickly, and once you're safe, we can talk. Try to fight back, and I'll kill you right here. With that, Thornton kept one hand on the knife while pulling out his phone and making a call. It's done. Hurry. Gwendolyn's heart raced, imagining countless possible scenarios. She didn't know who this man was or what he intended, but she knew it wasn't good. She had children and family to protect. She needed to save herself. Just as a van appeared in front of her, its headlights blinding, her scalp tingled with anxiety. She had less than 20 seconds. What should she do? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared under the lamppost, calmly smoking. Squinting, Gwendolyn recognized Jorge. Was it a hallucination due to her nerves? How could she see him here, at this moment? But whatever it was worth a try. The man saw Jorge too. A second before his hand covered her mouth, Gwendolyn screamed. Jorge. Jorge turned sharply, his eagle-like gaze falling on the shadow beside him. Gwendolyn? Did he hear correctly? Was that Gwendolyn calling him? Why was she here, hiding in the shadows? Jorge dropped the cigarette and rushed over. In the surveillance blind spot, the kidnapper had nowhere to hide and reluctantly released Gwendolyn to save himself. As Jorge entered the shadow, a shiny knife stabbed towards him. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. The attacker lunged again, but Jorge, agile and tall, caught his wrist, squeezing hard. With a clang, the knife hit the ground. He pinned Thornton to the ground. Who are you? Who sent you? Why are you trying to harm her? Speak. End of chapter 290. Chapter 291, You're injured. He was questioning Thornton he had pinned to the ground when two bright beams of light suddenly shone towards him. Jorge, taken by surprise, felt a sharp pain in his eyes and quickly turned his head away. The next second, a group of men jumped out of a van. Chaos ensued, and outnumbered, Jorge couldn't prevent them from taking Thornton. He clung to Thornton's clothes, trying to leave behind some evidence, but they pulled out even longer and sharper machetes. Despite his quick reflexes, his right forearm still got slashed badly. Bang! Hum! The van door slammed shut, and the vehicle sped away. Gwendolyn, who had just crawled out of the flower bed where she had been thrown, rushed to Jorge's side. Really you? Mr. Mohammed, are you all right? Jorge hadn't felt like eating, so seeing that today's sunset was beautiful, he decided to take a walk. He never expected to encounter this situation. He initially thought these people were targeting him, and hearing Gwendolyn's voice earlier was just an illusion. Seeing Gwendolyn's mud-streaked face, his brows furrowed deeply. I'm fine. What exactly happened just now? Gwendolyn shook her head, I don't know. I was about to go to the parking lot when someone grabbed me here. This is a blind spot for surveillance. They must have scouted the area and planned this beforehand. Not sure if they were after me or... Do you have your phone? Jorge reached out to her, we can still call security to try to stop them. Who would expect such an incident in such a high-end place? Gwendolyn regretfully said, no, I only came down to get... Ah. You're injured. Following his hand, she noticed the injury. His right forearm had a gash about 10 centimeters long, with flesh torn open and blood pouring out. Even on his palm and the road below, there were many droplets of blood. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she immediately took off her cardigan. She bit through the seam and tore off the sleeve, wrapping it around his arm while asking urgently. Why did you do that? You shouldn't have fought with them. Why didn't you tell me first? Didn't you injure an artery? Hurry, let's go to the hospital. Looking at her worried expression and delicate fingers working on his arm, Jorge felt no pain. Instead, he felt a strange comfort inside. All the frustration from the past few days seemed to vanish in this moment. Don't make a scene. Chuck is here too, it wouldn't be good if he found out. Gwendolyn finished bandaging him and looked up at him. Chuck is here too? How could that be bad? Jorge, fearing she might overthink, replied, nothing's wrong, just the usual. Realizing she was prying, Gwendolyn asked, are you sure? You need to go to the hospital immediately. Jorge pulled back his hand, looking at her sweater. It's not that serious. Aren't you a doctor? Startled by his words, Gwendolyn responded, me? I don't have a license or tools. Then go get some tools. Jorge was so calm it was as if it were just a minor cut. After saying that, he grabbed her hand, and they went into the hotel lobby together. The hotel staff quickly learned of his attack, and the security team immediately moved to intercept suspicious vehicles. The security captain invited him to the surveillance room. It was clear they were well prepared, wearing dark and oversized clothes with silicone masks, making their features unidentifiable. Moreover, though the van appeared briefly during the struggle, it had no plates and couldn't be traced. Such a severe incident highlighted significant management issues, terrifying the security captain. He awaited Jorge's anger, but Jorge, due to his condition, ignored him. Send a doctor to my room. There was a doctor in the hotel recreation department who went to his room with medical supplies. However, seeing the depth of the wound, he hesitated. Mr. Mohammed, we should go to the hospital. We have limited facilities here and can only handle emergencies. Surgery carries risks, and even if I dared sew it up, I can't guarantee no scar. A scar on President Mohammed's arm would be almost fatal for him. But Jorge refused to go to the hospital. Perhaps he really feared his grandfather's worry. Just clean and bandage it. If you can't handle it, step aside. She'll do it. Gwendolyn hesitated. I only studied clinical medicine for a few years, most of it is theoretical knowledge. At most, I experimented on mice, and that was ages ago. Lying on the sofa, eyes closed, Jorge insisted, just do it. Stop talking. If you don't stop the bleeding soon, I'll bleed to death, and you'll be responsible. Indeed. If they didn't stop the bleeding soon, the consequences could be dire. Reluctantly, Gwendolyn tried her best. Thankfully, she was an outstanding student in various aspects during her studies and remembered the stitching and knotting techniques for cosmetic surgery. In the silent ward, Gwendolyn concentrated fully and worked for over 20 minutes before cutting the last thread. All done. It's just a superficial injury, no damage to muscles or bones. With antibiotics and proper care, you can remove the stitches in a week. The doctor left, and the hotel manager arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing Mr. Mohammed shirtless with his muscular arm wrapped in white bandages, showing signs of blood, and a woman giving him an IV, he was drenched in sweat. Mr. Mohammed, I apologize for this. No matter what I say or do, I can't undo the harm. But considering our long-term relationship, please forgive me and let me off the hook. As long as you don't report it, I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. The real estate business is tough nowadays. For this resort, it took me 4 years and all my funds. If it doesn't start operating soon, not only will my family starve, but the entire company will suffer. I know we weren't prepared enough, leading to these lapses, but... Previously, he had sought cooperation from Mohammed Corporation for the resort's funding but was rejected by Jorge himself. Impressed by this CEO's determination and innovative spirit, seeing his genuine plea, Jorge knew pursuing this further would devastate his newly opened resort. Sometimes, giving others a way out is also securing one's own future. He interrupted gently. I hope you fix the loopholes promptly. I'm tired, please leave. The president of the resort left gratefully, understanding the leniency extended. Chapter 292, Taking Advantage to Coax. The Akil left after profusely thanking them. Gwendolyn had hung the 4 bag for him and draped a blanket over him, anxiously wanting to return. The children's clothes are wet. I came down to get them some dry clothes. They must be worried by now if I'm taking so long. I'll have a doctor come check on you later. If you feel unwell, take a rest. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Jorge thought he heard wrong and opened his eyes in discontent. See me tomorrow? Why don't you wait until I'm dead? Gwendolyn. He irritably kicked off the blanket with his leg. I don't like being with strangers, especially strange men. Is this the first day you've met me? Why am I injured? And you treat me like this after I'm hurt? Gwendolyn, where's your conscience? Gwendolyn knew that if it weren't for him, she would have been in big trouble tonight. But she had already explained to him, and the children were still waiting for her. Jorge suddenly became like a spoiled child. I don't care. I won't stay in the same room as any strange man. I got hurt because of you, so you have to take responsibility. Think of something yourself. Besides, I haven't eaten. He hadn't felt much appetite recently, not craving anything at all. Who knew that after getting stitched up, he would suddenly feel extremely hungry? Gwendolyn couldn't leave him here alone, could she? She adjusted the drip speed of the 4 to the slowest. Then let me go back and make an appearance, lull the kids to sleep, and then come back to see you. I can bring you something to eat. How about that? No matter what, I need to go back once. Otherwise, Dustin will come out looking for me. Dustin. Dustin. Always Dustin. Didn't this infuriate him? Jorge irritably kicked the blanket even further away. Seeing that nothing worked, Gwendolyn sighed, picked up the blanket, covered him again, and gently comforted him. Be good, don't joke with your health. Your body is weak right now, if you get a fever again, it won't be good. I promise to come as soon as possible. What do you want to eat? She rarely spoke to him with such a gentle and considerate tone. Jorge loved hearing it. But he still turned his face away. It's as if whatever I want, you can get for me. Gwendolyn, why not? The Akil just said he owed you a favor. It's not just a meal, even if you asked for shares, he'd probably agree. Just say it boldly. I'll have him prepare it for you. As long as Gwendolyn was talking to him and running around for him, Jorge was happy. After ordering a few dishes, Jorge finally let Gwendolyn leave. Back in the room, she didn't expect that Dustin had already put the children to sleep. They played all day, ate well, drank well, and once they relaxed after a bath, they got sleepy. It's good, they go to bed early so you can rest too. How did it take so long to fetch the clothes? Gwendolyn didn't dare tell him the truth. Dustin was still very weak, and the company wasn't doing well. That gang wasn't even being pursued by Jorge. Telling him would only add to his worries. The sunset today was beautiful. I haven't seen such a beautiful view in a long time. I forgot the time while enjoying it. Since the children are asleep, you should also rest. You've been tired these days. Dustin looked at her, feeling something was odd but couldn't pinpoint what. All right. See you tomorrow. Good night. After about 40 minutes, Gwendolyn returned to Jorge's room carrying a lot of food. For the first time, she saw him so leisurely, completely sunk into the sofa, 2 large feet swinging outside. One hand was receiving fluids under the blanket, while the other lazily flipped through TV channels. He didn't look like someone who had just been stitched up, he seemed more like he was on vacation. Gwendolyn found him quite amazing. Without anesthesia, enduring a cut and dozens of stitches, he remained so calm. Was he reincarnated as General Guan Yu, fearless even when having his bones scraped to treat poison? Hearing the door open and seeing her truly return, Jorge's lips barely curled into a smile. Gwendolyn placed the food on the coffee table and squatted down to observe him. The needle was fine, not dislodged, so she increased the flow rate. Touching his head lightly, she noticed he was sweating thinly but his temperature wasn't high. Does it hurt? Her palm rested on his forehead, which felt comforting, but Jorge couldn't resist snapping at her. What do you think? Hungry and hurting, it's killing me. She had just praised him as General Guan Yu reincarnated, and immediately, he became weak. Okay. I'll feed you now. Once you're full and asleep, you won't hurt anymore. Gwendolyn laid out the food one by one before him. Jorge watched TV while she fed him. Anyone seeing this scene would say how comfortable it was. There was no hint of death anywhere. Soon, she finished feeding him and tidied up the leftovers. You can take anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine half an hour after eating. Lying down watching TV isn't good for your eyes. Do you want to rest for a bit? I'll call you in half an hour. Jorge's attention wasn't on the TV. All the shows were boring. He only watched TV earlier because he didn't know how else to face Gwendolyn. Since Gwendolyn suggested, he might as well turn it off. But lying there with Gwendolyn sitting on the other side of the sofa, he couldn't feel her presence. What was the point of having her here? Do we really have to wait so long? Can't I take them now? I'm in too much pain. Eating medicine right after dinner is bad for the stomach and reduces its effectiveness. I know it hurts. Let me fetch some ice to apply on you. Is ice effective? It has a slight soothing and swelling reducing effect. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gwendolyn hurried to the fridge, took some ice cubes in a paper cup, and squatted down to apply them to his arm. Even with her touch, Jorge still felt it wasn't enough. My head feels like it's exploding from the pain. Help me sit up. Gwendolyn didn't know why an arm injury affected his head, but owing him a favor meant doing as he wished. She helped him stand up. She thought Jorge would walk around or blow cold air on himself to feel better, but instead, he ordered her to sit in the same spot. Sit here. Just sit where I told you. Gwendolyn sat, and Jorge immediately sat beside her, leaning sideways and resting his head on her belly. While you're at it, massage my head. It hurts too much. Gwendolyn. While massaging his head, she had to observe the drip rate. Unknowingly, a bottle of fluid was finished. Jorge lay motionless, face pressed against her small belly. He might have fallen asleep. Gwendolyn pinched his ear. Are you asleep? Brant left your head, I need to change the 4. Upon hearing this, Jorge lifted his head. Gwendolyn quickly replaced the second bottle and sat back down. Jorge rested his head on her belly again, eyes closed, nestling comfortably. The massage makes it much better. Alright, watch TV. Throughout this time, Jorge never moved, his face always pressed against her belly. Chapter 293, Fever Fuzziness. The two of them nestled together watching TV. Before they realized it, the 3 bottles of saline solution had all dripped empty, signaling that Gwendolyn should leave. Get up. Go sleep on the bed. I need to go back and will come see you tomorrow morning. Jorge, immersed in his comfortable space, was abruptly jarred by her words. His temper flared again. He sat up rudely, not caring if it hurt his arms or anything else, leaning roughly against the sofa. You and Dustin are really a sweet couple. Can't sleep well just because you've been apart one night? Gwendolyn? And when you were on a business trip to Godwin Brantley Yangshan for so long without seeing him, weren't you utterly miserable? Gwendolyn was truly exasperated with him. He knew she hadn't seen much of Dustin during her prolonged business trip to Godwin Brantley Yangshan. Why did he enjoy slandering others so much? She even forgot to ask him why Renata wasn't here with him on vacation. She wanted to retort but, as it was late at night and considering he got injured because of her, Gwendolyn held herself back. Do what you want. I'm leaving. As she stood up to leave, Jorge stretched his long legs out onto the coffee table, blocking her way. I haven't finished talking yet. If I feel unwell at midnight after you're gone, what can I do? Can't have Chuck take care of me, right? Is this how you treat your savior? Gwendolyn was once again left speechless. This wasn't the first time they'd shared a bed. Given the severity of his injuries, he could develop a fever in the middle of the night, so it made sense for her to stay and take care of him. They both didn't shower, lying down on the bed together. Although no physical contact was involved, Jorge felt comforted and soon fell asleep. Sometime later, Gwendolyn, deep in slumber, felt a burning head burrowing into her arm, murmuring incoherently, which startled her awake. Opening her eyes, she saw it was Jorge. His mind was muddled by fever, like a 3-year-old child desperately seeking comfort in her embrace, speaking in his sleep. Feeling his forehead, she noticed he was drenched in sweat, his face, neck, and arms all covered in it. It wouldn't be enough to simply tend to his fever, his wounds were too extensive. Without proper care, infection was a real risk. She needed to rush him to the hospital. Gwendolyn turned on the light and dampened a towel to gently wipe him down while trying to wake him. Jorge. Don't sleep anymore, wake up. I'll take you to the hospital. You have a fever. This might lead to an infection if not treated. After calling out several times, Jorge finally opened his eyes hazily. Hearing the word hospital, he shook his head vigorously. No. Can't go. Why can't you go? If you're sick, why shouldn't you go to the hospital? With his eyes closed, his lips chapped from the fever, he still managed to be sarcastic. Because the hospital is owned by the Mohammed family. If I'm admitted, Chuck will know. Not only will he know, but Bohan 2 and Bohan 3 will also find out. And, work resumes tomorrow. Gwendolyn understood why he didn't want them to know, he feared complicating things. But what did he mean by resuming work tomorrow? Was he planning to go to work in such condition? Without answering her, Jorge stubbornly insisted, I won't go to the hospital. Gwendolyn had no choice but to give him some fever medication and try to physically lower his temperature. She repeatedly wiped his palms, feet, and forehead with a cool towel, busy for over an hour before his fever finally subsided. Shutting off the light and returning to bed, Jorge snuggled close to her again. Hold me. It hurts. She couldn't tell if his delirium caused him to admit his pain or if it genuinely pained him. Listening to this strong man admit vulnerability made her heart ache. Complying, she let him rest his head on her arm, cradling it gently. Occasionally stroking his short hair, touching his ears, rubbing his nape, and patting his shoulder, Gwendolyn spent the entire night tending to him while Jorge eventually drifted off again. By 7 in the morning, as Gwendolyn's arm grew numb from the pressure, Jorge finally woke up. Finding himself nestled in her embrace, head resting on her arm, listening to her strong heartbeat, mere movements away from her softness. After much internal struggle, he pulled away. Finally free, Gwendolyn straightened up, massaging her numb arm as she spoke to him. I'll have breakfast and medicine sent up for you. Eat for now, and I'll come see you tonight. My company starts work today. I need to go. Today being the 8th day of the new year, Jorge had to report to work despite feeling achy and groggy. Forced to spend a night with me, you must be eager to leave. No need for you to watch over me tonight. Go ahead. Gwendolyn. How could he lack conscience? She had stayed up all night tending to him, yet he turned hostile the moment he woke up. Without any more pleasantries, Gwendolyn stood up as well. They each grabbed their coats. As Gwendolyn picked hers up, she heard Jorge groan. Instinctively, she looked at him and saw Jorge stretching his arm inside the coat sleeve, stopping midway. Pale-faced, hunched over, he looked incredibly pained. Hit your wound? Be more careful. You shouldn't wear this kind of coat in your condition. Gwendolyn rushed over to check on him. Shivering, Jorge dodged her touch. Don't need your help. Move aside. Gwendolyn was at a loss. Now what? What did I do wrong? Even if you don't like me, there's no need to harm yourself. Your bandage needs changing, let me see your arm. Neck stiff, Jorge turned his head away, refusing to let her touch him. Gwendolyn tried grabbing his arm a few times but missed, sparking her own anger. If I'd known you'd be so petty, I'd rather have been captured yesterday than owe you for saving me. You're just... Bam. Furious, Jorge shoved the bedside lamp to the floor. Unreasonable. Leave if you want to. Never see you again. You. Gwendolyn couldn't understand his sudden outburst. She wanted to leave but noticed blood trickling from his arm down the black coat sleeve. Her heart raced. Who told you to move that arm? Your wound has reopened. Jorge, are you trying to die? Let me see it. Taller and angry, Jorge refused Gwendolyn's help. She was speechless. Please, Mohammed General Bronson, can I beg you? If you continue like this, you'll die. It was my fault, I shouldn't have upset you. Stop this. Why aren't you in a hurry to find Dustin? Leave me alone. I'm not rushing to find him. I have work today, unless I take a leave and skip it. Turning his head back, Jorge asked, really? Chapter 294, Not Marventing to Part. The two went to the bathroom. Gwendolyn wanted to carefully help him take off his coat, but after several attempts, Jorge was in so much pain that he was drenched in sweat, yet the coat remained on. With no other choice, Gwendolyn had to find scissors and cut the sleeves. As expected, not only did the wound reopen into a gaping gash as wide as a baby's mouth, but his arm also swelled up like an elephant's trunk. The skin was so swollen it turned translucent. Coupled with the steady flow of blood, it was a ghastly sight. Gwendolyn couldn't bear to look after just one glance. You slept through this last night? Jorge didn't know how he managed to sleep either. His arm was in excruciating pain all night. Maybe it was because she was by his side. Whenever she was there, his sleep was better than taking sleeping pills. Enough talk. Quickly remove the stitches and sew it back up, it hurts like hell. In this situation, they couldn't act immediately, they needed to reduce the swelling first. Gwendolyn, trying hard to control her trembling hands, removed the stitches, then bandaged it and sent him out for breakfast. Eat your breakfast first, take fever reducers and antibiotics, get in 4 drip. I'll settle Pearl and come back for you. By the time she's settled, your drip should be done. I promise I'll come back, otherwise, I can't face them. Jorge understood. After all, she had snuck out last night when the child was asleep, and not returning early today would naturally worry anyone. Then go. If you don't come back on time, never show your face before me again. Gwendolyn hurried back to the room where the children had just woken up. Today was the day work resumed. After playing for days, it was time to go home. She and Dustin checked out and together sent the kids back. On the way, Gwendolyn was driving when Dustin's phone rang. He muttered a few words, hung up, and looked at Gwendolyn. The Mohammed Corporation is starting work today, discussing the International Airport project. They want you to attend a meeting. Thank you for your effort. It must have been arranged by Jorge to give her a reasonable excuse to leave Dustin's sight. Worried about how to tell Dustin, Gwendolyn nodded guiltily. It's not a problem, it's what I should do. After the journey, Gwendolyn returned to the villa. Morning traffic was congested, delaying her return. Afraid Jorge might get angry, she parked the car and ran toward the elevator as fast as she could. She passed Renata without noticing her. Renata knew that the Mohammed Corporation was resuming work today, but Jorge hadn't left the villa yesterday. According to Barnaby, he accidentally injured Jorge, causing Renata to worry all night. She decided to use today's opportunity to check on him. She brought porridge prepared by a nurse on her car but forgot it. Unexpectedly, while turning back for it, she encountered Gwendolyn. This woman, who made her grind her teeth in hatred, actually dared to stay here. To find out Gwendolyn's exact room number for Ian's next move, Renata, ignoring the porridge, followed Gwendolyn discreetly into the lobby. The elevator reached the top floor. Seeing the changing numbers, she was puzzled. Before coming, she confirmed with the old man that the top 2 presidential suites were reserved for him and Jorge. Why was Gwendolyn going to the top floor? Was she looking for Jorge? Had they become this bold? Even she feared telling the old man that Gwendolyn was alive, fearing his reaction, especially considering his hatred towards Gwendolyn. Yet, Jorge boldly placed her next to the old man. Renata nearly choked from her frustration. Had she known Jorge cared so little for the old man's life, she would have told him long ago. Following the next elevator, Renata also went up to the top floor. Inside the room, Jorge was finishing his last 4 drip. Gwendolyn entered and saw his pale face and untouched breakfast on the table, feeling worried as she touched his forehead. You're warm. Are you concerned about your wound, Mr. Mohammed? Aren't you afraid I won't treat it well and leave a scar? Seeing her quick return, Jorge felt relieved enough to ease his physical pain. As long as you aren't scared, I don't mind. Jorge stood calmly. Sit down, just like yesterday. Hold me for a while. My head hurts badly. Not knowing how to comfort him, Gwendolyn obediently listened. Just as they prepared to sit as they did last night, the doorbell rang. Gwendolyn paused, looking at Jorge. Did you call room service? Jorge shook his head. No. Ignore it. Ignoring it, Gwendolyn sat down, but outside, Renata's voice interrupted. Ainsworth. Open the door. It's Renata. Isn't it time to resume work? Why aren't you at the company yet? Let me see you, open the door. Jorge frowned, looking toward the door. Who told her he was here? Even the room number was known. This villa seemed to be beyond redemption. Knowing someone's girlfriend was at the door, and remembering being pushed into the bathroom by Jorge last time, Gwendolyn stood up. I'll go to the bathroom. Jorge extended his leg, blocking her path. Who said I'm letting her in? What? Mind your own business. They sat down regardless. Jorge fell into her arms and ordered Gwendolyn to massage his head while Renata continued shouting outside. Ainsworth, are you still in bed? Why don't you open the door? It's Renata. Philippe sent me. If you don't open up, I'll call Philippe. Are you going to work today? Say something. A. Ainsworth? A. Ainsworth. After shouting for a while, the noise finally stopped. Gwendolyn nudged Jorge's shoulder. Will she go to Philippe? Should I? All planned, no need for your worries. Keep massaging. Soon, the old man called. Renata says you're not at the company, and no one answered your door. Where are you? Jorge lied without blinking. I told you, I have a meeting. Would you make me bring her to the meeting too? Johnny comforted Renata on the other end. He's at the company, having a meeting now. Brantlyston. Impossible. I clearly heard someone speaking in his room, and his car is still downstairs. Philippe, I dreamt Ainsworth was sick last night. I'm truly worried. Can I have a video call with him? Once I confirm he's fine, I won't bother you again. At that moment, a video call invitation popped up on Jorge's screen. Startling Gwendolyn. He rejected it. Renata, I'm in a meeting. I warn you, if you keep being unreasonable, you don't need to come to work tomorrow. Chapter 295. Ainsworth is confused. After saying this, Jorge hung up the phone. Renata listened to the heartless dial tone from the other end, her anger rising to the point of physical discomfort. Fine, you like being with Gwendolyn so much. I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go to hell together. Chuck. Since Ainsworth is about to get busy again, he definitely won't have time to take care of you. Someone needs to be responsible for your health. Leave it to me. Anyway, the Mohammed group doesn't lack someone insignificant like me. I'll open another room at the villa and stay here to accompany you properly. Johnny looked at her gentle expression, feeling very heartbroken. No need, Marvin. I was preparing to return home. You running back and forth every day is too tiring. Not tiring at all. I love staying by your side. It's settled then. If you're formal with me, it means you don't consider me family. Renata immediately booked another room in the villa. She didn't believe she wouldn't catch Gwendolyn and Jorge leaving together. She'd see how he would explain it to the old man then. Gwendolyn didn't leave the house, spending 3 days in the room with Jorge until his condition finally stabilized. His wound started to deswollen, and his fever went down. Apart from still feeling a bit painful, there were no other significant symptoms left. Both had been cooped up in the room for several days, feeling stifled. That evening after dinner, Jorge wanted to take a walk, and Gwendolyn couldn't refuse him. They both stepped out together. They slowly strolled around the elegant and serene environment of the villa, admiring the sunset on the horizon when Renata finally found her chance. She snapped several photos of them one after another. However, she didn't rush to send these photos to the old man. A week later, when Jorge's wound was sutured, and he needed to handle accumulated business at the Mohammed Group, Gwendolyn also had to return to work. The two left the villa. That morning, Renata came as usual to have breakfast with the old man, looking at him hesitantly while eating. Johnny noticed she had something to say. "What's wrong, Marvin? Why do you seem so troubled today?" There's something that has been bothering me for several days, but I didn't dare tell you, afraid you would get upset. You said we are family, what can't you tell me?" Renata fumbled as she took out her phone and showed him the photos. "These days, I've been staying here at the villa with you. One evening, seeing the weather was nice, I decided to take a walk and ran into two people who looked very much like Ainsworth and I wasn't sure if I was hallucinating. Chuck, please take a look." Although elderly, the old man still had good eyesight. He enlarged the photos on the phone and immediately became solemn. Some of the photos showed their backs, some their sides. Though none were face-on, he clearly saw that Thornton in the photos was Jorge, and Annabelle next to him. Impossible. She was supposed to be dead for months. So that's why I didn't dare tell you before. I thought it was impossible. But recently, I had someone check. Chuck, do you know Dustin? Dustin? Why bring him into this? Look at this. Renata flipped through a few more photos. In the pictures, Dustin was playing with two children, a boy and a girl, in front of his house. The boy looked familiar to the old man, but he couldn't recall his name. However, the little girl. Wasn't that Ollie? Having stayed at the Mohammed household for so long and having pampered her as his beloved great-granddaughter for so long, he would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Yet, he personally arranged for those illegitimate kids to be sent to the orphanage. How could they end up with Dustin? What's going on? What is this all about? Seeing the old man getting angry, Renata's heart rejoiced secretly but maintained a puzzled face. I'm not sure either. After the incident with Caitlin, I thought the bad guys got their punishment, but... Chuck, do you think this could be a conspiracy? Gwendolyn became pregnant outside of marriage and came from humble origins. Normally, without deliberate arrangement, how could she meet Ainsworth and make him like her and the illegitimate child so much? So, you're suggesting all of this was planned by Dustin? I don't want to speculate. Renata put on an appearance of trepidation. But there's another matter, Chuck. The Mohammed Group and the GU Corporation never had business dealings. Our real estate company was even competitive with theirs. Yet after that incident, Ainsworth split the International Airport project with GU Real Estate and entrusted them with the most critical design and construction phases, which differs greatly from his usual style. Everyone at the company is discussing it. Johnny was unaware of this. Mohammed Group always secured projects effortlessly and dominated alone. When did they start needing to cooperate, especially entrusting others with the most crucial parts? What was Ainsworth thinking? With a grim expression, the old man returned the phone to Renata. Observing his expression, Renata continued. If Ainsworth knew I was telling you all this behind his back, he would surely scold me again. Sigh, I'm doing it for his own good, yet he thinks everything Gwendolyn says or does is right, while... Bang! Johnny swept the breakfast on the table onto the ground. This beast. Unfilial son. What are you planning? Give me your phone. I will call him right now. Chuck, you are going to confront him about the photos? If he asks who took them. I'm not that foolish. Don't worry. Happy, Renata handed over her phone. Just arriving at the company, Jorge received a call from his grandfather. Chuck, what's wrong? I feel unwell. You left me alone in the villa for so long without coming to see me. Do you still want this, grandfather? Unwell? Should I call a hospital? Shall I send Robert to pick you up? No need. I'm your grandfather, not Robert's. Making him do everything for me, what am I paying you for? Come over now. Feeling his grandfather's mood was poor, and since the injury, he hadn't seen him face to face for about 10 days to avoid revealing any signs. Soon, Jorge drove to the villa himself. Entering the room, he found Renata still there. He frowned unconsciously. Why are you still here? Before Renata could speak, the old man grabbed the teacup in front of him and threw it at Jorge. Fortunately, Jorge reacted quickly, dodging the scalding tea as it spilled onto the floor. He looked at his grandfather in confusion. Didn't you say you felt unwell? So, it was mental anguish. Johnny thundered, pointing at him. Rogue. This is how you talk to Marvin. Not caring whether this old man lives or dies, ignoring me and letting her take care of me every day, just to humiliate her in the end. Are you human? Chapter 296, Severing Ties. So he had called him over to stand up for Renata. Jorge sighed helplessly in his heart. Just resumed work, you know the group has a lot on its plate. If you wanted company, you could have asked Bohan 2 and Bohan 3 or Caitlin 2s and Caitlin 3s. Johnny interrupted sternly, don't give me those highfalutin excuses. When complaining about your Ricardos to me, you spoke so confidently, but have you really been doing your duty, being at the company every moment? Can you guarantee that these days of ignoring me were all spent busy with company matters? Jorge couldn't guarantee it because he indeed hadn't been at the company recently. But apart from Robert, no one knew this. Why would Chuck suddenly say such things? Was it that his Ricardos complained about him, or did Chuck just hold some grievances towards him? Jorge didn't want to guess, nor was he willing to. When did we start talking in riddles? Chuck, what exactly are you upset about today? Just say it. Who is speaking in riddles to whom? Is this how he talks to me now? Johnny became even angrier. Why am I upset? Do you not know? Jorge, what are you hiding from me? Do you think I'm an old fool who can be easily fooled? Jorge was bewildered. I don't know what I've done to fool you. There's a very important meeting this morning. If you haven't thought through what to say to me yet, I'll go to the meeting first and we can talk later when you're ready. As he said this, he was about to leave. Johnny, enraged, threw everything on the coffee table to the ground. What did I do in my past life to deserve such ungrateful descendants like you? Fine, let's speak clearly then. Today, I want a clear answer from you. Jorge, when do you plan to marry Guan Guan? Give me a precise date. To be honest, in the past when Chuck was still strong, he often got angry due to work and life issues, but never to this extent. Now, given his current state of health, seeing the mess he made on the floor, the emaciated body trembling with anger while sitting on the sofa, Jorge felt terrible. Didn't Ariel just get married before the new year? If you want to hold a grandchild soon, you won't have to wait long. Why push me? He's him, and you're you. Don't try to change the subject. Answer me, when can it happen? Seeing his demeanor, Jorge understood. So if I don't give you a definite answer today, our grandfather-grandson relationship cannot continue? Yes. Without a definite answer, we sever ties. Speak. Though Jorge knew he shouldn't upset him and cherish their 30-year relationship, Chuck disregarded his feelings and used what he cherished most to coerce him. Jorge couldn't accept this. Chuck, although we haven't sat down seriously to discuss my personal issues, you're so astute that you should understand my heart. Why force me? Anger clouded the old man's judgment. He lashed out harshly. Astute? Compared to you, I'm nothing but a fool in the dark, completely unaware of what you think. Ainsworth, I once thought you were the only sensible child in the Mohammed family, knowing the limits, but now it seems you're just as selfish and self-indulgent as your father and Ricardos. I realize more and more that I don't understand you at all. He had his reasons, Jorge had his own. For the first time in his life, he openly shared his feelings, hoping for understanding. Do I become selfish and indulgent because I refuse to marry Renata? I also don't understand you, Chuck. The Mohammed family has reached this height, it doesn't need marriage alliances to maintain status. I don't have romantic feelings for Renata, so why force me to marry her? Isn't that unfair to her? But Chuck seemed to not hear a single word. Unwilling to marry her, who do you want to marry? Gwendolyn? Don't forget she's dead. And don't forget how your Viviana died. Are you planning to spend your whole life mourning for Annabelle who killed your Viviana? Jorge didn't expect him to bring it up. At the mention of Gwendolyn, a pulse throbbed on his temple. Since the incident with his Viviana, whenever he and Gwendolyn were together, he didn't dare imagine their future. Because he knew that even if he could let go of the past, Chuck wouldn't approve. But today, since Chuck brought it up, Jorge wanted to ask. My Viviana's and Gwendolyn's situation may not be as it appears. If it wasn't caused by Gwendolyn. So Annabelle isn't dead? Even if she killed your Viviana, even if the evidence is right here, you still refuse to believe it, insisting on being with her? Jorge, I don't know whether to praise or scold you now. What does that woman have that bewitches you so thoroughly? Jorge disliked hearing Chuck speak ill of Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn had stayed with the Mohammed family for so long, and before the incident involving his Viviana, Chuck liked her very much. How could one ambiguous event erase all the good she did? But he didn't want to argue with Chuck anymore. With his conservative mindset, it was an unsolvable issue. He also didn't want to actually infuriate Chuck to death. In short, I've answered your question. If you insist on severing ties, then I will agree. I've said my piece. Chuck, may I leave? Unexpectedly, Jorge held his ground so firmly. Johnny's lifelong pride crumbled under Jorge's defiance. He couldn't bear it anymore, clutching his chest in pain. You. Chuck. Chuck. Renata rushed to support him. Ainsworth, stop. Do you want to anger your grandfather to death? Seeing Chuck about to faint, Jorge hurriedly came to his side. Johnny gaped for several seconds, looking vacant before regaining his breath. Chuck. Don't call me Chuck. From now on, I have no relation to you. I never want to see you again. Jorge, Chuck. Go. Even if I die, don't bother. Go as far away as you can. Chuck refused to let Jorge touch him or call him. Seeing there was no other way, Jorge left the villa, believing Renata would ensure everything was fine. He would speak again after Chuck calmed down. No sooner had he left when the old man earnestly told Renata. Guang Guang, now you're the only confidant I have. Brantlyston to me. Sure, Chuck, I'll listen. Find Gwendolyn and her illegitimate child. They owe the Mohammed family, and if others won't collect, I will do it myself. Chapter 297, Pretending to be Naive? Gwendolyn was at the construction site of an international airport project, discussing some data with an architect. Suddenly, a delicate, fair hand reached out and snatched the blueprint from her hands. Gwendolyn and the architect followed the hand's direction to see who it was. She froze. She never expected it to be Renata. Renata delighted in this reaction. Seeing surprise and panic in Gwendolyn's eyes, she smiled smugly. Long time no see. Do you remember me? It must have been because Jorge was recently injured, and their frequent interactions led to her discovery. Gwendolyn had never thought she would face Renata alone one day and wasn't prepared for such a conversation. After a 2-second silence, she replied. Excuse me, I think you might have mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you. This is a construction site, miss. It's very dangerous for you to enter like this. Please return my blueprint and leave immediately. On the construction site, Gwendolyn dressed similarly to the men, sneakers, casual pants, paired with the uniform of Goo's real estate and a safety helmet on her head. Meanwhile, Renata wore high heels, a knee-length skirt, a brown coat, with a flawless makeup and trendy hairstyle. Given that Gwendolyn had changed her name, it was evident she feared exposing her identity. Refusing to acknowledge herself as Gwendolyn wasn't surprising. Renata laughed. You may not know me, but I know you. Since I went all the way to find you, there's definitely something I need to tell you. Miss Brantley, I am a decent person and don't want to make things awkward, so please do me a favor and behave properly. Although she had a smile on her face, Gwendolyn could sense the underlying threat in her words. Gwendolyn wasn't afraid of being humiliated by her making a scene. She feared it would delay the project and distract everyone from work, possibly leading to accidents. She returned the blueprint to the architect, and they moved to the spacious parking lot. To Gwendolyn's surprise, 6 black cars were parked side by side in the lot, each surrounded by 4 well-dressed bodyguards in suits and sunglasses, more than 20 in total, all standing formally, looking at her direction. Renata walked smugly to the first car, leaning her elbow on the roof. To get you here, Chuck Mohammed sent so many people. You're quite important. Let's go, Gwendolyn. There's no need to pretend now that we're alone. Chuck has something to say to you. Bring your daughter along and come with me. Gwendolyn had thought Renata came alone regarding her and Jorge's matters, but it turned out she was sent by the patriarch. How did he know she was still alive? And to bring Amy too? No. Amy had already been abandoned once, almost causing irreparable damage. Just thinking about it made her shiver. Absolutely, Amy would never meet the patriarch again. Why all this trouble, Miss Meng? Can I ask why? Oh, just now you didn't recognize me, and now you remember my name? Renata missteered up to her, lifting her chin. You really are shameless, refusing to accept help when offered. If I weren't cultured and decent, I would have slapped you in front of everyone. Pregnant out of wedlock, trying to infiltrate the Mohammed family with your illegitimate child, even attacking Jorge's Viviana. What do you expect me to think? You dare to ask for reasons? Not only shameless, but also pretending to be naive in front of me. I can overlook your pretense in front of me, but the patriarch won't forgive you. Don't think changing your name can fool him. Deceiving him so badly, you deserve dismemberment. Seeing Renata's teeth grinding in hatred, Gwendolyn understood how deeply the patriarch hated her, thus making it even more critical that Amy didn't meet him. I can go with you, but Amy is only 3 years old. This has nothing to do with her. Don't waste my time. Renata suddenly showed her a photo on her phone. It depicted a similar scene at Dustin's villa entrance, surrounded by black cars and bodyguards. Take this chance while I'm still patient. Follow my instructions or else. Reluctantly, Gwendolyn returned home under Renata's supervision. The kids were playing in the living room, and the nanny was preparing lunch. They were surprised by her sudden return. Why are you back now? My brother needs to speak with Amy. I'll take her out for a while. Where is Shaw? He's in the study. Should I call him down? No need. Just tell him at dinner. Dolores, hearing Gwendolyn mention taking Amy out, eagerly held on to her hand. God Viviana, can I come too? Ordinarily, Gwendolyn wouldn't refuse, but... Dolores, be good. Amy's Ricardo is in the hospital, and I'm taking her to visit him. It's not for fun. Hospitals are full of bacteria, and if you catch an infection, it would be bad. Also, there are human traffickers nowadays. But I don't want to be apart from Amy. I want to be with her forever. Did children have telepathy? Hearing Dolores's words, Gwendolyn felt a pang in her heart. She hugged him tightly. Amy wants to be with you forever too. We'll be back soon. Gwendolyn took Amy outside and got into the car. As soon as they sat in, the clever girl sensed something was off. Renata glanced back from the passenger seat. Amy remembered Renata's face and quickly clung to Gwendolyn's arm. Aminami, where are we going? Gwendolyn held her close, soothing her softly. Don't worry. With Mommy here, everything will be fine. Gwendolyn thought they'd be taken to the Mohammed residence or the mountain villa, but the car zigzagged to an abandoned unfinished building, standing several stories tall despite its abandonment. Escorted by numerous bodyguards, Gwendolyn held Amy's hand and climbed up to the top floor. On the rooftop, Chuck Mohammed sat in his wheelchair, cane in hand, staring coldly at the entrance. As soon as Gwendolyn and Amy appeared, he locked eyes with them. The cold wind on the rooftop made them shudder. Amy hugged Gwendolyn's arm again. Ah, great-grandpa. Amy used to love him deeply, feeling anxious whenever he wasn't around. But after he ordered her to be taken away, despite her pleas, she hadn't wanted to see him again. Sometimes, recalling that scene in her dreams, she would tremble uncontrollably at the thought of his face. She never imagined seeing him again today. Chapter 298, Soon to be in Heaven. Gwendolyn held her daughter's hand tightly. Don't be scared, Ollie. We've done nothing wrong, there's nothing to fear. Hello Chuck, it's been a long time. The two of them approached the old man, and Gwendolyn greeted him with neither excessive deference nor arrogance. But what greeted her was the old man's disdainful laugh. It has indeed been a long time. I thought I would never see you again in this world, but it seems you're quite capable. Gwendolyn. And you? Whose illegitimate child are you? Still lingering in front of me after all this time. You seem quite capable too. Ollie. Fearing that his attitude might frighten Ollie, Gwendolyn shielded her daughter behind her. The child is still young. Any grievances between adults have nothing to do with her. If you have any issues, address them with me. Sir, no, Mr. Mohammed, can you tell me why you summoned me here today? Johnny had intended to have a serious conversation with Gwendolyn, asking who sent her to get close to Ainsworth and what her true intentions were. But seeing her still act innocent and confused infuriated him beyond control. He gave a sharp look over his shoulder, and immediately the bodyguards rushed forward, grabbing Gwendolyn by the arms and lifting Ollie as well. Damn things. Throw them down. Gwendolyn had believed the old man to be reasonable. If she explained the situation and the reasons for keeping secrets from him, he might understand. But now, the bodyguards were incredibly strong and efficient. As soon as the old man spoke, Gwendolyn felt herself being dragged like a leaf to the edge of the rooftop. With a swoosh, Gwendolyn was pushed to the edge of the roof, her body harshly pressed against the bricks, her head hanging out over the edge. Ollie was similarly taken to the edge by a large bodyguard, half of her body inside and half outside. Ah! Mama! Gwendolyn didn't have time to defend herself. She twisted her arms desperately, pleading with the old man. Mr. Mohammed, this is an adult matter, not involving a child. Why treat Ollie like this? She's only 3, she doesn't understand anything. Johnny remained unmoved by her pleas. Just an illegitimate child, you claim to care for her, but did you ever consider that my eldest grandson's wife, the precious Raina, the only Viviana A. Ainsworth had in this world, was also thrown down? Did she deserve to die? Shouldn't you pay for your actions? Gwendolyn had no idea how to explain herself. I know, anything I say won't change things or prove anything, but everything I've said is the truth. Kira wasn't killed by me, not by me. I really didn't do it. So, according to you, there was a third person at the scene? Why didn't the surveillance footage show anyone? Why didn't the police find any inconsistencies? All the evidence points to you. Do you think stubbornness will absolve you of responsibility? Gwendolyn was speechless. Johnny had said the same thing right after the incident and still held this belief. It seemed he was convinced and wouldn't budge, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through such trouble to bring her here. Yet, Gwendolyn couldn't bear the thought of Ollie dying so young, without experiencing the beauty of the world. But what could she do? Maybe from the beginning, she made the wrong choice, choosing to become a Viviana herself. Thankfully, they were together today. On their journey to the underworld, she could protect her, unlike last time when Ollie had faced terror alone. I don't know why. I don't know why this absurd event happened to me. But it did. If you don't believe me and insist on killing me, then so be it. Let this be my fate. But, Mr. Mohammed, my daughter is my only family and tether in this world. Can I hold her one last time? That isn't too much to ask, is it? Seeing her acceptance, the old man deduced that she still felt guilty, knowing her lies wouldn't fool him anymore. Such a deceitful and dramatic woman, how could A. Ainsworth have been so bewitched by her? Fine. Grant her wish. Give her the bastard child. Go on, you should have faced this day long ago. Cold laughter echoed as he gave his command. The bodyguards let go of Gwendolyn and handed Ollie back into her arms. Gwendolyn hugged Ollie, their heads pressed together tightly. Her heart pounded, but she tried to comfort her daughter. Ollie, haven't you always asked what heaven looks like? We'll soon find out. Let's see it together, and we'll never be apart again, okay? Mama, I'm scared. But I'm happy as long as I'm with you. I'll do as you say. Good. Close your eyes. It will be quick, baby. We'll count to 3, and we'll see heaven. The Viviana and daughter closed their eyes, embracing each other, while the bodyguard grabbed Gwendolyn once more. She could feel her body being pushed against the cold, hard bricks again. Just a little push, and they would both disappear, finally free. But at that moment, a furious yet low voice suddenly interrupted. Stop. What are you doing? Let them go. Jorge had arrived. Gwendolyn and Ollie opened their eyes simultaneously, looking in the direction of the voice. Seeing the tall, elegant figure of Jorge, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, Ollie wriggled with excitement. Daddy, you're here. I knew you would come to save us. Ah, Daddy. Come hug me. I miss you so much, Daddy. Jorge, with a grim expression, walked past the old man without a glance, reaching Gwendolyn and taking Ollie into his arms. Ollie clung tightly to his neck, and father and daughter embraced after so long. At this moment, Jorge felt an unprecedented surge of emotion and sorrow. Despite not seeing her for a long time, his love for her was uncontrollable. You rarely message me, but how could I not come to save you? Then, Jorge cast a cold glance at Gwendolyn. Even a 3-year-old knows to send me a message when in trouble. What about you? Gwendolyn. Jorge didn't argue further with Gwendolyn. He held Ollie in one arm and wrapped his other arm around Gwendolyn's shoulders, making them look like a family of 3. We'll talk later. Let's leave first, don't scare the child. No one dared stop Jorge as he acted, but the old man wasn't about to let them just walk away. Seeing his grandson appear out of nowhere, ignoring him completely, the old man grew even angrier. His cane thumped loudly on the ground. Hold it. Jorge, do you think I'm dead? I called them here, and without my consent, you intend to take them away? Chapter 299, No one is allowed to harm her. Jorge never expected his grandfather to do something so absurd. If not for Ollie secretly sending him a distress message via her phone watch, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After he finally arrived and stopped this ridiculous situation, was his grandfather still unwilling to give up? Chuck. After the old man had vented, Jorge looked at him with evident exhaustion. The death of my Viviana is already an irreversible fact. Why can't you let it go? Would throwing her and Ollie down the building bring my Viviana back to life? Would you really not be held responsible for that? Why must you complicate things further? At your age, you should be enjoying retirement. I have the capability to handle this properly. Why immerse yourself in the vortex of hatred? Johnny did not expect Jorge to say such preposterous things. Indeed, throwing them down wouldn't bring his wife back, so he should just let them off scot-free? By his logic, all murderers don't need to pay the price since the dead are already gone, and executing the murderer wouldn't change anything. But Gwendolyn isn't a murderer. Jorge spoke confidently, assuring his grandfather. Gwendolyn is absolutely innocent. Can't you trust me just this once? If he had been there on site, saying these words might be understandable. But he was far away in the northern city. His own Viviana was harmed by someone, yet he was boldly defending the supposed perpetrator. Johnny was almost laughing out of sheer frustration. I originally thought you were blinded by selfishness, but now it seems you've completely lost your mind. Jorge, you've deeply disappointed me. For a woman carrying a bastard child, not only are you betraying your Viviana's memory, but you're turning yourself into a fool. How could I have a brainless grandson like you? Jorge didn't want to repeat himself. Now that things have come to this, you don't need to say more. In my heart, Gwendolyn is innocent, and I will not allow anyone to harm her. If you want to sever ties with me or expel me from the Mohammed family, I accept. I won't separate from her anymore. You. Do you think I can't punish you? Using these words to threaten me? For her, you're willing to abandon the Mohammed family? Excellent. Having a wicked grandson like you is pointless. You can go to hell with them. With that, the old man yelled at the security guards behind him. Come here. Throw them all down. Nobody moved. It was obvious the old man was speaking out of anger. This was the president of the Mohammed Corporation. Seeing their lack of action, the old man's anger skyrocketed. He gritted his teeth and struggled to stand from his wheelchair, waving his cane at the guards. Can't you understand simple orders? Do you not want to work here anymore? If you don't, get out. I'll call and replace you all immediately. No one wanted to lose their valuable job with the Mohammed family. Clearly, the old man wasn't serious about harming President Mohammed, just trying to scare them. So they rushed over. Jorge kept his initial stance, holding Ollie in one arm and Gwendolyn in the other, motionless. Several guards worked together, prying Ollie from his hands and restraining both him and Gwendolyn. Jorge did not resist, merely staring impassively at the old man. Do you really want to do this? Chuck, if you do, our relationship truly comes to an end. Even at this point, he still refused to yield, defying him. Johnny pounded the ground with his cane several times and roared with all his might. What are you waiting for? Throw the bastard first. Immediately, throw the bastard down. The guard holding Ollie turned towards the edge of the rooftop. So quickly, Ollie felt the wind rush past her as she wailed in fear. Ah. Daddy. Aminami. Ollie is scared. Help me, Daddy. No. Help me, Daddy. Jorge clenched his jaw and fists tightly, barely holding back. Chuck. Seeing Jorge's restrained expression, the old man became even angrier, thinking he still dared to challenge him for the sake of the illegitimate child. Trying to show stubbornness? Jorge, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Come on then. Even if I die today, I won't let this woman succeed. Throw her now. The guards were stunned. Really throw her? This is a human life, shouldn't this just be a scare tactic? Sir. Just throw her. The consequences aren't your responsibility. Hurry up. Despite these words, the guard hesitated even as he dangled Ollie in the air. Ollie clung to his neck with all her strength, kicking her legs wildly, her survival instinct heightened. Unintentionally, her leg hooked the wristwatch strap of the guard. With a cry, a delicate wound appeared on her tender calf. Ollie cried louder. It hurts, put me down. My leg is bleeding. Aminami, save me. Before Jorge arrived, Gwendolyn wasn't sure if the old man truly intended to kill them. Now, she understood this was a psychological struggle between the old man and Jorge, not an intention to end their lives. She should have remained calm until the situation turned around, but hearing Ollie mention the bleeding. Ollie's leg is bleeding? We must get her to the hospital immediately. Jorge, her platelets are low again, the wound won't stop bleeding. That got the guards' attention. They immediately backed away and placed Ollie on the ground. I can't do this, sir. Damians, pull back. On command, the guards all retreated to the side. Jorge and Gwendolyn hurried to Ollie. He scooped her into his arms while Gwendolyn examined her leg, seeing a red patch on her calf. Luckily, Jorge wore a neatly pressed suit with a tie. Gwendolyn quickly unfastened his tie and tightly bound it around Ollie's wound. Hurry, we need to go. Seeing the guards' non-cooperation, the old man tried to block them with his frail body but was easily avoided by Jorge. Chuck, can you please stop causing trouble? We'll talk after I take care of this. You cannot indulge him anymore. Escort him back immediately. Giving instructions to the guards, Jorge carried Ollie down the stairs hurriedly. Renata watched the quick escalation and de-escalation of events, witnessing Jorge's protectiveness over Gwendolyn. She finally accepted her loss. The cold wind from the rooftop chilled her heart. Mr. Mohammed, does this mean there's nothing else for me to do here? I'll take my leave then. Mr. Mohammed? Even Renata seemed to have given up hope, losing confidence in Jorge. Calling him Mr. Mohammed? With a puff, the old man clutched his chest and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Sir. Sir. Chapter 300, The heart that had been in Brantlimbo finally dies. In a frantic rush, Jorge and Gwendolyn brought Ollie to the emergency department of Mohammed Hospital. Gwendolyn briefly explained the situation to the doctors. The child had a rare blood type and a clotting disorder, requiring immediate blood transfusion. The doctor checked Ollie's name in the system and immediately recalled the case. Wasn't this the child who had previously received blood from CEO Mohammed and experienced a hemolytic reaction? What a coincidence. Last time the hospital was already short on Rh-null blood, and now the supply is insufficient again due to a traffic accident patient using over 2,000 milliliters of it early that morning. Jorge flew into a rage. How do you do your job? Every time we come here, you say you're short on blood. Do you even want to keep working? The doctor explained, this blood type is very rare, the stock has always been low. With so many accident patients daily, we really don't want this either. Cut the crap. Use mine. I have the same blood type, hurry up. The doctor stood there speechless. Gwendolyn also remembered. Last time when Jorge gave blood to Ollie, it caused a hemolytic reaction. Although she never figured out why, using Jorge's blood was clearly not an option. No, you can't use his. You must stop the bleeding first and arrange for a blood match immediately, you cannot use his. Why? Jorge grabbed Gwendolyn's hand, about to ask her why they couldn't use his blood when Renata rushed over anxiously. Ainsworth. I finally found you. Chuck isn't doing well, he fainted and vomited a lot of blood. What? When did this happen? Just now on the rooftop, he collapsed as soon as you left. Doctors are trying to revive him but need a family member to sign the consent form. You should go over there quickly. Hearing about her grandfather's severe condition, Gwendolyn hurriedly asked Jorge to leave. Go quickly, Ollie is safe with me. Taking care of your grandfather is more important. Jorge couldn't let go of either Ollie or Gwendolyn, yet he couldn't ignore his grandfather either. He squeezed Gwendolyn's hand tightly. Call me at any moment if anything happens. I'll come as soon as possible. I know. Well, I'm off then. All right. Jorge glanced at the sleeping Ollie and kissed her forehead hastily. Let's go. Renata stared in shock. Rushing like the wind to the intensive care unit where his grandfather was being treated, Jorge asked the nurse about his condition and signed the necessary paperwork. He then called his Ricardos. Chuck is unwell and currently in ICU. Please come over quickly. Then, for the first time in his life, he looked at Renata with gratitude. Thank you for everything today. I won't forget your help. Wait here while I check on things. Once everything stabilizes, I'll come back. Ainsworth. Although still upset from his earlier defense of Gwendolyn, Renata was lost in his deep gaze the next moment. She hesitantly pulled at him. Jorge knew what she wanted to say. In that moment, he finally realized how much he owed Renata. He patted her shoulder sincerely. You are the only female friend I've ever had and a girl I deeply respect. I will cherish our friendship forever. Renata, I'm sorry, thank you. Jorge then strode back towards Ali's ward. Just as he was about to enter, he encountered the doctor coming out. CEO Mohammed. Seeing him, the doctor hesitated before speaking. What's wrong? Speak up. Jorge demanded, assuming something was amiss. Blood is being arranged urgently. For now, she's stable and there's no immediate danger, the doctor assured. Relieved, Jorge nodded. Good. I'll go in and see her. As he was about to enter, the doctor hesitated again. Mr. Mohammed, I'm unsure whether I should tell you this. Impatient, Jorge frowned. Speak up. After the transfusion you gave Quinlan Exian, Ali, she developed a severe hemolytic reaction. Your primary doctor might not have told you. Not being medically trained, Jorge didn't understand the implications. What's a hemolytic reaction? It's a strong rejection response where her body can't accept your blood. Jorge had no idea about this. The bold primary doctor hadn't informed him. Is that true? Yes. There are various reasons for hemolytic reactions. From your resemblance to Quinlan Exian, I'm guessing. Will you just spit it out? Seeing his impatience, the doctor took a deep breath and blurted it out. I'm guessing, could she be your biological daughter? Because medically, parents cannot donate blood to their children. What? Jorge's mind buzzed, doubting he heard right. Say it again. The doctor reiterated and explained further. Have you been intimate with the Viviana? If yes, there's a possibility she's your biological daughter. We can confirm with a DNA test. Otherwise, this child may have hidden conditions which would take a long time to diagnose. Jorge's heart raced wildly, transported back 4 years. Indeed, he had met Gwendolyn at a club in DL. How soon can the test results be ready? At least 1 day and 1 night. Results will be available by tomorrow. When his Ricardos arrived, Chuck had already been moved from the ER. Doctors warned them, given his history of strokes and unstable blood pressure and heart condition, he must avoid stress or agitation. The Ricardos asked Renata about the cause of Chuck's anger, then sent her home. You've worked hard enough for us. Let us handle the rest, go rest now. With Jorge firmly rejecting her advances and Chuck unable to intervene, Renata finally let go, leaving the ward without a backward glance. No sooner had she left than the two Ricardos began plotting. Jorge knows about our dealings and threatened to settle accounts after New Year. Neither of us can escape his wrath. It's better to seize the initiative. Father's old and frail, favoring him. As long as Jorge lives, we'll remain under his thumb. Yuri, what are you suggesting? He's suffered enough lying in a hospital bed. It might be better for him to pass away. Note, this chapter includes sensitive content regarding medical emergencies, family dynamics, and potential plot elements involving ethical and moral dilemmas. Chapter 301, Never Enough. Soon, the rare blood type was delivered. Ali was still unconscious as the doctors prepared to transfuse her. Mohammed C. Ainsworth stepped forward and gently lifted Ali into his arms. I'll hold her while she receives the transfusion. There's no need, Mr. Mohammed. She's unconscious now, let her lie down. Let me handle it. I want to hold her. Under his insistence, Ali nestled into his broad chest. He wasn't sure if it was because of the doctor's speculation that she might be his daughter or simply because he hadn't seen her in a long time, but Mohammed C. Ainsworth felt an unprecedented level of tenderness for Ali. He couldn't look at her enough, couldn't touch her enough. Even as he held her tightly, feeling their body heat and breath intertwine, it still felt insufficient. Gazing at Ali's beautiful sleeping face with her dark, thick lashes, delicate high nose, and cherry-red lips, Mohammed C. Ainsworth grew more fond and more heartbroken, unable to resist kissing her again. Gwendolyn watched from the side, her feelings indescribable. Mohammed C. Ainsworth's arm was still injured, and it would take some time for Ali to receive all the blood. Holding her like this would exhaust him. Moreover, the way he looked at Ali was truly. How is your grandfather? He's fine. Renata is taking care of him, so there's nothing to worry about. Mohammed C. Ainsworth stared at Ali for a while longer, then seemed to make up his mind and turned to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, I want to talk to you. He had never used such a serious and earnest tone before. Gwendolyn didn't know what he wanted to say, feeling inexplicably nervous. What is it? I want to be Ali's father. Whether or not she is my biological daughter, I want to treat her as if she were. I want to marry you, and together we can raise her. Do you agree? Gwendolyn's mind buzzed, thinking she must have misheard. What? You may think it's sudden, but I've thought about saying this for a long time. Mohammed C. Ainsworth had never shown such a pleading, anxious expression. He spoke like a boy making his first confession, hesitantly and somewhat awkwardly. I don't know what arrogance or stubbornness I was holding on to before. I wanted to tell you these words countless times but could never bring myself to do it, until today, when I received news about Ali and rushed to the rooftop. Only then did I suddenly find the courage. Gwendolyn, I deeply regret and fear. I can't imagine what would have happened if I'd arrived just a little later. I cannot bear the consequences of losing you both. I really don't want to lose you. I've liked you for a long time, but I don't even know when it started. Maybe it began the day I saw you again outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, or maybe on another day. But whatever the day, I can assure you that I have deeply fallen in love with you. I'm not frivolous, Gwendolyn. From childhood until now, apart from Renata and Ariel Adelina, you're the only other woman who has been close to me. However, I've never had romantic feelings for Renata. Perhaps the actions of my Viviana and grandfather made you doubt my relationship with Renata, but I swear our relationship is innocent. Gwendolyn listened, surprised and confused. That day they went out, she had clearly seen something on Renata's neck. Could it be that Renata had intentionally deceived her? But how to explain their frequent outings together? Seeing her frown in apparent disbelief, Mohammed C. Ainsworth stood up abruptly, cradling Ollie tightly. He felt so humble. To gain Gwendolyn's trust, he would do anything. If you don't believe me, we can confront Renata right now. If it weren't for the close relationship between our families, I wouldn't even have her as my only female friend. Gwendolyn. Don't get worked up, I didn't say I don't believe you. Be careful with Ollie. Mohammed C. Ainsworth looked down at the child and forced himself to calm down and sit back down. As for Ariel Adelina, he continued explaining, recalling that absurd past with a glint of ferocity in his eyes. 4 years ago, when I returned to China to take over the Mohammed Group's business, I offended certain people's interests and was set up at DL Group. That day, I was poisoned and lost control, ruining a girl's innocence in my state of confusion. It was my first time and hers too. I wanted to compensate her fully and took the relationship seriously. But recently, I haven't been in the mood to deal with her, and eventually, she will pay for her actions. Gwendolyn's thoughts were pulled back to 4 years ago. DL Club, losing control and ruining a girl's innocence. So your point is that Brenna was not Ariel Adelina? I don't want to mention her now. To me, it's a shameful memory. Instead of answering Gwendolyn, Mohammed C. Ainsworth asked another question. Now, I only have one question for you, Gwendolyn. I love you and want to be with you forever. I want to protect you and Ollie forever. Will you accept me? Mohammed C. Ainsworth was right. These words had been on his mind many times, and he knew them by heart, but to Gwendolyn, it felt very sudden. He wanted to be with her forever and protect her and Ollie. Gwendolyn had fantasized about this and even felt drawn to him before, but what did it bring her? A near fall into hell. Could she dare to dream again? Would she risk falling into hell once more? Without hesitation, absolutely yes. Just based on Chuck's attitude toward her on the rooftop an hour ago, Gwendolyn knew they could never be together. Mr. Mohammed, your willingness to consider Ollie as your own daughter and protect her touches me. But Ollie and I are accustomed to living alone. The gap between our statuses and backgrounds is too large. Your family background doesn't allow. What kind of family background do I have? Just a tool bound by morality for 30 years. No one cares about my feelings, always threatening me with severed ties. I'd rather not have such a background. Seeing Gwendolyn about to refuse, Mohammed C. Ainsworth couldn't help getting excited again. I'm being very serious, Gwendolyn. You only need to tell me if you're willing, the rest I'll handle. Since I've decided to be with you, I'll do everything I can to fulfill my promise. He spoke with great seriousness and determination. Gwendolyn believed that if he was sincere, even if he left the Mohammed family, his ability would ensure a good life for her and Ollie. But she couldn't be so selfish. Mohammed C. Ainsworth wasn't just Mohammed C. Ainsworth or Chuck's grandson, he was also the president of the Mohammed Group, responsible for thousands of employees' livelihoods. She had lived in the Mohammed family for a while and knew the characters of Second Bohan, Third Bohan, and Mohammed C. Ariel. Handing over the company to them would mean disaster for thousands of employees and their families. It's too sudden, I don't know how to answer you, and this place isn't suitable for discussion. Let's talk after you calm down. Saying this, Gwendolyn dared not look into Mohammed C. Ainsworth's eyes anymore and turned to walk towards the balcony when Ollie suddenly opened her eyes. Daddy, were you serious about what you just said? Chapter 302, Discussing Funeral Arrangements. The little girl woke up at some point, though neither knew how much of their conversation she overheard. Seeing her open her tear-filled eyes and look at him with a confused expression, Jorge's heart softened once again. He lifted her head gently and pressed his face against hers. Amy, I swear to you that every word I've said since I met you has been true. I'm sorry for what happened last time. Dad wasn't in Fabiansheng, and you suffered so much because of it. Recalling the incident when she was almost sold after being left at an orphanage, Amy felt a surge of grievance. During this period, she had wanted to call or message Jorge many times, asking why he treated her like that, but seeing her Viviana's haggard appearance, she knew her Viviana didn't want her to do that and held back. But today, upon seeing him again, Amy couldn't help but ask. If you care about me so much, why didn't you look for me after? Why didn't you contact me for such a long time? Jorge felt deeply distressed. Amy was right. For so long, he hadn't sought her out or checked on her, failing to uphold the promises he made earlier. I know no explanation can make up for the pain I've caused you, but I need you to understand, Amy. Dad never wanted to abandon you or dislike you. In my heart, you are the most beautiful and adorable angel in the world, and you and Amina are the people I always want to protect. Let's put past mistakes aside and focus on the future, okay? If Amina agrees to marry me, I will certainly make it up to both of you tenfold. Do you really want to marry my mom? Jorge didn't know how else to express his sincerity to her. If he could show her his heart, he would without hesitation. Amy, what should I do or say for you to believe me? Amy blinked her large eyes. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that things are complicated now. Bohungu also likes Amina and wants to marry her. Initially, I favored you, but after spending so much time with Bohungu, I found out he is a very good person as well. I can't bear to hurt him. Jorge was speechless. Amy continued, I can't manage adult affairs, but if you genuinely love Amina, then chase after her and compete fairly with Bohungu. Jorge understood that his arrogance and stubbornness had led to this complicated situation. Now, he was determined to rectify it. He didn't care about anything else now. As long as Gwendolyn and Dustin hadn't publicly announced their relationship or gotten married, he would do everything to win her back. All right. I will try hard to pursue Amina. I want to marry her as soon as possible. Amy glanced at Gwendolyn and noticed she was pretending not to hear by turning her back. Lowering her voice, she whispered into Jorge's ear. Don't worry. My mom and Bohungu have only a pure friendship. They haven't even held hands or embraced, let alone lived together. Bohungu is a very gentlemanly man. Ah. Unable to resist, Jorge kissed Amy on the face several more times. You're truly a little angel sent by God, Amy. With the full company of Jorge and Gwendolyn, Amy finally completed her blood transfusion and recovered her strength. After the doctor examined Amy and found her vital signs stable, they were cleared to leave the hospital. Just as Jorge was about to take them home, his Ricardo called. A.I. Ainsworth, where are you? Chuck isn't doing well. Come quickly. What? Chuck is not doing well? Jorge hurriedly prepared to run upstairs. Then he thought, you two come with me. Holding Amy in his arms, with Gwendolyn by his side, they rushed upstairs in a hurry. Just out of the elevator, they saw the anxious face of his Ricardo. A.I. Ainsworth. Just as Bohan was about to speak, he saw Gwendolyn beside Jorge and the child in his arms. You. Jorge decided that from the moment he confessed to Gwendolyn, she and Amy were part of his family, and he was unafraid of anyone seeing them. This is my personal matter, not yours. Where is Chuck now? Bohan stared at Gwendolyn and Amy for a second before hesitantly pointing Jorge to Chuck's room. Rushing inside, Jorge saw Chuck lying in bed, pale and unconscious, perhaps. Why aren't you calling the doctors? What's going on? The doctors have already been here, but... A.I. Ainsworth, we may have to accept the reality. So Chuck has already... Jorge couldn't believe what he was seeing. Though he knew from an early age that death was inevitable, and Chuck's health had been poor for a long time, this was too sudden for him to accept. It's impossible. How could this be? He was fine this morning. Call the doctors over immediately. His Ricardos exchanged looks, speechless for a moment, then ran to fetch the doctors. Soon, the doctor rushed in unsteadily. Mr. Mohammed. Why aren't you trying to save him? Are you standing there for nothing? Quickly get him into surgery. But Mr. Mohammed, he's already, You didn't try hard enough. Try again. If you don't bring him back today, all of you are fired. The doctor nearly fell over in fear, caught by the Ricardos. A.I. Ainsworth, stop losing control. The situation is what it is. Even if you kill the doctors, what difference does it make? We should discuss the next steps. Discuss the next steps. Jorge hadn't yet processed the shock of Chuck's passing, and now they wanted to discuss funeral arrangements. Despite holding a tender infant in his arms, nothing could mask the stormy fury within him. Discuss funeral arrangements? So eager to divide the inheritance? Have you two been waiting for this day for a long time? Though Chuck's death indeed resulted from their actions, having it pointed out by Jorge made them uncomfortable. Jorge, watch your attitude and place. With both your grandfather and Viviana gone, we are the leaders of the Mohammed family. What do you mean by saying we've been waiting for this day? We haven't even questioned you yet. What's going on with this woman? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? And wasn't her illegitimate daughter sold? Why are they here now? Weren't you with this unwed Viviana and child when Chuck was suffering? How filial of you. Knowing how much he despised them. I see, no wonder Chuck, who was fine a few days ago, suddenly ended up hospitalized with a hemorrhage. It must have been because of you, right? You, the one who killed Chuck with anger, want to throw mud at us? Bastard. Jorge's eyes turned red with rage as he coldly stared at his deceitful Ricardo for a while, then looked at the other Ricardo. So even before Chuck is fully gone, we're starting internal conflicts and accusations, leading to the grand drama of fighting over inheritance? Bohan, did you also want to say these things? Hashtag chapter 303, not his match. Jorge's words were too harsh, leaving third Bohan momentarily speechless. You. What do you mean by, you as well? Your grandfather's passing is already a fact. Shouldn't we be handling his funeral arrangements now? Is there something wrong with our thoughts? You've been spoiled by your grandfather all your life. It's like you don't know the law or anything. How dare you talk to me and second Bohan this way? Do you think we are worthless? Indeed, Jorge despised them. They lacked respect for their elders. Younger, they had been sheltered by their grandfather, living a carefree and luxurious life until 40. These past few years, they continued being protected, not managing the company's business, nor taking care of their families. In truth, it was they who had been indulged. Eating soft meals for too long, they actually thought they could still be tough. They had no idea of their true worth. But he didn't want to argue with them anymore. Dealing with second and third Bohans was pointless. The more one talked, the less meaningful it became. Moreover, as third Bohan said, their grandfather's death was certain. No matter how much he refused to believe it, it wouldn't change anything. However, the news of their grandfather's passing couldn't be announced. Why can't it be announced? Hearing that he was causing trouble again, second and third Bohans were nearly furious, their hair almost standing on end. Do you have some kind of illness, Jorge? The more you talk, the crazier you sound. If not for your grandfather working hard for most of his life, do you think anyone would recognize you today? He loved you the most from childhood to adulthood. And yet, when it comes to his funeral, you insist on doing it in secret. Do you really think we're dead and you're the Akil of the Mohammed family? It was understandable why Jorge didn't bother to respond to them. They only used their brains when flattering women or scheming to get money from the family. Otherwise, their brains were useless. The company had several large projects this year that required substantial financing. Everyone knew that once news spread that a prominent figure from a wealthy family had passed away, even if there were no internal conflicts, rumors would run rampant outside. Imagine if second and third Bohans really had those intentions. Releasing news about Chuck's passing at this time would not only prevent them from raising funds but also cause stock market fluctuations. Another point, it had only been 3 months since the announcement of Velma's death, and now immediately announcing Chuck's. Second and third Bohan's expressions turned awkward upon hearing his explanation. They had been so focused on quickly gaining power and wealth that they overlooked these details. Yet, after saying all that, they needed a specific date. Even if they had to wait, they needed a time frame. So when do you think it's appropriate to announce it? Can't let your grandfather's remains grow cold while his old relatives and neighbors remain unaware, right? Ordinarily, Jorge shouldn't say such disrespectful things, but these people were the closest to the elder. They knew best just how extensive his social circle had been. Old relatives and neighbors hadn't kept in touch for years. If they didn't care while he was alive, did it make sense to suddenly care now? The exact time will depend on the situation. I can't just pick a random date. Second and third Bohans, the company isn't mine alone, and you can participate in the projects. If you really want to announce Chuck's passing immediately, then hurry up and finalize the projects. Hearing this, second Bohan wasn't pleased. What do you mean by want to announce? Jorge, why are you speaking sarcastically today? It's like you're saying we're happy your grandfather has passed. We're merely discussing facts. Which descendant doesn't want a grand funeral for an elder, especially someone of your grandfather's status? If word gets out that your grandfather died early and we quietly buried him without a fuss, people will laugh at us. Jorge paused for a moment. Didn't realize second Bohan cared so much about public opinion. Afraid of laughter, huh? Then why didn't you and my other Misties hide yourselves when you were living luxuriously? You. When Chuck passed, you wanted a grand funeral for him. But when he was alive and unwell, I never saw you offer him a cup of water. Finally, Jorge concluded. In short, I'm in charge here. Keep the news under wraps and handle everything discreetly. Not even Joyce or third Caitlin should know. If anyone else finds out beyond this room, I'll hold you two responsible. Second Bohan felt like dying of anger. If Jorge criticized him for his actions, fine, he'd take the hit and move on. But to keep the two Misties in the dark? On what basis? On what grounds are you in charge? Why can't even Joyce and third Caitlin know? Jorge, aren't you getting too full of yourself? Those two unknown illegitimate kids can be here, but we can't. Don't be ridiculous. Jorge's gaze turned colder, staring directly at him. Please watch your language. I hope I never hear unknown, illegitimate from your mouth again. As for the reasons, I've explained before. If Joyce and third Caitlin were more reliable, I wouldn't need you to hide this from them. You should know better than me what your wives are like. I'm considering everyone's best interests. If you don't listen, do whatever you want. The group isn't mine alone, and neither are the losses. Second and third Bohans weren't a match for him, especially since Jorge made practical and reasonable points. They had nothing to say in response. Since you're so capable, handle it yourself. We won't meddle. But remember, Jorge, if the group suffers because of you, HMPF. They stormed off. Gwendolyn hurriedly took over Elida from Jorge. Seeing his weary expression, she was worried about his state of mind. Shall we leave first, so you can be alone with Chuck? No, Jorge held her shoulder. Gwendolyn, do you think I'm being heartless and overly pragmatic? Gwendolyn understood he was referring to the decision not to announce Chuck's passing. She didn't think so. On the contrary, she admired his rationality. A grand funeral and wide publicity might win praise for filial piety in ordinary eyes, but he could see the potential crises hidden behind the scenes, putting the survival of thousands of employees first. That was truly remarkable. No, you have your reasons. Chuck was calm and sensible. I believe he would understand and be proud of your decision. It was comforting to be understood. Jorge squeezed Gwendolyn's shoulder, sitting tiredly in front of Tracy, holding his cold hand against his cheek. Recalling how Chuck had loved him all his life, only to die from frustration caused by his own words, silent tears slid down his face. I only have you and Elida left now. Gwendolyn, please don't leave me. Chapter 304 Hard-Headed Knot. The three of them spent the entire night in Tracy's ward. After Ollie fell asleep, she was placed on the adjacent care bed. Gwendolyn and Jorge sat side by side next to Tracy, staring at his remains in a daze all night. Early the next morning, Robert called to ask Jorge about work matters. Only then did he seem to have pressed the restart button, switching back to a calm and composed expression. I won't be going to the company today, everything will be postponed. He then made a call to a familiar superior leader. Upon hearing about the death of Tracy, the leader was shocked and regretful. Following Jorge's instructions, he immediately dispatched a dedicated funeral car. The elderly man wasn't buried immediately but was secretly taken to a certain funeral home. After arranging for his grandfather, Jorge left the funeral home with Ollie back in his arms. Ollie, are you scared? Ollie hugged his neck and shook her head calmly. Not at all. Why? Do you know what happened? I do, but I can't say. Dad said we shouldn't tell anyone. How did that smart and lovable little girl come from Gwendolyn? Jorge loved her more with every word she spoke. You're really good, Ollie. Did you sleep well last night? You haven't had breakfast yet, are you hungry? Would you like Dad to take you out for some delicious food? Sure. Which kid doesn't want delicious food? Ollie immediately bounced excitedly in his arms. I haven't had breakfast with Dad for so long, I've wanted to eat with you. It was Dad's fault before. From now on, we'll have meals together every day. What would you like to eat? Ollie listed a bunch of things that Gwendolyn usually didn't allow her to eat. Jorge knew these foods were unhealthy but decided to indulge her since it was a special reunion moment. He took her to KFC. Ollie happily indulged herself. Jorge watched her lovingly for a while, then handed her over to Gwendolyn. Have your meal first, I'll be right back. Don't leave until I return. With that, he sprinted off. Ollie watched him through the glass, giggling mysteriously. He must be preparing a surprise for you. Do you think he bought flowers or a diamond ring? Is Dad going to propose to you? Will you accept his proposal, Amina? Gwendolyn was speechless. You haven't seen each other for months, and as soon as you meet, you keep calling Dad. How could you not feel embarrassed? Ollie looked perfectly reasonable. There's nothing embarrassing about it. I've called him Dad before. Why don't you ever call Bohangu Dad when he asks you to? Ollie couldn't quite explain it herself. Maybe it was because she had met Jorge earlier, which set a precedent. It felt awkward to change and call someone else Dad. I like calling him, and I like him. Although I like Bohangu too, I like him more. But Amina, you shouldn't agree to his proposal immediately. Let him pursue you properly. I can feel that Dad really loves you. If you marry him, we will be very happy. Gwendolyn shoved a French fry into her mouth. Watch fewer random cartoons, and stop talking during meals. Indeed, Ollie had been watching too many cartoons, making her think too much. Jorge didn't buy flowers or a diamond ring but instead drove recklessly to Dustin's door. When the bell rang, the maid opened the door, surprised to see a tall young man. Who are you? Who are you looking for? I'm here for Dustin. Tell him my name is Jorge. The maid, experienced in high society, recognized Jorge's name immediately. She didn't dare delay and promptly reported to Dustin. Soon, Dustin appeared at the door, his face slightly pale, holding onto the door frame. What brings you here so early, Mr. Mohammed? You honor my humble home. Yes, I have urgent matters. Jorge had prepared himself, turning on his phone screen and showing him a photo. I have some good news. Ollie and I did a DNA test, confirming she's my biological daughter. Dustin had imagined countless reasons why Jorge might visit him, but this was beyond expectation. Ollie is his biological daughter? Gwendolyn had said no. How could it be? Seeing the shock and disbelief in Dustin's eyes, Jorge explained. It was a misunderstanding, one even Gwendolyn and I couldn't clarify. It's natural for you not to believe me. Now, the misunderstanding is cleared up, I am indeed Ollie's biological father. He pocketed his phone. Shaw, I came to thank you. Thank you for taking care of Gwendolyn and Ollie after you met them. Thank you for treating them with respect all along. Dustin was speechless. No wonder Jorge had an unusual look in his eyes whenever he saw Ollie, and Ollie reacted differently to him, with similar facial features. Suddenly finding Ollie's biological father, especially one who was younger and more capable than himself, made Dustin feel complex. Should he stop Gwendolyn from being with Jorge? It felt like stopping their path to happiness. But if he didn't? It's not that simple, right? You just came to inform me and thank me? Feeling incredibly bitter, Dustin couldn't genuinely wish Jorge well. Thankfully, Jorge understood him. Anyone who had been sincerely involved with a woman for so long wouldn't find it easy to let go. Of course, I'm not just here to thank you verbally. I'll transfer the airport project to you. Shaw, I hope we can be friends. I'm going to bring Gwendolyn and Ollie back and get married to Gwendolyn. I need your sincerest blessing. Having rushed all this way, Jorge returned to KFC, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing he had been gone for so long and came back empty-handed, Gwendolyn remained calm, but Ollie seemed disappointed. Dad, where did you go? Why did you take so long? Just had a chat with an old friend. Are you full, Ollie? If not, I can order you another meal. I'm full. I'm not a pig. Ollie pouted, a bit upset, silently blaming his dense brain. As they talked, Gwendolyn's phone rang. It was a call from Dustin. Not having returned home last night or sent any message, he must have been worried. Gwendolyn was about to step aside to answer when Jorge grabbed her arm. Is it Dustin? It's fine, just answer here. Chapter 305, Giving Her Daughter a Guarantee. Gwendolyn, thinking that she had nothing to hide from Dustin and that he could listen if he wanted, answered the call while seated. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call connected, Dustin told her, Jorge just came to see me. I know about your situation. I want to know if it's all his side of the story. Are you and Ollie really willing to recognize him? That's why I'm calling to ask. Don't feel pressured, Gwendolyn. Tell me the truth. If he truly is Ollie's biological father, whether it's for yourself or for Ollie's sake, if you choose to be with him, I have nothing to say, and I will sincerely wish you well. Gwendolyn was stunned by these words. So, Jorge went to find him. And he told Dustin that he was Ollie's biological father? This. It seemed Jorge could guess what Dustin was saying on the other end and showed Gwendolyn the photos on his phone. These are the DNA test results between Ollie and me. Even though they're not complete yet, these are enough to confirm it. Gwendolyn, Brenna who brought me the medicine at the DL Club 4 years ago was actually you. Given the hemolytic reaction before, and yesterday in the hospital when Jorge confessed mentioning Kenzie, coupled with Kenzie's sudden betrayal, Gwendolyn had already vaguely guessed the truth from 4 years ago. But last night at the hospital, she was attending to the recently deceased elder, and this morning. She hadn't had time to recall everything carefully, and Jorge already produced the test report. When did this happen? When did you do the test? Yesterday. No matter what, the truth is out now. Because of some complicated people, we missed out on so many years, made you and Ollie suffer so much, I don't want to waste any more time. Gwendolyn, let's get married. Give Ollie a complete family, give me a chance to make up for it. Gwendolyn. On the other end of the phone, Dustin listened clearly to Jorge's declaration and smiled complexly. Because of you and Ollie, Chairman Mohammed gave me the airport project for free, so you don't need to make a decision for my sake. Ollie has longed for a father for a long time. No matter what decision you make, I can understand. I've said my piece, carry on with your conversation, I'll hang up now. Even after hanging up, Gwendolyn remained dazed. She suddenly found Ollie's biological father, Thornton Ollie had been longing for so long, the formidable president of Mohammed Corporation. How surreal. He was only gone for a meal, and he convinced Dustin so thoroughly. Too sudden. I need to think about it. It's too sudden, let me think about it properly. Though they had once gotten a marriage certificate and lived together for a while, Gwendolyn always thought it was fake, like playing house. Suddenly being asked to marry again so formally, she would become a real wife with a husband, her heart raced. But Jorge didn't give her time to process. He pulled her hand. After knowing each other for so long, what's sudden about it? Get the certificate first, there will be plenty of time later for you to think. Gwendolyn. With Grandpa passing suddenly and Ricardo's 2 and 3 having ulterior motives, the future of the company could be unpredictable. I'm afraid if we don't get married now, busyness might delay it further. Moreover, getting married sooner would also secure Ollie's future. Brantley to me on this. Jorge spoke as if making a business deal, listing reasons earnestly. I don't have Kian or Carlo's rich dating experiences, I can't use romance or sweet talk to please you. But I will definitely prove my sincerity through actions. I've got our household registers from Dustin. Watch me, Gwendolyn. Before Gwendolyn could make up her mind, Ollie, their enthusiastic supporter, got excited. What? You're going to get married? You're really going to be my dad? Ah. I'm so excited. I've never seen anyone get married. I want to go with you. When? Now? I'm full, let's go quickly. So under Ollie and Jorge's urging, Gwendolyn, in a daze, got into the car and followed them to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jorge held her close the whole time, asking others where to take photos and where to handle procedures. Soon, they sat before the processing window. Submitting their IDs and household registers, the staff was amazed. Though she had worked in this field for years and dealt with countless couples, it was the first time she encountered such a well-matched pair. Such an attractive couple was always welcome, the staff giggled. Now we start the procedure. Please answer my questions truthfully. Is the groom named Jorge? It's me. Do you come voluntarily to get married? Yes. Do you have no direct blood relation with the bride? No. Good. Here's a form. Follow the instructions to fill it out, sign it, and stamp it. Then she looked at Gwendolyn. Is the bride named Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn. Bride? Who would have thought one day someone would call her a bride? It felt strange, awkward. This registration was completely different from the first time. The staff, seeing her silence, was surprised. The groom was handsome, young, tall, and straightforward. How could the bride hesitate? Could she not fancy such a gorgeous guy? So the bride comes here voluntarily, right? Seeing Gwendolyn still stunned, hesitating, Jorge signed the form and stamped it without looking. I've signed it, no turning back. You belong to me now. Gwendolyn, answer the question. Gwendolyn again. The staff was equally shocked. Ignoring pre-marriage property questions, this hunk signed directly. So love-struck. Never seen a guy so in love, even super handsome ones. Lady, one more time, are you here voluntarily? If not, or undecided, please. Jorge held Gwendolyn's hand. Who'd think that cold and stern Chairman Mohammed would someday look pitifully anxious? He shook her hand, pleading with his eyes, like a little dog about to be abandoned by Gwendolyn. Faced with his imploring eyes and glancing at her daughter eagerly waiting behind, Gwendolyn finally made up her mind. Yes, I am here voluntarily. Chapter 306, Come into my arms. They pressed their hands together on the stamp, and 2 bright red booklets were handed to them. Congratulations, you are now officially a legally married couple. Next, please enjoy your happy married life. Wishing you both longevity and early blessings of children. This is a small gift from our Civil Affairs Bureau. They had not prepared any wedding candies for the staff, but instead received a red lucky bag from them. Jorge's heart had never felt as stable, secure, and full as it did today. Alida was very understanding. She only asked for her marriage certificate after they exited the hall. Let me see. Let me see. So this is how people get married. Quickly, let me see what a marriage certificate looks like. Wow, Mommy and Daddy look so good in these photos, you two really match. Too bad I can't be in it too. Jorge picked her up with one hand and handed the lucky bag to her. Don't be upset, Alida. It's just taking photos. One day, Daddy will hire a photographer, and we'll take as many photos as you want. Come, have some wedding candy. You're probably the first kid in the world to eat your own parents' wedding candy. Alida found this first-time experience particularly interesting and glorious, quickly pulling open the lucky bag. She reached inside and grabbed a handful of candies, along with a small square package in her palm. The little bag had no pictures or product description, only 3 simple English letters, sex. Puzzled, Alida asked, there's such candy? So flat, I've never seen anything like it. Daddy, can you open the bag? I'll put these back and eat this one first. As she was about to open the small bag, Jorge hurriedly snatched it from her hand. You can't open it, you can't eat this. Suddenly having it taken away, Alida froze for a moment, looking at him and then at Gwendolyn. Why can't I open it? What is it? Why can't I eat it? It feels soft, isn't it candy? This is. Gwendolyn hadn't expected the Civil Affairs Bureau to give out contraceptive supplies and blushed awkwardly. Afraid that Jorge might say something improper, she hastily answered Alida. This is desiccant. Have you forgotten? We used to find such small packages in our cookie bags to keep food fresh. Alida wasn't easily convinced, blinking her big, dark eyes. But the desiccant used to be in white paper bags with round granules inside. You even showed me once, Mommy, don't you remember? Today's feels different. Gwendolyn hesitated. It's because today's candy is wedding candy, and its desiccant is different. Hearing this, Alida became even more curious. Really? There are so many types of desiccants. I promise not to eat it, Mommy, can I just see it? Not only did Gwendolyn not let her see it, but she also pulled everything out of the lucky bag and stuffed it into Jorge's pocket. I'm hungry. Breakfast wasn't enough, let's buy something else to eat. Hearing about buying food, Alida finally forgot about it. Glancing at Gwendolyn's flushed face, thinking about her flustered expression earlier, Jorge couldn't help but smile. Back in the car, Jorge drove while Gwendolyn and Alida sat in the back seat. The two chatted excitedly about what to eat next, discussing what tasted good, what was healthy, and what wasn't. Looking at the fiery red marriage certificate on the armrest, Jorge felt a sense of happiness so overwhelming that he wanted to float away. A scene he had longed for in his dreams had actually come true. Stopping by a convenience store, Gwendolyn planned to grab a couple of snacks to satisfy Alida, but Jorge followed her down. In the short time it took Gwendolyn to pick out 2 snacks, he placed a pile of items on the checkout counter. Fruit baskets, milk, health supplements, everything you could think of. I was just faking it to divert her attention from that thing. Why did you take it seriously? Buying so much for what? Jorge naturally held her hand. First day after getting the certificate, we should visit your parents, right? These are for Taj. Gwendolyn was surprised again. He still remembered visiting her family? Her grandfather had just passed away, he must be in a bad mood. Maybe it wasn't the time for such formalities. No, Jorge insisted. We need to follow the proper etiquette, not letting you lose face. What do your brother and sister-in-law like? We should buy something for them too. Loading the trunk as if stocking up goods, he stopped only when it was full. Given his intention and the fact that these weren't expensive items, Gwendolyn didn't stop him since they had truly gotten married. After buying the gifts and returning to the car, upon hearing they were going to her Ricardo's house, Elida was thrilled. Great, I was hoping you'd take me there. Bohan's wife always called me a bastard and a burden before, always beating me. Now that I have parents, let's see what she says. Dad, can you show Caitlin the marriage certificate later? Even a child knew the previous one was fake. Otherwise, why wouldn't she have said this when Jorge accompanied them last time? Seeing her daughter's confident and proud demeanor, Jorge felt both sympathy and guilt. Of course, you're daddy's precious gem, you can do anything. Yeah. Having a dad is great. Long live mommy and daddy. Elida happily hugged his neck. Right, everyone posts photos with their marriage certificates on social media after getting married. Dad, why didn't you post? Did you already post and I didn't know? Can I see your social media? Actually, Jorge had considered posting on social media when they got the certificate, but knowing his grandfather had just passed away, he couldn't. Without saying a word, Gwendolyn understood, gently pressing Elida back. Not everyone likes doing shallow things. You shouldn't impose your wishes on others. Elida, don't make arbitrary demands on Daddy. Feeling scolded, Elida looked a bit sad. I didn't mean to insist on Dad showing off. I just thought it would be nice to commemorate this beautiful day with photos. I was helping speak up because I thought you both might be shy. Glancing at Elida in the rearview mirror, Jorge saw her pouting lips and the downturned corners of her pretty face due to disappointment, breaking his heart. Elida is right, we should take a photo to remember this beautiful day. Come, both of you come into my arms. Note, this translation aims to preserve the original tone, style, and narrative structure, ensuring that the English version flows naturally and retains the emotional depth of the original Chinese text. ####Chapter 307, Grievances. I thought Damien was at work, but when I went home, both he and Ileana were there. It had been a while since I last saw Gwendolyn, the last time was right after the incident. Damien had been very worried about her situation, but I didn't expect that after some time apart, she would reappear alongside Jorge. Damien hurriedly welcomed them in, offering tea and water. Gwendolyn immediately noticed that Damien's leg condition was worse than before. He used to just limp slightly, but now it seemed like he was almost dragging his leg as if it had suffered a serious injury. Damien, stop fussing. We're not thirsty. Sit down and rest. What happened to your leg? Eliana had gone to the kitchen to wash fruit but came out holding the tray with a sorrowful expression upon hearing this. As much as I shouldn't say this because you haven't been back in a long time, we're family, and we shouldn't hide things from each other. Damien's face turned grim as he glared at Eliana. You know some things shouldn't be said, so don't. Eliana wasn't intimidated by him and raised her voice even louder. What do you mean, shouldn't be said? I told you many times that she has Jorge taking care of her, so there's no need for you to worry unnecessarily. You have bad health, yet you insisted on working 2 jobs to save money for her. How much did you actually save? Does she really need your small savings? Not only did you fail to earn any money, but now your leg is worse off. And little Adolf is still so young. How are we supposed to live like this? Gwendolyn was startled. Damien worked 2 jobs for her sake. His current condition was due to overworking? Damien, what really happened? Don't listen to her nonsense. I just had a minor accident while riding my bike a few days ago. Didn't get enough rest and went to work right away, causing some swelling. It'll be fine after resting today. Your sister-in-law can nag until the cows come home. Eliana was furious. Fulton, can you please speak honestly? Even though I don't work outside, I've been faithfully washing clothes, cooking, and massaging your legs every day. I told you repeatedly not to overwork yourself, but you wouldn't listen. Now you say I can't stand seeing you rest. Are we enemies or spouses? Alright. Since she rarely comes back, could you not talk so much? Eliana glanced at Gwendolyn and held back the rest of her words. Fine, I won't say more. I'll go prepare dinner. You all chat. Damien sat down, supporting his leg. Even though he was seated, his leg kept trembling uncontrollably. Gwendolyn felt something was seriously wrong and couldn't help but worry. I'm fine now. There's no need for you to overexert yourself. Just take care of your family. Also, don't ignore your leg. After dinner, I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. Damien tried hard to stop his leg from shaking and forced a smile. Really, it's nothing. Don't listen to her. Jorge noticed Damien's efforts and felt heartache for his honesty and loyalty. He took out his phone and called the hospital director. Director, based on your description, it seems there might be a problem with the nerves or bones. A major surgery might be necessary. You should come in for a thorough checkup as soon as possible. Can surgery fully resolve the issue without affecting future mobility? It depends on his specific condition. However, our hospital recently introduced 3D printing technology, which can provide excellent results. Last time, we had a patient with severe leg injuries who was expected to need an amputation. But they recovered completely with no lingering effects. That's good. I'll arrange for him to come in as soon as possible. After hanging up, Jorge told Damien. The hospital is mine, so there's no need for you to pay for medical expenses. Resign from your job and focus on recovering your leg first. What? Jorge owns a hospital? Damien was shocked, realizing how unnecessary his worries about Gwendolyn were, yet he also felt fortunate that she found such a good person. There's really nothing major. Besides, hospitals aren't yours alone. If I get free treatment, won't it affect your finances? Also, what if it doesn't work and gets worse? How could it get any worse than this? If you keep going like this, you might not even be able to walk eventually. When you're paralyzed, what will Jorge and Adolf do? Eliana, overhearing the conversation, ran out of the kitchen again, sitting in front of Gwendolyn and Jorge with tears in her eyes. She, let me tell you the truth. I'm pregnant again. Originally, with our improving situation, I wanted to have a smart and cute daughter like Ollie. But Damien asked for a leave today not to recover his leg, but to force me to abort the baby. I know our conditions aren't great, and having another child would add more hardship, but this is our own flesh and blood. Gwendolyn knew Eliana had longed for a daughter. She used to complain about Adolf being too lonely and lacking a helper as he grew up. Now that she was finally pregnant, asking her to abort was indeed tough. Gwendolyn never advocated abortion lightly. Having lost her parents early, she valued the connection with children deeply, which is why she chose to give birth to Ollie. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Damien, that's wrong of you. Why abort your own child? You're really a gossip. The more I tell you not to, the more you blab. Damien cast a reproachful glance at Eliana and explained to Gwendolyn somewhat awkwardly. Eliana is right. I'm not capable, and a child born into our family would suffer. What's wrong with your family? Once a child arrives, it's a matter of fate. Keep the baby. Jorge chimed in. If things get tough, Gwendolyn and I can help raise the child. Eliana seemed to have been waiting for those words. As soon as Jorge spoke, she burst into tears. I knew she wouldn't abandon us. Having a sister is such a blessing. See? I told you. When Adolf grows up, siblings can support each other. Damien remained embarrassed. Enough already. Jorge has a big family to take care of and a large company to manage. How can he help raise your child? Eliana replied, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to She. Damien is still in decent health, barely managing to support the family by delivering packages. But I worry that as he gets older and his legs worsen. I want to discuss something with you. There's a delivery station outside our neighborhood for sale. I'd like to take it over. Translation note *. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved to match the original text as closely as possible. Chapter 308, Never Part, Even in Death. Jorge and Gwendolyn both thought their sister-in-law's idea was pretty good. Indeed, one should never lose the drive to improve oneself. Taking over the delivery station would still be within their brother's professional field. It would be easy and provide extra income, why not? This is a good thing. Big Damien, what do you think? How could it be good? The brother sounded much more pessimistic than his wife. The transfer fee is 200,000 yuan. Who knows how long it would take to earn back the initial capital? You'll drive yourself crazy. Spending your whole life being stingy, it's hard to accomplish anything big like this. Seeing another argument about to break out between her husband and herself, Jorge took over the conversation. The 200,000 yuan transfer fee for the delivery station sounds like a fairly large-scale operation. Eliana, may I ask why they want to sell it off? Noticing Jorge's interest, the sister-in-law immediately launched into an elaborate story. The owner of the delivery station is a middle-aged man from elsewhere. He's supposedly a son-in-law who moved in, suffering indignities for half his life. In recent years, after making money through the delivery station, he kept a young and beautiful mistress outside. Initially, it was just for fun, but then the mistress got pregnant and wanted to marry him, leading to a scene with his wife. His wife, who had been strong-willed for most of her life, wouldn't tolerate such humiliation. Outraged, she demanded a divorce. With all the commotion, how could there be any heart left for managing the delivery station? So, recently, they've been trying to sell it. Their business has always been excellent, everyone used to envy this business before the incident. But as you know, those living around here are timid and inexperienced poor people. Watching others do it seems fine, but if asked to do it themselves, they shrink away. Otherwise, they would have sold it long ago, we wouldn't be waiting now. If we take it over, the two of us can work together. Not only would we no longer face the hardships of weather, but we can also take care of the children. Even if I give birth to the second child, I could manage it on my own. Eliana makes sense. Let's settle this. Later, I'll go check it out with you. If it's suitable, I'll cover the cost. Jorge was willing to help them take over the delivery station. To do it right away? The brother blushed. No, how could I let you pay? You can come to help check it out, and if you think this project is good, we have some savings and we'll take it over ourselves. You still plan to have a second child and raise Taj. It's better to have some savings. This amount isn't much for me, so let me help. Jorge spoke gently to his brother. Gwendolyn only has you as her brother, you're the closest family she has in the world, and hence the closest to me. What's the point of earning money if you don't spend it on your closest relatives? These words made the brother's eyes well up. She. Gwendolyn felt very embarrassed. She had already spent so much of Jorge's money before. Now that they had just gotten married, she was asking him to solve her brother's problems again. But polite refusals felt out of place. After all, they were officially married now. Let Ainsworth do this if he has the intention. Once you're settled, we'll be at ease. The brother couldn't hold back anymore. He turned his face away, wiping away tears. A grown man shedding tears was quite touching, and the atmosphere became emotional. Jorge reached out and gently squeezed his brother's shoulder. Don't be like this. You've taken care of my wife and daughter for so long, and it's only natural. Honestly, I feel I haven't spent enough on them yet. The sister-in-law felt that Jorge's attitude this time was different from before. He cared so much for Gwendolyn and truly treated Ollie as his own daughter. Ollie is lucky to have a father like you who treats her as if she's your biological daughter. I shouldn't say this, but who am I other than your sister-in-law? You've been married for so long, you should hurry up and give Ainsworth a child. Hearing this, Jorge smiled, pulling Gwendolyn's hand and holding it tightly. To me, Ollie is my biological daughter, Eliana. Because of some reasons, I couldn't recognize her and take care of her earlier. I will do everything to make it up to them from now on. The sister-in-law's eyes widened in shock. Ollie is your biological daughter? Are you sure? Previously, didn't she? To sum up, she is my biological daughter. Please don't say she has no father from now on. Alright, let's stop talking about this and go eat and look at the delivery station. After eating and spending the afternoon at the sister-in-law's home settling the delivery station matters, dinner time came again. The brother and sister-in-law were very grateful and invited them to stay for dinner, but Jorge insisted on leaving. The three returned to the car. Smart Ollie said, Aminami, I promised Dom that I'd come back early to play with him. We can't break our promise, so I'll stay at Dom's house tonight. Indeed, Gwendolyn hadn't properly said goodbye to Dom and Dustin. It wouldn't be right. So, Jorge drove to Dustin's house again. Seeing Jorge and Gwendolyn, holding Ollie's hands on either side, Dustin had accepted this reality. He allowed Ollie to play with Dom, watching the couple calmly. You got married? Congratulations. Gwendolyn, Achin. You don't need to say sorry. I've already mentioned that President Mohammed gave me the international airport project without charge and even a piece of land. That's all thanks to you, so I should thank you. Gwendolyn. Dustin motioned to close the door. Let Dom and Ollie continue being friends. I'll take care of her for some time, no need to stay for dinner. Go ahead and do what you need to. Gwendolyn understood his meaning and blushed. Jorge looked at his familiar yet unfamiliar face and sincerely shook Dustin's hand. Adolfo, thank you. Just remember to include me when something good comes along, Dustin replied sincerely, shaking his hand back. As Jorge was about to turn and leave, he whispered into his ear. I forgot to tell you this. After leaving you, she had an abortion. Her body is still recovering, please don't let her get pregnant again soon. An abortion after leaving him, hoping she wouldn't get pregnant again soon? Dustin's words clearly hinted at something, causing Jorge to pause. Back in the car, Gwendolyn sat in the passenger seat, buckled up. Why are you looking at me like this out of nowhere? The warm yellow light shone on her face, making her appear incredibly gentle and calm. Thinking of how she was wrongfully accused, suffered serious injuries inside, changed her identity like a fugitive hiding at someone else's home while carrying his child. Jorge couldn't contain himself any longer. He buried his head in her lap and hugged her waist tightly. I'm sorry. Gwendolyn didn't understand why he was apologizing. Although he indeed did many things that displeased her in the past, his willingness to treat her brother and Ollie well had already made her forgive him. Don't apologize. You did great today. Jorge held her tightly. No, it's not enough. Giving you my life wouldn't be enough. Thank you for agreeing to marry me. Let's never get divorced, okay? Never part, even in death. Chapter 309, Do you have male models? They fooled around in the car for a while. Jorge drove with one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding Gwendolyn's hand, ready to take her back to the old Mohammed residence. I'll have dinner with you first, then go to the funeral home tonight to keep vigil for Grandpa. Sorry, I can't accompany you at night these days. After this period, I promise I won't leave you alone again, okay? Gwendolyn had thought it was inappropriate earlier in the day. Their elderly patriarch had just passed away, and they were planning to get their marriage certificate so soon, it seemed disrespectful to the deceased. She now understood his plan. Since we're already married, how could I stay home while you keep vigil? I'll go with you. Logically, as the grandfather's granddaughter-in-law, she should go, but Jorge was reluctant. You're not well. It's too strenuous to stay up all night. Since it's not public knowledge yet, Mohammed Sicheng and Keisha won't go. That's because they don't know. Once they do, they will likely attend just for appearances. I witnessed everything, how can I not go? Plus, my health isn't that bad. Remember when we were in Godwin Brantley Ancient? Recalling how hard he worked to be with her, Jorge felt this moment was hard-earned. Since she was willing to go, he agreed. After all, you won't need to work anymore, and you can catch up on sleep during the day. Then I'm grateful, honey. This was the first time someone called her honey, and it sent shivers down her spine. Thus, over the next 3 days, Gwendolyn kept vigil with Jorge every night. She was fine, catching up on sleep during the day, but Jorge was miserable. He stayed up all night and still had to go to the company the next morning. By the 4th day, Gwendolyn worried he might collapse. Rest a bit today. Don't go tonight. The dead are gone, even if we mourn for 3 years or 30, it won't help the leap. Please don't ruin your health. Although Jorge had always had poor sleep quality, he could at least force himself to lie in bed. For straight nights without sleep were unbearable. All right. No vigil tonight. I'll stay home with you. Did you eat enough? As they sat at the table, Gwendolyn answered honestly. Yeah, full. Then let's sleep. I'm exhausted. Jorge swept her into his arms. Back in the bedroom, Jorge placed her on the bed and leaned over. Gwendolyn blushed and pushed him away. Are you crazy? You haven't slept for days. Jorge whispered into her ear, everything else can rest, but not this. You don't know how much I miss you. Wait. Hold on. Don't worry. The umbrella I gave you on our registry day is still with me. It wasn't their first time, they were already married, and she didn't dislike him. This was inevitable. Gwendolyn wasn't overly shy. Jorge turned off the lights and held her tightly. Just as the atmosphere became more intimate, Jorge's phone vibrated inconveniently. Buzz. Buzz. He ignored it, but the caller didn't stop. Why don't you answer? Is Robert calling? Unable to bear the disturbance, Gwendolyn asked. Jorge reluctantly picked up the phone, his eyes narrowing. Who's calling? Gwendolyn sat up and peeked over. What is it? Why aren't you answering? Is it Robert? Jorge quickly locked the phone and tossed it aside. It's William, probably inviting me out. I don't feel like dealing with him. After knowing William and Carlo for a while, Gwendolyn dismissed it, even teasing him. Do you want to go? If you do, go ahead. I won't be upset. How far had they gotten? And he still wanted to drink? Jorge looked deeply into her eyes, his hand slowly reaching her waist. What do you think? They fell back, but within 2 minutes, the phone rang again. With evident irritation, Jorge got up. Sorry, sleep first. That troublemaker must be in some mess. I'll check it out. Relax, I won't drink. I'll come back as soon as possible. Gwendolyn wasn't distrustful, she just pitied him after days of no sleep. Why don't you rest? I'll go instead. I know them. Jorge tenderly stroked her face. They mix with unsavory types. How can I let you go? Read a book if you can't sleep. I'll be back soon. Quickly dressed, Jorge called back as he sat in the car. Did I tell you never to call me? A young woman's voice came through, speaking fluent English. If you replied, do you think I'd call? You haven't been here for days, Mr. Mohammed. Didn't you promise something? I told you. An emergency came up. Once things settle, I'll be there. Sorry, you failed. Don't give excuses. If you don't bring wine and men tonight, I'll go out. Don't say I didn't warn you. She was incredibly assertive. Jorge rubbed his forehead as he drove. Wine is fine, but men. I don't believe you can abstain from women for months. I have normal physiological needs. Months trapped here, no sun, no wine, no men, you might as well kill me. So you can't live without men tonight? Yes, I'm going insane. If you don't want trouble, follow my demands. She hung up. Jorge sped off, his expression grim. After some thought, he called William. Hey, old Mohammed, what a surprise. What brings you to call me now? Without small talk, Jorge cut to the chase. Do you have male models? Young, inexperienced, tight-lipped, reliable. Bring one with me tonight. We can discuss the price. What? William was stunned before responding. Hell. Old Mohammed didn't expect you. Whatever you think. Just answer. Sure, I have them, serving wealthy ladies. All straight men. Damn, you. Need straight ones. Jorge interrupted. Just pick one. I'll pick him up. Got it. William hung up, shocked by the request. Chapter 310, Jorge's Secret. Soon, Jorge sped his car to the DL Club. As soon as he opened the door, Bert hurried over and quickly sat in the passenger seat. He cast a speculative glance at Jorge. Holy crap, no wonder Ebert used to say things about you. So, you guys really have radars for this kind of thing? Only he could figure it out. Well done, old Mohammed, you've been hiding deep. Jorge was in no mood. What the hell is wrong with you? I need someone straight. Why would I find a straight guy for myself? Bert suddenly caught on. Right, so who are you finding it for? Holy crap, who have you met recently? You can even cater to such peculiar tastes, am I not your best friend anymore? Bert, I'm in a rush. Quickly get him here, I don't have time for nonsense. Jorge glanced outside. Apart from a few security guards standing by the entrance, there was nothing. Where is he? Bert leaned back into his seat, his tone casual. At 30 years old, how can you still talk like that? You want young, sensible, discreet, and untouched. Plus, they should be handsome and reliable. Where am I supposed to find such premium goods? Come on, anyone in this business has skewed values. They treat whoever pays as their Viviana. Desperate and somewhat regretful, Jorge acknowledged the truth in Bert's words. He slammed the steering wheel in frustration. So do you have any reliable friends? Can you introduce me? I'm puzzled. Bert leaned in again. Who are you doing this for? Your tone sounds like it's for a woman. If she's in such a rush to find a man, why doesn't she look for one herself? Is she too ugly or too old? How could she put you through this? Jorge, showing no signs of being desperate, gave him an annoyed look. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Just tell me if you have or don't have someone. If it's for a wealthy, young, beautiful lady, then yes. If it's for an old, ugly one, forget it. Jorge. If I had known you'd ramble on like this, I should have asked Carlo. There's this stunningly beautiful girl, top-notch looks and body. Got it? Can you bring her over? Bert's eyes lit up instantly. Ah. A beauty. Top-notch looks and body. Holy crap, you didn't introduce me to her but thought of a stranger instead? Are you crazy? Jorge gave him a disdainful look. You? Yes. Don't I fit the criteria? I'm young, handsome, and tight-lipped. I won't spill your secrets. Besides, Jorge suddenly leaned over, pushing open the car door with his long arm. Get out. I haven't finished talking yet. What are you doing? Bert grabbed his arm. I said I want someone untouched. You're a used cucumber, don't add to my troubles. Who's a used cucumber? Holy crap, in your mind, I'm that kind of person? Even though I might sometimes be a bit flippant and like joking with women, I hold principles, okay? I've never. You dare say you've never? I do dare to say. I've never messed around. Since school days, I've only dated a couple of times. If anyone dates another woman, may lightning strike them. When Bert dated her during school, it was such a pure and youthful relationship, Jorge knew. After their breakup, Bert turned rather unpredictable, which left Jorge with a poor impression of his relationships. But now, he seemed to have maintained his boundaries. Jorge eased his grip. Really? Holy crap, who would joke about such matters? I also take care of my health to avoid diseases. Our family only has me as the sole son. If I got infected, how would we continue the lineage? If you insist, I can show you my medical reports. I regularly check up, I'm super healthy. Jorge looked at him skeptically but found some sense in what he said. No matter whom he chose, there was always a risk of information leaking out. Handing it over to Bert felt different. Besides, she might not even be interested in Bert. In any case, bringing him over would give her no reason to be angry. Alright, I'll give you a chance to meet a beautiful girl. Go get a box of wine, let's go. Bert was as excited as if he were meeting a movie star and rushed back to the club. Soon, he came down carrying a box of expensive foreign liquor. Where are we going? Who is the lady? Except Renata and that one, I've never seen you interact with other women. When did you meet her? Why does she need you to find a man for her? How did you two end up talking about this? Aren't you the abstinent type? How did you bring yourself to say it? What does she do? How old is she? Amidst Bert's incessant chatter, Jorge drove to a secluded standalone villa. As Bert was about to get out, Jorge sternly ordered him to stay put. With a clang, he pressed the garage remote. The roller shutter slowly lifted, Jorge drove in, locked the door, and then let him out. Bert felt slightly spooked. Whose house is this? How did you find it? Holy crap, it's so remote with no neighbors. It's creepy. Why are you acting so secretive? Who's the lady? Has something happened? Don't get me into trouble. Don't you be the one causing trouble. Shut up. They entered the living room via a hidden door in the garage. The living room was pitch dark except for the faint light from 2 street lamps shining through the glass. In the dim light, a thin, disheveled woman lay on the sofa. Seeing them enter, she lazily lifted her foot. Did you bring Thornton? And the wine? Jorge carried the box, walked a few steps to the coffee table, and gently placed the wine down. Inspect the goods. If satisfied, hurry up. I still need to take him away later. Bert, what? Inspect the goods. Take him away. What have I become? Just as Jorge spoke, Annabelle stood up from the sofa. She was extremely tall, almost eye to eye with Bert despite being barefoot. Her hair was messy but black and shiny. Unadorned, she wore what seemed like only a long t-shirt. Yet, she was incredibly young, with sharp features and a figure and demeanor rivaling international supermodels. Bert was speechless. How does she look so much like you? Holy crap, old Mohammed, you kept such a big secret from me? Do you have a sister? Go attend to her first. Ask whatever you want when you're done. Jorge tossed him a small umbrella he hadn't yet used. Hurry, don't drag it out. ##### Chapter 311, The Innocence Filter Shatters. What the heck is going on here? Jorge actually has a sister. He's even finding her a man and urging him to hurry up. If Kian hadn't known Jorge for so many years, understanding his temperament thoroughly, he would have thought Jorge was pulling a prank that he couldn't match. He always had a preference for tall, cool-looking girls. Without a doubt, Jorge's sister matched his taste perfectly. But this was too. Being watched by her brother while trying to hit it off with her made Kian feel psychologically uncomfortable. "Rant little miss, what's your name?" We. The girl responded in fluent English, her hand deftly resting on his shoulder. "Mindy. You look good, and your build isn't bad either. Since you're his friend, I assume you're quite decent overall. So, you'll do. Follow me." Before Kian could react, Mindy grabbed a bottle of alcohol in one hand and tugged at his collar with the other, dragging him into a nearby room. Hey, Mindy. Mindy. Wait, don't take my clothes off yet." Jorge turned and walked upstairs. In the largest room upstairs, Mohammed's Viviana lay quietly, hooked up to various monitoring devices. Jorge sat beside her, took her hand, pressed it to his face, and lowered his head. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Jorge felt his patience was about to run out, his phone finally buzzed. He glanced at the screen. It was Kian. "Amina, I'll come see you again soon. Rest well." Jorge kissed her forehead lightly, then silently went downstairs. The living room looked the same, but Kian seemed like a completely different person. His movements were awkward, uncertain whether to stand or sit, unsure how to make eye contact with Jorge. Without a word, Jorge passed by him, and Kian followed him back to the car. On the way there, he had been full of questions. On the way back, he was quiet as a chicken. Even halfway through the drive, Kian still seemed to be in shock. Jorge glanced at him, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy, and patted him on the shoulder. "You've been through a lot. Let me explain what happened. She really is my sister, named Mindy in English, but she doesn't have a Chinese name because she's not my father's biological daughter." "What?" "You know how my parents' relationship wasn't good. They started having frequent conflicts a year after I was born. My father was unfaithful, and my Viviana, who has a very strong personality, couldn't accept it. She chose revenge. As for how Mindy was born and whether my father and grandfather knew about her existence, I don't know. I only found out a few years ago when I went abroad for studies. The reason my Viviana stayed overseas all these years was to be with Mindy." Jorge spoke calmly, as if reciting a menu, while Kian was stunned speechless. "This is crazy. Is this even the Mohammed family he knows?" Jorge continued, "You must be wondering why Mindy came back. I asked her to. She's a doctor. After my Viviana fell from the stairs and didn't truly die, I arranged for them to stay here, and she has been taking care of her." Kian was bewildered. "I know what you're thinking. Why did I tell everyone she was dead? There are many reasons, but I'll only give you one. I had personal motives towards Gwendolyn. At the time, I didn't know Pearl was my biological daughter. To make her guilty and keep her close to me forever, I used my Viviana's death to tie her down." "What? That little girl is your biological daughter?" Kian felt he couldn't listen anymore. What kind of twisted story was this? Each event was more bizarre than the last, making it hard for someone as carefree as him to accept. Stop. This is too much information. I can't process it." Jorge didn't stop. "So now, besides me, Mindy, and my Viviana, you are the fourth person to know." "Fabian." Kian quickly interrupted. "I won't betray you. Not only are we good friends, but now that I'm involved with Mindy." Mentioning Mindy brought back memories of their encounter, and he couldn't help but smile. "But does this plan even work? Have you tied Gwendolyn down? Didn't she run to Dustin? All this effort for nothing. We've already gotten married." At the mention of his wife, Jorge couldn't help but soften his expression. "Just recently." "What?" Kian felt like he didn't recognize Jorge anymore. What was this straight-laced guy always busy with? "So, can you keep this from Gwendolyn? What if she finds out about your mom?" Jorge stared ahead, his expression resolute. "As long as you don't say anything, she will never find out. I've spent too much effort and energy getting her, I won't let her know. But what about your mom and grandfather's reaction? Their opinions no longer matter." After saying this, Jorge gave Kian a stern look. "I'm entrusting my entire life to you. Please keep this secret." Kian wished he hadn't found out. Before, there were no secrets, and he lived carefree. Now, he felt nervous. Okay, I'll stop drinking. I promise not to spill any secrets. "So, can I add Mindy's contact?" Jorge asked a pointless question. "Why do you need her number?" D***MN. Both of them had that kind of relationship, and she's Jorge's sister, can't they chat and bond? Before Kian could speak, Jorge shot him a warning glance. "Don't get any ideas. Mindy won't be with you." "What?" "She doesn't like Fabian Cheng and won't stay here long. Moreover, her personality isn't suitable for you or your family. She won't become part of your family. Kian felt half-hearted. Mindy was exactly his type, and she was the first woman he had that kind of relationship with as an adult. He couldn't help but fantasize about their future. Why do you treat me like this? Just using me as a tool? D*MN, what am I in your eyes? Jorge remained merciless. If you want to continue, I'll call you again next time. If not, please find someone suitable for me soon. Aren't there many poor college boys? Invest some effort into them. I don't mind spending extra money. Kian. Chapter 312, Cozy and Cuddly. He realized he had misjudged Jorge for so many years. Previously, he thought Jorge was so pure-hearted, only knowing study and work. But now? Are you really a college student? You treat me like a tool to be discarded at will. I'm telling you, Mohammed, don't be too ungrateful. I just solved your problem, and now you're talking about preying on college students. Seriously. Don't you just need a contact number? If not, that's fine. Jorge glanced at him again. All right then, we have an agreement. Remember your promise today, I'll contact you in 3 days. They stopped talking. Jorge drove him to the DL club. Approaching their destination, they passed a 24-hour pharmacy. Jorge asked Kian to get out and buy several boxes of condoms. Kian's hair stood on end again after calming down slightly. Buy condoms? Several boxes? Damn. Jorge looked at him impatiently. Didn't I tell you I'm married to Gwendolyn? Fine. You have a wife, you get laid every night, you're amazing. Kian's illusions about Jorge's innocence shattered as he grumbled while unbuckling his seatbelt. Why do you need so many if you're already married? Not planning on kids? TSK. Are you afraid I won't pay you or something? Enough nonsense. Enraged, Kian bought 10 boxes. Here's your wedding gift, wish you happiness. Jorge, sensing his sarcasm, gave him 4 boxes back considerately. You'll need them too. Keep them safe. No accidents, alright? By the time they reached home, it was already 3 in the morning. He wasn't lying when he said he wasn't tired, but thinking about seeing Gwendolyn gave him new energy. He rushed upstairs and gently pushed open the bedroom door, trying not to wake her up. But upon entering, Gwendolyn was still sitting up reading against the headboard in the same position she was in when he left. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? Seeing him finally return, Gwendolyn put down her book and smiled warmly. I couldn't sleep without you. How long did it take? Was it serious? Are you exhausted? As she spoke, Gwendolyn started massaging his shoulders. Listening to her gentle voice and looking into her tender eyes, Jorge felt incomparably happy. How many good deeds did I do in my past life to deserve you as my wife this lifetime? Gwendolyn. Just as Gwendolyn touched him, Jorge couldn't control the heat spreading through his body. He leaned towards her ear, whispering softly as he embraced her. Since you can't sleep, why don't you accompany me to take a shower? Of course Gwendolyn understood what he meant and blushed as she pushed him playfully. Aren't you tired? After leaving you alone for so many nights after marriage, do I even have the right to say I'm tired? That night, Jorge didn't sleep a wink. It was dawn by the time he finished. Gwendolyn stroked his sweat-drenched temples. Sleep a little more, otherwise, your health will suffer. I'll wake you up later. Held in her embrace, feeling safe and comfortable, Jorge nodded and drifted off to sleep. Time flew by, and soon it was 7 o'clock. Seeing him sound asleep for only an hour, Gwendolyn sent a message to Robert. Any urgent matters today? If not, let him rest. He's exhausted. Robert, not particularly urgent. But there are 2 documents from finance and sales that need reviewing. They want to proceed with the next step soon. Send them over. When he wakes up, I'll have him handle them at home. Robert sent the files over, and Gwendolyn couldn't resist opening them to read ahead. Jorge didn't wake up until 3 in the afternoon. He had kept his head on Gwendolyn's stomach all this time, afraid to disturb him. She hadn't moved. She gently touched his forehead as he opened his eyes. Wake up. You slept for a long time. Did you sleep well? Very well. He even dreamed of a beautiful future. Opening his eyes to see the person he loved made his day. Jorge rubbed his face against her stomach contentedly. Not bad. What time is it? Check yourself. Gwendolyn lit up the phone screen. Jorge glanced at it and frowned. Weren't you supposed to wake me up earlier? Why is it so late? Fearful you might collapse from exhaustion, I asked Robert. There's nothing urgent, just 2 documents to review, which I've had him send over. Sitting up, Jorge kissed her cheek. Sigh, henceforth, no early mornings. Gwendolyn kicked him under the covers. Taking the laptop, Jorge noticed many red and green marks, obviously added by Gwendolyn. She actually understands finance too. Did you revise these? Gwendolyn smiled. I may not be the best, but I just wanted to verify some data beforehand so you wouldn't rush once awake. See if it helps. It certainly helped a lot. Jorge pulled her close and kissed her fiercely. Having you around is such a blessing, my dear. With her cheeks tinged from his kisses, Gwendolyn replied, finish your work first. I'll make you some food. After washing up and making him a bowl of noodles, she returned to find Jorge already having sent off the files. Revised perfectly. After one glance, I sent them directly. From now on, you can be my personal assistant, and I'll have much less work. Gwendolyn chuckled, sure. How much do I get paid per month? I won't give you a single penny because everything is yours. Seriously, Gwendolyn, come to the company with me tomorrow. First, it will help with my workload, letting us finish earlier to spend time together. Second, seeing you anytime would give me peace of mind. Gwendolyn sat opposite, cradling her face as she watched him. Doesn't that mean everyone at the company will know our relationship? Aren't you afraid of gossip? Gossip? We're legally married. What's there to fear? I wish the whole world knew. It's settled. Come with me tomorrow. Finding him adorable post-sleep, Gwendolyn teased. Can I refuse? Jorge visibly tensed. Refuse? Why refuse? Don't you want to go public? Is being introduced as my husband that bad? Do you find me lacking? Gwendolyn tilted her head, pondering, how to put it. Her egg dish smelled and tasted divine, and just as Jorge was about to eat, her teasing prompted him to drop his chopsticks and rush to her. What exactly do you find unsatisfactory? Still hesitating? Left too long alone, do you resent me? Let's go back to bed. Startled, Gwendolyn exclaimed. Why are you so sensitive? More sleep? Will you die? In seconds, Jorge's blood boiled again. To hell with dying, how can I ever have enough of you? Hurry, let's go. Chapter 313 Congratulations, you're perfectly normal. The two of them snuggled up for a while. After a full meal, Jorge was hugging Gwendolyn on the sofa in the room watching TV when Gwendolyn's phone rang. Ebert rarely called her. It had been a long time since she last saw Ebert, so Gwendolyn quickly answered. Ebert, what's wrong? What are you doing? I'm really upset and want to talk to you. Do you have time? Gwendolyn didn't know why he was upset. Fruit Kingdom had been progressing smoothly after launch, and it was rumored that he later collaborated with other brands to negotiate their presence on the site. He was transforming a fruit-only website into an all-category shopping platform. His business was growing bigger. What could be bothering him? I have time. Tell me, what's wrong? Ebert sighed, it's about Shauna. I don't know what's wrong with me recently. I get uneasy if I don't see her for a moment, feeling anxious. Last night there was some family matter, and I slept at home. But I couldn't sleep all night. Gwendolyn, what's wrong with me? Could I be falling in love with her? Such a big man, boasting of having had crushes on this or that person, and yet he asked such an innocent question, leaving Gwendolyn speechless. By what you're saying, it's possible. Actually, you're quite normal, Ebert. You've never tried anything with girls, why categorize yourself as that kind of person? You and Shauna are around the same age, both unmarried. If you like her, go after her. But I'm not sure if this is love. When I say I don't love her, I worry and miss her. But if I say I do, we share a bed every day, and I have no romantic thoughts toward her. I'm confused myself. On this matter, Gwendolyn really didn't understand men, so she handed over the phone to Jorge. You can speak on this, you explain it for him. Jorge had listened to their conversation clearly. He hadn't realized that he was no longer Ebert's top confidant, now Gwendolyn was, even discussing such private matters with her. From my experience, you're 100% in love with her. Jorge's voice startled Ebert. Why are you with her? At this hour, how are you two? We got married, so I'll be by her side every day from now on. What? When did this happen? Oh. Stop worrying about us, let's focus on you. I believe loving someone doesn't necessarily mean having physical desires. The deepest love is cautious and restrained. As long as she's happy, nothing else matters. Gwendolyn. But Ebert agreed heartily on the other end, right, that's exactly how I feel. It seems I really do love her. How is this possible? I thought I had no interest in women before. Not one. Jorge said, you spend your days hanging out with men and getting harassed by Keisha, it's no surprise you never found interest. So now, I congratulate your parents, they no longer need to worry about passing on the family name. Ebert was momentarily elated but soon became reflective again. So what? She's so hard to pursue, I suspect I might not catch her attention. She's dense about feelings and shows no interest in me at all. This was something Jorge didn't understand either, so he returned the phone to Gwendolyn. People like her are young and haven't dated, so it's normal for her not to understand yet. Just keep being good to her, eventually, she will notice. But what more can I do for her? We deliver food, chat, sleep, and eat together every day. Besides that, any gift I buy for her feels wasteful to her, and she makes me return it. You don't know, she once admired a bouquet of red roses, so I bought one for her, only to make her cry in anger. She said $400 would cover her family's monthly expenses, making it difficult for me to figure out how to treat her properly. Gwendolyn understood Shauna. Being poor for too long leaves one with no desire beyond basic survival needs, not knowing how to spend money even when they have it. The only hobby is watching bank account balances grow. Especially for Shauna, who was still struggling financially. However, it also showed she wasn't vain. Ebert, do you know what it means to give gifts? Ebert thought for a moment. To make her happy? What's the prerequisite for making her happy? To cater to her preferences? Exactly. Since she dislikes luxury items and extravagant spending, cater to her interests and please her where she finds joy. Don't you know what she wants? Ebert replied, I do. She wants a house, more daily earnings, and to bring her Grand Viviana here. It's not that I'm unwilling to give her a house. Based on my understanding, she wouldn't accept it. Then help her earn more daily. I agree you shouldn't just give her a house. Achieving goals through personal effort is more rewarding and fulfilling. Ebert understood. But it would be easier just to give her the money directly instead of letting middlemen take their cut. But he had no choice. Okay, starting tomorrow, I'll sponsor the milk tea and coffee for your department. I'll have Shauna deliver it to you daily. No way. I'd gain too much weight, and it might start rumors that you're chasing after me. Let's do this, have dinner with us tonight, and I'll help you win her over. Gwendolyn was always resourceful, coming up with ideas on the spot. To have this dinner, Ebert forced Shauna to finish work by 7, and they ordered hot pot at a street stall. When Gwendolyn and Jorge arrived, Shauna was wearing her delivery uniform and leaning over the table writing English words. This was Jorge's first encounter with Shauna. She was young, earnest, and vibrant, no wonder Ebert liked her. She reminded him of Gwendolyn. After some pleasantries, Gwendolyn and Jorge sat opposite them. Gwendolyn came straight to the point. I asked you out for dinner today because I have a favor to ask. Ebert, Jorge, and I were examining a new project and felt it has good prospects. We want to invest, but our funds are tied up. Can you lend us some money? Before the dinner, Gwendolyn had discussed the plan with Ebert via WeChat, and he followed her lead. Why didn't you say earlier? I was investing recently and spent all my money. How much do you need? How much you have is fine. If you can spare $1 million or $2 million, great. If only 10,000, that's fine too. Even small amounts help. I'm in dire need. Ebert put on a regretful face. As good friends for so many years, it's difficult not to help you, but I genuinely have nothing. Check my phone, I only have $100 on me. Chapter 3:14, on the importance of learning. Gwendolyn was worried. What should I do? I've already promised them that we'll sign the contract tomorrow. If I break the agreement, such a great investment opportunity will be wasted. Ebert glanced at Pauline. I remember you have some money saved up. Why don't you lend it to her first? Last time when we were in trouble, she helped us out so much. We need to repay her kindness. Pauline remembered how Gwendolyn had helped her before and felt honest and straightforward. Seeing her worried about money, Pauline said humbly. Only just got paid, I've saved 20,000 yuan. Sister, if you're not against it, you can use this first. Not against it at all. 20,000 yuan is not a small amount, why would I be against it? Thank you, Pauline. Please transfer it to me. Gwendolyn received the 20,000 yuan, grasping Pauline's hand and said. Starting from tomorrow, I'll give you daily dividends. I won't let you loan this money for nothing. Dividends? Are you giving me interest? No, there's no need for that, sister. We're old friends, there's no need to be so formal. Not interest, but dividends. It's far more than interest. Gwendolyn began explaining. This money is for buying futures. Cotton has been doing well recently, with prices rising every day. As long as you invest, you get returns every day without doing anything. How could I not share some with you? Pauline only knew that putting money in the bank earned a bit of interest each day without doing anything. She never knew there was another way besides banking. With wide eyes, she looked at Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn started teaching her about investing. In this world, besides working diligently, there's another easy way to make money, investing in financial management. As long as you have insight and understand market trends well, the returns from these two methods are much higher than working a regular job. And hoping to become rich or wealthy through work alone is impossible. But by relying on these two methods, you can absolutely achieve social mobility. Pauline listened vaguely but didn't have any substantial impact. Until the next morning when she woke up and saw Gwendolyn transferring her 300 yuan in dividends, she was stunned. 20,000 yuan can earn 300 yuan in dividends overnight? So powerful? Ebert yawned, sitting up and said. If you choose the right investment direction, pick good financial products, and invest enough capital, earning 10,000 or 80,000 yuan a day or hundreds of thousands a month is not a problem. A mere 300 yuan is nothing. A mere 300 yuan means nothing? What does that mean? How much do I earn after working hard for a whole day? Pauline's eyes sparkled with greed, shaking Ebert's hand. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such a good way to make money? Hurry, wake up. While delivering food, tell me everything. In the future, I'll invest all my earnings. Ebert glanced at her, unimpressed. It's useless. Expecting to earn money based on your narrow horizons and low IQ is futile. Why? You said. Do you know what level of education they have? Do you know how much they studied? Do you know how much market research they did? Do you know how many industries they understand? No one's success is accidental. The size of wealth is directly related to one's knowledge and insight. Pauline, if you really want to get rich, extremely rich, you should listen to me. Quit this job and focus on studying seriously. In the future, the money you earn in a year can surpass what you'd earn over 10 or 20 years now. That way, you can recoup the time cost now. Why can't you understand this? Pauline hadn't understood before. She only knew that she needed money for meals and expenses, spending all her time working without realizing the relationship between time cost and wealth. Until today, she suddenly understood. Gwendolyn used 300 yuan to enlighten her about the essence of learning. I always thought I just needed a degree to find a stable and respectable job, saving money diligently. I never thought beyond being an employee. I was so foolish. I'll listen to you, Ebert. I want to study well, broaden my horizons, earn money to buy a big house, and move my Grand Viviana here soon. Teach me. Gwendolyn had to go to work with Jorge today, changing into professional attire and applying light makeup. Just as she came out of the bathroom, Jorge handed his phone to her. Congratulations. You successfully convinced both Ebert and Pauline. So fast. Gwendolyn hadn't expected that Pauline was so obsessed with money that 300 yuan could change her worldview. Good. This girl has determination and a strong desire for money. I think she'll definitely accomplish something in the future. Jorge liked her even more. Such an intelligent, resourceful, and beautiful young wife, how did he manage to find someone like her? The two rode in the same car to work, with Jorge holding Gwendolyn's hand all the way. Thinking he'd let go once they arrived, but even after getting out of the car, he still held her hand tightly. Gwendolyn tried to shake him off, but Jorge held her too tight. CEO Mohammed, we're going inside. Everyone's watching, what are you doing? Jorge kissed her hand. Look, it's perfectly fine for legal spouses to hold hands, isn't it? Normally, Jorge would take the executive elevator directly, but today, he walked hand in hand with Gwendolyn in front of everyone, even using the staff elevator. It was rush hour, and everyone stared at him and the beautiful woman holding hands, almost dropping their jaws. Good morning, CEO Mohammed. Jorge smiled, his voice like a gentle breeze. Good morning, everyone. Soon, gossip spread across every department's chat groups. Is CEO Mohammed married or engaged? Did you see him holding a woman's hand publicly this morning? Good heavens, this is the first time in so many years. The key is their looks and heights match perfectly. Such beauty and talent, my dreams are shattered. Everyone tagged Assistant Sheen. Hurry, share some details. What's going on with CEO Mohammed? Is this woman our future Akil lady? Is this a public declaration? Didn't we hear something about Christian recently? Robert was equally confused. A few days ago, CEO Mohammed was still worrying over Miss Chu. How did he suddenly hold her hand in public? As a witness to their relationship, he couldn't believe CEO Mohammed missed telling him the most important part. Though curious, as the president's assistant, he maintained his professionalism. Robert, what you saw is what happened. Don't speculate. You all know CEO Mohammed dislikes private gossip. Get back to work. Without any juicy news, everyone was preoccupied all morning, but Jorge didn't keep them waiting long. Lunchtime came quickly, and he usually ate in the company cafeteria. Today, he openly entered with Gwendolyn hand in hand. During peak lunch hours, the kitchen was crowded and lively, instantly making them the center of attention as soon as they walked in. Chapter 315, even if it tastes good, you can't eat with your face. Due to Jorge coming to the cafeteria for meals every day, the dishes at the Mohammed Corporation cafeteria were very diverse and abundant. Jorge led Gwendolyn's hand down the spacious corridor straight to the serving window, introducing her. There are several types of cuisine, Sichuan, Shandong, Huaiyang, Northeastern, which one do you want? Gwendolyn knew that Mohammed Corporation was lavish, but she didn't expect it to be this extravagant. The dishes looked inviting from each window. If she ate like this every day, she couldn't imagine how fat she would become. Gwendolyn hesitated, which one do you want? Jorge replied, I'll have Huaiyang. Then I'll have the same. They both went to the Huaiyang cuisine window. The chef expertly served Jorge his favorite dishes with a smile and turned to look at Gwendolyn. Mr. Mohammed, is this your girlfriend? Is this your first time visiting the company? I think I've never seen you before. My wife. You'll see her often from now on. Oh, so she's Minerva. When did you get married? Why didn't you tell everyone so we could give our gifts? Don't worry about that. We haven't planned a wedding yet. Thank you for your kind offer. I was just saying, no need to thank me since no gift has been given yet. Since this is the first time meeting, let me serve you a bit more, Minerva. Look at you, so thin, eat more. Eating well will help you gain weight and make it easier to conceive. Gwendolyn found the cheerful and talkative lady amusing and laughed as she accepted it. The plate was passed over, and Jorge took it for her, asking, do you want some soup? Let's get some more. The Misty responded warmly through the window, sure, sure. Our broth isn't made carelessly, it simmered all morning with big bones, very nourishing. Have some. Gwendolyn smiled, nodded at the Misty, and said to Jorge, you go ahead. I'll get the soup. Jorge's usual seat was still reserved for him. He walked directly there. Although he knew Gwendolyn could handle everything well, even leading men in bricklaying in Godwing Brantley, he felt reluctant to let her fetch 2 bowls of soup after becoming his wife. Jorge put down the tray and immediately went back to Gwendolyn, taking the soup bowl from her. Is it hot? Be careful. Let me do it. They returned to the table and sat facing each other. Gwendolyn lowered her voice, whispering mischievously. Can you not be so fussy? I'm not that delicate. Everyone is watching us. Jorge kept his gaze straight, arranging the chopsticks neatly for her and handing them over. Let them watch. I'll take care of my own wife, why shouldn't they see? Hurry up and eat. Even strangers say you're too thin. Gwendolyn. She started eating, scooping up a few bites. Jorge asked if the food tasted good, and she truthfully said it did. But there were too many eyes on her, making her feel uneasy. Even if it tastes good, you can't eat with your face. Just as she felt uncomfortable, Jorge reached out and gently touched her mouth. A couple of grains of rice had stuck to her lips, which Jorge picked up and put into his mouth. But indeed, your dish seems sweeter than mine. Gwendolyn. Meanwhile, she seemed to hear murmurs and increasing gossip from the crowd. Mr. Mohammed, please be more discreet. So many people are watching. Jorge said matter-of-factly. If you continue to act so shy, I'll kiss you in public. What's wrong with being affectionate when your child is already this old? Gwendolyn kicked him under the table as the elevator opened, and another group of people entered the cafeteria, the engineering department. They had fixed an electrical fault that morning and had just finished work. They hadn't expected to see Mr. Mohammed and the long-missed Brantley General Bronson as soon as they entered the cafeteria. Given their familiarity, a few of them rushed over. Mr. Mohammed, having lunch? Brantley General Bronson, haven't seen you in a while, why are you here? How rude of you, not even telling us. Take us out for a big meal. Suddenly seeing old friends, Gwendolyn was also delighted. However, a glance revealed Barnaby in the crowd, and she swallowed her playful remarks. We didn't want to interrupt your work. Are you working overtime? Go have your meal quickly, otherwise, the food will get cold. Our group chat is still active, we can talk later. Okay. Seeing Mr. Mohammed sitting with someone, everyone guessed they must be discussing important matters, so they went off to queue for food. Everyone smiled genuinely except for Barnaby, who looked anxious. After getting his food and sitting down, listening to the surrounding gossip made him even more uneasy. Who exactly is this woman? She snagged Mr. Mohammed without a sound, and now she's misting affection publicly. She must be the Akil lady now. Wow, Mr. Mohammed even ate rice from her mouth. What strong boyfriend vibes. Yeah, seeing this makes me wish for a boyfriend like Mr. Mohammed. The engineering department colleagues first blinked in surprise before finding it reasonable. They had sensed something between Mr. Mohammed and Brantley General Bronson back in Godwing Brantley but hadn't dared to think much then. Thinking now, they realized the two were indeed quite a match. Everyone sincerely wished them well except for Barnaby, who, deep in thought, pulled out his phone and found Renata's name. Mistress Meng, why haven't you come to the office since the new year? Are you not coming anymore? He snapped a photo of Gwendolyn and Jorge eating and laughing opposite each other. Do you really want to let her win like this? On the surface, he pretended to speak up for Renata, but in reality, Barnaby feared revenge from Gwendolyn due to the unethical acts they committed in Godwing Brantley. If she became the Akil lady, he'd be doomed. Since deciding to give up on Jorge, Renata had been listless, idling at home in boredom. Seeing Barnaby's message and photo only annoyed her more. Do you have any constructive suggestions or methods? If not, don't bother me anymore. Barnaby. Renata had given him several chances, all of which he failed to seize. He couldn't deny his responsibility for how things had developed. But he couldn't just sit and do nothing either. Mistress Meng, as long as you don't give up, neither will I. I think she can't compare to you, I'll find a way to deal with her. Trust me once more. Renata no longer believed him. Moreover, with Mohammed's Viviana and grandfather dead, no one supported her anymore, and Jorge had truly made her lose heart. Out of sight, out of mind, she blocked Barnaby directly. If I manage to get rid of her for you this time, will you still honor the money promise? After pondering a bit more, Barnaby sent another message but ended up being blocked himself. He panicked even more. Chapter 316, The one who falls in love first is the inferior. Her enemy became the Akil, and her former pillar of support had kicked her away. Now over 40, leaving the Mohammed family group meant she would never find another good job. Wasn't this like pushing her to her death? Gwendolyn was eating when she inadvertently glanced at the engineering department's table. Seeing how Ian seemed out of place among them, she turned her gaze away with a bad temper. Jorge noticed her expression and asked, "What's wrong? Did you see something that upset you?" That old Ian. We had conflicts when we were in Godwin Brantley before, I don't want to see him. Then don't look. If it really bothers you, we can find an excuse to let him go. But Gwendolyn wasn't so heartless. She knew from her colleagues' conversations that Ian earned his way up to manager by his own merit, and he had a son in high school. Although he nearly caused her death for personal gain, since nothing happened, considering his son, she wouldn't hold it against him. There's no need. You're right, if he's bothersome, I'll just not look at him. Let's not talk about him anymore. With Gwendolyn accompanying him, Jorge worked both happily and easily. In a blink, 3 days had passed. After dinner, just as he was about to go with Gwendolyn to visit Ollie, he received a message from Kian. I'm ready. What time are we leaving today? Jorge. At 9 in the evening, after coaxing Gwendolyn to sleep, Jorge drove out of the house. Meeting Kian, he was suddenly repulsed by his completely new appearance. Perfume? And your hair looks like that? Does that outfit suit you? Who made you dress like this? Kian, have you lost your mind? Due to Kian's unique occupation, he always dressed like an elegant rogue, good-looking but seeming too mature and oily. Since meeting Mindy, Kian had been reflecting on his figure and looks, finding more and more issues with himself, feeling increasingly unworthy of her. Thus, he sought advice from Ebert, whose taste he approved of quite a bit. Adjusting his clothes with satisfaction, he asked Jorge, what's wrong? Don't I look handsome? This idea came from Ebert. Young men these days all dress like this. Doesn't this style and haircut make me look like a Korean male celebrity? Don't I look years younger? Jorge opened the car window and impatiently waved a hand in front of his nose. How could my look suit you? It comes naturally to him, while on you, it looks absurd. And Korean celebrities? Mindy won't like it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Kian didn't believe it. Women liked pretty boys, whiter, gentler, sunnier, the better. Everyone in the club today, regardless of gender, was amazed and praised his looks except Jorge. So what did it mean? Either his judgment was off or he was jealous. Lau Mohammed, I didn't expect you to be so sinister, even envying your brother-in-law. I know we're around the same age, and you seem older and more serious. Maybe you can't handle me turning into a pretty boy. But why do you have to show it so obviously? Is it such a problem that I'm better looking than you? Won't it be good for you if I date your sister? Jorge looked again at the silver chain flashing on his neck, and the various rings on his fingers, speechless for several seconds. Jealous? Jealous of you? Sure. If you think you look good, then fine. But sit in the back. Why should I sit in the back? Lying down there and sleeping while you drive makes you look like a driver? A driver then. As long as I don't get the smell. Kian was sent to the back seat. The rest of the ride was silent until they reached the villa. The scene was similar to last time. Mindy was still in her usual attire, but her gaze on Kian was different. She circled around him thoroughly, then beckoned him like commanding a dog. Come in. Excited inside, Kian thought, it must be because my transformation stunned her, making her watch for so long. Yes. Ebert has great taste. Entering the room and turning on the light, Mindy, just like last time, put on gloves as she walked in and turned on the machine. Kian couldn't help asking, checking again? Didn't we already check last time? It's only been a few days. Mindy, expressionless, turned back coldly and threw 2 words at him. Undress. Being a doctor, she was extremely cautious. Afraid Kian might be sick, she insisted on a thorough checkup last time before anything else. Kian thought they'd reached an understanding last time, but here they were again. He obediently undressed, allowing her to take samples. While Mindy conducted tests, he watched her. So handsome. How could a woman be this beautiful? Every move, every gesture, oozing elegance and confidence, it captivated him. Especially without any makeup, looking at her skin and features. It took 30 minutes for the results. Feeling stared at for too long, Mindy became impatient, took off her gloves, and threw them at him. Satisfied yet? Kian, dazed, picked up the gloves and shook his head. Not really. Mindy, you're so beautiful. Do I need you to tell me that? Leaning against the instrument, hands folded across her chest, Mindy gave him a top-to-bottom once-over. You've exercised more recently? Your physique has improved. Caught, Kian felt slightly embarrassed but still tightened his muscles instinctively. Right? My physique is indeed good. Mindy, I don't understand. I'm Ainsworth's best friend, and I'm very handsome, so why do you distrust me so much? Do you need to check every time? Isn't it troublesome? Mindy stared at him, silent for a few seconds, then scoffed. Not troublesome. You really don't look like a good person. Soon, the results came out, and Kian was fine. They proceeded with the main event. Due to his intense fitness routine and fondness for Mindy, Kian performed excellently. He could feel Mindy's happiness and satisfaction. Afterward, when Mindy asked him to leave, he boldly asked. Can I stay tonight? Or maybe come often? Not necessarily with Ainsworth, we can. With a bang, Mindy slammed the bathroom door, cutting him off. On the return trip, Kian was completely different from the previous visit. Sitting in the passenger seat, he kept shifting his gaze between the road ahead, the window, Jorge, and covering his face with silly grins, full of words he wanted to say. But Jorge ignored him, not giving him even a glance. That feeling of wanting to share joy but being too shy to do so drove him wild. Just as he was excited, Jorge's phone buzzed. A text from Mindy. Don't let him come over anymore. You know what I really want. Jorge. Looking at the euphoric Kian beside him, Jorge felt for the first time in his life like he was doing something wrong. Chapter 317, Being Dumped. Kian probably had never been dumped in his entire life. Jorge read Mindy's message again and again, finding it really hard to tell him outright. However, he truly couldn't bear seeing Kian sink deeper. The car stopped in front of the DL Club. Jorge looked at Kian seriously. Didn't you say you wanted to open branches in the southern and northern cities? I'm ready to invest. If you dislike making business plans, we can skip that part. Just tell me how much you need, and I'll invest personally. Jorge wasn't fond of the entertainment industry. Previously, Kian tried countless times to persuade him to join in opening a branch by leveraging his influence but was always rejected coldly. So why today? Kian wasn't stupid. Seeing his expression repeatedly, the smile on his face gradually faded away. What do you mean? Compensation for not letting me go next time? What the hell is wrong with me? Today was clearly great. Is this your idea or hers? Jorge originally found it awkward to speak bluntly, but since Kian had guessed it. We both think so. You two aren't compatible. Old Fabian, as adults, we should understand some things and leave them at that. Consider this my debt, and I will compensate you in work matters. Hope this won't affect our relationship going forward. Kian didn't lack money, the Fabian family had plenty. He didn't value Jorge's compensation monetarily. His intention was merely the sense of accomplishment in business conquest, an achievement he could earn without any financial benefit. He couldn't understand what was wrong with him that made both brother and sister look down on him. For Mindy, he hadn't touched alcohol or stayed up late for 3 days. He worked out every day and even ate ahead of schedule today to meet her. Looking at himself, his image, charisma, his tall figure, standing 184 centimeters, normally women flocked around him. He was certainly no slouch, so where did he fall short? Kian felt infuriated. He wished to grab Jorge and question him thoroughly about his superiority, but his pride wouldn't allow it. Mr. Mohammed, although our Fabian family isn't as powerful as the Mohammed family, we don't have to worry about food and drink. I am an adult, capable enough to play this game without needing your compensation. Saying this, he got off the car angrily, slamming the door. Jorge knew things would turn out this way. He blamed himself for being stupid. Since he felt from the start that Kian wasn't suitable, he should have stuck to his decision. However, knowing Kian's personality, he was never the type for deep feelings. The anger was just a result of his bruised ego over being dumped. Give him a few steps down and the anger would fade in a few days. Jorge didn't chase after him, turning the car around to head home. At the club entrance, Kian heard the engine revving and turned back to see Jorge driving off, nearly spitting blood from anger. Inhuman. F***ck. How can you call this friendship? Just left like that? Why did I have to know such a heartless guy? His hair was tousled, and he took off the chain from his neck and rings from his fingers, tossing them onto the ground. Walking furiously into the club, an employee came to report. Aiden Fabian, you're back. President Godwin and President Marvin came looking for you for drinks, but they couldn't reach you on the phone. We were just... Perfect timing. With all his frustrations bottled up, Kian headed straight to Carlo's private room. In the room, Carlos sat opposite Ebert, illuminated under a bright ceiling light, quietly chatting. Bang, the door swung open and then slammed shut. Kian stormed in, threw himself onto the sofa, and closed his eyes, agitated. Before Carlo or Ebert could say anything, Kian jumped up as if stung, grabbed a wine glass from the coffee table, and gulped down all the liquor inside. Carlo, who didn't know what happened, glared at him. F***ck, that's my cup, my drink. Where were you that you're this thirsty? Drinking Hennessy like water? Then I won't settle the bill. It's all yours today. Kian poured himself another cup. Why don't you go broke already? Caring about 2 sips of your booze. All mine, sure thing. F***ck. Money, who needs it? I've got loads. Bring 10 more bottles here. What happened? It had been ages since he acted this crazy. Carlo smelled gossip in the air and leaned on Kian's shoulder with a lecherous grin. You're acting weird. Whose ass are you biting? Who dared upset our big Aiden Fabian? Damn blind dogs. Kian pushed him away and rubbed his hair again, suddenly noticing his jeans, sneakers, and t-shirt, feeling extremely embarrassed. He kicked off his shoes towards the door, stripped off his t-shirt, and threw it on the ground, glaring fiercely at Ebert. This is the outfit you gave me? After I trusted you so much, this is sh**t. Ebert. Now he understood. Kian suddenly cared about his appearance, asking to be styled by Ebert, revealing that he had fallen for someone. Swinging through many women, he had never seen Kian take anyone so seriously before. Realizing his sincerity, Ebert advised sincerely but didn't expect this outcome. What? Got turned down? Which woman is so blind as to reject you, disregarding my effort? Has she lost her mind? With the size of the elite circle in Fabiancheng, there's no one I fancy. If you get snubbed here, old Fabian, I'll laugh at you for life. Laugh at him for life? Highly sensitive now, Kian hurled his glass at Ebert. Luckily, Ebert avoided it quickly. He bounded up like an angry lion, pointing at Ebert's face. Who got rejected? Who failed? Who the F***ck are you talking down to? A woman you despise. I can't fathom liking her either. Tell you, there's no woman in this world I can't get. Except I don't want to. F***ck. Even while insisting he didn't care, it showed how much he did. Carlo had never seen him act so irrationally and almost burst into laughter. I said I couldn't find you tonight, even unreachable by phone, turns out you were peacocking. Come on, Fabian, is it really worth it? Just an ignorant woman, is it? Calm down, let's sit. Bro, I get it. Let me give you a tip to salvage your dignity. Guaranteed she'll cry tomorrow begging for you. Pushing Kian back down, Carlo filled glasses for himself, Ebert, and Kian amiably. Translation notes, I've preserved the original tone and structure, ensuring natural English phrasing and keeping the story logically coherent. Chapter 318, Women are Brandt-like clothes. Didn't Brantley Obey say? Damians are like limbs, and women are like clothes. To fall out with a brother over a piece of clothing you haven't even acquired yet, isn't that stupid? Although Ebert wouldn't hold it against you, you still need to show your attitude. Come on, apologize. Slightly calmer, Bert realized he had been too impulsive. Luckily, Ebert dodged quickly, or else his head would have been smashed open. Clinking their glasses together, he stuck out his neck. It's all in the wine. You understand what I mean. Among grown men, who doesn't get irritable sometimes? Ebert understood him and drank the wine. Do we brothers need to say these things? Alright, let's talk. What happened exactly? Who was that woman? Bert really wanted to tell them, but he couldn't. That was his problem. His frustration came from keeping it all bottled up. I don't know how to say it. You're right, she's just a woman, and it'll pass soon enough. Given my reputation and status in Fabiancheng, what kind of woman can't I have? Let's move past this and not mention it again. Seeing that Bert didn't want to talk about it, Carlo tactfully went along with him. You said it well. That's how a real man should act. Where's Callie today? Marvin to call her over for some company? Call Callie, Jackie, and Adeline over. These three girls were DL Club's most beautiful and emotionally intelligent bartenders, many customers coming specifically for them. To maintain their allure, Bert only allowed them to work 3 days a week, and today happened to be their day off. Just as he was about to call them, Ebert shook his head. Just 2 are fine, I'm good. Though Ebert always claimed he preferred men and wasn't interested in women, every time he came here, he never refused the usual setup and was old friends with Jackie, Callie, and Adeline. Why was he suddenly so reserved? Why not this time? Damn, did you fall for someone? Ebert was unfazed by their teasing. To be honest, I've met a girl who's quite different. I feel something for her and no longer want to touch anyone else. It's pointless. Carlo felt like he was seeing ghosts. It was just recently that he had been busy, yet one by one they seemed to have developed feelings without him knowing. A girl? Are you sure you feel something for a girl? Ebert didn't want to elaborate. Let's not talk about me. She's not from our circle, and you wouldn't understand. Anyway, you two have fun. It's getting late, I should go back before she gets worried. As he stood to leave, Carlo's eyes nearly popped out. What do you mean, Ebert? Are you cohabiting with someone? Damn, you're suddenly into women and living with one? Ebert said, I'm not as wild as you guys, we're just living together. Rest assured, I'll notify you if there's any news. With that, he walked over to Bert and patted his shoulder. I'm in love and can't relate to your feelings. Staying here won't help much. Try to listen to old Godwin's advice, he's the most level-headed among us. Take care. He left laughing, leaving Bert feeling more shaken. Even Ebert had a girlfriend now, while his own love life was a mess. What was going on? At the Achilles call, Jackie and Adeline hurried over. With soft, tender company in hand and Carlo's golden words in ear, Bert should have forgotten Mindy quickly. But he felt uneasy, very uneasy. It was as if someone had pinched half his windpipe, making breathing difficult and causing general discomfort. What usually made him proud, the makeup-wearing Jackie, he now found annoying and fake. Her outfit was always the same revealing style, her nails shimmered unnervingly, and her figure and voice were maddeningly sultry. He couldn't take it anymore. Jackie was working hard, sitting on his lap, an arm around his neck, feeding him drinks with her soft, sultry hands. Suddenly, Bert pushed her off. Not wearing a shirt, he tugged at his neck irritably. I don't feel well, I'm not in the mood today. Let's stop. You can go home. Jackie, Eustace, why are you like this? You called us over. Go entertain old Godwin then. I'm not feeling well, I'll go home. He shoved Jackie toward Carlo, grabbed his clothes from the floor, and stormed out of the room. Brandt, like Ebert said, everything suddenly felt meaningless, completely boring. The club he relied on, the business he prided himself on, the place where he usually felt comfortable, all became disgusting and noisy for the first time. He needed peace. Putting on his jacket, he rushed out of the club and got into his car. Cold winds blew through the car windows at midnight, chilling him to the bone, but his breathing remained labored and uncomfortable. This must be what heartbreak feels like. Falling from heaven to hell couldn't feel worse. Comparing it to past romances during his school days, this pain was incomparably greater. Rationality told Bert that he needed sleep, and once rested, finding someone else to spend time with would make the pain go away soon. But his mind wouldn't comply. Mindy's cold, sharp features and movements were engraved in his brain, playing on loop endlessly. He felt he was losing his mind. If he didn't see her and speak to her immediately, he might not survive the night. Vroom. Unable to resist his impulse, he sat in the car for about 10 minutes, then started the engine and drove toward the villa. Jorge had keys to the garage and could enter the villa directly, but Bert didn't. Arriving at the villa, staring at the dark, ghostly house, he steeled himself. Beep, beep. Bright headlights illuminated the gate, and he honked twice forcefully. Soon, a light came on in a room upstairs, and a shadow appeared behind the curtains. Bert knew it was Mindy, his heart pounding wildly. Beep, beep, he honked again. The shadow disappeared behind the curtains. Bert knew Mindy was coming down to see him. He turned off the engine, slammed the car door, and ran to the entrance. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds later, Mindy, dressed in pajamas, appeared with her cold, emotionless face. What's wrong with you? She was clearly angry, but her voice remained calm, her striking features showing no change except in her eyes. This resemblance to Jorge's steady, dominant demeanor drove Bert mad with desire. Sorry. I think we need to talk. Talk about what? You didn't follow the rules, committing the mistakes I hate repeatedly. I never want to see you again. There's nothing to talk about. Normally shrewd, Bert now acted like a baffled fool. I didn't follow the rules. I made repeated mistakes. When did that happen? How come I don't know? Have you never been in love? When they first met, Mindy thought Bert was smart, experienced, a slick man who required extra vigilance. Yet his behavior today truly surprised her. Chapter 319, Sworn Devotion. We dated once, Kian admitted honestly. But that was many years ago. You shouldn't still be upset about it, right? He couldn't understand what Mindy was getting at and, feeling nervous, he raised a few fingers to swear an oath. Don't believe me? I can swear to it. Though I work in the entertainment industry, interacting with beautiful women every day, I'm fully aware of who they are and why they're here, so I don't get distracted by them. All these years, I haven't been interested in anyone. The more he portrayed himself as innocent, the colder Mindy's expression became. Ainsworth really disappoints me, he shouldn't have brought you here. Kian was completely confused. He tried to reach for her hand, but she pulled away. Mindy's presence was too intimidating for him to force anything on her. So, what do you mean? Can you explain clearly? I'm really hurting. We just shared the most intimate moment, and then you turn around and push me away. It feels like falling from heaven to hell. Mindy covered her face, dreading exactly this kind of complicated situation, which happened nonetheless. She took some time to control her emotions and organize her thoughts. I won't stay long in the country. Moreover, I'm a staunch non-marriage believer. I don't want any emotional entanglements with anyone. I don't want to be hurt, nor do I wish to hurt anyone. So, sorry, I don't even know your name, but it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you understand my point? I need only a simple and pure. Kian suddenly understood everything. No wonder despite his fancy attire today, Mindy looked indifferent and even wanted to dump him. She was indeed a staunch non-marriage believer. At this point, Kian couldn't blame anyone. From the beginning, Jorge had warned him, it was just a game, he chose to take it seriously. Understanding Mindy's intentions didn't mean he wasn't hurt. He still wanted to make an effort. Mindy, I understand your past and why you view marriage negatively, but... No, but... Don't try to convince me. I don't want to discuss this with anyone. The more you say, the more we seem incompatible. Your behavior tonight has severely crossed my boundaries. But you're Ainsworth's good friend, so I won't say more. Leave now. If you continue, you'll really be harassing me. Mindy was not only cold but also rational, leaving no room for argument. Kian couldn't budge her, feeling utterly frustrated. After all this effort to see her, he still failed. No, Mindy, hear me out. Mindy wouldn't listen. Finished meant finished, she closed the door coldly with a slam. Kian hesitated, wanting to knock but dared not. He scratched his head anxiously at the doorstep. Suddenly, a side window opened, and Mindy's face appeared again. You should know who lives here and the consequences if her identity is exposed. If you act rashly again. Kian drove back to the club in a daze. As he reached the entrance, he encountered Carlo, who had just returned home. Seeing him reeking of alcohol, Carlo felt extremely disappointed. Damn, you were drunk driving? Visiting that woman? Rejected again? Screw it. Who is she that you can't let go? Come on, call her and get her out here. I'm dying to know who bewitched you this way. Feeling defeated, Kian told him the truth despondently. You're the only one who cares about my drunk driving. Hell, she doesn't care if I live or die. When I finally got serious, guess what? She didn't want to be serious, she just wanted to toy with me. Isn't it laughable, old Godwin? A woman playing with me? Isn't that funny? Carlo initially pitied him and wanted to speak up for him, but hearing this, he burst into laughter. Are you out of your mind, Kian? Dying over this? Wasn't it worth going crazy for? He wanted to give a woman a future, but she didn't want it. He's Kian, he could offer the world. Wasn't it enough? Carlo looked at him as if he were insane. In my opinion, this woman is pretty level-headed, which is a good thing. Playing around is fine. You're a grown man, why fear it? Why overthink things? Even if she agreed to date you for life, would it last? With your personality, could you promise to love only her forever without changing your heart? That struck Kian speechless. True. Even if Mindy agreed, and they married immediately, could he ensure he'd remain true forever? Carlo patted his shoulder. Brantleaf is long. Sooner or later, you might get tired. That's human nature. Even marriage doesn't guarantee a lifelong commitment. Why agonize over something that hasn't happened? You really are delusional. Brant listening to Carlo, Kian felt enlightened. Indeed. No one could guarantee the future. What was he doing? Screw it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I get it now. Revitalized, Kian felt he knew how to approach Mindy. Normally, he should have gone to bed at this hour, but he was too excited to sleep, so he decided to visit Jorge. Jorge had a habit of jogging in the morning but had paused it recently due to various issues. Things were stabilizing, and he resumed this habit. This morning at 6, he got up and, unexpectedly, found a wide-awake Kian standing at his door. Despite the dark circles under his eyes and an overnight beard, Kian looked eagerly determined. Jorge instantly knew why he came, greeting him with mixed feelings. How come you're here so early? Didn't sleep all night? I've thought it through. I'll follow what you said. I'll come back to you in 3 days. Jorge was speechless. He hadn't slept all night, just thinking about this issue. He came to block his door just to say this. Was he mad? Baichuan. Jorge hadn't called him by this nickname in ages. Today, he genuinely felt sympathy. But Kian was cheerful. No need to persuade me. Mindy's right. Everything I said and did yesterday was childish. Tell her I'll cooperate with her plan. I'll leave now. Hashtag chapter 320, man up. Having said that, he gracefully returned to the car and started the engine, preparing to leave. Jorge approached and grabbed his arm through the car window. Did you drink a lot last night? You're still tipsy. Driving is dangerous, I'll have someone take you home. I'm perfectly sober. I know what I'm doing and saying. Don't think I'm delirious. That's not what I meant. I'm genuinely concerned for your safety. Fine then. Dakari got out of the car and sat in the back seat. I am tired. Let me sleep. The driver took him away, leaving Jorge standing there watching the departing car tail. His mood dampened, he made a call to Mindy with a stern face. Answering his call so early in the morning for the first time, Mindy's tone was unpleasant. You've woken me up. Sorry. But I need to talk to you. If it's about your friend, it's unnecessary. I made myself clear yesterday. Ainsworth, I didn't expect you to call over this matter. Jorge understood her concerns and the impact Dakari's actions had on her. He actually supported Mindy's approach, perhaps they both shared an unapproachable coldness in their core. But as a longtime friend, Dakari really tugged at his heartstrings. I get your point, which is why we need to talk. He tried to persuade Mindy, but she hung up on him more stubbornly than he imagined. My apologies, Baichuan. Short pain is better than long suffering. Accept the reality sooner. Jorge became busy again, and 3 days passed quickly. Tonight was when Jorge planned to meet Mindy, but he didn't bring any new male models, he needed to talk to her. After putting Gwendolyn to sleep, he drove out. Just reaching the gate, he saw Dakari waiting. Jorge knew talking to Dakari wouldn't help much, so he decided to let him speak to Mindy directly. Hopefully, his impulsive decision wouldn't infuriate her further. They arrived at the villa as usual, entering smoothly as Mindy waited according to routine. Seeing Dakari, she indeed flared up, standing up silently from the sofa, turning to go upstairs. Dakari rushed forward and grabbed her hand. Mindy. Mindy fiercely shook him off, her tone icy. You are becoming unbearable and intrusive. I can no longer tolerate you. No. I came here today to tell you that I agree with your terms. Mindy didn't want to hear him, attempting to leave again. Panicked, Dakari wrapped his arms around her waist and hoisted her onto his shoulder. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Let me go. Even if she was as ruthless and dominant, she was still a woman, possessing less than a tenth of Dakari's strength. She kicked and struggled on his shoulder but couldn't move him. Dakari carried her into the room, locking the door behind them, throwing her on the bed before unbuckling his pants. Well, finally manning up? Mindy remained motionless, watching him coldly, curious how far he'd go. Unexpectedly, Dakari put on gloves, mimicking her previous actions and walked to the machine. With practiced ease, he collected a sample, added liquid, placed it on the machine, and hit the switch. Then he turned back, looking at Mindy while taking off his gloves. Let it do its job while we do ours. Mindy? True to his word, Dakari pounced without turning off the lights. Today finished earlier than usual. Dakari left the room without extra words, getting dressed swiftly. He called Jorge as always. I'll wait in the car. Soon, Jorge came downstairs. The door to the room on the ground floor was open, but Mindy hadn't come out. Not knowing what transpired or Mindy's thoughts, Jorge considered leaving but thought twice because it was his sister. He knocked on the door gently. If it's still not right, I won't bring him next time. Mindy, already dressed in pajamas, drifted out from the machine, a rare smile on her face since arriving in Fabiancheng, a smile filled with deep meaning, almost mocking, yet it added a hint of color to her usually expressionless face. He has some interesting qualities now. If only he'd been like this sooner. The car drove away smoothly, restoring the villa's silence. Not far off, Barnaby hadn't left the woods. Lately, he had been surveilling Jorge diligently after work. Although Jorge was mostly predictable, men could be unpredictable too. Finally, he caught a loophole, meeting a beauty late at night. The CEO of Mohammed Group wasn't immune to temptations despite his outward seriousness. Feeling triumphant, he sent a message to Renata, realizing she still had him blocked, so he called instead. Renata, who had forgotten to block his number, woke groggily and answered irritably, threatening immediately. Do you want to die? Miss Meng, please don't be angry. Brantleyston. I've caught something serious on Jorge. I have many photos. Unblock my WeChat, and I'll send them instantly. What? Something critical on Jorge? Are you sure? Absolutely. He sounded confident, but Renata doubted. If you're bluffing or showing trivial stuff again, I won't forgive you. She unblocked him, soon seeing photos on her screen. Renata nearly lost control, calling Barnaby back. Where were these taken? Are you sure you took them? Could they be photoshopped? Miss Meng, do you still doubt me? I just want to earn a living. Do you think I'd dare fool you? Who's that woman? Why is Dakari there? Only one woman? So far, only her. As for the other man, I don't know, but he comes with Aiden Mohammed every time. They stay for 3 to 4 hours, discussing something important. If I keep surveillance, I'll find more unexpected news. Good work. Send me the location. I'll head there. No need, Miss Meng. I observed during the day, this woman doesn't leave, not even opening the curtains. Your visit would be wasted. According to my observations, Aiden Mohammed visits her every 3 days, always after 10 p.m. If you trust me, let's meet here in 3 days. Renata had given up on Jorge, but she believed he treated relationships seriously and respectfully. Despite his rejection of her, it made her admire him more. She couldn't accept him being a hypocrite indulging in clandestine pleasures. The photos shocked and confused Renata, stirring jealousy. Who is that woman? To have Jorge treat her so specially, visiting and pampering her? Why could anyone else but not her? She felt like she was going insane. Chapter 321, Thinking of Her Again. 3 more days passed as Renata anxiously waited. She and Barnaby had set up an ambush beforehand, using a high-powered telescope to monitor the villa's entrance. Just as Barnaby predicted, around 11 in the evening, Jorge's car pulled up. However, Jorge was highly cautious, never leaving his vehicle and driving straight into the house. The house lights were off, and the curtains drawn. She could see nothing. Do they always take such precautions? There are occasional exceptions. Miss Meng, to gather information for you, I've really exhausted my entire lifetime's patience. And he still had the nerve to boast? Renata shot an irritated glance at Barnaby. What use is it just knowing he came? You can't even get a shot of that woman's face. Think of a way to lure them out. Barnaby hesitated, afraid to proceed without certainty if there were cameras outside. Miss Meng, perhaps we should avoid tipping our hand prematurely, or else risk exposing ourselves. Not that I'm not brave enough, but I think it best if I come back during the day to study the terrain and plan thoroughly before taking action. This way, we won't fail. Okay? Though anxious, Renata had to admit Barnaby made sense. After waiting this long, 3 more days wouldn't hurt. Surprisingly, fate had other plans. Sometimes, when you fixate on something and desperately seek answers, they remain elusive. But when you let it go, things unexpectedly turn around. On the afternoon following their surveillance, Barnaby called her suddenly. Miss Meng, big news, big news. This afternoon I snuck over to check out the area around the villa and bumped into CEO Mohammed. There indeed is another woman here, but she seems older and possibly injured. Here, I'll send you some photos. One by one, pictures streamed into Renata's phone. Heart pounding, she opened WeChat expecting stunning beauties or compromising intimate scenes with Jorge. Instead, a business van, a wheelchair, a patient. The older woman wore an oxygen mask, looking as if she was being rescued. Who was being saved? Renata zoomed in on the photos, trying to discern Annabelle's face through the mask, yet clarity eluded her. However, her hand became visible, wearing an elegantly designed diamond bracelet. Renata nearly dropped her phone from excitement. Kira. Impossible. She saw Jorge's Viviana. Wasn't she dead? Didn't Gwendolyn push her down the stairs to her death months ago? How could she suddenly appear now? Yet she couldn't be mistaken. That distinctive bracelet was a niche masterpiece by a renowned European designer. Renata had gifted it to her, after much effort, to please her. Jorge's Viviana had cherished it deeply. Suddenly, countless thoughts and possibilities raced through Renata's mind. Now she understood why Jorge, who usually harbored grudges fiercely and was so coldly arrogant, maintained any relationship with Gwendolyn after what she did to his Viviana. Now she understood why he didn't arrange a lavish funeral for his Viviana and moved on quickly. It all made sense. Did Gwendolyn know about this? Who was the other woman beside her? Why did Jorge keep everyone in the dark except this woman? What was her role? As Renata grabbed her car keys and rushed towards her car, she instructed Barnaby. From now on, forget work. Watch him closely, miss no single movement. Since relocating here, Mindy personally cared for Mohammed's Viviana. Though her body functions operated normally, she had fluid in her lungs, causing periodic severe coughing and fever. Coughs led to phlegm lodged in her throat. With paralysis below the neck, she couldn't clear it herself, risking choking. Mindy originally opposed traveling abroad for surgery, deeming the risks too high for a quadriplegic. But today, she almost suffocated during dinner, forcing a change in plans. Both conservative and surgical treatments carried equal risk now, so surgery seemed the better option. No one could monitor her non-stop otherwise. Hearing about the incident, Jorge rushed over from work. After hearing Mindy's account, he immediately called a professor in Shangqing City to schedule an appointment. Fortunately, the professor was available tomorrow, and given their situation, no flights, no high-speed trains, the journey needed to start immediately. I'll drive, you tend to her in the car. Let's go together. In a rush, they packed essentials, oxygen tanks, and basic medical supplies, carefully transferring her into the vehicle. Once in the car, Jorge called Gwendolyn. The financing issue has been addressed in Shangqing. I need to attend a dinner tonight. I'm already on my way there. My return time is undetermined. Please handle the company well in these 2 days. If anything happens, call me immediately. Even if I don't answer right away, leave a message, and I'll call you back as soon as I see it. Gwendolyn knew he was working on major projects requiring funding, believing him completely. Sure, be careful. Return as soon as possible. I'll wait for you at home. They hung up just as Kian called. Lau Mohammed, where are you? Is that investment for my club branch still on? Hadn't he said he wasn't interested in his money? Men sure could lie. But Jorge had no patience. I have urgent business in Shangqing. We'll talk when I get back. How long will you stay? For what? For work, what else? Jorge snapped, I'm driving, no time to chat. Bye. Before hanging up, Kian stopped him. Not so fast. Driving with Bluetooth connected won't hinder you. Talk a bit more, you're not afraid of me pestering you for investments, are you? Trying to dodge your promise? Though Jorge's personal funds were limited, investing in a club was manageable, no reason to dodge over something minor. Kian, find Carlo or someone else if you're bored. I don't have time. You're busy, always so busy. Busy to the point of driving yourself for a trip. Tell me, why do you even need drivers and assistants? Don't. Bored and missing Mindy, Kian sought tidbits from him. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English with coherent logic and paragraph structure. Chapter 322, Dislike Being Cared For. While Cole was chatting aimlessly, a loud bang came from Jorge's end, startling him so much that he jumped up from the sofa. Holy crap, what's going on? What was that noise? Did I mishear it? Are you okay? Old Mohammed, did you get into an accident? Hello? Hello? How are you? Jorge kept his face serious, holding the steering wheel and staring at the white car that had suddenly darted out and crashed into his car's front. He was speechless for a few seconds. I'm at the second traffic light on Binjiang Avenue. You have half an hour to drive your Mercedes-Benz here. I need it urgently. Upon learning that Jorge had been in an accident, Jalen raced over like a maniac and arrived on the scene in less than 15 minutes. Jorge's car was parked by the roadside, and he had already let the driver who collided with him go. Meeting face to face, Jorge looked at Jalen with a low and stern voice. Mindy and my Viviana are in the car. I urgently need to take them to Shangqing for surgery. Help me move my Viviana. Keep your mouth shut. Jalen didn't hear anything else but Mindy being in the car. He could see her again, which was great. I'm coming with you. What? Shangqing is far away. It's not safe for you to drive alone. If something happens again like just now, we can take turns driving. I'll come with you. Although Jalen spoke righteously, Jorge knew what he meant. Mindy won't like someone like you. It's fine as long as you like it, and Caitlin needs it. I'm not doing this for her. Hurry up, old Mohammed. Caitlin can't wait around. With a bang, Jalen opened the car door. Jorge had no choice but to lean into the car, whispering a few words to Mindy. Given the urgent situation and considering Jalen's recent reliable demeanor, Mindy didn't refuse. Thus, Jalen successfully got into the same vehicle with her. On the way, whether driving or sitting in the passenger seat, he dared not speak a word. Jorge was always taciturn and never initiated conversations, much like his sister. Thankfully, both were visually appealing. Glancing furtively at one, then the other, the time passed quickly. By 8 o'clock in the evening, they arrived in Changchun. Jorge took them to the hospital, where the professor admitted his Viviana to a ward and conducted some tests. The overall condition of her body is good, and she can undergo surgery tomorrow. There's no need for everyone to stay here. 1. Too many people affect air circulation, which isn't good for the patient's breathing. 2. The hospital space is limited. Ainsworth, if you trust me, I'll find a nurse to look after her. You all must be tired after such a long trip. Go rest at a hotel. The first time his Viviana almost had an incident, Jorge wasn't there. This time, he wouldn't leave her side. As a son, Mindy had stayed by her side for months. It was time for him to fulfill his filial duty. That's not necessary. I'll stay here tonight. Mindy, Baichuan, you two should eat something and find a hotel to rest. Mindy hadn't left the villa for months and deserved some freedom tonight. Without further ado, she nodded and left the ward, with Jalen rushing to follow. Well, I'll leave now, Ainsworth. I'll visit you tomorrow. She's new here, I'll accompany her so she doesn't get lost. Mindy barely spoke Chinese or read characters, yet she bravely headed downstairs. Jalen hurriedly caught up and pulled her before she could hail a taxi. Where are you going? Outside the warm haven of the villa, she wore a cashmere sweater and black coat, her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Even without makeup, her natural elegance made her stand out. Mindy replied softly, to a bar. I haven't been out in months. Going to a bar isn't too much to ask, is it? Swallowing the underlying message, she didn't want Jalen's interference, he understood. But do you know where there's a bar? Can you give directions? Mindy couldn't specify an address and didn't have any money or a payment app. So, would you like to come with me? Though Jalen knew he was only useful to her at this moment, he gladly agreed. Around 9 p.m., the bar was still quite empty. Mindy headed straight to the bartender and started speaking English, which the bartender didn't understand. Jalen translated, do you serve food? I mean proper meals. Dumplings, pasta, cakes, fruits, anything like that. Sorry sir, we don't serve food here. That's for restaurants. It seemed only bartenders worked here. Accustomed to command, Jalen snapped his fingers. Call your manager. The waiter promptly fetched Thorntoniger. Upon repeating his request, Thorntoniger proved competent. If you need delivery service, I can arrange it immediately. So, sir, what would you like? Jalen glanced at Mindy's slim waist, void of any extra fat. Dumplings. Make it quick, this beautiful lady is eager to drink. Mindy, seeing the bartender chatter without serving her drink, glanced at Jalen impatiently. What exactly are you telling them? Jalen didn't reply directly. As a doctor, you should know drinking on an empty stomach is bad for the stomach. So, in China, services are very humane. Before drinking, they insist you have a meal. Mindy thought she heard the funniest joke ever. You're definitely joking. Wait and see. Have some juice first. Impatient, Mindy turned to leave, disliking anyone fussing over her. Jalen remained seated, calling out to her calmly. You don't have money and can't go far. If you really want to drink, just wait a little longer. Mindy, having no choice, sat down 2 seats away from him, finishing the juice slowly. The dumplings were delivered soon after. Jalen placed the takeaway box in front of her, broke the chopsticks for her, and returned to his spot. Though Mindy disliked the rule of eating before drinking, Jalen wasn't bothersome, so she ate leisurely. Despite it being her first time, the dumplings tasted pretty good. She continued munching until a muscular, rather handsome Western-looking man sat beside her, speaking fluent English. Are you here alone? Why are you eating here? You're quite interesting. Mindy glanced at him coolly from top to bottom. Sure enough, Jalen was lying. This man disproved the bar's must eat before drink rule in one sentence, a crude lie. She didn't like Jalen caring for her. She disliked anyone caring for her. From childhood, Mindy never understood fatherly love nor maternal love well, raised by nannies in a distant and formal manner, thus detesting overly intimate relationships. Though she interacted with men, once they showed possessiveness or care, she started feeling repulsed. ####Chapter 323, No Desire to Treat. She knew it was a psychological condition, but she didn't want treatment. Being single and carefree was just fine. Not getting married was also fine. Before one is ready to take responsibility for a child's future, they shouldn't bring it into the world. This was her deepest realization thus far. So, Bert's concern tonight made her think about their relationship again. Maybe because he grew up in such a blissful environment, he genuinely couldn't understand her. He couldn't keep his distance as she had requested, they were destined not to be together. At this moment, a man who matched her in appearance, physique, and language approached, and Mindy decided to give him a try. Is that so? Eating dumplings can be interesting. If I do something else, won't I drive you wild? Ha 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 ha, Thornton laughed heartily at her jest. You have such an authentic accent. Are you from a certain city? Note, the name of the city was not provided in the original text, so it's better to use a certain city to keep the translation accurate and fluent. Forget it, greeting girls like that isn't cool. You might as well say directly that I'm pretty and you want something from me. Wow, Thornton's eyes widened in surprise. Sorry, I've been back for a while now. As you know, girls here are quite, how should I put it, shy. In comparison, I really like your kind. So what? My stomach's full, it's time to drink. Will you buy me a drink? Of course. What would you like to drink? Watching them chat effortlessly, with Thornton even calling the bartender over to mix drinks for them, Bert knew it was over. Mindy was definitely going to give this guy a try. He felt angry. How could she be so casual? Even though her unfortunate birth led her to dislike marriage, why couldn't she seriously date someone instead of demeaning herself? This man didn't look like a good person, and she wasn't afraid of catching diseases. Speaking of diseases, Bert felt a tightness below. They had brought plenty of supplies on this trip. Mindy wouldn't have brought those specific male testing kits for tonight, would she? After the bartender performed a few fancy moves, Thornton and Mindy started drinking together. Bert wanted to rush over and immediately drag Mindy away, but he knew he couldn't. She would definitely resent him for meddling and become even more distant. As he watched them, suddenly a frail girl leaned against his shoulder. Handsome, are you alone? So interesting, eating dumplings in a bar. I've been noticing you. You're handsome. Can we play together? Bert had worked in entertainment for years, seen all sorts of people and heard all sorts of lines, but he had never found these words so disgusting before. I'm gay. Please keep your distance. Oh. Such a pity. Such a handsome guy is gay. The girl left reluctantly. All night, Bert didn't touch a drop of alcohol, watching Mindy the whole time. The man seemed very funny, constantly making exaggerated faces and telling jokes that made Mindy giggle occasionally. Bert was almost driven mad with jealousy. After knowing her for so long and practically risking his life for her, she had never laughed for him. Now, she was laughing at some lame jokes from this trash. They kept drinking, even dancing in the club sometimes, and Mindy looked truly relaxed and content. Time flew by, and it was already past midnight. Both of them were somewhat tipsy and prepared to leave. The man looked at her ambiguously. Would you like to come with me tonight? Mindy responded with equal ambiguity. Do you come to bars every day and bring different girls home each night? How can you say that, darling? Chinese girls aren't like that, at least 3 dates before they'd go home with a guy. And I don't come often, maybe once a month. Once a month, doesn't that make you uncomfortable? Sure, but I have my hands. Plus, I need to work and can't focus all my energy here. At least you're honest. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Honestly, I find it hard to maintain a long-term relationship. My patience is limited, and girls are always troublesome. Good, someone like herself. Mindy decided on him. Do you have any diseases? AIDS? Impossible, I'm very careful. What do you do? Darling, didn't you say you didn't want things to get serious? Why so many questions? Mindy replied, I'm a doctor. While I don't mind having more boyfriends, I can't accept just anyone. All right. The man surrendered with a laugh. Software engineer. That's my name. While I also don't mind having more girlfriends, I'm not promiscuous either. My family expects me to carry on the lineage. Mindy caught his business card and scrutinized it. I'll remember that. My judgment is sharp. If you lie, I'll see through it immediately. Seeing her confidence, Thornton admired her uniqueness and caught her hand playfully. Feel free to investigate. I'll lose if I hide anything. With that, they agreed. Mindy appreciated his character. The man draped his arm around her shoulders as they walked out together. Bert panicked. Were they really leaving? What if something happened? He grabbed his wallet, took out all the cash, and flagged down a waiter. See that tall man over there? Yes. Tell him Annabelle is my wife, and ask him to meet me here. I'll wait. If he dares not come, I'll storm his house. The waiter was startled but quickly ran to Thornton. Bert moved through the crowd to the restroom entrance. A minute later, Thornton indeed appeared. They locked eyes instantly, and Thornton raised an eyebrow. You're her husband? Why didn't you stop her? Looks more like an ex to me. My mom. Bert pulled out a hidden bottle and smashed it on Thornton's head. Mindy waited outside the bar and within a minute, several men tried to hit on her. Despite her aversion to intimate relationships, she certainly didn't appreciate creeps or thugs. Her disdain did nothing to deter them. Irritated, she thought, 30 more seconds. If he doesn't come out, I'll consider him a coward and forget about him. Just then, Bert emerged with a dark expression. Seeing 2 men drooling over Mindy, his anger flared. Pointing at them, he shouted. She's my wife. Get lost. Damn it. Although these men were low class, they still shared the basic male consensus. You don't mess with another man's wife. Seeing Bert hug Mindy, they grudgingly backed off. Mindy hadn't expected him to still be there, frowning at him. Why haven't you left? Bert replied coldly, what will you do if I leave? With no money and no ID, sleep on the streets? Or follow some random man? Mindy glanced towards the bar entrance again. Bert sneered, no point looking. His girlfriend found him, and they're already kissing inside. If you don't mind sharing him with another woman, you can keep waiting. Translation maintained the original paragraph structure, tone, and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 324, Not Watching Where You're Going. Kian's cold tone and mocking words made Mindy even more upset. What qualifies you to talk to me like this? What I do is my own business, what can you do about it? With that, she stopped waiting for him, breaking free from Kian and walking forward on her own. Enraged, Kian rushed after her. Who else should care if not me? That random man just now? You dared to follow someone whose name you didn't even know, how stupid. How incredibly irresponsible towards your own life. Aren't you afraid he could be a scammer, a human trafficker, or... He left out the worst possibilities. She was in a foreign country and it was late at night, he didn't want to scare Mindy. Mindy completely ignored him, unsure if she even heard his words as she strode forward hastily. Kian got angrier with each word. You're so beautiful. So accomplished. So young. Even without marriage, you can have normal relationships and be very happy. Why would you devalue yourself like this? Is it really that entertaining for you to switch boyfriends every few days? As careful as you might be, there's an old Chinese saying, if you walk by a river frequently, how can you avoid getting your feet wet? Also, some diseases have incubation periods. Continue like this and you will eventually get infected. There's another old saying in China, self-degradation, self-contempt, ruining a perfect hand of cards, and that's exactly you. One day, you'll regret this. As they spoke, they had already reached the corner of the bar street. Mindy just wanted to quickly escape him and ran across the road without checking the intersection. At that moment, a taxi turned the corner without slowing down. Bright headlights were cast upon them as Mindy was about to be hit. In one swift motion, Kian dashed forward and grabbed her. Screech. The driver braked sharply in the middle of the road, lowered the window, and started shouting at them. Walking blind? Can't you see? Damn. Looking to die? Mindy couldn't understand what he was cursing, but Kian heard clearly. Fuming with anger, he kicked the car door hard. What did you say? What did you say, damn you? Say it again if you dare. The driver, realizing his slip of tongue in the heat of the moment, thought better of it. These people who came here to spend lavishly were likely drunk, arguing with drunks was pointless. He kept quiet and raised the window, preparing to drive off. But Kian lifted his long leg and kicked the car door again. Turn around. Take us back to the hotel. The driver, seeing the potential for profit, obliged and turned the car around. Kian pulled Mindy into the car. She refused to go, so he picked her up and forced her in, instructing the driver to lock the doors. Looking in the rearview mirror at the squabbling couple, the driver commented. What's wrong, handsome? Trouble with Brenna-friend? Not your business. Just find us a nearby 5-star hotel. Sure thing. The driver delivered them to a magnificent hotel's entrance. Mindy, who refused to enter the car initially, now refused to leave it. Kian hoisted her up under his arm, carried her into the hotel despite her kicking and struggling. At the reception desk, he pushed Mindy forward and stood behind her, pinning her within his embrace. Get us a room. Of course, sir. May I see your ID please? Kian tossed over his ID. Disliking being held, Mindy tried desperately to break free, demanding. I want my own room. Let me go. The staff at the 5-star hotel, recognizing Mindy's English, intervened. Does the lady need assistance? Do you know this gentleman? Noticing their awkwardness, the staff member was ready to call the police for Mindy if necessary. Kian sighed. To hell with you, you had no problem leaving with a stranger from a bar, yet you don't want to share a room with me? If it weren't for Ainsworth's sister and our trip together, fearing you'd get hurt, I wouldn't care less. Then don't. Get the room and leave. The issue is you have no ID or passport, miss. Ask if they'll give you a room. Frustrated, Kian yelled at the receptionist. Just open the damn room already. Once it was confirmed they knew each other, the receptionist handed over the room card. Kian dragged Mindy to the elevator. When truly angry, his strength was immense, and Mindy felt like a piece of clothing being yanked around. In the room, he pushed her onto the sofa and took off his jacket. Today, you're staying with me whether you like it or not. Tomorrow, when we return to your brother, I'll stop caring. You've had too much to drink, go clean up and sleep. Mindy rubbed her sore wrist and took off her coat. I'm thirsty. 3 simple words, neither showing weakness nor seeking affection, inexplicably extinguished Kian's anger. This woman, from appearance to body to character, matched his tastes perfectly. He found himself willingly submitting to her whims. When he realized what she swallowed, it was too late for him to snatch the medicine away. Are you insane? Are you even a doctor? Drinking alcohol and then taking medicine? You wanna fly? Tell me what you took and spit it out. Mindy handed him the packaging without responding and walked into the bathroom. Unconcerned, she prepared to shower while Kian scrutinized the unmarked white plastic shell anxiously. Being neither a medical student nor a doctor, and rarely ill, his examination proved fruitless. Was it a hangover cure? Some miracle drug? Perhaps it could help with hangovers next time he drank. Thinking so, he snapped a photo of the packaging and sent it to a friend abroad. Know what this is? Send me its name. His friend replied promptly, no idea. You should ask a doctor instead of me. Because I brought it from your side. It's probably not available here. Ask more people if they recognize it. The friend diligently investigated. Shortly, an answer arrived. Where did you get this? Who took it? Kian sensed the seriousness of the matter. Tell me straight. What's this medication? His friend began cautiously. Not certain. A few friends identified it from memory. One remembered his Grand Viviana taking it. No labels, though. Kian grew anxious. Exactly what does it do? Speak clearly. His friend hesitated. It's possibly, but let me confirm. But the message seemed to imply something troubling. Chapter 325, Heartless. He said it's for treating cancer. Cancer? Bert's hand trembled as he held his phone. It can't be. Mindy seemed so normal and beautiful, and she was a doctor herself. How could she have cancer? It must be a mistake. Does your friend really speak like that? Forget I asked. Although Bert scolded the other person, a seed of doubt had been planted in his heart. After ending the call with his friend, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Unable to resist, he sent the photo of the medicine to Jorge again. Old Mohammed, please send this picture to the professor and ask him what this medicine is for. The professor had just finished a surgery and was chatting with Jorge in the ward when Mohammed casually showed him the photo. The professor's expression turned serious. Who sent this to you? Doesn't the person who sent it know what this medicine is? What's wrong? Is there a problem with the medicine? Nothing major. There's no name or anything written on it, so I'm not quite sure either. Though the professor didn't say it directly, Jorge clearly sensed he was holding something back. After the professor left, he called Bert. Where are you? Didn't you say you would keep an eye on her to avoid any trouble? Why are you researching medicine now? Bert, don't give me problems. Bert felt like he was going to be driven mad by these two siblings. Why were they all so impolite to him? Don't you want to video call me first, big brother? Your sister was at a bar drinking for hours, and I just brought her back. You're angry at me, and so is she. Did I owe you both in my past life? You were with her? Then why did you ask me about the medicine? Bert almost blurted out that Mindy had taken it. But given Mindy's stubborn nature, if she didn't want anyone to know. She got into an exchange with a man at the bar and almost went off with him. I saw that man taking this medicine and feared he might have some hidden illness, so I stopped her. What does this medicine do? Have you asked? That made sense. Jorge sighed in relief. Anyway, it's not good medicine. The professor didn't say much. Just watch over her well. Don't let her go to bars anymore. If she's disobedient, call me. When Jorge mentioned that it wasn't good medicine, Bert's heart sank. After hanging up, Mindy emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Though he'd seen her body many times before, under the bright light, with her hair tied up and her slender shoulders exposed, this was the first time. Because of her slimness, her collarbones protruded sharply, her neck appeared unusually long, and the bones connecting her arms were clearly visible. Originally, Bert didn't want to associate her with cancer, but seeing her return to the room, wrap her head in a bath cap, and lie down on the bed, Bert took the hairdryer from the bathroom and followed her in. Get up and dry your hair before you sleep. Foreigners often lived less cautiously than Chinese people, going barefoot, drinking cold water, and sleeping with wet hair were common practices, and Mindy paid no attention to him. Bert couldn't bear seeing her treat her body so poorly, so he dragged her to the edge of the bed, helped untie her bath cap, and squatted down to blow-dry her hair. While drying her hair, he explained. I don't know how medical textbooks teach it abroad, but in China, it's common knowledge whether you're a doctor or not. Sleeping with wet hair causes headaches, walking barefoot on the floor lets cold air enter your body, which is harmful. Mindy, you're young and have so much to see. Take better care of yourself. Perhaps because of the soothing scalp massage while he dried her hair, or because Mindy was exhausted, she didn't argue with Bert. After drying her hair, he made her lie back down, then quickly took a shower and joined her on the bed. Though they were close, it felt like there was a galaxy between them. Mindy didn't touch him, didn't talk to him. She was clearly awake, but kept her eyes closed, pretending to sleep. Bert looked at her beautiful face reflected by the faint light coming through the window and began to understand her. Growing up without parents and changing nannies frequently, she never experienced love. How could she love others? Finally growing up, graduating, and then diagnosed with cancer, who wouldn't feel despair? The more he observed her, the more his heart ached. Overwhelmed by his love, Bert finally couldn't control himself and moved closer to her. As soon as his chest touched hers, Mindy opened her eyes coldly. What are you doing? I want to hug you. No. Apart from that, I never share a bed with men, let alone lie in a man's arms. You're already too close. Then, that. Bert suddenly pulled her towards him. Everything happened so abruptly, so impulsively, that it ended before Bert remembered he hadn't used protection. His mind buzzed with fear that Mindy might get upset the next day, so he tried to get up. However, Mindy clung tightly to his neck, preventing him from leaving. He tried to reason with her, but her mouth was blocked by his before she could respond. It was utterly selfless. They barely slept the entire night, only drifting off as the sky began to lighten in the early morning. They slept until the afternoon. Jorge was thoughtful and didn't send any messages or calls. Waking up and checking the time, it was already 4 p.m. Seeing the love of his life sleeping peacefully beside him, Bert felt immense comfort and wished time would stop. He couldn't resist lightly kissing her face. Just that gentle kiss woke her up. Aren't you awake? Did you sleep well? No matter how happy he felt, Mindy always had a ruthless side. She ignored him, coldly told him to move aside, and sat up alone. What time is it? 4 p.m. She wasn't surprised or regretful, calmly instructing Bert to pass her the towel, then turned to get up. Following her, Bert noticed bruises on her arms and legs from their rough handling last night. He wanted to ask if she needed any medication or other aftercare measures since they hadn't used protection several times. But Mindy seemed indifferent or oblivious to the whole incident. After another shower, she took her medicine and prepared to go to the hospital as usual. Suddenly, Bert didn't want to remind her. She was terrible at taking care of herself and didn't treat her body properly. Given her condition, getting pregnant would be difficult. Even if she did get pregnant, it would be a blessing for him. Even if Mindy refused to marry him, having a child together would be wonderful. He was shocked by his own thoughts. Had he sunk this low? Would even a child without recognition be satisfactory? Bert, are all the women in Fabianshing dead? Have you no limits? He could almost imagine Carlo mocking him. But did it matter? As long as it involved Mindy, he realized he would do anything. This chapter conveys a complex and emotionally intense narrative, maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring natural English expressions, and preserving paragraph and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 326, Indifference to his Heart. Kian went to the hospital with Mindy. Jorge acted quickly and performed surgery on Mohammed's Viviana while they were asleep, and it was successful. She was currently under postoperative observation. He had stayed up all night yesterday and almost another full day today, showing obvious signs of exhaustion. Mindy suggested he go to the hotel to rest and she would watch over tonight. Jorge left, and Mindy went to see her Viviana. Kian saw that the professor was there and stopped him to ask about the medicine box from yesterday. The professor answered cautiously, "Where did this box come from? Since it belongs to someone you know, why don't you ask her directly?" Kian didn't hide anything from the professor. "She won't tell me." "Professor, no matter what, I can accept it." "It's okay, just tell me the truth." "It's not that I won't tell you, but I'm not specialized enough." "Here, Xiao Fabian, let me recommend a more professional doctor to you. You can ask her, and if there are any subsequent issues, you can find her directly." Kian. If he didn't know what was going on, how could he refer a more professional doctor to him? This was contradictory. It seemed like it was indeed a serious illness, and the professor was being tight-lipped. Following the professor to the doctor's office, Kian met a new doctor. Soon, the doctor revealed the name of the medication. "This is a targeted drug for breast cancer treatment." Breast cancer? Kian nearly fell onto the ground in shock. Mindy was so young, and she was also a doctor herself. How could she have breast cancer? "Are you sure, doctor?" "Yes. I specialize in this. Every day, I prescribe countless doses." "There's no doubt about it." Kian asked through the immense shock and sorrow whether she could be cured. "Generally speaking, if detected early or if the tumor is benign, it wouldn't be fatal. Just physical Vivianapy and regular targeted drugs are required. But, you should get your friend to do a checkup as soon as possible. In fact, it's not a huge problem in modern medicine." Kian immediately rushed into Mohammed's Viviana's ward. She was still unconscious after the surgery, and Mindy's care merely involved sitting beside her in a daze. Kian grabbed Mindy's hand. "Come out with me for a moment." Mindy was pulled out of the ward, looking displeased. "What do you want?" "Go with me for a checkup." "Mindy, if you're sick, you need to treat it. Early and active treatment is better, you shouldn't be so negative." Mindy stared into his eyes, locking gazes for a long time before coldly spitting out a few words. "How do you know?" You investigated me?" "No." "Then how would you know?" Kian, Does Ainsworth know?" "No. But if you don't treat yourself properly and continue indulging like this, I'll tell him." Kian loved her too much, so much that he couldn't bear to lose her. He had never cared about anyone as much as he did now. Unfortunately, Mindy wasn't impressed. "I told you to keep your distance from me. Not only did you not listen, but you made it worse." "Kian, we're finished." After saying this, Mindy didn't even return to the ward but walked straight to the elevator. Scared, Kian hurriedly followed her. "Mindy, listen to me, Mindy. Don't follow me." If anything happens to her again, Ainsworth and I will hate you forever. She referred to Mohammed's Viviana. Kian was so worried about her that he almost forgot about Mohammed's Viviana. Don't leave. Where can you go? Let's go back, listen to me explain properly. The elevator arrived, and Mindy got in. Kian wanted to enter with her, but Mohammed's Viviana's ward was empty. Mindy. The elevator doors closed, and he rushed to the doctor's office, explaining quickly before running down the stairs. Downstairs, Mindy had already reached the main hall on the first floor. Her mind was extremely agitated, confused, aimless, and she had no idea where she was heading. Yet, she urgently wanted to escape this place. She didn't want to be pitied or cared for, wasting her final days on a hospital bed and medications. If life couldn't be controlled by herself, could death? Lowering her head and walking quickly, she brushed past people when suddenly, a broad and powerful palm grabbed her wrist. Thinking it was Kian who caught up, she instinctively turned around to scold, but upon seeing him, the man from last night. He wore the same clothes from last night, but the suave charm was gone. His shoulders, sleeves, and chest were covered in dried bloodstains, and his head was wrapped thickly in white bandages. It's you? What happened to you? If she recalled correctly, Kian mentioned that this man had reignited romance with his ex-girlfriend last night. How could he be injured? Seeing Mindy's puzzled expression, Thornton smiled slyly. Isn't it all thanks to you? Your ex hit me last night. What? My head hurts. Let's sit down at a cafe and talk slowly. As for you, what happened? Why are you in the hospital too? Where did you stay last night? Did he bother you? Mindy didn't plan to go with him, though they knew each other, but that was only from last night. Before she could refuse, Thornton suddenly vanished. Kian rapidly descended the stairs and kicked Thornton hard in the back, sending him several meters away. Jorge called Gwendolyn and Ollie separately, just taking a quick shower and half asleep when his phone rang. Picking it up and seeing it was Mindy, he thought something had happened to his Viviana. He sat up instantly. What's wrong? However, it was a man's voice coming from the other end. Is this Jorge? Are you the brother of the phone owner? This is the South China Police Station. Your sister is suspected of participating in a fight and is being detained here. Please come over and handle it. Jorge hurried over, only to find Mindy sitting fine in the hall. What happened? Where's Kian? Mindy explained what happened. Jorge was speechless for a few seconds before going to process bail for Kian. However, the staff informed him it was impossible. The other party has severe injuries and is still in the ICU under observation. There's a possibility it might be life-threatening, which changes the nature of the incident. No bail. Out of options, Jorge could only take Mindy away first. On the way, Mindy drove while he called the legal affairs director of Mohammed Corporation. The legal advisor said it was best to meet the other party's family immediately to apologize and clearly express willingness to cover medical expenses and any compensation, making it a civil case and asking them to withdraw the report. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be. Jorge wasn't afraid of apologizing or paying, but the problem was that Mindy didn't even know the person's name. For the first time, he felt angry at this sister's behavior. What does Kian lack? Money? Looks? True heart? You actually tried to leave with an unknown stranger in front of him. Mindy, what kind of person is he to you? Why must you humiliate him so? Chapter 327, The Hedgehog Effect. Ever since I knew of your existence, I've always felt sorry for what you've been through and wanted to make up for it on behalf of Amina. But did you ever give me the chance? You never give anyone a chance. You hurt anyone who tries to get close to you with good intentions. You're just like a hedgehog. Do you think you're the only one who had a tragic childhood? Haven't I also been a victim of their hasty marriage? If I were as pessimistic and nihilistic as you are, doing all sorts of reckless things. Sorry, I'm losing control. Go back to the hospital and stay with Amina first. Jalen will be fine. I'll handle it. Mohammed C. Ainsworth was never one for many words. The angrier he got, the less he liked talking. Today, he was truly enraged. After a long rant, he glanced at Mindy's calm, beautiful face and suddenly found it meaningless. What could anger solve? What could a temper tantrum fix? He then apologized to her. Mindy didn't seem to hear him, remaining silent throughout. Mohammed C. Ainsworth had never met someone whose thoughts were harder to guess than hers. Sending her back to the hospital, Mohammed C. Ainsworth began making calls. After about half an hour of calls, the identity of the person finally became clear. Jalen had inadvertently stumbled upon a tough opponent. The guy who approached Mindy yesterday turned out to be the young master of Geely Technology, a well-known tech group in Chongqing. Mohammed C. Ainsworth had heard of his father before and even met him several times. Geely Technology and the Mohammed Corporation had always been competitors. If not for the fact that Mindy had just returned from abroad and kept her identity hidden, Mohammed C. Ainsworth would have suspected Geely Technology was behind this incident. He immediately arranged a meeting with the head of Geely Technology to discuss the fight as parents. Mohammed C. Ainsworth spoke politely and offered compensation thoroughly. However, the old fox refused to let go. Mr. Mohammed, that's not how it works. The surveillance clearly showed that last night, he smashed a bottle on my son's head in the bar, and today, he beat him so badly in front of everyone at the hospital that he fractured his ribs. This isn't a simple brawl. In the eyes of me and my lawyers, these two incidents were premeditated and intentional killings. I only have this one son, you know. Though he may not be much of a success, he's still my treasure. If something happened to him, what use would my vast company or money be? Mohammed C. Ainsworth, you're right. But now that this has happened, would sentencing Jalen to death for murder really help? We are rational people. How about this, let's consider this as a favor to me. I'll cover all medical expenses and ensure there are no after effects. Moreover, your company has always wanted the research chip for the 8th generation intelligent robot. We've developed it to the 2nd phase, and I can offer it to your company free of charge. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Just when they were worried about not being able to compete with the Mohammed Corporation in artificial intelligence, this opportunity presented itself. Brendan was very satisfied but still put on a reluctant face. Isn't this selling my son's life to gain disgraceful honor? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Mohammed C. Ainsworth flattered him like never before. I believe you're a far-sighted person who thinks deeply about future generations. Finally satisfied, the old fox agreed. Since Mr. Mohammed is so sincere and has raised me to such heights, if I still refuse, wouldn't it seem too unreasonable? All right. Both sides drafted a contract, completed the procedures, and by 4 p.m., Jalen walked out. Although he had only been inside for a few hours, he looked much more haggard. He had 2 large swollen lumps on his forehead and cheek, dark purple and ugly. These were inflicted by the hospital security guards when they tried to separate them. Glancing at each other, both silently got into the car. Halfway down the road, Jalen finally spoke. Weren't things pretty serious? What conditions did you negotiate for me to be released? The future of the Mohammed Corporation. I apologize for putting you through this. Mindy isn't worth it, keep your distance from her. Mohammed C. Ainsworth brought him to the hospital and asked him to register for a doctor while he went to the ward. I'll wait here. Please see Jalen and explain everything clearly to him. Jalen didn't go to the doctor. He felt incredibly conflicted. In those few hours, he thought a lot. The mental and emotional pain far outweighed the physical injury, which he barely cared about. When Mindy left the ward, she was heading to the outpatient clinic to find him but saw him standing in the hallway unexpectedly. Their eyes met, Mindy's gaze revealed surprise, moved concern, and sorrow. She suddenly didn't know how to react. A few seconds later, she awkwardly turned away. Jalen had taken Mohammed C. Ainsworth's words to heart. Before seeing Mindy again, he had decided to give up on her. He stood there only to bid her a proper farewell. But when their eyes met again, he noticed she had changed. No one understood Mindy better than he did. From the moment they first met until this morning, she always looked at him coldly, disdainfully, and with guarded suspicion. Yet just now, he saw genuine care and emotion in her eyes. Jalen's heart raced again. You're out? Awkwardly, Mindy approached him in a stiff manner. Does your face hurt? Should I check on it? Jalen stared intently at her, unblinkingly. Yes. But I don't have any medicine. Then let's buy some. Grabbing her wrist, he pulled her into the elevator, leading her quickly outside the hospital, like they were running away together. The cold wind blew against their coats and hair, chilly yet inexplicably romantic. Mindy enjoyed the feeling and realized how wild Jalen could be deep down. They bought anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication at a pharmacy near the hospital entrance. Jalen dragged Mindy back to the hotel without a word. Entering the room, he threw the medicine onto the coffee table, took off his coat, and sat on the sofa. Come over. So domineering. Mindy's heart pounded. I'll wash my hands. She quickly washed her hands, then squatted in front of him, opening the cotton swab and applying iodine on his face. Jalen's eyes stayed locked on her the entire time, causing her cheeks to redden. Aren't your eyes tired? Take a break. Had it been earlier, she would have slapped him away instead of treating his injuries or responding vaguely. She had changed. Without caring about how messy or dirty he was, Jalen suddenly picked her up horizontally in his arms. Mindy. Mindy clearly panicked but regained control quickly. Are you taking me to bed? Do you have a problem with that? Mindy remained silent, reaching up to pull on his collar. Chapter 328, Immature Ghost. Bert didn't say anything, he directly threw Mindy onto the bed. The two stayed at the hotel for 2 days straight. For those entire 2 days, they didn't step out of the room once. Apart from eating and sleeping, they were constantly indulging in their madness. Bert's obsession with Mindy had reached a nearly crazy level. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Bert opened his eyes, he went to kiss Mindy as usual, but she dodged him. I'm tired. I want to go out for a walk. Will you accompany me? Bert thought he was still half asleep, believing it was a dream. He was very clear about his position. To Mindy, wasn't he only useful in bed? How could he be worthy enough to go shopping with her? Bert felt this was a good dream and hurriedly closed his eyes again, trying to sleep on so that more wonderful scenes could continue. Unexpectedly, Mindy propped up her head and leaned on his chest. Why aren't you answering me? Do you not want to? Bert then realized it wasn't a dream. Of course, he wanted to. Where do you want to go? Supermarket. I want to make handicrafts. Can you accompany me to buy materials? Bert thought she was planning to make some high-end crafts. They got up, dressed, and did their morning routines before he took her to a large chain mall. But Mindy didn't buy anything after walking around. The things I want aren't here. Is there something like a flea market? Do you want to buy second-hand items? I want to buy various small parts to assemble things myself. I love assembling. Bert found someone to ask and brought her to an inexpensive Iwu small goods wholesale market. As soon as Mindy stepped into the wholesale mall, she wore a broad smile. This is exactly the kind of place I wanted to find. You're so amazing. Bert. He never praised himself when he worked hard for her or almost gave her his heart. Yet, coming to a cheap market earned him praise. Mindy seemed like a little girl in kindergarten, loving every item she saw and marveling endlessly. There are several types of pearls. It's my first time seeing so many, they're so beautiful. I want this one, and that one too. There are so many plastic dolls. I want all of them. Wow, these beads are all so pretty. I want to buy them to make bracelets. So many beautiful nail polishes. I want them all. Bert realized her childhood had been severely lacking. Normally, grown women wouldn't care much for such childish things. Buy whatever you like, they're not expensive anyway. As Mindy picked out items, Bert paid for them. After 2 hours of shopping, they ended up buying over 30 pounds worth of stuff, filling 2 large shopping bags. Bert asked if she was tired and suggested getting some food before returning, but Mindy shook her head vigorously. No. I can't wait to get back and start working. Let's hurry. She was tall and slender, wearing a black coat and black boots. When she wasn't smiling, she looked entirely like a cold supermodel. But today, she was bouncing and running, incredibly cute. Bert followed her movements and expressions, his heart blooming with joy because of her. How could anyone be so adorable? Back in the room, Mindy immediately spread everything on the floor. She took off her coat and knelt down to categorize the items carefully. Her delicate hands holding those lovely objects made her appear even cuter. Bert helped her, and together they organized the cute items into transparent boxes. After sorting, there were over 100 boxes lined up on the floor. I'm so happy. I need to finish all this quickly. I've been waiting for this relaxation time. Bert watched her tenderly. Foolish girl, haven't you felt hungry yet? Haven't you eaten? Not hungry. Mindy started picking up her favorite items and sat by the coffee table. Seeing her so engrossed, Bert shook his head and called for lunch, feeding her bites. Mindy behaved like a child, immersed in her own world while occasionally taking bites. Bert imagined what their daughter might be like in the future. Is it fun? Can I play along? It's fun. Sure. Bert mimicked her actions, using hot glue to stick various plastic dolls onto a semicircular plastic shell, creating a cute hair clip. Satisfied with her student, Mindy shared a piece of her past for the first time. I've always liked making things since I was young. Sitting quietly somewhere doing a single task would earn praise. When I was little, the nanny used to praise me nonstop to keep me entertained. I could sit in one place without eating or drinking for a whole day. What? So, this habit of hers was formed under such abnormal circumstances during her childhood. Bert felt a pang in his heart, wanting to say something, but Mindy interrupted him. I'm telling you this just to share, not expecting any response. I really enjoy it. If you find it boring, you can walk away and do your own thing. I won't insist. No, it's not boring, Bert replied. He used to be restless and flashy, but ever since meeting her, being with her made everything delightful. I chose to become a doctor because surgeons get to work silently with surgical knives and receive praise. There's no better job than this in the world. What type of doctor are you? Mentioning this topic reminded Bert of her medication. Mindy, can I ask you a question? But Mindy only wanted to share and didn't wish to answer his questions. Alright, these boxes are done. Let's switch to the next ones. Why don't you lie down while I give you a manicure? I used to do it for our 3 dogs at home. It's been a long time since I've done it for anyone. My hands are itching. How boring. Doing manicures for dogs? As a big man, Bert shouldn't have agreed, but thinking about his hands being held and caressed patiently by her. Can you also do my feet? Mindy was pleasantly surprised. Sure. As long as he was willing to be her model, she was happy. She hadn't mentioned it earlier, fearing Bert would think she was weird. Leaning against the sofa, Mindy sat in front of him on a small stool, skillfully handling his hands, cleaning, removing dead skin, and filing his nails. With her gentle and careful touches, Bert felt utterly blissful. Hashtag chapter 329, Kiss My Name. She meticulously trimmed and polished Bert's nails on both his hands and feet. After admiring her handiwork for a while, she undid it all again. Better to take them off. You don't want people to laugh at you when you go outside. For the first time in his life, Bert thought how great it was that humans have fingernails and toenails, ones you can keep trimming and painting, removing and applying. He loved having Mindy fuss over him like this every day. As she silently worked away, he just stared at her, feeling as if they were the only two people left in the world. It was so peaceful, so comforting. With her work done, Bert didn't want to let her go yet and pleaded with Mindy. What about my face? Do you want to do some makeup? Mindy's eyes lit up. Sure. I love doing makeup. This brought them even closer together. Mindy's face hovered close to his, examining every inch of his skin carefully. Bert really wished they could get married right there and then. After more than an hour of work, Bert had been transformed into a stunning beauty. Mindy excitedly pushed him towards the mirror. You look so beautiful. Do you have any younger or older sisters? They must be just as beautiful as the reflection in the mirror. That's because my mom is beautiful. But you're even prettier. If we had a child, our offspring would have off-the-charts good looks. Mindy seemed not to hear him as she turned and left. I'm going to start making bracelets. Marvin to make one together? It was already past 6 in the evening, and they had spent hours sitting there. Worried about straining her eyes, Bert suggested they eat dinner out. Do you like baking? After dinner, I can take you somewhere you can DIY your own desserts. Let's try something different today, and continue tomorrow. Mindy had heard that DIY bakeries existed in China. Back home, she used to bake alone, enjoying her creations by herself. She'd always wanted to try baking in such a place. Sure. Let's go. To hurry up for baking, Mindy decided to have a quick bowl of noodles from a roadside restaurant before they set off. After paying and tying on aprons, the professional bakers in Mindy and their teacher quickly bonded over conversation. Throughout the session, despite Bert not joining in much, he saw her being unusually talkative and cheerful. He felt the money spent was well worth it. They stayed until late at night, during which Mindy baked cakes, cookies, tiramisu, and strawberry mousse. The sense of accomplishment was immense. Bert indulged in a lot of the sweet treats to make her happy. That night in bed, Mindy still seemed immersed in the delightful activities of the day. Are you sleepy? I can't sleep. Go ahead and rest. I'll count your hairs. She held his head close to her chest and started counting each strand seriously, and soon, Bert drifted off under her tender ministrations. The next morning, Mindy wasn't in bed. After searching the entire house without finding her, he panicked and called Jorge. Thankfully, she had gone to the hospital. My mom can speak now. She wants to see us. Bert rushed to the hospital. Meeting Mindy as she emerged from talking to her Viviana, she appeared to have woken up from a fairy tale, reverting to her cold and proud demeanor. With a high-neck sweater, black coat, and sunglasses, she seemed distant, and Bert hesitated to approach her. Mindy spoke to Jorge. Amina wants to be discharged. I can manage everything from here on out. Let's go. They had been out for a week now. Company matters had worn out Gwendolyn, and Jorge had missed her and Ollie greatly. Thus, they drove back to Fabiancheng. Settled Minerva upstairs in her room, and connected various medical devices. Bert went downstairs first while Minerva had something to say to her children. When I was young, I was very selfish and self-centered. Even though I gave birth to you too, to be honest, you were merely products of marriage and passion. I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a Viviana to either of you fully. So I won't demand that you stay by my bedside every day to show filial piety. Knowing you would bring Mindy back, I wish I hadn't survived. A caregiver will suffice. I don't want Mindy to waste her youth here. Let her go back. None of them expected these to be the first words spoken after she regained consciousness. But she had a point. She wouldn't walk again, and Mindy had already spent months staying with her non-stop. It wasn't feasible for her to stay indefinitely. I agree. Mindy, what do you think? I agree too. Just arrange someone to take care of her and book me a ticket. I indeed want to go home. However, they ended up staying 4 more days at the hotel. Jorge thought. He couldn't understand Mindy's actions anymore and couldn't comment on her decisions. Rushing downstairs, he was ready to call Bert to leave, but Mindy followed down. Bert, can you stay tonight? Bert was eager to oblige. He wished every night could be like this. Minerva's vital signs were stable, so Mindy and Bert stayed downstairs. They brought back all the small trinkets made in Changcheng. Then Mindy took out a box of ink and a needle from her room. Bert, can I tattoo you? Tattoo? You know how to tattoo? I think so. It'll hurt a bit. Can you endure it? Truthfully, Bert was a little scared. He had considered getting a tattoo before but chickened out due to fear of pain. What do you want to tattoo? He worried she might choose something like a cat or dog. Mindy seemed prepared. Elsa. Uppercase or lowercase? Upper or lowercase didn't matter. She was willing to tattoo her name on him. Bert felt honored. Enduring the excruciating pain, Mindy tattooed her name on his left chest, just below his collarbone. Beautiful. This way, you can see her whenever you shower or look in the mirror. Bert immediately ran to the mirror. It was indeed beautiful. As she said, whether showering, looking in the mirror, or lowering his head, he could see her anytime, anywhere. Mindy. I'm tired. Let's go to bed. They laid down in the same room again. Mindy, for the first time, initiated by snuggling into Bert's arms. What's your favorite place? Bert thought for a moment. Maybe the desert. When I was in my teens, I went on an adventure with friends. It was desolate but gave a unique feeling. Especially at night under the moonlight, it was incredibly beautiful, with incredibly bright stars. Which desert? I won't tell you. What's up? You want to go? I can take you someday. Mindy didn't press further. Do you remember how many days we've known each other? I feel like it's been forever, half a lifetime. Seriously, Mindy, it feels like I've known you since my last life. I've heard of this last life and next life concept from Amina. If there is a next life, would you still want to meet me? Of course. In the next life, we should meet earlier. This life has been too late. Next life, I'll be your first love, and marry you as soon as possible when you're still innocent and easy to deceive. A teardrop shimmered as Mindy discreetly wiped it away amidst his musings. Okay. End of chapter 329. Chapter 330, do you really know you're a Rigo? Gwendolyn was busy in her office when Robert suddenly walked in with a troubled expression. Miss Chu, could you take a break for a moment? Someone wants to see you outside. Do they have an appointment? If not, ask her to schedule one. I'm really busy now. Without lifting her head, Gwendolyn continued working, and Robert hesitated. It's not easy to say. It's Miss Renata. Renata? After a week of non-stop work that felt like an eternity, Gwendolyn thought the name seemed distant. There must be a reason for Renata to come all the way to the company to see her. Refusing would seem quite inconsiderate. Let her in. Renata looked as beautiful and elegant as ever. Gwendolyn stood up to greet her. Miss Meng. Long time no see. Renata strolled around the office in a relaxed manner. You're already handling Aiden Ainsworth's business. Quite capable, aren't you? How does it feel being the CEO of Mohammed Corporation? Though they hadn't openly argued, there was an unspoken tension between them. Gwendolyn didn't bother with pleasantries. Not bad. Surely you didn't come just to ask me that, Miss Meng? Of course not. I'm not that boring. Miss Chu, you're a smart person. I knew that from the start, and I actually wanted to be friends. Unfortunately, you seemed too aloof to join me. Gwendolyn had never considered herself aloof in front of Renata. Still, false accusations are easily made. Miss Meng, please sit down. What do you want to talk about? Gwendolyn sat back behind her desk, while Renata took the seat opposite her. What has Jorge been up to recently? Haven't you deleted his contact information? If you really want to know what he's doing, why don't you call him directly? Renata chuckled softly. Forget it, let's get to the point. Gwendolyn, do you think Jorge loves you deeply? You have a child together, got married, and now you're managing the affairs of Mohammed Corporation. As his wife, you must feel very content, right? Gwendolyn did not answer. Miss Meng, you haven't gotten to the point yet. Yes, but I still need to ask you this question. Please be honest, okay? In some sense, yes. We have a child together and a marriage certificate legally binding us. Do you really understand Jorge? Gwendolyn responded honestly, no one can fully understand another person completely. After all, no one can read each other's minds. But understanding part of him is enough, isn't it? That depends on which part. If his true nature is something he deliberately hides from you, once you discover it, you'll be bitterly disappointed. Gwendolyn shrugged. She didn't believe she would be terribly disappointed in Jorge. Though she didn't know everything about him, she felt she knew him pretty well. Alright, enough teasing. I still have work to do. Miss Meng, you can now get to the point. Okay. Renata seemed to gauge Gwendolyn's attitude fairly accurately. She took out her phone, opened it, and slid it across the table. I'm here to do you a favor by showing you some photos. Go through them at your leisure. Gwendolyn glanced warily at her. Seeing Renata leaning back casually, seemingly harmless, Gwendolyn picked up the phone. As Renata said, there were many photos, about 40 to 50, and it took Gwendolyn a long while to go through them all. Initially confident, she grew increasingly incredulous and eventually numb. She understood Renata's true purpose now. She felt like a fool. When Renata asked if she understood Jorge, Gwendolyn believed she knew most things. Yet these photos slapped her in the face, telling her how naive she had been. Not only did she not know him well, she barely knew him at all. The man who fathered her daughter, who had married her so recently and treated her like a princess, had countless secrets hidden from her. There was another woman, a complete stranger, who quietly existed in his life beside Renata and Kenzie. Every night, Jorge stayed with her, holding her close, but once she fell asleep, he sneaked away to meet this woman. And even Jorge's Viviana, who they thought was dead, was alive. Oh, how ironic. All the turmoil they went through, the pain and hatred she endured, the almost deadly ordeal for her and her daughter, all turned out to be a deception. If not for Renata's visit today, Gwendolyn didn't know how long she'd be deceived. She trusted Jorge so much. Gwendolyn felt lost. She couldn't fathom why Jorge had done this. She was just a common single Viviana with no money, status, or extraordinary beauty or intelligence. Ignoring her wouldn't attract any attention. Yet, he drew her in, lifted her high, only for it all to be a lie. What did he gain from this? Was it for his amusement to toy with her? Did he enjoy seeing her sad and lost? Or did he hate her so much that merely ending her life was too merciful, needing to lift her up only to crush her thoroughly? Gwendolyn couldn't figure it out. She didn't want to either. Just moments ago, she promised Ollie that their parents would always be by her side, providing the best life possible. She also visited her brother and sister-in-law, making them believe she was the happiest woman in the world. Now, everything was a lie. She had put herself in another desperate situation. Joy or sorrow, everything was meaningless to her now. Even though she hadn't spoken a word while looking at the photos, Renata could see the shock and heartache in Gwendolyn's expressions. She was satisfied. I'm not here to gloat. As a woman who has been deceived by Jorge, I couldn't bear to see you follow my path. So, I came to warn you, Gwendolyn, the 2 cruelest words in this world are men, and the 3 cruelest words are Jorge. Tidy up your emotions and leave him with your child. You're no match for him. Keep playing, and you won't even know how you end up. With that, Renata took her phone back and left. The pile of work on her desk remained, but it now felt like worthless paper. Gwendolyn leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes tightly. Chapter 331, I am the world's biggest fool. Gwendolyn was drowning in a whirlpool of mixed emotions, going back and forth. She didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly she heard a familiar shout. Opening her eyes, Jorge's face, both familiar and distant, appeared before her with traces of fatigue and joy. He shut the office door while calling her name and walked towards her quickly. Sorry, I've been out for too long. These past few days have been tough on you. I missed you so much, and also Ollie. I hurried back as soon as I finished my work. Have you lost weight again? Get up and let me hug you. Jorge had missed her to the point of madness. During his stay in Changchun, he hadn't slept well at all, reminiscing about the days spent sleeping next to Gwendolyn. It had always felt so reassuring. He couldn't wait to hold her in his arms. But Gwendolyn remained seated, unmoving. Looking at this Oscar-worthy actor, her eyes revealed no ripples. What's wrong? Too tired? Why aren't you happy to see me back? Can't get up? Let me pick you up then. Seeing her motionless in the chair, Jorge, despite being exhausted, gave her a princess carry. Gwendolyn was as light as a feather, like a bundle of cotton. He hugged her tightly, burying his face in her neck. The same familiar scent. So good. I miss you so much. Let me kiss you. Holding her, Jorge turned around and sat on the desk, intending to kiss Gwendolyn on the lips. Gwendolyn turned her face away, leaving him to kiss air. Kicking her legs, she struggled free from his embrace. She took 2 steps back, eyeing Jorge with a wary look. Where were you these past few days? No wonder she wasn't happy to see him, rejecting both his hugs and kisses. It seemed she was angry. Indeed, he had left abruptly days ago without saying goodbye, and though he had called her occasionally during the busy days, it wasn't as intimate as chatting in person. Acknowledging his fault, Jorge understood that Gwendolyn's anger was reasonable. He smiled, stood up, and moved closer to her. I went to Changchun, remember? Sorry, it was my mistake. My schedule was unreasonable and I left too abruptly. I've neglected you and Ollie over these few days, making you do extra work. I apologize. How about we finish work early today and go pick up Ollie together? We'll make it up to her, okay? Gwendolyn truly didn't understand why he continued to act. What was his ultimate purpose in deceiving her? She felt like laughing. For such a successful man like Jorge to still lie to a woman, what was wrong with this world? Did you go to Changchun for financing? Did it go well? Jorge held her hands, kissing them gently. Not really. Things are more complicated than I thought. Can we not talk about work now? Let me hug you. I missed you so much. Saying that, he attempted to hug her again. Gwendolyn turned around once more, evading his attempt. Jorge, you don't need to do this. Really? I'm powerless, killing me would be as easy as squashing an ant. You don't need to go through such trouble. Being rejected multiple times, and hearing her words now, Jorge could tell something was off. What do you mean? What do I mean? Gwendolyn was suddenly amused by his question. What do I mean? Even I don't know what I mean. It's meaningless. I'm just a fool, the world's biggest fool, one who keeps counting money for you even after being sold out. Do you enjoy hearing me say this, Jorge? Enjoy seeing my current expression? You succeeded. I've realized how foolish I am. I feel terrible. Are you satisfied? Jorge didn't like hearing her degrade herself, and he felt awful too. What happened? What's wrong with you, Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn gave him a cold smile. I know what you did in Changchun these past few days. I know everything. Jorge, how long do you plan to keep hiding it from me? Jorge's mind buzzed with disbelief, darkening his gaze. What do you know? I know everything. The villa, Annabelle, and your Viviana. Silence. An oppressive silence ensued. They stared at each other wordlessly, the second stretching indefinitely until Jorge took 2 steps back and leaned against the desk. It had been a long time since he last smoked, but he felt an overwhelming urge now. He pulled open the drawer, taking out a cigarette box and a lighter. Do you mind if I smoke? Gwendolyn didn't answer, staring at him with empty eyes. Jorge lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply twice before speaking again. I never intended to deceive you. Truly, I didn't plan on lying to you at first, but it's too late now. Fact is, I did lie to you. I have selfish motives, which I admit. Deceiving you makes me immoral. I didn't want you to be with Dustin. I love you. Even though I knew clearly back then that I couldn't give you the future you wanted, I still wanted to possess you. So I thought, maybe keeping the secret about my mom would make you feel somewhat guilty, less likely to push me away so heartlessly. My feelings for you are genuine, Gwendolyn. I promise that. Even though I lied, my heart has only ever belonged to you. I've always wanted to be with you forever, protecting Ollie together. That has never changed. Gwendolyn found it laughable. If Renata hadn't clarified things today, he might have deceived her for life. Leaving home every night, traveling elsewhere with someone else for a week, yet claiming to love her and wanting to be with her forever? Your love is beyond comprehension. I can neither understand nor accept it. Please stop acting with me. There's no need, Jorge. There are plenty of women in this world who are better and prettier than me. Wouldn't it be more rewarding to make them fall for you, to conquer them? Why choose me? Just because I unknowingly gave birth to your child? No, it's not about achievement. I just love you. I only want to conquer you. Don't bring others into this. Jorge abruptly extinguished the cigarette, looking at Gwendolyn with firm determination. You can hit me, scold me, punish me, whatever you want, I'll accept it. I was wrong. But please don't talk about breaking up, don't look at me with such coldness, okay? Not okay. He had lied to her, such outrageous lies, and now tried to resolve it with a few casual words, expecting her to revert to her former self. Impossible. Gwendolyn didn't want to speak to him anymore, nor see his deceitful face. Indeed, he was just like all men, confident in his dishonesty. As she prepared to leave, Jorge hastily grabbed her hand. Don't go. Tell me, what should I do for you to forgive me? Divorce. Gwendolyn turned her face away, throwing those icy words at him. Had they only been married for a few days? Such harsh words so easily slipped from her mouth? Jorge couldn't accept it. Impossible. I swore the day we got married that I would never divorce in this lifetime. Then get ready for my lawsuit. Translation provided strictly according to your guidelines. Chapter 332, Leaving Without Saying Goodbye. Bert loved Mindy so much that, while lying beside her, he couldn't resist trying to make a move. Previously, Mindy had never refused him, but this time she didn't comply. I want some water, go and get me a glass. Afraid she would be thirsty, Bert rushed out immediately. Having not returned for several days, there was no hot water at home. Given the cold weather, he couldn't bear to let her drink cold water and waited for the water to boil in the kitchen. As soon as he left, Mindy clutched her stomach in pain. After a while, she managed to find some medicine and swallowed several pills at once. A short while later, Bert returned with a cup of hot water. Watching Mindy drink it bit by bit, she suddenly told him, you should go back. They had been chatting happily just now, and he thought Mindy might ask him to stay overnight. Mindy smiled gently at him and pinched his cheek. Amina isn't feeling well, I need to stay upstairs with her. You should leave quickly. Actually, Bert didn't mind staying over to accompany her near her Viviana. The house was so big and empty, leaving her alone felt boring. But considering respect for Minerva, he knew it wasn't appropriate to be seen with her daughter. All right then. I'll leave first. Can I come back tomorrow night? We don't have to do anything, I just want to see you. Sure, Mindy replied tenderly. Bert left with a light heart, certain that Mindy's feelings for him were changing. He believed he would eventually win her over and they would end up together. Once Bert left, Mindy downloaded a translation app on her phone, took her wallet, and left the villa. At the roadside, she hailed a taxi. Hey there, beautiful lady. Marvin, a ride? Where to? Mindy got into the taxi, spoke in English, and showed the driver her phone. After reading the subtitles, the taxi driver asked, you want to go to the desert? There's none here in Fabiansheng. That's far away. How far? Over 1,000 kilometers. Do you know where I can find one? Yes. Besides New City, there's also Gone City. But New City is too far. Gone City has become quite popular among young people lately, I suggest you go there. Can you take me? I'll pay the fare. The driver was startled. This was his first time encountering someone wanting such a long-distance ride. Over 1,000 kilometers, tolls alone would cost over $1,000, plus fuel and my labor charges. Think it over. Is 10,000 enough? Mindy pulled out a wad of cash and tossed it into the passenger seat. Let's go. On the highway, she finally messaged Jorge. Go see Amina. I'm leaving first. No need to book tickets for me, I'll buy them myself. In the office, Jorge was trying to pacify Gwendolyn, who was throwing a tantrum. I really love you. I've never thought about anyone else. Believe me, okay? If you don't believe me, check my phone. If you find anything abnormal, I won't have any excuses. He slid his phone towards Gwendolyn, but she showed no interest until she glanced at the screen and saw a new message notification from Mindy. Mindy? Clearly a woman's name, it felt like a slap in the face for Jorge. Is this what you call, check whatever you want? Jorge was speechless. Thinking Mindy wouldn't contact him unless necessary, he put the phone away. It's not what you think. If you promise not to divorce me or argue, I'll explain everything. At that moment, he opened the message and his pupils constricted upon seeing Mindy was gone. How could she leave like that? Didn't she say she'd care for Amina for a few more days? He hadn't even found a reliable doctor or booked her ticket yet. Did Bert upset her? Jorge didn't have the mood to deal with his Viviana's issues now. Calling Bert angrily, he demanded an explanation. What did you do? You upset her again? Why did she leave all of a sudden? Go chase her down. Bert was bewildered. Are you calling the wrong number? Who are you talking to? Talking to you. Where are you right now? Just came back. Why are you mad at me? What happened? Tell me what happened. What did you say to her? What did you do to upset her? She messaged me saying she left. What? Bert's reaction was 100 times stronger. He almost jumped out of his skin. Left? Where did she go? How would I know? It shouldn't have been too long ago. Go, drive and catch up with her. Without waiting for further instruction, Bert hung up and rushed out. Turning back to Gwendolyn, he saw her sarcastic smile deepen. Why send someone else to chase after her? Why not go yourself? Others probably can't bring her back. Go tell her directly, don't worry, I won't hold on to something I don't own. Go confidently and tell her I'll step aside. It's not what you think, Gwendolyn. But Gwendolyn didn't care anymore. Grabbing her phone, she walked past the desk towards the door. Jorge hurriedly followed her to the doorway, only to find the finance director and sales vice president standing outside, looking awkward after overhearing their argument. Mr. Mohammed. Is there something important? A document submitted 2 days ago hasn't been approved by President Brantley yet. We urgently need it today. No matter the personal conflicts, work must continue. Many employees were watching. Jorge returned to the office and handed over the already reviewed documents to the sales vice president. For the second document, Gwendolyn had almost finished reviewing it. Jorge confirmed and signed it quickly, handing it over to the finance director. Just as he was about to chase after Gwendolyn again, Bert called back. No sign of her. When did she message you? I drove all the way here twice but couldn't spot her. Jorge rubbed his forehead, checking the time on his phone. It had been over 40 minutes. She must have taken a taxi, but shouldn't be too far. Let's split up, go to the airport, I'll head to the high-speed train station. We should still be able to stop her. They acted separately, spending over an hour searching before reconnecting. No luck. I combed through the entire terminal but didn't see her. Maybe she bought the ticket in advance and left at the last minute? How would I know? Check the flight information. This translation preserves the tone and style of the original Chinese text, maintaining natural language and coherent storyline. Chapter 333, You Don't Deserve It. Jorge had someone check all the flight information to Northern Europe within the day, but there was no record of her purchasing a ticket. He also had them check the high-speed rail records, with no purchase found there either. She could only travel by these two means. Since she wasn't on either, it meant she hadn't left Fabianching yet. Both he and Kian sighed in relief as Jorge instructed them not to sell tickets to Mindy. Then, they proceeded to check the subway and taxi services. They worked from afternoon until midnight, using every resource they could muster. They checked every possible means of transportation, even hotel check-ins, but there was no sign of Mindy. Leaving the hotel in the middle of the night, the street was eerily quiet as Kian finally lost control over his emotions. What did your family do to her? What severe childhood trauma did you give her that led to such an odd personality? She was talking to me in bed one moment, and vanished without a word the next. Damn it. If you can't have kids, don't. Hell, producing someone like this isn't just a disaster. Jorge was also quite annoyed. Mindy wasn't born to him. Suddenly forced into having such a big sister, forced to accept his parents' messy affairs, his Viviana's disability, and Mindy's eccentricities, what had he done wrong? Wasn't he the victim here? Now Gwendolyn was causing trouble and wanted a divorce. He too was losing it. I told you to stay away from him, but you wouldn't listen. How are you so sure that what happened today has nothing to do with you? I'm already giving you a pass, Kian. Don't push me. Damn it. I was kindly helping you. Comforting your sister for so long. And now you blame me? Fine, I'm trash. I've never seen a woman. I love being a lapdog. Kneeling to your family. All this is my fault. Kill me. Go ahead. Kill me, and you'll be happy. As he spoke, Kian lunged at Jorge, who sternly shoved him away. Don't act snide with me. My sister is missing, what right do you have to yell at me? Damn it. Even now, Jorge still thought Mindy had nothing to do with him. Did Mindy have nothing to do with him? Not a single thing. His heart and soul were taken by her, and he felt almost devastated. Couldn't these two act like human beings? Fine, if she has nothing to do with you, I won't care anymore. Let her condition worsen. Let her die on the road. Let her perish far from home while young. Since she has nothing to do with you, fine. Saying this, Kian threw his car keys to the ground, intending to leave angrily. Jorge quickly rushed forward, grabbing him by the collar. Even if she has nothing to do with you, at least she was your woman for a time. Cursing her death? Cursing my sister? Kian, do you think I won't do anything to you? Kian laughed coldly, letting Jorge drag him around. Cursing her? Your sister? Jorge, do you realize how foolish you are? You keep saying she's your sister, but have you ever really cared about her? Do you know what troubles her? Know what truly lies beneath her peculiar behavior? Do you know where the medicine box I gave you came from? Do you know why she's so pessimistic? Let me tell you. That medicine box belonged to your sister. She has breast cancer. I cursed her death. If my words were that powerful, then... Jorge froze. Aside from his Viviana jumping off the building, Gwendolyn being jailed, and Ollie being sent away, he had never been shocked like this before. He tightened his grip on Kian's collar, nearly face to face. What did you say? Kian, repeat that. Kian, bitterly smiling, looked into his eyes. I said your sister has breast cancer. That's why she's so pessimistic and wants to die. You don't understand her at all. Jorge, you have no idea how lonely and pitiful she is. You're not her brother. You don't deserve to be her brother. For the next 2 days, Jorge didn't return home once. He had to find someone to care for his Viviana while searching for Mindy non-stop with Kian. He was going crazy. Mindy seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no consumption or travel records. Using all their connections, they finally traced her movements with the help of traffic police. Surveillance showed her taking a taxi onto the highway, traveling for 2 days until stopping in Gansheng. She went to Gansheng? Kian suddenly remembered the day they chatted. When Mindy asked him what his favorite place was, he had said the desert. Could she have gone there? Kian and Jorge immediately applied for a flight and flew by helicopter to Gansheng. They rushed straight to the desert, asking everyone, and finally received news from a souvenir-selling Misty at 10 p.m. I saw her when it was getting dark. Tall and slender, very pretty. She walked alone towards here. I told her not to go further because she might get lost after dark, but she only smiled at me and didn't respond. I thought she didn't want to talk, but maybe she couldn't understand. Had she been alone this whole time? Might something have happened? Kian and Jorge immediately rode their motorcycles into the desert. However, it was vast. Which direction did she go? Riding and honking their horns frantically, calling out her name, they searched for over an hour until their bikes ran low on fuel and still found nothing. Just as Kian was utterly exhausted, feeling his heart draining, he received a call from a park manager. We just received a report from tourists who found an unidentified female corpse at the northwest corner of a dune. Could this be the person you're looking for? Come confirm. Unidentified female corpse. Impossible, absolutely not the person we're looking for. Kian refused to go, but Jorge snatched the phone. Where? Where exactly? Kian couldn't even ride. His heart pounded, and his limbs went weak. 10 minutes later, riding through the sandy terrain, they arrived. As Jorge got off, Kian clung to his clothes. It's impossible, absolutely not. Mindy is waiting for us. Don't waste time here. Let's go. Jorge's heart pounded fiercely, his hands and legs trembling. But someone had to remain strong. Alright, I'll just go for a minute. After that, we'll continue searching. Walking through the shifting sands, stumbling awkwardly. Finally reaching the location, people parted to let him pass. Tilting his head slightly, he glanced at the body lying among the crowd. He didn't see her face, but just seeing those shoes made his heart sink to the bottom. Chapter 334 Remember My Most Beautiful Self. When Mindy returned, she brought several pairs of unique shoes with her. It was Jorge who helped her unpack at that time, and he had a deep impression of these distinctive shoes. Sadly, after coming to Fabiansheng, she hadn't worn them once as she never went out. Jorge couldn't believe his eyes. The scenic area manager pulled him forward a couple of steps. Is this her? Are you a relative? Please check if this is the person you're looking for. There's a phone next to her. She seemed to have planned this. How did she choose our place? A perfectly fine scenic spot, ruined like this. Now Jorge had no choice but to believe it. Mindy lay right in front of him, tall and straight, yet her face no longer held any vibrant color. Jorge felt a sharp pain in his heart and suddenly fell uncontrollably. What's wrong? Confirmed? This is your relative? Don't do this. You can't collapse here, we need to move her quickly. Sir. The crowd started chattering loudly. Jalen didn't want to believe that the one lying there was Mindy, but he had been keeping an eye on the situation. Seeing Jorge's large figure disappear, he panicked and stumbled over. One glance at the lying figure in Jorge's sitting shadow made his legs weak, and he also fell down. How come another one? Don't be like this. We must remove them quickly. In the chaos, Mindy was taken back to the scenic area management office. Police and medical staff arrived, confirming that she had no signs of life and had ended it herself by taking pills. The case was closed swiftly. Jalen and Jorge sat dazedly in the office, unable to recover from shock. Jalen held Mindy's phone, where a video looped, the last message she left. Ainsworth, Jalen, hello. Please don't be sad for me. Sitting in the desert, recording this video while looking at the beautiful night sky and enjoying the cool breeze, I'm truly happy. As a doctor, I understand the certainty of death more than anyone else. To die young and beautiful, in control of my own life, allowing you all to remember my most beautiful self, is very blissful. In the past days in Fabiansheng, especially since meeting you, Jalen, I felt overwhelming love. I'm content. Ending my life while feeling loved is better than suffering on a hospital bed. I feel complete, and I hope you think so too. I always thought something was wrong with me. Feeling unloved by my parents, and being abandoned by my first love, was there a serious flaw in me? I fell into severe depression and anxiety, leading to breast cancer. If only I had connected with you both earlier, known Jalen sooner, maybe it wouldn't have happened. But that doesn't matter now. This is my life, shaped by my choices. It might be different from others, but it's fascinating, isn't it? Please don't tell my Viviana yet, I'll be very happy in heaven. One day, I'll meet her in heaven and tell her myself. Thank you for being so understanding during this time. Sorry for causing trouble at the end. I hope you'll never doubt yourselves and always be happy. Goodbye. After their argument, Gwendolyn could no longer stay at the Mohammed family home. She booked a hotel room and picked up Pearl to stay with her. It was their first time staying in a top-floor presidential suite. Standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling window offered a breathtaking view of the city's nightlife. Pearl was excited but also felt a bit disappointed. Why hasn't Dad come back yet? It would be great if he could stay with us. We could have a candlelight dinner, admire the view together, play games. I would feel so happy. But even now, I'm still very happy. Dad said he's working and will come back soon. We are always a happy family, right, Amina? Gwendolyn couldn't find the words to respond. She had given Pearl a beautiful illusion, which turned into mirage within days. If Pearl knew about her plans to divorce Jorge and the incomplete family she'd returned to. Seeing her daughter's innocent face, Gwendolyn found it impossible to break the news. She patted Pearl's head, had dinner with her, played some games, read a bedtime story, then sat alone on the sofa, lost in thoughts. Despite Jorge's passionate declarations, he hadn't called or messaged. How ironic. The next morning, Sienna called asking Pearl to go back and play with him. Gwendolyn pretended she had to go to work and sent Pearl to Gu family, then returned to the hotel. Lying on the sofa, contemplating the divorce and feeling uncertain about the future, Robert called. Miss Chu, why aren't you at work today? Several departments need reviews, and meetings are scheduled. Everyone is pushing for it. Gwendolyn paused. Hasn't Jorge gone to work? Robert was surprised. No, isn't Mr. Mohammed negotiating financing? Miss Chu, please come quickly. Without distributing documents, everyone is stuck. Gwendolyn didn't want to let her subordinates down. Adult responsibilities should not be set aside for personal issues. Moreover, Pearl was undeniably Jorge's daughter, a member of the Mohammed family. Company success meant prosperity for Pearl too. Gwendolyn rushed to the office and got back to work. The busy morning flew by, and it was already afternoon. She didn't take a nap and was about to head to a meeting with Robert when Bohan too stormed into the CEO's office, looking furious. Why was my project proposal rejected? Where's the problem? Why not approve it? Jorge, explain this. Having just welcomed a son from his mistress, Bohan too was obsessed with his small family and had neglected work. Yesterday, his subordinate informed him that the proposal was rejected 3 times in a week despite multiple revisions. Assuming Jorge was targeting him, he hurried over after lunch. He didn't see Jorge but saw Gwendolyn, furrowing his brows. Why are you here? Do you have the nerve? Where's Jorge? What's he up to? Let him come out and see me. Robert quickly intervened. Mr. Second, Mr. Mohammed is negotiating financing and has not returned. Miss Brantley is temporarily handling CEO affairs. Miss Brantley? Who's Miss Brantley? Please continue translating the remaining parts accordingly, ensuring the tone, style, and context remain consistent. Hashtag chapter 335, just a vase. Bohan too was unaware of Gwendolyn's name change. Robert felt somewhat awkward. She is Miss Brantley, her name is Alida. Alida? Isn't she Gwendolyn? Although Bohan too hadn't interacted with Gwendolyn much, he remembered her face clearly. Her voice hadn't changed. How could she suddenly become Alida? Could it be that Jorge covered for her to dodge the blame for her past crimes by changing her name? Ha! She killed his Viviana. For a woman, he could even overlook the murder of his own Viviana? What a broad heart he has. Don't feed me nonsense. This childish trick might fool a 3-year-old but not me. Isn't she Gwendolyn? Murderer. She killed my sister-in-law and still dares to come to our company? And she dares to meddle in our business? Why don't you just fly away? Gwendolyn calmly pushed Robert aside and looked at Bohan too. Mr. Tu, if you're here to discuss work, let's stick to the facts. We can dissect any work-related issues thoroughly. As for my identity, I am a legal citizen, which you don't need to question. You say you don't need to question it, but who are you? To talk business with you? This is our Mohammed group. I am the Mohammed family member. What qualifications do you have to talk business with me? Get out, now. Or I'll call the police on you. Robert hurriedly came back in front of Gwendolyn. Mr. 2, she truly is Alida. Even if you call the police, it won't help. If anyone sees, it will only create a bad image for the company. How about this, you call President Mohammed. You can discuss with him if you think she's not qualified enough. Call then. I want Jorge to explain himself. He says we aren't professional, the company stands on his hands alone, and this is how he supports it? Bohan 2 dialed Jorge's number in front of them, but unfortunately, it was off. To go uptown or not, why turn off your phone? What is he doing? Everything is in chaos. Does he think all the elders of the Mohammed family are dead and no one can control him? It looks like he's completely reckless. If he continues, the group will collapse because of him. He kept complaining, and Robert couldn't interject. Gwendolyn listened to his rambling for a while before speaking. Are you here about the new plan from the planning department? Since you came for an explanation, I'll give it to you. Their choices for location, pricing, or target client demographics are all inadequate. They've seriously exceeded the investment budget for such a scale. If you don't believe me, verify it yourself. With the current plan, the company is practically doing charity work. The money invested won't return within 2 years. Bohan 2 was so angry he wanted to jump up and argue. Rules are rules, but people are adaptable. You, a mere decoration, stand there talking without understanding anything. Look at you, acting so capable. The market environment is terrible now, they've already done their best to achieve these numbers. Can you tell an entire department not to work just because the numbers didn't meet your standards? If they don't act quickly, what if someone else grabs it first? Who will bear the loss? Gwendolyn was speechless. It's not that the numbers didn't meet my requirements, Mr. 2. These numbers represent real cash, the Mohammed Group's money. Don't give me that. Everyone in the department is waiting for me to make a decision. I can't let everyone fail. Either approve the project today, or, following your criteria, take it over yourself. Let's see how you manage to brag after that. Gwendolyn knew she had parachuted into the company, replacing Jorge directly, and many below her were dissatisfied. If she didn't handle Bohan 2 properly today, others might follow suit, making her job harder. Though I don't have time to do everything for the planning department, I'm willing to try. Mr. 2, if I get the project based on the criteria I specified, what would you do then? You? Stop boasting. A mere decoration wants to replace our whole planning department? I declare right here, if you get the project, I'll wash my hair upside down at the entrance of the group. His challenge was bold. Sadly, Gwendolyn wasn't interested in his stunt. I don't need you to wash your hair upside down. Let's set a deadline. Within a week, I'll get this project. After that, whatever I say goes, and you won't interfere anymore. Hey. Dare to bet against me? Ignorant. Bohan 2's eyes rolled. 5 days. If you get it within 5 days, I'll vote for you as the CEO of Mohammed Group. Despite his age, he was really childish. Gwendolyn wasn't interested in becoming CEO, but his challenge direction pleased her. Fine. Let's put it in writing. If I don't succeed in a week, I'll never step foot in Mohammed Group again. After sending Bohan 2 off, Robert watched Gwendolyn worriedly. Miss Chu, isn't this too impulsive? 5 days for such a big project. One must push oneself to see the outcome. If I want to establish myself in Mohammed Group, I eventually have to pass this hurdle. It's better to settle this sooner rather than later. Robert understood Gwendolyn's reasoning and cooperated with her. Gwendolyn held meetings, reviewed proposals, and Robert negotiated terms on her behalf. After several sleepless nights, comparing multiple cases and drafting various plans, Gwendolyn finally impressed the other party and signed the contract on the 4th day. Early in the morning, Gwendolyn appeared at the planning department with Robert and placed the contract on their desk. In the future, if your project proposals are rejected by me and you can't meet my standards, don't submit them again. Anyone who finds my standards too strict and unattainable can leave now. I'll approve your resignation immediately. Everyone was speechless. Bohan 2 also froze. But to make him submit? Impossible. Busy work temporarily distracted Gwendolyn from the heartless Jorge. Back from the planning department, she continued working. While discussing data with Robert at her desk, another disturbance entered the CEO's office. Ainsworth? Ainsworth? I heard you did something behind our backs. Come out and explain. Robert turned around, only to see Jorge's 2 Ricardos. Heron? Where is Ainsworth? Is it true that Annabelle who killed my sister hasn't died but was given a new name and hidden in the company? Explain. This translation aims to capture the original tone and structure while ensuring natural English fluency. Any further adjustments or specific parts you'd like to refine? Chapter 336, Divorce Agreement. Robert hadn't expected them to suddenly show up at the company, and more specifically, for Gwendolyn. It was obvious that his Bohan had told them and was deliberately stirring up trouble. This couldn't be allowed. He hurriedly blocked Gwendolyn from view. Harren, President Mohammed went to uptown to discuss funding matters and is temporarily out of the office. If you have any business, you can contact him directly. Do I need your permission? Bohan too was short-tempered and slapped Robert's shoulder. If we could reach him by phone, would we have come here? Enough nonsense. Who's standing behind you? Let her out. Robert tried his best to shield Gwendolyn. She isn't Gwendolyn, she just looks somewhat similar. Her name is Alida. Somewhat similar? Is there such a coincidence in this world? Stand aside and let me see her. Fearing Gwendolyn might get hurt, Robert remained unmoving. Harren, it's working hours now. President Mohammed wouldn't be pleased if he knew about this. If you have anything to say, wait until President Mohammed returns, and I'll relay your message immediately. Would it be alright for him to visit you? Robert. Given your long service with President Mohammed, I'm showing you respect and won't lay a hand on you. Don't provoke me. Move aside when told. What right does an assistant have to interfere in our family affairs? Though he was just an assistant, Robert still had his dignity. He felt deeply hurt by these insults, but he couldn't step aside. Harren. Slap. Bohan too raised his hand and slapped Robert across the face. Giving you respect and you throw it away. Now you ask for punishment. Get out of my way. Harren. Robert. Gwendolyn pulled him back by the arm. Robert, are you alright? Bohan too had used considerable force, leaving 5 distinct red marks on Robert's pale face. Gwendolyn felt as if the slap had landed on her own face. She turned to look sternly at Bohan too. We live in a society governed by law. Assistants are hired through legitimate recruitment processes, signing employment contracts and protected by labor laws and legal statutes. Though he's subordinate in the company structure, he deserves equal human dignity. What right do you have to hit people? Bohan too wasn't very familiar with Gwendolyn. He took out her photo for comparison. With this level of resemblance, how can you still deny being Gwendolyn? Trying to fool who? A murderer lecturing about law? Isn't that funny? Settle your own crimes first. Damien, it's confirmed, it's her. Call the police and arrest her immediately. As he moved to dial 110, Robert lunged forward again. Harren, she really isn't Gwendolyn. See the media reports if you don't believe me. She's from GU Corporation and contributed greatly to the Godwin-Brantley-Action project. President Mohammed would be furious if you treat her this way. Haven't you had enough beating? Bohan too, ignoring his explanations, fiercely pointed at Robert. Don't think this woman's words will save you. One more word, and I'll rip your mouth apart. Robert. Harren, can you please be reasonable? Reasonable my ass. Seeing Robert's persistent resistance, Bohan too lost his temper. Grabbing Robert's shirt, he pushed him backward. Caught off guard, Robert was thrust onto the desk with a loud thud, scattering documents everywhere. Unable to imagine how much pain Robert must be in, Gwendolyn rushed over when she saw Bohan too raise his fist to strike him. Don't hit anyone. Shouldn't I call the police? Are you crazy? Bohan too swung another slap at her. Dare to curse me? Stupid woman, I'll beat you too. Damien, why are you just standing there? Come help your sister. Initially watching passively, Bohan one now rushed over upon seeing Gwendolyn's boldness. Stupid woman, don't think having Ainsworth's protection means we can't touch you. If you don't repay my sister today, I'll no longer be surnamed Jean. With one swift motion, he grabbed Gwendolyn's neck and yanked her back, her head hitting the wall with a loud crash. Admit it. Are you Gwendolyn? What magic did you use to keep Ainsworth so infatuated? Did you do something extraordinary? I should find some men to test you. Gwendolyn shuddered in disgust. Go ahead, you're sickening. As a CEO of a large corporation, it's unbelievable that you can utter such disgusting words. Do I need to be polite with someone like you? Talking back? Looks like I've been too gentle. He tightened his grip further. Despite his age, he was still strong and tall. Gwendolyn felt her neck being crushed, struggling futilely against his iron grip. Just as she thought she was going to die from suffocation, a gust of wind swept in, and Bohan one was forcefully dragged away. Legs giving out, Gwendolyn fell into someone's arms. In her daze, she heard Robert's exclamation. President Mohammed. You're finally back. Gwendolyn was laid down in the lounge room of the president's office. When she came to, Bohan 1 and Bohan 2 had already been chased away by Jorge. Robert, bearing a dark red handprint on his face, stood beside the bed. Seeing her eyes open, he immediately jumped up in relief. Miss Chu, you're awake. You scared me. I thought. Never mind, you're safe now. How do you feel? Tears welled up in Gwendolyn's eyes. Heartbroken and defeated. Looking at Robert's bruised face and recalling their humiliating ordeal, she wanted to grab Jorge and tear him apart. Robert, initially elated, was shocked again when he saw tears rolling down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Don't cry, Miss Chu. Are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to the hospital? Stop crying, tell me where it hurts. Ah. Gwendolyn broke into uncontrollable sobs. President Mohammed, come quickly. Facing away from them, Jorge stubbed out his cigarette and slowly approached. Too many events had happened recently, making him realize how much he had wronged Gwendolyn. His previous selfish and absurd actions, especially hiding his Viviana's death, were now irreversible. The harm caused to Gwendolyn was irreparable, and he felt deep pain within himself. What he once proudly believed to be perfect decisions now seemed like continuous mistakes. The words, "I'm sorry," felt empty and weak. Watching Gwendolyn sob bitterly, he stood there for a long time before sitting down in the same spot Robert had occupied. "Robert, draft a divorce agreement. Transfer all stocks, properties, and account balances under my name to her. Please ensure this translation fits naturally into the narrative while preserving the original tone and style. The characters' interactions and emotions should remain authentic and coherent with prior content." Chapter 337, No Need for Forgiveness. Mr. Mohammed? In just 1 hour, Robert's heart had raced so much he could hardly bear it anymore. How can you say such things? You've only been married to Miss Chu for a few days. How can you divorce because of this small matter? Miss Chu isn't mad at you, she is gentle and broad-minded. If you sincerely apologize and treat her better in the future, everything will be fine. There's no need to. Jorge's eyes were unfocused, as if he wasn't looking at anything specific. There's no need to say more. Go ahead. Mr. Mohammed. Suddenly regaining his sternness, Jorge cast a sharp glance that frightened Robert into silence. Perhaps it was just an impulsive angry remark. Giving them some space and time to talk would be good for the couple. Robert backed out. Gwendolyn had cried for a long time, her eyes and neck hurting. It felt like Jorge kept watching her, and now that he agreed to divorce, crying seemed pointless. Gradually, she calmed down. She wiped her tears and snot on Jorge's expensive, beautiful pillow. Then, she threw the pillow to the ground, sat up, and stared at him with a reproachful gaze, not saying a word. Jorge looked back at her, but Gwendolyn couldn't read the emotions in his eyes. They stared at each other for who knew how long until Jorge suddenly turned on Mindy's phone and handed it to her. Look at this. A.I. Ainsworth, Kian, hello. Mindy's fluent and melodious English voice rang clearly in the lounge. Gwendolyn had stubbornly refused to look at the phone, but as she listened, her curiosity got the better of her. She eventually picked up the phone. Finally, she understood. You have a sister? Jorge took a deep breath, leaning back wearily in his chair. She's gone now. Gone now. The short phrase carried boundless sorrow. Gwendolyn felt his pain. The girl in the video was so lively and beautiful yet chose to end her life at such a young age, indeed tragic. But every day people die, each one someone else's beloved. No matter how wonderful she might have been, to Gwendolyn, she was still a stranger. Should Gwendolyn unconditionally forgive Jorge just because she died? Gwendolyn locked the phone and put it aside. So what did you show me this for? To tell me that everything you've done recently was justified and that I misunderstood you? No. Jorge shook his head with closed eyes. His jawline was sharper, and his features more pronounced. Gwendolyn noticed he had lost weight, much thinner than before he went on his business trip to Changchun. His sharp jawline, prominent Adam's apple, and slightly sunken cheeks all showed how much weight he'd lost. I was wrong, terribly wrong. Jorge said listlessly. All along, I was too self-centered, not considering others' feelings. I only cared that I liked you and wanted you by my side, so I forged my Viviana's death. I didn't think about your feelings or your situation. I was terribly wrong. You're right. If Mindy hadn't been photographed, I would have kept it from you forever. I'm scum. Everything he said was true, and it echoed what Gwendolyn had wanted to say. She found herself speechless. So, I agree to the divorce. I don't deserve you. But he suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Gwendolyn firmly. Don't take Ollie away. Don't leave Fabian Cheng. I'll give you everything. Let Ollie remain my daughter, okay? As he spoke, he choked up. Seeing a man like Jorge, who resembled a powerful eagle, choke up in front of a woman was shocking and unbelievable. Gwendolyn was startled. Jorge almost cried but couldn't allow himself to. After choking back his emotions, he took a deep breath and continued. I'm not showing you this video to seek your understanding or sympathy, nor am I asking for your forgiveness. I just want you to understand how pitiful a child feels when they can't feel their parents' love, like Mindy. Before, I thought she was just eccentric and hard to approach. Now, I realize she suffered greatly on her journey seeking love, torturing herself. I don't want Ollie to become another Mindy. I promise I won't remarry and won't have another child. I'll pour all my love into her, okay? Also, let's not show discord in front of her. Even if we can't be a couple, I want us to be friends. I want to be a solid support for Ollie. Let's go pick her up and have dinner with her, okay? I promised her long ago, and she must have been looking forward to it. Robert, feeling uneasy, sat at his desk staring into space when the CEO's office door opened. He hurriedly stood up to look. President Mohammed had red eyes and a red nose, just like Miss Chu. Both of them had been crying. Heaven. President Mohammed cries too. Initially very tense and worried, he suddenly felt like laughing. Robert. Yes, Mr. Mohammed. Go to the hospital to check your face. Medical expenses will be reimbursed tenfold. Go now. What about Miss Chu? We're going to pick up Ollie. Great. Robert couldn't help jumping for joy. He knew they would be fine. Okay, I'll go now. Have you drafted the divorce agreement? No, I knew it wouldn't be needed. Come over early tomorrow to draft it. Ask a lawyer about any Ricardor parts. Remember to keep it confidential. What? Both cried, are going to pick up Ollie together, and still want a divorce? The Gu family gate slowly opened. Gwendolyn stood by the car, while Jorge squatted at the entrance. Ollie bounded towards him like a happy little rabbit, shouting, Daddy, as she hurled herself into Jorge's arms. Daddy. Ah, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Almost crazily. Did you miss me? Jorge lifted her up, spun her around twice, and kissed her. How could I not? Daddy missed you crazily too. Hurry up and kiss then. Ollie smacked kisses on his face. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I could have gone with Amina to pick you up. Oh, Daddy, why are you so thin? Have you lost a lot of weight? Is work very hard? Holding his chubby daughter's hands and looking at her rosy face, Jorge felt immense satisfaction. A bit of the recent gloom dissipated. It's been a bit hard. But as long as I see Ollie, it's all better. No. Looking at his thin face, Ollie's eyes reddened, her mouth pouting, and 2 clear tears fell. I don't want Mom and Dad to be so tired. You don't need to earn so much money for me. I don't want lots of money, I just want our family to be together every day, with Mommy and Daddy by my side. Dad, can you promise not to go on long business trips anymore? When you leave, Mom is so exhausted. I don't want anyone to be tired. Can our family always be together? Chapter 338, Not Leaving. Their daughter said she didn't want him to work too hard and wished to stay with him forever. Jorge felt he had never heard such touching words, and his eyes reddened again. Elida saw her father about to cry, and immediately cried even harder. It was as if they were parting ways for the last time, hugging each other, heads resting against each other's. Wah wah wah, I really like Dad so much. I don't want Dad to be so tired. Dad has become so thin, and it makes me feel so upset. Wah wah wah, it's all my fault, I won't ask for toys anymore. The two started crying, and Gwendolyn's tears couldn't help but spill out as well. Elida truly loved him so much and yearned for a father. Was getting a divorce really the right choice? Jorge promised his daughter 1,000 times that he wouldn't be away for so long in the future. Only then did Elida stop crying, wiping her red nose as she asked, Where are we going to eat? Wherever you want, sweetie. I want to go to the mall. There's a children's playground there. When Amina took me shopping before, other kids always had their dads playing with them. Today, I want Dad to play with me too. Jorge readily agreed, and the 3 of them went to a mid to high-end shopping mall. Numerous children were hopping around in the children's playground, and hearing their laughter, Elida hastily finished her meal and ran off. Jorge could only put down his chopsticks and follow her. Gwendolyn sat alone in the restaurant, watching through the glass as Jorge pushed Elida on the swings, played on the slide with her, batted foam balls together, and jumped on the trampoline. Seeing Elida laugh so joyfully, trusting and relying on him so much, Gwendolyn suddenly felt she shouldn't have been so insistent. Since having her daughter, her greatest hope was for her to be happy and joyful. Now that Elida was finally happy, what more did she need to fuss over? She hadn't liked anyone else and hadn't planned to remarry. This marriage indeed wasn't necessary to dissolve. Hey, Robert. Robert was quite surprised to receive his call. Is there something, Miss Chu? You don't need to draft the divorce papers. Just get some good rest. Miss Chu understands him. Robert let out a relieved sigh. After playing crazily for over 2 hours, Elida was drenched in sweat. The 3 of them headed home. Elida insisted that Gwendolyn drive, while she and Jorge sat at the back. It seemed true that daughters were their father's previous lovers. With her dad around, her mom didn't seem appealing anymore. Sitting on his lap, she looped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder, and soon fell asleep. After getting out of the car and carrying Elida back to her room, Jorge used a warm towel to gently wipe her face, hands, and feet. Turning around, he found Gwendolyn staring at him intently, feeling somewhat guilty and avoided her gaze. It's late, you must be tired. Get some rest. I'll sleep in Chuck's room. Gwendolyn grabbed his hand. Come here, we need to talk. Gwendolyn still willing to hold his hand? Jorge felt both excited and a bit hurt. Lately, he was so exhausted, with a pounding headache and a heavy heart, wishing Gwendolyn could just give him a hug. Unfortunately, it had become an impossible dream. They returned to their room, where Gwendolyn sat on the sofa like the hostess and motioned for him to join her. Jorge, to better observe her expression, sat on the coffee table opposite her. Gwendolyn met his gaze. If you're sure you won't remarry, perhaps we shouldn't get divorced for now. What? Elida is too young, too dependent on you. You're right, we can't let her become another Mindy. Let's wait until she grows up and can understand us. So, she also determined not to remarry after leaving him, willing to give up everything for Elida? Jorge's heart ached even more. Alright, let's do as you say. I'm sorry. All of this is my fault. No need for apologies. Aren't you going to see your Viviana later? You no longer need to hide, go directly. The next morning, when Gwendolyn woke up, Elida and Jorge were already dressed and downstairs. Recently, Rachel's condition had improved, and the two children had decided to go to kindergarten. Jorge was preparing to drop her off at the Gu family's place. Seeing that Jorge had returned, Gwendolyn didn't need to go to the company today, so she leisurely sat down at the dining table. Since she didn't need to work, she could take it slow. Unexpectedly, Jorge called her, "Take the day off today and don't go to the office. Later, I'll take you somewhere." Elida rushed over, "Dad, where are you taking Amina?" Jorge picked her up, pretending to be mysterious. "It's our secret, I can't tell you." Elida covered her mouth and giggled, "I know, you haven't seen each other for so long. Definitely a date. Alright, I won't disturb you. Hope you two have fun." After sending Elida off, Gwendolyn noticed that Jorge was driving deeper into the outskirts, which confused her. "Where are you taking me?" "You'll see when we arrive." The car continued toward the outskirts, turning several corners, and entered a village. 2 rows of low-rise houses stood there, looking deserted and dirty. No one lived around, and the chirping of insects and birds could be clearly heard. Gwendolyn grew even more puzzled, just as Robert suddenly emerged from a house. "Mr. Mohammed, you're here." "Yes, thank you for your hard work. Go rest after this." Robert, touched by his kindness, replied, "You didn't sleep last night either, why should I worry when you didn't?" What? He hadn't slept again last night? Gwendolyn realized his secrets were piling up, too many for her to handle. Luckily, they were only nominal spouses now, so his actions weren't her concern. Robert opened the door with a creak. Jorge led Gwendolyn inside first, following closely behind as Robert shut the door. Upon entering, Gwendolyn was stunned. Inside, 2 rows of black-clad bodyguards stood stiffly. These were the security team from when the old man was alive. Before them, kneeling on a dusty concrete floor, were 3 people. They all had their eyes blindfolded, hands tied behind their backs, and mouths gagged with cloth strips. Gwendolyn couldn't recognize who the kneeling figures were and didn't understand why Jorge was doing this, leading her to anger. "Did you bring me here to see this?" "Jorge, I never expected you to. As a father now, have you thought about how your reckless actions might affect Elida?" Jorge maintained his calm demeanor. "Of course I have. So I won't act recklessly." "Then what are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, one of the kneeling figures spoke in a voice familiar to Gwendolyn. "Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn. Is that you? I recognize your voice. It's Kenzie. Gwendolyn, please save me. I was wrong, truly wrong. Please ask Yen to let us go." "Kenzie?" Gwendolyn's mind buzzed, growing even more bewildered. Chapter 339, Clean the floor with your tongue. If it weren't for her fabricated lies and taking over her identity as Jorge's girlfriend, Ollie wouldn't have been treated like a bastard child for so many years. If she hadn't accused me of stealing, I wouldn't have been taken to the police station or expelled from school. As a former close friend who betrayed her, Gwendolyn despised Kenzie deeply. But however much hatred she had was just on a moral level, how could Jorge go further? The man and woman beside him, by their attire and demeanor, were clearly middle-aged. They must be Kenzie's parents. Why punish her parents too if he wanted to get back at her? Seeing Gwendolyn's confused face, Jorge lifted his hand, and the bodyguard immediately brought 2 chairs over. Jorge pulled Gwendolyn to sit next to him, crossing his legs, watching Kenzie with a cold expression. "Let me tell you what crimes this woman has committed. 1. 4 years ago, at the DL Club, she destroyed surveillance footage and wiped out evidence, then assumed your identity, causing me and Ollie to lose precious years as father and daughter. 2. She spread rumors about you, leading to your expulsion from school. 3. Using my affection and guilt towards you, she became my girlfriend, defrauding me for 4 years during which I spent over 60 million renminbi on her." Gwendolyn had anticipated the first 2 points, so when Jorge said them, she wasn't greatly affected. Hearing the third point made her burst out in disbelief. 4 years with her, spending over 60 million renminbi? He even felt embarrassed giving her a 2-won house. What was there to be embarrassed about? Clearly, he lavished every woman he dated with such generosity. 4. There was actually a 4th point? Jorge continued, "Following my Viviana and you to the hospital rooftop, she used the time gap between us going downstairs to push my Viviana off, framing you." "What?" Gwendolyn shot up. "Your mom was pushed down by her? She was stalking me? Then why did the hospital surveillance not capture her?" Jorge nodded at the bodyguard, who quickly approached and untied the cloth covering Kenzie's eyes and mouth. Kenzie looked pale, sweating profusely, trembling as she stared at them. I was just confused at that moment, I didn't mean to. It was a lapse of judgment. Ainsworth, please forgive me, considering I've stayed with you for 4 years." Jorge interrupted her, confused. "Confused enough to know how to disguise yourself as a nurse in a white coat, wearing a mask, perfect timing to frame someone? Confused so perfectly you managed to fool the police? You call yourself confused but your deceitfulness is astonishing." Kenzie had nothing left to say, only shaking her head frantically. "No. No. I really love you. Ah, Ainsworth, I was just too in love to think clearly. Please, just once, can you forgive me? Give me one more chance. I promise I won't do anything wrong again. Please, please. Jorge felt Kenzie was the biggest disgrace in his life. Disgusting, not even worth a second glance. Gwendolyn, what should we do with her? Gwendolyn glared at Kenzie with gritted teeth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, she lunged at her. Ah! Kenzie screamed in fear, kneeling and crawling away, yet was caught accurately. Smack. 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 Gwendolyn slapped her fiercely. Do you still have the audacity to beg for mercy? Kenzie, are you even human? Worse than an animal. How did I offend you so badly that you kept trying to harm me? I almost died because of you and now I have scars all over my body. My daughter almost got sold because of you. You use a moment of confusion to explain everything? Now, I wish I could skin you alive, drink your blood. With a splash, Kenzie wet herself from fright. She trembled violently, not looking like a human anymore. I truly know I was wrong, Gwendolyn yanked her collar. Do you feel sorry for yourself? What's there to feel sorry for? At least you still have all your limbs, not lying in bed paralyzed for life. Have you thought about the person you pushed down? With anger, she removed the cloths from both their faces. Are you the parents of Kenzie? What kind of disgusting couple raised such a disgusting daughter? Listen to what your daughter did. Don't you feel ashamed? Kenzie's parents recognized the power of Jorge, holding their lives in his hands. After pleading silently, they finally found words, crawling forward. Ah, Ainsworth. Ah, Ainsworth. Tien really knows she's wrong. She's only in her early 20s, inexperienced and ignorant. Considering she stayed with you for so long, please spare her. We'll bow to you, will that be enough? As elders, we're begging you, please let us go. Seeing these disgusting parents, Jorge frowned and immediately had guards block their way. Splash, pulling them back. Don't move. Move again and I'll break your legs. Ah, Ainsworth. How long has your daughter been with me? Jorge showed a bitter smile. Ask Kenzie if I ever touched her. Elders? If not for her impersonating my wife, would I have glanced at you twice? You vile and greedy commoners, to me, you're no different from pests. The money I spent on Kenzie and you, including interest, must be repaid in full. 1 billion in 4 years, isn't that fair? As Jorge spoke, Robert stepped forward, unlocking Kenzie's phone, placing the screen near her mouth. You have 10 minutes to call your brother and get the money. If you can do it, I'll consider leaving you intact. Otherwise. All the bodyguards moved forward, scaring Kenzie into screaming and falling back. Robert, disdainful, knelt to pick up the phone while Kenzie lay helplessly on the ground. Damien, our plan has failed, I'm in Jorge's hands. To save us, transfer all the account money over. Yes, all of it, within 10 minutes. After hanging up, the room fell into a dead silence. Everyone watched the three of them, waiting for her brother's decision. Unexpectedly, her brother had some humanity left, transferring the money over. Then calling back. Last night, you guys weren't around, I couldn't resist gambling and lost over 10 million RMB, now only 8,000 remains. Tien, please ask CEO Mohammed for mercy, that's enough, alright? On speakerphone, Jorge heard every word clearly. Hanging up, Kenzie hadn't even pleaded when he stood up, pulling Gwendolyn with him. The remaining money can be paid back through cleaning duty. Make them lick the floor clean, then take them to Dodge. Robert, oversee it. Please note that I translated this fictional content as provided. The tone and language used are meant to reflect the original text style. Chapter 340, Squandering Company Interests to Make a Woman Happy. Leaving the civilian house, Gwendolyn was just about to ask for more details on Kenzie's matter when Jorge interrupted her with an exhausted look. The money has been transferred to your account. All my future earnings will be deposited there. I never imagined a woman could be so malicious. It's a stain on my life. Please give me some dignity and don't mention it again, alright? Gwendolyn wasn't tactless. If she were in his shoes, she too would feel uncomfortable if someone kept bringing up her mistakes. You haven't slept all night. Go rest. Seeing her distant attitude, Jorge hurriedly asked, where are you going? It's been a while since I've chatted with Dustin. I'm heading over to his place today. Men and women truly are different. Even though Jorge knew he was wrong and deserved punishment, hearing that Gwendolyn intended to see Dustin still left him feeling uneasy. I'm not tired. I'm planning to attend a meeting at the company. Will you join me? No, Gwendolyn didn't hesitate, I won't go back to your company. Jorge tried to coax her patiently. How can it be called my company? You're Ollie's Viviana, and I'm Ollie's father. We operate this together, and it will all be Ollie's in the future. Don't you plan to build something for your daughter rather than work for others? In the car, Gwendolyn thought about what he said, it made sense. However, she didn't want to share the same office space with him daily anymore. Alright. But I want to go to the technology department. As long as you're willing to come to the company, anywhere is fine. They arrived at the company together, and Jorge called his second and third Ricardos along with all senior executives for a meeting. Actually, today's meeting was meant primarily for his Ricardos to witness. His Ricardos' actions towards Gwendolyn were due to their manipulation, showing their disdain for her, a fact Jorge couldn't tolerate. The meeting was scheduled for 10 o'clock, but Jorge deliberately entered 10 minutes late. Everyone was discussing in hushed tones until they saw him enter with Gwendolyn, then fell silent, exchanging meaningful glances. Jorge didn't arrange a seat for Gwendolyn. They both stood at the head of the table. He surveyed the room. Everyone here? Let's start. I've called you all here today to announce something. You all know her, right? Silence equated to acknowledgement. Jorge continued. She used to work at GU Corporation under the name Alida. But recently, she changed her name to Gwendolyn due to personal reasons. From now on, please address her as General Bronson Chu. Adults have the right to change their names. It wasn't unusual. But did President Mohammed call them here specifically for this? Perplexed, the second and third Ricardos exchanged glances and laughed derisively. Ainsworth. Call me President Mohammed. Jorge shot a cold glance at them. This is a company, not your home. What should be said, and what shouldn't be said, you two presidents surely don't need my reminders. Initially intending to expose him publicly, the second Ricardo backed down from Jorge's glare. Fine, if he wanted to act spinelessly and overlook the cause of his Viviana's death, that had nothing to do with them. They'd act like they didn't notice. Okay. Is that it? If President Mohammed has no other announcements, we're very busy, so we'll leave first. As the second Ricardo began to stand, Jorge's tone grew stern. I'll dismiss the meeting when I'm done. Everyone was speechless. He withdrew his icy gaze and looked at everyone again. I'm sure you're aware that General Bronson Chu and I have contributed significantly to the group's development through the Godwin-Brantley-Angshan project. Therefore, I formally invited her to join us this year. Though young, she is diligent and hardworking, and I believe she will lead our group to greater heights. Apart from the two Ricardos, everyone clapped respectfully. The Godwin-Brantley-Angshan project had low investment but high returns, thanks in part to Gwendolyn's efforts. No one dared deny it. Jorge added, a few days ago, when I was out of town, General Bronson Chu managed many affairs on my behalf. I trust her abilities and enjoy working with her. Now that I'm back, she should return to her role. Henceforth, I formally appoint General Bronson Chu as Deputy Director of Technology, working alongside Joseph to lead technological innovation. Stunned silence followed. While she indeed contributed to the company, appointing such a young woman as Deputy Director of Technology. Sales, planning, finance, any department suited her better than technology. Do you all have objections? The purpose of this meeting is to hear your thoughts, so speak freely. Jorge turned to the Director of Technology, Joseph. Joseph, what do you think? Marvin, who had spent most of his career in technology, was over 50 but naive to corporate politics. I have no objections. Since she's personally chosen by President Mohammed, she must have unique qualities. We need to test her capabilities before judging. I can't comment without evidence. With the director saying this, others held back any reservations. They shook their heads in agreement. Jorge was about to conclude the meeting when the second Ricardo could no longer contain himself. President Mohammed, forgive me if I upset you, but as your elder and bearing the Mohammed surname, I cannot stay silent. Others may fear pointing out your faults, but I cannot ignore them. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Chu studied medicine and hasn't even graduated. Do you find it amusing to appoint a 20-something dropout med student as Deputy Director of Technology in our prestigious Mohammed Corporation? Won't this make headlines as a joke? Giving the core department to a woman for her amusement, isn't this like the beacon fires of King Yu of Zhou? His arguments seemed reasonable, representing the sentiments of others. Yet, Jorge remained unperturbed. Age, education, and so-called expertise always guarantee results. By your logic, President Mohammed, you and the other President Mohammed wouldn't have achieved your current standing. All of the second Ricardo's fervent speech crumbled into embarrassment from one simple retort. You. Jorge. Are you mocking me while discussing the company's future seriously? Jorge calmly responded. Everyone knows whether or not it's mockery. President Mohammed, instead of pointing out others' flaws, focus on improving your own team. Pfft. The second Ricardo threw his pen down and stood up angrily. Weren't these words on the tip of your tongue for a long time? Since we're talking, let's get it all out. Chapter 341, The Unpersuadable Woman. When you handed the planning department to me 3 years ago, what was the economic situation like then? What were people's purchasing desires like back then? And now, what is the economic situation and people's purchasing desires like today, do you know? You don't know anything, sitting in your office all day long, setting targets for us with a wave of your hand. You give us this much money and tell us to go get things done. Do you even realize that we've practically worn our mouths and legs out trying to achieve those targets because of just one of your words? With this small amount of money, it can't be done. It simply cannot be done. Why can't you be flexible and adjust the numbers every year? We are people from 3 years later, yet we're using budgets from 3 years ago. Every day, we have to endure being scolded by you for being incompetent. If you're so capable, why don't you come and do it yourself? Second Bohan had harbored a belly full of grievances for a long time and finally got the chance to vent them today. Exactly. Third Bohan now headed the sales department and felt stifled under the pressure of performance targets every day. He deeply empathized with Second Bohan's complaints. Last year, due to not meeting performance targets, everyone received bonuses while they, despite working hardest, got nothing. This had made him resentful for quite some time. Do you think you can set targets without considering current practical circumstances? If you continue to be autocratic like this, none of us will be able to work anymore. If you can't work, then quit. Jorge looked at them coldly. I've told you before, Mohammed Corporation doesn't nurture idlers, even if they share the surname Mohammed. If you feel incapable of shouldering this responsibility, step down. There are plenty of capable people who would love to take your place. You. They were his Ricardos after all, and he actually asked them to leave in front of so many outsiders? Jorge, don't get too cocky. Aren't you always boasting about this woman's capabilities? She studied medicine but could handle technical matters. Our jobs are so simple, it must be a piece of cake for her. Let her do it then. As long as she can complete this month's target by the end of the month, even if not exceeding it, I'll acknowledge her skills. How about that? Yes, I'll acknowledge her skills if she completes it. Second Bohan and Third Bohan were determined to challenge him today. Jorge was unfazed by their defiance. After all, the senior management already knew what kind of people they were and that he didn't get along well with his Ricardos. He wasn't against embarrassing them in front of everyone. Just as Jorge was preparing to speak harshly, Gwendolyn took a step towards him and looked at Second Bohan and Third Bohan. I accept this challenge. Everyone here is a witness. Please have someone send your documents to President Mohammed. By the end of the month, I will complete the targets of both departments on my own. What? Not only was everyone stunned, even Jorge was taken aback. He had used the Godwin-Brantley-Ancient project to secure her position in the technology department, which was the only achievement that upheld Gwendolyn's credibility within Mohammed Corporation. Leveraging his position as president, no one dared to question it. But if she accepted this challenge and failed to meet the targets, it would be difficult for him to protect her afterward. Sensing Jorge's gaze tightening, Gwendolyn looked at him calmly. If I fail, I'll resign and return to GU Corporation. It's not a big deal. I love taking on unknown challenges. President Mohammed, please give me this opportunity. Agreed. Second Bohan and Third Bohan led the applause. Now Jorge couldn't say anything more, the matter was settled. Back in the CEO's office, Jorge looked at her worriedly. You really didn't need to make such a bet with them. I'm not making a bet with anyone. Gwendolyn sat calmly on the sofa, reviewing the documents handed over by the planning department. I've never been the CEO of Mohammed Corporation before either. When you were missing for half a month, didn't I manage to hold everything together? Jobs are meant to be done. If others can do it, why can't I? But others have teams while you're alone. Haven't you said that having a large team, advanced age, and relevant expertise doesn't guarantee success? Although I'm alone, I save time on communication and don't have to engage in intrigue. It saves time in a different way. Gwendolyn, we promised Ollie that we would try to travel less and spend more time with her. I understand, I will manage my time properly. But there are only 10 days left until the end of the month. So stop talking nonsense and let me focus, okay, President Mohammed? Gwendolyn stubbornly continued reading the documents. Jorge stared at her from behind his desk, thinking he might have to use his connections to help her. Regardless, he couldn't let Gwendolyn lose face. But since Gwendolyn dared to accept the challenge, it meant she had a plan. In the afternoon, she spent several hours reviewing documents. At 4 o'clock, she left the CEO's office to make a call. Mr. Shao. How did you consider? Have you decided to join us? Yes, but I have conditions. Mr. Shao was Mickey, a famous celebrity in the entertainment industry whom Gwendolyn had met unexpectedly recently. Originally, she and his agent, Edith, had ended things badly, and they wouldn't have interacted again. However, Mickey found her contact details a few days ago and called her. It was still about the dating variety show. He had changed agents, but the contract for the dating show had already been signed, and he had to participate. The company had found him several amateur partners, but none were satisfactory to him. Some lacked appealing personalities, while others weren't unique enough in appearance. He kept thinking about Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn was busy and had initially refused him outright. But Mickey persisted, urging her to reconsider, saying it was fine even if she agreed a day before the show started. The show began tomorrow, and coincidentally, today Gwendolyn had faced a challenge. Our dates will only be in Fabiancheng City from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. I won't stay with the production crew. As long as she agreed, Mickey thought these were minor issues. The dating variety show is meant to be relaxing, and I also want to rest through this opportunity. I don't want to travel far, so everything you said is acceptable. Is there anything else? Whatever I say or do on the show, there will be reasons behind it. Of course, I will ensure the show's effects for you, so let's cooperate, okay? Of course, Mickey smiled, thinking she seemed to be stating the obvious. Get prepared. I'll have someone pick you up early tomorrow morning. Since we need to dress accordingly, you may need to start a bit earlier. Sorry for the trouble. He's pretty easygoing and humorous. Gwendolyn also smiled. I'll wake up at 6. Great. Stay in touch anytime via WeChat. That night, Jorge played with Ollie while Gwendolyn did her skin care, a rare occurrence. After that, she applied a thick layer of hair mask to nourish her hair. Ollie watched her Viviana look so relaxed and assumed she was dressing up for her father. Daddy, I feel that your relationship with Mommy has improved after this business trip. She rarely dressed up before, it must be because she's so happy. Jorge. When are you and Mommy going to have a Casimir or sister for me? I want one so much. Translation provided based on the original Chinese content, maintaining character names in Pinyin, preserving the original tone and style, ensuring fluency and grammatical correctness, and keeping the storyline coherent. Chapter 342, Giving Birth Hurts. Jorge didn't know how to answer his daughter's question and could only respond formally. Pregnancy takes 10 months, it's very painful, and giving birth hurts a lot too. There's even a risk to life. So let's not make Mommy suffer that pain. Giving birth has a risk to life? Alida was frightened and quickly hugged Jorge's neck. That's so scary. No, I won't have kids, I won't say anything about having kids anymore. Daddy, when I grow up, I don't want to have babies either. Jorge held his daughter, of course. As long as Alida doesn't like it, you don't have to do anything. But will others think I'm a freak? Everyone else has kids, but I don't. No one who thinks you're a freak is normal. Whether or not to get married or have kids is everyone's personal choice. Whatever makes you happy is right. Don't mind those people. Aminami and Daddy will always support me, no matter what choice I make, right? Of course. Oh, I'm so happy. I love Mommy and Daddy so much. Gwendolyn listened to the conversation between father and daughter and felt that not divorcing was indeed the right decision. Frankly speaking, ever since she met Jorge, he had never been vague with Alida. The next morning at 6, Gwendolyn slipped away from Jorge, who was sleeping on the sofa, leaving him a note. I have a meeting with a client today and will leave early. Explain it to Alida when she wakes up. I'll be back on time in the afternoon. She successfully met Mickey and was taken to his chauffeur-driven car. After some preparation, the driver took her to the production team. The show was supposed to start last year but was delayed due to various issues. During this time, 2 other dating shows aired. The first one was fine, but people were getting tired of the second one. To stand out, the production team decided to adopt a live broadcast format. Though live, scripts were prepared, while not followed word for word, characters and storylines were preset. The first segment had celebrities and ordinary guests pretending to meet for the first time, answering questions to pair up, after which they could go on dates. Gwendolyn stood with other female guests in front of the camera, watching several male celebrities walk out. Everyone brightened up, secretly excited. The crew served a bunch of food, asking them to pick what they liked. Everyone picked according to the script. Next came small toys, and everyone chose again. Finally, Gwendolyn successfully paired up with Mickey. The screen flooded with comments. Is Damien Xiao so compatible with this female guest? They're even wearing similar clothes. She looks natural and beautiful, better than the others. Very satisfied. Why does Damien Xiao seem to like her from the start? Their chemistry is great. At first, I disagreed with Damien Xiao participating, feeling no one matches him except me. But this girl isn't annoying at all. What are they going to do? The others went to an amusement park, a market, and hiking. What will Damien Xiao plan? Too cliché. Every dating show uses these routines. Just listening to their plans makes this show sound boring. Is Damien Xiao's first variety show going downhill? They left the studio, politely chatting as if they were strangers. Mickey asked Gwendolyn about her hobbies, and she replied that she enjoyed housework. The screen filled with more comments. This girl has zero variety show sense. Is she going to make Damien Xiao do chores? Why did Damien Xiao take this gig? It's going downhill fast. I want to see Damien Xiao doing chores. I love industrious men. One fan was spot on as Mickey responded. Coincidentally, I also enjoy doing chores when I'm free. It's relaxing. How about we do chores together? Sure. But I don't have a house, shall we go to yours? No problem. But we just met. Isn't it impolite to go to your place so soon? You're there to help me. What's impolite about that? Gwendolyn smiled. Let me bring something, wait a moment. She pushed over a large black suitcase. Mickey helped lift it, it was heavy. You're not bringing gifts, are you? Receiving so many on our first meeting would be awkward. Don't worry. They're produced by my company, given to you for free. If you like them, please promote them. They got into the car amid playful banter. Comments flew. Damien Xiao really played big. Showing his home already? This girl is so lucky. Not only chores with Damien Xiao but visiting his home too. Who's not envious? Your jealousy is too loud. Move aside. Let me see Damien Xiao's home. Of course, stars wouldn't reveal their true addresses. The house was rented ahead of time. On the way, they discussed Mickey's new song, warming up the audience. Upon arrival, the setting was simple and neat. Fans knew it wasn't his real home but still praised it. Damien Xiao has good taste. That sofa looks just like mine. My husband shares my style. Mickey pushed the suitcase in, saying apologetically. It's been a while since I've been home, it's a bit messy. Your suggestion is perfect. Let's start. Gwendolyn stopped him. No, let me liberate your hands. Mickey paused. Was she going to do all the work? Gwendolyn opened the suitcase. No one expected her gift to be smart home devices. First out was a blue rabbit. Didn't know your color preference. Here's a smart speaker, voice activated, waterproof, great for music while cooking or showering. Mickey's eyes lit up. Cute. Thank you. Does it have many songs? Plenty, and all free. For this product, Mohammed Group signed a 10-year licensing agreement with a music platform. All songs available there can be found here. Mickey was stunned. Produced by Mohammed Group? Do you work there? So were the fans. Wow. This girl looks like a pretty flower vase but works at Mohammed Group. Heard their recruitment is super strict. Mohammed Group makes smart speakers? So cute. Their designers must really understand us. Isn't this just Mohammed Group advertising? Still, I'm tempted. Give me a second, I'll check the price online. 299 yuan. Sisters, just 299. Thought Mohammed Group only made high-end stuff. Now I can have the same smart speaker as my husband. Translation completed. Maintaining the original tone and structure, ensuring fluidity and coherence. Hashtag chapter 343, participating in a dating reality show. After a lively chat, Gwendolyn immediately presented the second gift. It was an unusual cleaning robot shaped like a turtle. Mickey's eyes lit up once more. Is this also made by Mohammed Corporation? Your design team is really creative. This is the first time I've seen such a strange cleaning robot. Gwendolyn smiled. This is our new product that hasn't been launched yet. I brought it for you to try. Our design team not only has wild imaginations but also exceptional technical skills. She turned on the machine and demonstrated it for him. See, its head and limbs can extend into tight corners to suck out dust and debris. The body is designed for floor cleaning. Watching it do chores is not only amusing but also stress-relieving. The most interesting part is, guess how it disposes of the trash at the end? Mickey, curious, picked up the robot and examined it from all angles. Does it expel it somehow? But I don't see any buttons. You're so smart. Gwendolyn pretended to be surprised and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Yes, it does expel it. Place your hand over its back and press down. Mickey followed her instructions, and the robot's tail opened up. Its head lifted, and the front legs rose, mimicking a pooping posture. Not only Mickey, but even the camera crew couldn't help but laugh. This is hilarious. Who came up with this idea? It's incredibly funny. Maybe older generations would find this bizarre, but it perfectly matches my taste. He wasn't the only one who liked it, the fans did too. Wow, no wonder she's here to do chores, it's all about promoting their products. Fair enough, I like it. I used to think Mohammed Corporation was a serious and formal company, but today they've shown us they're full of fun surprises. I'm excited to see what else she has in her bag. The latest update. Sisters, guess how much this cleaning robot costs? Just tell me the price so I can die in peace. All these high-end cleaning robots are meant for the rich, freeing up their hands. People like me can't afford them, sniffle sniffle. 1999. Sisters, this price is unbelievable. Seriously? Mohammed Corporation is selling something this cheap? I need to go check their website now. Don't leave. Xiao Gu is still here. At least wait until the show ends. The cleaning robot was voice-activated, named Ninja, by Gwendolyn. On Mickey's command, it started working, and Gwendolyn continued to showcase more products. No matter what she took out, Mickey and the audience were pleasantly surprised each time. The entire program turned into a promotional event for Mohammed Corporation's products. At noon, the program paused, and the director had a talk with Gwendolyn. This can't continue. Mohammed Corporation hasn't sponsored our show, yet we've been advertising for them for so long. That doesn't follow the rules. Luckily, it's live-streamed. If it were pre-recorded, this segment would have been cut and reshot. Gwendolyn understood the point. She had already achieved her goal. If they didn't want her to showcase more products, that was fine. She believed that with Mickey's endorsement power and his fan base, the sales department of Mohammed Corporation must be swamped. Indeed, within Mohammed Corporation's sales department, everyone looked at the empty inventory lists and fell silent. What happened? Why did they suddenly need restocking? The marketing department's new campaign hadn't even launched, and these weren't the promoted products. Bohan-san wasn't in the office, so the vice president of sales hurried to the CEO's office. Once he explained the situation, Jorge knew immediately, this must be Gwendolyn's doing. But what did she do? Achieve so much in just a morning? Jorge reached for his phone to call Gwendolyn when Robert rushed in. Miss Chu is trending. CEO Mohammed, she went on a dating reality show with a celebrity named Mickey. What? Robert handed him the phone. Top trend, Mickey joins a dating reality show. Second trend, housework couple. Third trend, Mohammed Corporation's quirky home products. Miss Chu brought our products onto the show. Here's a snippet of the footage. She showcased several items, and probably due to Mickey's fans wanting to own the same products as their idol, they bought everything. CEO Mohammed, Mickey has over 40 million followers online. Even at a quarter ratio, we'd need around 10 million units of each product. No company could possibly have that much stock, so Jorge quickly instructed the vice president of sales. Inform the factories to arrange overtime. Push back other less urgent orders. All factories should produce these bestsellers simultaneously, ensuring both quality and delivery times. Yesterday, the vice president had been worrying about low sales. Now he worried about fulfilling orders and dashed off. Jorge opened the official website, seeing sales skyrocket and thousands of new positive reviews pouring in. The store ratings hit the maximum score. Hot comment number 1, can the Mohammed Corporation design team consider doing a live stream to share their creative ideas? Why are they so amusing and girly? Are they a bunch of girls or handsome young men? Even Ricardo's would do, especially if they can design such cute things. It would be quite a contrast and fun. Hot comment number 2, top comment. I gave a perfect rating. Remember to get the design team to do a live stream soon. Hot comment number 3, so adorable. Can't wait to receive my order. Thank you, Mohammed Corporation, for making my husband's products affordable. Scanning hundreds of comments, Jorge made a quick decision. Which short video app has the highest traffic? Douyin. Do we have a store there? Yes. Have someone film the tech team and promote it. What time generally yields the best sales data? 8 p.m. So, let's do it at 8 p.m. They'll all do a collective live stream as customer appreciation. Sure, CEO Mohammed. Robert left to notify the tech department. Soon, Tech Joe's for being called. CEO Mohammed, having us social phobics go live isn't asking too much, is it? Besides, this is a job for the sales department. Jorge, I'm already preparing commission allocations. Your live sales will be tied to your pay. Marvin, it's not about pay, we've never done live streams before. Such a big deal right away might tarnish the company's reputation. How about this, CEO Mohammed, you lead, and we'll follow. With you, we feel reassured. Plus, you're so young and handsome, not going live would be a waste. This translation retains the original tone and structure while ensuring the English version reads naturally and fluently. Chapter 344, Male Model Team. In the past, he wouldn't even agree to a media interview for Jorge, let alone live streaming. That was unthinkable. But this time it's different. Gwendolyn had made an oath in front of all those executives. He couldn't let his wife lose face. So for Gwendolyn's performance, he readily agreed with Bronson Marvin. No problem. Get the guys ready, we'll do it together tonight. Jorge called the technical department colleagues brothers, which instantly got everyone hyped up. Robert went down to notify everyone, and the marketing department sent dedicated personnel to film the videos. After all, as the company president and with the technical department making their first appearance, they needed to be formal. Jorge told everyone to go home and change into professional attire. He also tidied himself up. Even though the video turned out pretty standard, once uploaded, it still caused a huge storm. Is this the CEO of the Mohammed Corporation? Holy cow, so young. So handsome. Anyone who didn't know would think he was some male celebrity. My God, does Mohammed Corporation feed its employees well? No wonder everyone is desperate to join. Working with such a akil every day would make me live longer. Mohammed General killed me. The suit, the turning back look, it's straight into my heart. This isn't a tech team, it's a male model team. Help me up, I just had a baby but I can still have more. Why not live stream now? I can't wait. After finishing the video shoot, everyone quickly headed to the marketing department to learn about the live stream rules and establish a plan. Soon it was time to clock out. Jorge called Gwendolyn, have you gone home yet? Gwendolyn had ended her work promptly and was on her way home. I said I wouldn't work overtime. Don't rush me. I'm not rushing you. Just letting you know, I need to stay late tonight. Doing a live stream with the technical team, tell Ollie for me. What? You're going live? If you're interested, you can come watch the live stream. Of course, you don't have to if you don't want to. It's my first time, a bit nervous. Despite what he said, Gwendolyn's curiosity was piqued. Jorge live streaming? When did he become so open? Or was he worried about not meeting sales targets, hence taking the stage himself? After dinner, Gwendolyn and Ollie waited by their phones. Ollie was excitedly looking forward to her dad's debut live stream. Finally, 8 p.m. arrived. As soon as the live stream started, thousands poured in, filling the screen with comments. Where's the male model team? Come out quickly. Let's talk, show us Mohammed General. Don't use beautification filters. I want to see if Mohammed General looks as handsome as in the videos. Just get to the point. Whatever Mohammed General sells, I'll buy. Such a handsome akil, must support him. The operations assistant spoke for a minute and got roasted heavily, having to shorten her time before hastily leaving. And now, let's welcome our male models, the technical team. Please give a round of applause for Mohammed General. As she finished speaking, Jorge appeared in front of the camera in a black shirt and trousers, exuding a restrained charm. The chat exploded. Heaven. It's really him. Looks exactly like in the videos. How can there be such handsome men in the world? Why did I just find out? Feel like I lost a fortune. Can't take it anymore. Mohammed General is too handsome. How can a man be so perfect? Anyone notice his hands? They're perfect, slender, and bony. How tall is Mohammed General? Why does it feel like the frame can't fit him? Can you move the camera closer? Rockets, spaceships, carnivals, yachts, gifts flooded the screen. In less than a minute, over 1 million people joined the live stream. Gwendolyn didn't expect Jorge to be so charming, drawing millions of compliments online. Would tonight's product sell out? Jorge did a brief introduction about himself and the company, then the camera panned out, revealing the entire tech team standing beside him, all dressed in black with slick back hair. The audience went wild. So many hot guys. Blinded by choice. So many good-looking men in Fabian Cheng. Why am I still single? It's all because of Mohammed Corporation. I want to marry them. The old bachelor is finally moved. Can we get a contact number? Marvin to marry too. Brantley urging Mohammed General to start a separate account. I want to see him every day. Mohammed General seems to have abs. Did anyone notice his abdomen when he picked something up? Open the buttons, show the abs, show the abs. With one person leading, the rest followed, and tens of thousands of comments flooded the screen uniformly. Show the abs, show the abs. The operations assistant intervened. You can browse the product's links first, the abs will be arranged later, no need to rush, okay? Why waste time talking? Just show the products already, we'll buy them. Show Mohammed General's abs. That's right. We're not here for products. Seeing the heightened consumer enthusiasm, Jorge couldn't help but remind them. Rational consumption. If you need it, check the link. Otherwise, don't snap by. Order surge might delay processing orders. Let's not keep people waiting. Not a big deal. Pre-order it, I don't mind waiting a month. Hurry up and strip. Right. We don't mind pre-orders. Strip faster. Again, tens of thousands of comments filled the screen uniformly. The operations assistant had no choice but to discuss with Jorge. Mohammed General, product inventory can't keep up. How about skipping product explanations and just satisfy everyone? Pamper our fans a little. Blakely speaks nicely, love it. Hurry up and strip, Mohammed General. Jorge saw the overwhelming comments and sighed helplessly. Isn't this against platform rules? Everyone be reasonable. I'm just an ordinary person. You decide. Hurry up or we give negative reviews. Well said, hurry up. The operations assistant persuaded again. Mohammed General, maybe just undo a button or roll up your sleeves a bit within platform rules? Jorge shook his head, unwilling to stand out as a joke, calling everyone together. Just this once. Otherwise, starting this trend might bring ridicule from the industry. Come on, everyone, roll up your sleeves. The tech team men, blushing, showed off their biceps as the viewers almost blew up the live stream. Note, the chapter ends mid-scene as per the original Chinese text. Chapter 345, Humble CEO Jorge. Within less than an hour, all 20 products listed in the link sold several million units each. At this rate, even if the factory worked overtime until next year, it wouldn't be enough to meet demand. So they took down the links. Let's chat for a while. We'll end the live stream at 10 o'clock. Everyone, please consume rationally and don't keep sending gifts, alright? Netizens kept sending gifts, ignoring his pleas. We haven't had enough. What should we chat about? Tell us some personal stuff. How old is CEO Mohammed this year? Do you have a girlfriend? Jorge ignored these questions as if he didn't see them. Let me tell you about the company's development journey and our future plans. Who wants to hear that? Answer our questions quickly. Jorge decided to ignore the comments and continued speaking regardless. Finally, he managed to reach close to 10 o'clock, then stepped back from the host position. Next, let's have the IT department colleagues chat with everyone. Feel free to ask any questions. If you like our live streams, we can create separate accounts for irregular broadcasts. Thanks for your attention. In just 2 hours, tens of millions of orders were placed, and gift revenue directly hit the hundreds of millions mark. Though not a celebrity, Jorge dominated multiple hot search lists. Second Bohan and third Bohan were thoroughly unsettled. Who would have thought they'd be so vicious, playing this trick on us? Since they had such a brilliant idea, why didn't they bring it up earlier, letting our departments work to death and lose face publicly? Truly despicable. I think he's trying to drive us out intentionally. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Yuri, you must come up with a solution. What solution? What can I do unless he dies? With his current popularity, what can we do against him? Hannah was too excited to sleep, tossing and turning until Jorge came in. When she saw her father enter, she immediately sprang out from under the covers. Daddy, you're so handsome. I saw your live stream tonight, it was amazing. How can I have such an awesome dad? I'm so happy. Jorge held his daughter, looking at her happy smile, breathing in the fragrance of her hair, feeling deeply satisfied. Everything I do is for you. Having a daughter like you makes me feel very happy. Gwendolyn interrupted their daily bonding. Hannah, be good and go to sleep. Your dad is tired today. Let him rest, okay? Hannah obediently jumped out of his arms. Okay, I'll sleep now. But Mom and Dad, I've changed my mind. Yesterday you said you didn't want Mom to have another sibling, but now? Dad, please get the best doctors to take care of Mom and ensure she's safe. Can we have another child? I'm so happy, I really want someone to share my joy with. I really want a little brother or sister. Gwendolyn was speechless. Why bring this up now when everything was fine? Having a sibling isn't something that happens instantly. Let's talk about it, okay? Just discuss it yourselves, but promise me first. Okay, Mom. Looking at Hannah's hopeful eyes, Jorge couldn't help but worry. He was only 30, already achieving such prominence in the Mohammed family. With his ambitions, by the time Hannah grows up, he would certainly rank among the wealthiest. A girl with such a vast fortune. Not that he feared Hannah would mismanage or squander it, but having no one to share her joys and sorrows with could indeed be lonely, much like himself. Back in the room, he looked contemplatively at Gwendolyn, who seemed to understand his thoughts. Only children born of loving parents can truly be happy. A child born out of passion alone would be too tragic. Gwendolyn, Jorge sincerely wanted to talk with her. I'm not saying this because of today's success. I genuinely believe that between us, there's no need to remain at this point. If I pursued you again, devoted myself entirely, and confessed openly, could you give me another chance? While watching his live stream, Gwendolyn also reflected a lot. Honestly, fate had treated her well by letting her meet Jorge and bear his daughter, despite enduring hardships over the years. Otherwise, with her background, even graduating smoothly, being by his side would be unattainable. Though he concealed things from her, overall, it didn't cause significant harm. She was only 24, with a long life ahead. Was it really necessary to live this way indefinitely? My heart is a mess. Please give me more time to think. Though Gwendolyn didn't directly agree, Jorge felt those words were enough. As long as Gwendolyn returned home every day and interacted with him, eventually, he would win her back with sincerity. Not sure if it was from recent fatigue or sleeping on the sofa, Jorge woke up with a heavy head. Thankfully, Gwendolyn hadn't left yet. Seeing her made him feel better. Do you still have a variety show recording today? Yeah, 12 episodes. So, she'd be gone for 12 days? Knowing he shouldn't ask, Jorge couldn't resist. Does Mickey know you're married? Gwendolyn suspected ulterior motives. What are you worried about? Jorge hesitated. Nothing. It's cold outside, I'll send you. Gwendolyn didn't need his escort, she could drive herself. But Jorge insisted. If she spent 12 straight days recording, he wouldn't see her during the day for that period. Don't refuse me. For Hannah's sake, okay? Instinctively, Jorge reached for Gwendolyn. Surprised, she touched his forehead. You have a fever? No wonder your lips are so dry. Did you stay up all night sick? You're a grown man, why didn't you say anything sooner? I'll get you medicine. No need. I'm fine. Aren't you in a hurry? I'll take you. Just wait a moment, I need to freshen up. Jorge headed for the bathroom, but Gwendolyn stopped him. There's no need for this. How did he look? Jorge gave her a puzzled look. No need to be so solicitous. The words hung on her lips, but seeing his flushed, feverish face and sunken cheeks from recent weight loss, she reined them back. Suddenly, she hugged him. We have plenty of time. I promise not to get close to anyone else. Let's discuss our issues later. First, please take care of your health, okay? Jorge's brain buzzed with emotion, nearly embracing her impulsively. But he dared not. This man, who captivated millions online, approached Gwendolyn cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. I'll listen to you. Chapter 346, Why did Jorge come? After a day of brewing and fermentation, not only the Mohammed group but also the variety show, Romantic Fever, quickly dominated various hot search lists on different platforms. Sensing the wind direction, the production team moved promptly, and just as Jorge arrived at his office, Robert came in to inform him. The production team has extended an advertisement invitation. Miss Chu's brief appearance on the show yesterday achieved such excellent advertising effects, Chairman Mohammed, should you consider continuing to invest in it? This sudden online craze for the Mohammed Group not only played a significant role in product sales but also greatly inspired future sales directions and management models. It was worth considering allocating some advertising budget to the production team. However, since they had approached him, Jorge's ambition wasn't limited to just this one offer. Bring Mickey's agent over as well, I want to talk with him too. After taking a break at noon and confirming the afternoon's program schedule, Gwendolyn and Mickey resumed their work. Coincidentally, I have a friend who lives nearby. Would you like to visit his place? They had planned to go karting together, so why did he suddenly suggest visiting a friend? But since the program was live streaming, Gwendolyn couldn't interrupt him. The two knocked on the door together. Gwendolyn politely bent her waist slightly, ready to greet the person. But the next second, she saw Jorge's face. How are you here? Jorge wore a loose black hooded sweater, black casual pants, and slippers, with a microphone pinned to his chest. He glanced at her without speaking and then gestured to Mickey. It's cold outside. Don't stand there, come in and sit down. The two exchanged a fist bump as if they were old buddies, and Mickey slipped into the house wearing slippers. Gwendolyn was still dazed. He knew Mickey. And they were that close? Why didn't he mention it yesterday? Was this a prank? Not only was she surprised, but the viewers were equally stunned. Isn't this the president of the Mohammed Group? Oh my god, how did he end up on this show? And he knows Damien Xiao. Yeah, they seem quite familiar. How did I not know they knew each other? Damien Xiao has really been keeping things hidden. No wonder he agreed to advertise for the Mohammed Group yesterday. Ah, indeed, beauty draws more beauty, and handsome men stick together. I thought I wouldn't see enough of Chairman Mohammed last night, but here he is today. Did he appear just for me? Chairman Mohammed looks so handsome today. Oh my god, how can he look so good no matter what he wears? And he's so tall. Damien Xiao looks like the male lead standing next to him. What should we do? Ugh, sister, you're so brave. I was thinking the same thing but didn't dare say it. Are we being too mean to Damien Xiao? Why don't we let Chairman Mohammed debut? Ah, he's so handsome. After just 2 meetings, I'm already a fan. What should I do? This girl is too blessed, ugh. Meeting 2 handsome men at once, did she save the galaxy in her past life? Jorge fetched 2 cups of water. Seeing that Gwendolyn was still standing there in shock, he raised his eyebrows. Are you that surprised? Come and have some water. There are ladies' slippers over there. The slippers still had tags on them, clearly brand new. Was he making a surprise appearance for the program due to yesterday's buzz? Gwendolyn couldn't figure out why he was here. He used to dislike appearing on camera. She switched into slippers and accidentally touched his fingers when she took the water from him. She noticed his hands were still burning hot. He wasn't wearing makeup, and his face was flushed, with redness around his eyes. Gwendolyn couldn't help asking, you didn't take any medicine? Why are you still so feverish? The chat comments exploded again. What did she say? I didn't hear clearly. Is she saying Chairman Mohammed is sick? Why doesn't he take better care of himself? Just met him, and he's already sick. So worrying. He seemed to be using too much blush earlier, but now I realize he's actually sick. Oh, my baby, a sickly handsome man. But how did she know Chairman Mohammed was sick? Isn't she his subordinate? But yesterday Chairman Mohammed left at 10 p.m. Do they not have after-work gatherings? Knowing the Akil is sick is pretty normal, right? Let's hope. Ugh, please don't cause any dramatic scenes. Having a couple just with Damien Xiao was hard enough, now adding Chairman Mohammed, I'll go crazy with jealousy. Jorge touched his forehead and then Gwendolyn's. Still feeling hot? I've taken the medicine. Maybe it hasn't kicked in yet. Usually, how long does it take to work? Gwendolyn looked at his rosy cheeks. About half an hour. How long have you been here? Jorge didn't hide it, just arrived. So, you just took it? Yes. What were you doing in the morning? Why not take it earlier? In the morning, Jorge had been busy handling advertisements and discussing cooperation with Mickey's agent. With all the excitement, he hadn't paid attention to taking medicine. But he couldn't reveal these details on the show. Anyway, I've taken it. It will be fine soon. Don't worry about it. The chat comments watched their interaction closely. How do they talk like that? Aren't they in a superior-subordinate relationship? It seems like Annabelle is the superior and Chairman Mohammed the subordinate. Why is he so polite to her? Right. Whatever she asks, he answers respectfully. Could it be that she's higher ranking than him? Don't tell me. We just said this woman has good luck. Could Chairman Mohammed like her? Ah. Anyone notice Chairman Mohammed's gaze? He looks like a schoolboy. I bet something is going on between them. My heart is breaking for my Chairman Mohammed. Gwendolyn sighed inwardly and handed him the teacup. Here, you drink it. Drinking more water helps with a cold. I just finished eating and am not thirsty. Jorge refused. No need, you drink it. Let me cut some fruits for you. It was rare to be on a show, so he felt he should make an effort. Besides, Jorge truly didn't know what else he could do. But he wanted to be here. As he walked to the kitchen, Mickey and Gwendolyn followed. We'll help. What fruits did you prepare? Mangoes, watermelon, strawberries, blueberries. Mickey, I love mangoes and am best at slicing them. Let me handle Thornton goes. With that, he took the bag of mangoes and entered the kitchen first. If the male lead was already in there, staying outside didn't make sense. Gwendolyn said, then I'll wash the strawberries, and carried the strawberries into the kitchen. Jorge followed, holding the watermelon and blueberries. The three stood side by side at the sink, Gwendolyn in the middle, flanked by the 2 men. The panoramic view showed that the chemistry between Jorge and Gwendolyn from yesterday was gone. All attention was now on Jorge. Ah. I don't want to betray Damien Xiao, but Chairman Mohammed is so tall and handsome, this profile is mesmerizing. What should I do with my love? Damien Xiao is so silly, inviting a rival. I'm changing my heart too. Translation note, this chapter maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as requested. Hashtag chapter 347, CP vibe. As the words trailed off, Gwendolyn cast a glance at Jorge. Seeing him about to cut the watermelon without washing it, she stopped him. Let me do it. You're not feeling well, so you shouldn't be touching water. Just sit outside and wait. No one will think you're being impolite. Jorge didn't argue with her, naturally letting her take over the knife while he watched from the side. Gwendolyn rinsed the watermelon under running water and efficiently sliced a few pieces into a plate. Water splattered onto her clothes as she worked. Your clothes are wet. There's an apron here. Do you want to wear it? Gwendolyn was wearing a white top today, which stuck to her body noticeably when wet. Considering the cameras, if netizens took screenshots, it wouldn't look good. There's an apron? Might as well put it on. The production team had prepared 3 aprons for them. Gwendolyn's was pink and hung on the wall. Jorge fetched it easily, reaching past her chest to hang the apron around her neck. He loosely tied the straps at her waist from behind. I'll go out and wait then. He carried the watermelon out first. The chat room exploded. These two definitely have something going on. Did you see how smoothly Mohammed's CEO tied the apron for her? What's going on? What's he doing here today? Is he trying to declare his ownership? Since Xiao Hadingshi is friends with Jorge, he must know something about these two. How can Xiao Hadingshi film this program with her in such a situation? Oh, you get it, right? This is hot news material. I bet today's episode will be trending again. They'll all end up on the hot search list. Heavens, this morning people were saying the show has gotten boring and not as engaging as yesterday. But now there's another big moment in the afternoon. Xiao Hadingshi really picked the right show, this is about to blow up. Gwendolyn washed the fruit and chatted with Xiao Hadingshi while slicing it. Once done, she took it out, and the 3 of them sat together, chatting and eating. What's next? Xiao Hadingshi said they would go karting and invited Jorge to join, who agreed immediately. Sure, but it's been a long time since I played, so my skills might be rusty. The booking is for 3 p.m. It's already 2:30 p.m. If we go, we need to leave now. Do you want to freshen up or change your clothes? Xiao Hadingshi reminded Jorge. His hoodie was too loose, and the cap made it uncomfortable for professional attire. He planned to add a t-shirt underneath. I'll just throw on another layer. Wait 1 minute. As he stood up, Gwendolyn called him back. Wait. It's quite cold and windy outside today. You haven't fully recovered from your cold yet. Maybe don't go. Jorge, I'm not that delicate. I've taken medicine already. But you just took it. Exposing yourself to wind right after taking medicine will worsen your condition tonight. You're not a kid, right? Can't you play another day? But Jorge wanted to go today. Does Gwendolyn not understand? Seeing her pair up with others made him feel uncomfortable. He just wanted to be with her. But I've already told Hadingshi. Gwendolyn turned to Xiao Hadingshi. Is it not enough that I play with you alone? Why drag along someone who's sick? Xiao Hadingshi raised his hands in surrender. I was just suggesting it casually. Whether you go or not is up to you. Don't blame me if you catch a fever tonight, I can't take responsibility for that. Jorge frowned. You're right. I'm not a kid. How delicate can I be? Wait 1 minute. As he tried to walk away, Gwendolyn stood up too. Why are you so stubborn? If you insist on going, at least dress warmer. Did you wear thermal pants? This pair is too thin for open spaces where it's windy. What thermal pants did Jorge have? He usually stayed in his car or greenhouse. Plus, even if he had thermal pants, he couldn't bring them here. Thermal pants, what's that? The chat room burst into laughter. Respected Mohammed's CEO actually wears thermal pants. Too funny. Can't imagine his towering and austere figure stuffed in those. Why does this woman care so much? What's her relationship with Mohammed's CEO? Even worrying about his thermal pants? Fair point. It's pretty cold today. Xiao Hadingshi is also dressed lightly. Does no one care if he gets cold? Good grief. Celebrities wear coats in summer and skirts in winter, making me think they're immune to temperature changes. Turns out they feel cold too. Jorge couldn't respond to Gwendolyn for a few seconds, feeling embarrassed to face the camera, and could only call her pitifully. Gwendolyn. Meaning, spare me, please. Gwendolyn knew he wasn't a star, just a guest on the show who still had work to do. If he didn't rest and take medicine properly, he might infect Ollie. Then I'll find you a military coat. Don't mind if it looks ugly, you can wear it over this. Okay? Seeing her compromise and knowing it was genuinely for his well-being, Jorge nodded frantically. Gwendolyn patted his head gently. He felt extremely warm, and his eyes were unusually red. She sighed. Are you sure you aren't lying and really took medicine? Yes, but it hasn't been half an hour yet. All right, I'll bring more hot water. Gwendolyn asked the production team for a large thermos and filled it with hot water. Finally, they set off. Gwendolyn sat in the middle, flanked by the two men. Netizens couldn't help but comment again. So enviable. If I could be surrounded by two such handsome men, my life would be complete. Suddenly, I find this woman and Mohammed's CEO a great couple. One is like a nagging wife, the other a henpecked husband, just like my parents. And didn't you notice how official Xiao Hadingshi's interactions with her are? Mohammed's CEO is different. After Mohammed's CEO joined, Xiao Hadingshi seems less prominent. If it weren't for the live stream, he'd be almost invisible. Save us. Xiao Hadingshi chose the perfect co-star, highlighting himself as the secondary male lead. How can we follow this? How about Xiao Hadingshi steps back and lets this play out between Annabelle and Mohammed's CEO? I'd love to see what happens next. As everyone hoped, once they arrived at the kart track, Xiao Hadingshi either had bad luck or hadn't played for too long. His speed was alarmingly fast, and he crashed off the track during a turn despite good safety measures. His wrist was dislocated. Although a traditional doctor said it immediately, he expressed unwillingness to continue filming. I'm too exhausted. I've been working without a break for over 400 days straight, including last year and through Chinese New Year. The program ended here, leaving a cliffhanger for the audience. Fans initially expected backlash against his studio and agent for exploiting him. However, comments were surprisingly peaceful. Rest is good. Let Mohammed's CEO take over. He has better chemistry with this woman. Our Xiao Hadingshi indeed knows how to let love flourish, sacrificing his arm for Mohammed Corporation. Mohammed Corporation should reward him. Thank you, Xiao Hadingshi. Rest well at home and watch the show with us. Kisses. Translation ends here, maintaining the paragraph structure and style as requested. Chapter 348, Waiting for Your Return. As everyone expected, Mickey issued a statement that night announcing his withdrawal from the show. The production team also announced that Mohammed Sibian would be taking over his position. This sent the dating reality show soaring to unprecedented heights in popularity. In the following days, the live broadcasts of Mohammed Sibian and Gwendolyn's day-to-day activities, ranging from doing housework, cooking, walking, to even broadcasting their work sessions, sparked continuous online discussions. The program maintained its presence on the trending lists for over 10 days straight. The market value of the Mohammed Corporation surged by more than 100 billion yuan, making it an unparalleled success. This finally stirred the elder Ricardos into action. Their faces were thoroughly smacked with humiliation. If things continued this way, even if Mohammed Sibian expelled them, no one would speak up or sympathize with them anymore. This couldn't be allowed to happen. To protect themselves, they had to make a decisive move. An opportunity presented itself the day after the show ended. Due to the show's massive popularity and the boost in the Mohammed Corporation's value, the first round of overseas funding for new projects went smoothly. Mohammed Sibian had to travel to Roissy, Switzerland, to sign contracts. On the morning of his departure, Mohammed Sibian insisted on sending Ali to kindergarten. Father and daughter hugged each other goodbye at the gate as if parting forever, assuring each other he would return soon before Ali let him go. Back by the car, Mohammed Sibian said, "Just drive to work. The driver can take me to the airport. I'll call you when I land." However, Gwendolyn, unusually, wanted to see him off. "You don't want me to send you off?" How could he not? Mohammed Sibian wished she'd send him off every day, be with him all the time. The past few days have been tiring, why go through the trouble? Gwendolyn, who hadn't shown such affection since they met, said something incredibly sweet. "I'm not tired, I just want to spend some time with you." Mohammed Sibian was so touched he almost lunged forward to hug her. Gwendolyn drove, though she said she wanted to spend time with him, she didn't speak much on the way. However, even sitting quietly together filled Mohammed Sibian with happiness. At the airport, legal, finance, and other staff members who needed to travel with him were already there. This business trip would last a week to 10 days. He longed to embrace Gwendolyn, but she hadn't forgiven him yet, and there were so many people around. "Well, you should head back. Drive carefully." Gwendolyn looked at his sharp-featured face under the tailored black coat and suddenly felt like he was her husband, the mainstay for her and Ali, the pillar of their family. She felt a deep sense of loss. Without him, raising her daughter alone wasn't too lonely before, but now, without him, she felt a void inside. "I'll send you through security." Today's Gwendolyn was different from before. Had recording the show changed her? Was she starting to forgive him? Mohammed Sibian's heart leapt as he finally saw this change and impulsively held her hand. Gwendolyn didn't pull away, and they walked hand in hand to security. She really couldn't accompany him any further. Gwendolyn gazed softly at him. "Rest during the flight, don't exhaust yourself. Call me the moment you arrive." "Okay." Mohammed Sibian agreed, then suddenly leaned close to her ear. "Can I kiss you?" With so many colleagues watching, if she refused, it would seem disrespectful. Gwendolyn tiptoed and kissed him lightly on the lips. "Be careful. We'll be waiting for you at home." Okay. Mohammed Sibian kissed her back, a deep kiss landing on her soft lips. I love you, Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn initially planned to have Robert accompany Mohammed Sibian abroad, but he insisted Robert stay in the country to help her. Back at the CEO's office, Gwendolyn felt uneasy, as if her heart was missing. She called Robert in. Are you busy today? Robert checked the schedule, not too busy. Everything can be postponed. Is there anything private, Aiden Chu? I feel restless. Let's have a drink. Gwendolyn had a low tolerance for alcohol. After 2 drinks and a nap, she managed to get through the first 8 hours of Mohammed Sibian's absence. When Ollie returned home at night, Viviana and daughter slept together, passing the next 8 hours. The next morning, she immediately checked her phone. Calculating the time, Mohammed Sibian should have arrived, but there was no message or call. She hurriedly called Robert. What's the landing time for Aiden Mohammed? 6:40 a.m. He might have just landed or faced delays. Don't worry, Aiden Chu, he'll call soon. So many people are with him, nothing bad can happen. Hopefully. Gwendolyn anxiously clutched her phone, woke Ollie up, helped her wash and dress, then took her downstairs for breakfast. Even after dropping Ollie off at kindergarten and reaching the office, Mohammed Sibian still hadn't called. Gwendolyn tried calling him, but the line was not connected. Given it was an international call, some delay was normal, maybe he was still on the plane with the phone in airplane mode. Gwendolyn reassured herself. But anxiety couldn't be controlled. Out of restlessness, she opened a news app, only to see the top headline about an accident in Rouergue, Switzerland. Someone had a car crash. At 12 p.m. Rouergue time, 7 a.m. local time, a severe traffic accident occurred on a certain road near the airport. A truck driving against traffic crashed into the vehicle flow, causing a chain collision involving dozens of vehicles. It is one of the largest and most serious accidents in recent years in Rouergue. Reports say the vehicles hit by the truck were driven by Chinese nationals. Some died on the spot, others were trapped inside the vehicles. Police responded promptly to clear the area and evacuate the crowd, while firefighters rescued those trapped. But explosions delayed the rescue, resulting in casualties. The truck driver has been detained, and the cause of the accident is under investigation. Car crash. Chinese nationals. Explosion. Boom, Gwendolyn felt like she'd been struck by lightning, her mind spinning. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and she called out for Robert. Robert. Robert rushed in. What's wrong, Aiden Chu? Am I seeing things? Is my brain broken? Check my phone. Robert grabbed the phone and his face turned pale. This can't be. There are so many Chinese in Rouergue, how could it be? I'll call Aiden Mohammed. He dialed Mohammed Sibian using Gwendolyn's phone, but it said, sorry, the user you dialed is powered off. Why is it still off? Don't panic, Aiden Chu, I'll find other contacts. Robert frantically searched for the numbers of accompanying staff and finally reached someone. Sorry, Chin assistant, chaos here. We didn't hear the phone in our pocket. Did we make the news? Did you see it in China? Mr. Ian, what happened? A car accident. The finance department's vehicle behind Aiden Mohammed's overturned, injuring several staff members. They're being treated at the hospital. Our legal team suffered minor injuries but were affected differently. Gwendolyn felt a chill run down her spine. Hashtag chapter 349, I don't believe it. Then, Mr. Mohammed. Robert's eyes were filled with panic, not daring to look at Gwendolyn, nor did he dare ask the question out loud. Gwendolyn rushed over and snatched the phone from him. Which car is Mr. Mohammed in? Where is he now? Mr. Mohammed is in the second car. The details are recorded to me as we were injured and taken away by the police in an ambulance. They only mentioned that the first 2 cars were severely damaged, with one exploding. Have you tried calling Mr. Mohammed? Gwendolyn tried to control her emotions, taking several deep breaths. Lawyer Ian, Mr. Mohammed is currently unreachable, and you're the only person in the team who can be contacted. I know you're hurt and traumatized, and it must have been very hard for you, but for the sake of our group, please find out the situation and locate Mr. Mohammed as soon as possible, and ask him to call me back, okay? Also, don't panic. Whatever happens, inform me immediately and keep everything else confidential, alright? Lawyers are indeed easy to communicate with. Understood, President Chu. I'll get on it right away. After the call, both of them waited anxiously in the office for an hour. Around 10:30 a.m., Robert finally received a callback. Lawyer Ian's voice was stammering. Bronson Chin. President Chu, is President Chu there? She's here. What do you have to say? The investigation is clear. The car that exploded was the one Mr. Mohammed was in. The driver died on the spot. The investment director who came to meet him and Mr. Mohammed were trapped inside and didn't make it until the fire department arrived. So, his meaning was, the person in the news who was blown up with the car was Jorge. With a buzz, blood rushed to her head again. Just as Gwendolyn was about to say something, her vision went dark, and she fell backward. President Chu. President Chu. When Gwendolyn woke up, it was already night outside, and Robert was still by her side. President Chu, you're awake? Robert wasn't in much better shape than she was. In just a day, he looked years older. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, his face was yellowish, and there was no trace of his usual vigor. Gwendolyn propped herself up with her arms and allowed Robert to help her sit up. They were now in the CEO's lounge. To avoid rumors spreading within the company, he hadn't dared to take Gwendolyn to the hospital. What time is it? It's past 11 p.m. I called a doctor to come dressed incognito. He said you've exerted yourself too much and need proper rest. Past 11 p.m.? Gwendolyn's heart clenched once more. Where's Ollie? Don't worry. Shaw also learned about the accident and called to inquire. I told him. He has brought Ollie to stay with him. A sigh of relief escaped Gwendolyn. But then, an immense pain gripped her heart, followed by a sense of breathlessness. She wanted to cry, but her chest felt hollow, preventing any tears. Was I dreaming just now? Robert, tell me this isn't true. Robert didn't want to believe it either, but... President Chu, you may not have time to grieve. After following Mr. Mohammed for so many years, saying this makes me seem heartless. However, the group needs someone to manage it. You cannot show any grief, you must act as if nothing happened. Once news of Mr. Mohammed's incident spreads, stocks will plummet, many investors will withdraw their capital, banks will demand loan repayments, and most of our recent orders, 90% of which were pre-sales, could be cancelled en masse if public opinion turns. The mighty empire of Mohammed Corporation, though grand and imposing, would collapse instantly without Jorge. Robert's words hit home with Gwendolyn. Yet, the anguish she felt was uncontrollable. She hadn't forgiven him yet. Just half a month ago, she wanted a divorce because she hated how he had deceived her. How could all this happen in such a short time? I can't breathe, Robert. Give me a moment. I understand your feelings. Of course, you can take your time, but after tomorrow. Gwendolyn began to cry silently. Only now did she truly understand Jorge's pressure. Why he chose to hide the news of his grandfather's death. Supporting the entire empire single-handedly without showing any emotion, it was incredibly difficult. I don't believe he's dead like this. He promised me he would come back. How could he die so absurdly? After crying for a while, Gwendolyn suddenly stopped. She recalled Jorge's promise to Ollie, his wisdom and bravery. She believed he wouldn't break his word to his daughter. Robert, could the accident be a conspiracy? Maybe nothing happened to him, or perhaps. No. I have to go to Ruekong and find him immediately. He's definitely not dead. Robert was touched by her sudden determination. But President Chu, you don't have a passport for Ruekong. Then get one quickly. As soon as possible. Don't you have one? Book tickets now and rush there. Work with lawyer Ian to investigate thoroughly and find him. Whether alive or dead, I must see him, otherwise, I won't be able to rest. In Ruekong, a licenseless black minivan sped through the night for over 2 hours, finally stopping at a secluded pond. Alright, this place is remote enough, with no one around. Bring him down. Soon, the trunk was opened, and the bloodied Jorge was dragged out onto the grass by his ankles. The proud president of Mohammed Corporation lay limp in their hands, like a dead dog. His head banged against the car and ground randomly. Once dragged onto the grass, they even stripped off his coat. This guy, even dead, looks sharp in his clothes. The quality is excellent. Take it off, I'll wear it. You're asking for trouble. Picking up a dead man's clothes? How haven't you died in poverty? And it's evidence. If you wear his clothes, you practically admit you've seen him. Reminded by his companion, Thornton threw the coat into the pond in fear. I wasn't scared until you mentioned it. Fine, let's get photos done quickly. After that, throw the body into the pond, and our job is done. One person adjusted Jorge while the other took pictures, focusing especially on the wounds. Eventually, the recipient seemed satisfied. Very good. The task is completed perfectly. Now, video him being sunk in the pond. Once done, we get 5 million. Remember, bind heavy stones and sink him deeply to ensure no loose ends. The two men thought the instruction was brutal. Even dead, he had to be sunk with heavy rocks. How much hate. They heard he was quite prominent back home. TSK, what an end. But it wasn't their problem, they'd soon receive 5 million. That's 5 million. A fortune after living poor for so long. Excitement spread between them as they exchanged glances. Hurry, I'll record. You pull him to the pond edge, there are rocks there. Chapter 350, An Uncertain Future. One person held up a phone, while another grabbed Jorge's ankle and dragged him toward the rock. Just 2 steps away, all they needed was to tie the stone to him and push him in, he would be gone for good. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind them. Both turned their heads to see a flashlight beam swinging toward them. Shit, someone's coming. Hurry, hurry. Get over here. Don't let anyone see us. The companion, frightened, hastily left Jorge and rushed back to his side. What do we do? What do we do? The accident is so severe, the police will investigate. If someone saw us lurking around, then get in the van and leave quickly. The video isn't finished yet. The companion had an idea and aimed the phone's camera at the coat floating on the water, recording for a few seconds. Let's go. I can edit the video later. Saving our lives is more important. Hurry, hurry. Before the light reached them, both jumped into the van and sped away. In the quiet night, a slender, disheveled girl with blank eyes walked slowly forward with a flashlight. She didn't notice anything unusual, finishing her route as usual. Turning left at the crossroads, she walked a few dozen meters, pushed open a dilapidated wooden door, went inside, and closed it firmly behind her. A few hours later, dawn broke. She opened the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and retraced her steps along the same road. The morning light was clearer than at night, so she didn't need the flashlight this time. Her heavy steps headed toward the restaurant where she worked when she suddenly noticed a patch of red liquid in the middle of the road, likely blood. She remembered the paint spill at home and was sure this wasn't paint. The blood trail was long, as if someone had been dragged to the pondside grass. Her pace faltered as she glanced into the bushes where a dark lump lay. Be it human, dog, cat, or wolf, the sight didn't interest her much. She was too preoccupied with her own struggles. After a few seconds, she resumed walking. Returning that evening, it was already late. The rainy season was approaching in Roy country, and today's downpour was still drizzling. She thought about the morning's bloodstain as she walked. It had been washed away, as expected. Instinctively, she looked towards the bushes, where the dark lump remained. Damn it, she muttered inwardly. If the object was dead, it would soon start rotting, emitting a foul smell and attracting insects and bacteria. It would disrupt her path and disturb her sleep because it was too close to home. Over the past 2 years, she had already dealt with 2 stray cats near her home. Not having brought an umbrella this morning, she was drenched by the rain. Irritated, she ventured into the bushes. It was a man, a tall, robust figure. She wasn't particularly surprised. Despite her young age, she had seen too much of human nature's complexity, making almost anything understandable. The man was well-built and looked young. Though he had been dead for some time and his face was ashen white, one could tell he had lived comfortably. But what did it matter? Annoying, she cursed again in her mind. She hoped tomorrow morning would be sunny. She'd have to wake up 2 hours earlier to dig a hole and dispose of the body. With this plan in mind, she returned home. However, even before reaching the door, she heard her Viviana's heart-wrenching cries. Rushing in, she found her father drunk and beating her Viviana again. What are you doing? Stop hitting her, she's already hurt. Get out of the way. You two have made me miserable. Shut up. The girl tried to pull her father off her Viviana but received a slap in return. Although she had been hit many times, the suddenness took her by surprise, sending her flying several feet to crash against the wooden wall. Warm blood trickled from her eye and mouth onto her clothes. Exhausted, she didn't wipe it or cry. Sliding down the wall, she watched the chaos until her father finally tired and paused. Why did you stop? Beat us to death if you want. I've given up on life. Being your daughter is like living in hell. Kill her, kill me, it would be a release. Bastard. Enraged, her father released her Viviana, stood up, and lunged at her, pointing at her nose. Enough nonsense. Give me money. I won't kill you, I raised you for nothing. If not for her and you being a burden, would have returned home and rebuilt my fortune. This is all you owe me. Money. I now live on meager gambling winnings. Who'd believe I once? Give me money. I need to win and rebuild my empire, live as I did before. Blood crusted uncomfortably over her eyelids and face, but she didn't wipe it away. Looking at her father with a sardonic smile, she said, Meager gambling winnings? Sounds like you've never won. Let me correct you, Mr. Jerome, the former nobleman. You live off my meager salary. Burden? If you hadn't spent so much on alcohol and gambling, I wouldn't lack the money for Amina's medicine or... Her father abruptly crouched, gripping her chin tightly. Shut up. Try saying another word. Think I won't strangle you? When I was your age, I owned a company. You just wash dishes at a restaurant for peanuts and still think you're supporting me? Why not stop drinking and gambling? I can't go home, can't start a business, facing this lunatic every day, I'm losing it too. Give me money, quick. You'll get it. Everything. Without anger, she calmly pulled the cash from her pocket and scattered it on the floor. She knew today was payday and that her father came back for this reason. If she didn't give it, he would find her Akil at the restaurant tomorrow. She must have done something terrible in a past life to end up with such a father. Seeing the money, he shoved her head aside, scooped it up, and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. At least they would have peace for a while. Her Viviana trembled and sobbed on the ground. The girl crawled over, lying beside her and hugging her. Don't cry, Amina, I'm back. He's gone, he won't beat you anymore. Don't be afraid, don't cry. Brant like her Viviana bore marks of abuse. Changing into clean clothes, she tended to her Viviana's wounds, gave her a bath, calmed her down, and put her to bed. By the time she lay down herself, it was nearly 2:30 a.m. Chapter 351, Dragging Him Back. Exhausted, she could barely keep her eyes open, but she still forced herself to pick up her phone and send a message to her Akil. There's an issue at home. I need to take a half-day leave tomorrow morning. Thank you, Mr. Graham. She put the phone down and was asleep in less than a second. As she drifted off into a deep sleep, dreaming of eating steak, sipping red wine, and listening to soothing piano music, a slap suddenly landed on her face. Her Viviana, acting like a child, grabbed her shoulders and shook her violently. Ainsley, wake up, Ainsley. Mama's hungry, Mama's hungry. Wake up quickly. The girl had a wound on her forehead, and her Viviana didn't know how hard she hit. The slap seemed to have reopened it. Warm blood trickled down her forehead. Afraid of staining the pillow, she sat up abruptly. Wiping her face, she found that indeed, it was bleeding again. And why couldn't she see out of one eye? It was swollen. She reached up to touch it. Sure enough, it felt like a small hill, definitely swollen. She couldn't help but laugh. So used to getting beaten, she now knew what to expect. Good thing I took a half-day off yesterday, she thought, knowing today her eye would be so swollen she wouldn't be able to see. Her Viviana saw her smile and grabbed her hand, laughing as well. Ainsley is smiling? Hee hee, if Ainsley is happy, Mama is happy. Get up, Ainsley. Mama's hungry. Amina, did you not eat last night? Beating, food, thrown. No wonder she was so hungry. Last night, her father had thrown her dinner away when he came back. Since she was young, her Viviana had always been slim and petite. After the incident, driven by her alcoholic, gambling-addicted, and abusive husband, she had developed a mental illness. Brantley had been especially miserable these past few years. With Ainsley working and her father off and away, her Viviana had survived on bread, skipping meals intermittently, which made her even more emaciated. Looking at her misty Viviana, no matter how tired she was, Ainsley had to get up. All right. I'll go make you something to eat. Wait here for a moment, okay? Though they had lived in ruined country for many years, both her parents and she had Chinese palates. Occasionally, they still craved rice. She cooked some rice and stir-fried potatoes for her Viviana and ate with her. Then, she pulled some ice from the mini-fridge and applied it to her eye before sitting by the window, lost in thought. Her gaze fell on the lake outside, and she suddenly remembered Thornton lying there. Today was sunny, with bright sunlight illuminating the ground. Exhausted, Ainsley dragged a spade back to Jorge's side. Why is he so heavy? She planned to drag him to a secluded pit under a small hill on the other side of the road, where the smell wouldn't spread. It was about 300 meters away. Ainsley tried grabbing Jorge's ankles and pulling him over, but at only 1.6 meters tall and weighing less than 80 pounds, she felt like she was trying to move a mountain. It was impossible. How frustrating. Why did he have to die here, causing me trouble? Due to malnutrition, Ainsley's body was extremely weak. A few attempts left her dizzy and disoriented. She stopped to catch her breath and kicked his leg out of frustration. Maybe burying him right here wasn't so bad. She'd just dig a deeper hole. In 2 hours, she had to go to work, and there wasn't enough time otherwise. Thankfully, it had rained the day before, making digging easier. After resting for a while, she started digging again with the spade, this time facing away from Jorge. Jorge opened his eyes to see a very thin figure, indistinguishably boy or girl, swinging a spade into the ground. He was parched, every part of his body aching. He wanted to ask her for water, but he lacked the strength to lift even his eyelids. Opening his eyes slightly, he stared for a few seconds before closing them again, too exhausted. After digging for 15 minutes, blisters formed on Ainsley's hands, and the ground proved much harder than expected. This could take forever. Suddenly, she didn't want to dig anymore. What a bother. She had taken the day off, hoping to rest after being so tired, but now she was stuck digging a hole to bury a corpse. Frustrated, she rubbed her hair vigorously. Maybe she should burn him later tonight. With this thought, she tossed the spade aside and returned to Jorge's side. You look Asian, don't you? Why did you come here and cause me trouble? Do you mind if I cremate you? It's the best I can do within my means, though I'll have to spend money on gasoline. Anyway, don't blame me. Start anew on the other side, amen. Finishing her words, she bowed to Jorge and turned to leave. Suddenly, something grabbed her ankle. Though it was a light grip, it still startled her. Looking down, she saw Jorge's closed eyes, dry cracked lips covered in blood, murmuring incomprehensible words. He wasn't dead. Jorge felt his eyelids being pried open, revealing a very young, very thin girl leaning over him. One eye was large and lively, while the other was swollen nearly shut. You're still alive? Her voice was clear and fluent in English. He desperately wanted to answer, yes, I'm still alive. But I'm so thirsty, and my body hurts terribly. Please save me and give me some water. But he couldn't speak. He couldn't even raise his eyelids or mouth. The girl looked at him for a moment before releasing his eyelid, sighing. This keeps getting worse. No, don't go. Jorge tried to grab her skinny ankle again, but Brenna picked up the spade and walked away after her complaint. Under the unrelenting sun, Jorge couldn't move, exposed without any cover, suffering immensely. He could feel his life slipping away bit by bit. The sound of her footsteps grew fainter and fainter. Unable to muster the strength to open his eyes once more, he resigned himself to waiting for death. Unexpectedly, after some time, Brenna returned. She brought a ragged blanket and, with great effort, slid it under Jorge, wrapped him tightly inside, and began dragging him toward her wooden cabin. As he moved, he felt friction against his back, buttocks, and legs, occasionally bumping his head painfully. Yet this pain reassured him he was still alive. His heart gradually resumed its beat. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, his body suddenly plunged downward, as if going down a slope. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and then everything went quiet. Breathing heavily, Brenna unwrapped the blanket around him and patted his face. "Hey. Are you still alive? Wake up." Jorge mustered all his strength to move his mouth again. A moment later, Brenna handed him some water. "You're still alive, good. Drink this." Translation ends here. Chapter 352, Overwhelming Dominance. Due to Jorge's recent media attention from a variety show and thorn manipulations of his second and third Ricardos, news of the accident in Ruequa quickly caused a huge uproar domestically. Overnight, the hashtag Mohammed Group CEO died in a car crash in Ruequa became a trending topic. Not only did netizens speculate that Jorge was no longer alive, but even senior executives came to the CEO's office asking about his whereabouts. Gwendolyn couldn't afford to show any signs of distress. Instead, she questioned them, asking if they truly wanted something to happen to President Mohammed. "It's not like that, President Chu. Of course, we don't wish anything bad for President Mohammed, but..." President Mohammed went with colleagues from the finance and legal departments to negotiate a partnership. "Didn't you know?" But the people from the finance and legal departments had already been instructed by Gwendolyn to keep the secret tightly guarded, and she refused to admit it. "They'll be back soon. Don't mention this matter again. Because of Chuck's health, President Mohammed will need to stay abroad for some time." "What? With me here to oversee things, are you worried about starving?" The mouths of the senior executives were shut, but her second and third Ricardos soon arrived at the CEO's office as well. Why isn't A. Ainsworth answering his phone? What exactly is going on? Don't tell me even his own Ricardos aren't allowed to know. Gwendolyn strongly suspected that Jorge's mishap was orchestrated by them, but she had no evidence, nor the time and energy to gather it now. Her top priority was to stabilize the situation and ensure the company's operations continued smoothly. Robert had already set off for Ruequa. He would investigate thoroughly and bring Jorge back, alive or dead. There would be time to settle accounts with them later. "You two Ricardos, instead of prying into where A. Ainsworth is, why don't you focus on doing your jobs properly? Let me remind you, the current performance of your departments is due to the collaboration between President Mohammed and myself, not solely because of your efforts. Having orders now doesn't guarantee more in the future. I can't serve your departments indefinitely, you must take responsibility. If you remain complacent, company regulations will dictate whether you're fired or demoted." They hadn't expected that taking down Jorge would result in another thorn in their side, her. She was stubbornly denying it, even though he had turned to ashes. "What qualifies you to speak to us like this? This is Mohammed Corporation, a company of our family. You, an outsider, and a woman, have no right to order us around. Even if our business skills are lacking, what can you do? Fire one of us and see what happens." Gwendolyn sat calmly in Jorge's chair. "I'm not in the mood for pointless arguments. If your department fails to meet its targets, the finance department won't transfer salaries to your accounts. Please conduct yourselves appropriately and leave without further ado." Her second and third Ricardos nearly choked with rage. "What gives you the right to do this? Even if Jorge promoted you, you're still just a vice president in the technical department. Do you really think you have the authority to withhold our pay?" Gwendolyn indeed lacked the authority, her current rank wasn't sufficient. "Then let's hold a shareholders meeting. President Mohammed said I would act as interim group vice president in his absence. If the board unanimously agrees to this resolution, then your fates will be in my hands. Do you, a mere girl, really think you can lie to us so boldly?" They didn't believe the board members would have the guts to vote for her, a woman, right under their noses and while Jorge was absent. 10 minutes later, the shareholders meeting convened as scheduled. Gwendolyn stood at the head of the table, addressing the investors. "Rather than deciding today through a vote if I should become vice president, this is more of a self-recommendation for the position, competing against Presidents Mohammed Air and Mohammed San. In any company, those who rise to leadership positions excel in capability. Allow me to explain my qualifications and strengths. Firstly, before joining Mohammed Corporation, the Godwin Liangshan project I handled generated significant profits for the company. The exact figures are documented in previous editions of Fabian Ching Daily and other publications. Here's a screenshot from the official website, everyone can verify it. Secondly, since joining Mohammed Corporation, my contributions through marketing and sales initiatives during the variety show have been evident. Here are the latest sales and factory production data. Our earnings have surpassed half-yearly profits from previous years. My capabilities shouldn't be questioned. Thirdly, Jorge and I have been legally married for over a month. I am now part of the Mohammed family. If anyone worries that I'm an outsider seeking personal gain, you can rest assured. Here is our marriage certificate." Presenting all these proofs, the board members were speechless. They had witnessed firsthand the buzz and soaring sales brought by this woman. As investors, their sole goal was profit, more and endless profit. Whoever could lead the company to greater profits was the better leader, regardless of gender or surname. Thus, they were convinced by Gwendolyn. After her speech, all eyes turned to the second and third Ricardos. Bohan too stood up first. Enough talk. Even with a marriage certificate, you're not a true Mohammed family member. To rule Mohammed Corporation, one must carry the bloodline of the Mohammed family. Do you? Furthermore, Mohammed Corporation has never had a female CEO. Imagine what others might think, that none of our men are competent. Gwendolyn marveled at him. Your words are laughable. It's 2023, yet you're still clinging to outdated notions of gender and bloodline. But this also shows how out of touch you are, clinging to antiquated ideas that fail to adapt to modern times. Pausing, she continued, please consider carefully when voting, as it concerns your interests in dividends, not merely face saving. Are you saying I'm old and out of touch? Damn you. An elder board member interrupted Bohan II's crude remarks. We are in a formal meeting. Even at over 40, can you please watch your language? I agree with Gwendolyn. Although she's younger and less experienced than you, we live in an era of facts and data. Brant like Dong Mingzhu of a certain electronics company, she, too, led the entire corporation. Another director chimed in. And Renata Zhou of Huawei is also a female leader. I find Gwendolyn capable, my vote goes to her. With the board member's support, Gwendolyn secured her position, effectively stabilizing the company's leadership in her favor. Chapter 353, Hanging Between Brantleaf and Death. The board meeting lasted nearly an hour, and Gwendolyn received unanimous approval from all except her second and third Ricardos. The Human Resources Department prepared the document, and soon the appointment of Gwendolyn as vice president was officially announced. Worried that her sudden promotion might lead to speculation about Jorge's whereabouts, Gwendolyn registered a Weibo account and tagged the official page of the reality show, Love in Progress, posting 2 marriage certificates. Got married. Thanks to the production team. Thanks to everyone's support. Grateful. Those who were speculating online about Jorge's death now had nothing left to say. Not only was he alive and well, but he had also married Annabelle from the show with whom he had been closely associated. Concerned netizens who didn't know the whole story should stop worrying unnecessarily. Ah, congrats 99, Jojo. 100 years of happiness together. The ship I've been hoping for has finally come true, so happy. With such high looks, won't their children be off the charts? Have a baby soon, have a baby soon. I really want to see you guys have a baby. Promise me to update often on Weibo? I'll be shipping you forever. Woo, Aiden Mohammed is really romantic, proposing right after the show ended. When will the wedding be? Can we get a live stream? Gwendolyn successfully defused the crisis. Looking at the temporarily pacified public, she rubbed her forehead wearily and sent a message to Robert. Have you arrived yet? Robert had been busy and called her back. As soon as I landed, I went straight to the police station and found the case files. Aiden Chu, it seems you might be right. There are inconsistencies in the case. Inconsistencies? You spotted them immediately, but they, being professionals, said nothing? There may be some exchange behind this. Luckily, our legal team is here. I'll have them cooperate fully and gather evidence as soon as possible. You don't have much help in the country. Hang in there. Revised. There might be some exchange behind this. Fortunately, our legal team is present. I will have them investigate thoroughly and collect evidence as soon as possible. You're on your own there, so please hang in there. Note, the word was not translated in the user's text. It should be translated as means, interest, or benefit. Here's a more accurate translation. There might be some interest exchanges behind this. Fortunately, our legal team is present. I will have them investigate thoroughly and collect evidence as soon. Further revised for fluency. There might be some interest exchanges or underhanded dealings behind this. Fortunately, our legal team is present. I will have them investigate thoroughly and collect evidence as soon as possible. You're on your own there, so please hang in there. Gwendolyn, I will hang in there. Don't worry, I just want him to be found as soon as possible. Robert, yeah. If this is part of a huge conspiracy, then you and Ollie need to be careful, especially Ollie. Robert moved into Roy country and officially began his investigation. Meanwhile, Jerome Ainsley brought a bowl of water to Jorge, offering it to him, but he had no strength to drink. His head couldn't lift, nor could his mouth open. Watching the water sway in front of him without touching it, Ainsley saw he couldn't drink by himself. She sat next to him, lifting his head with difficulty and resting it on her lap, then pinched his mouth open and poured the water in. Jorge, parched, came back to life a little. Half drinking and half spilling, he only drank half of the bowl. Seeing he still seemed unsatisfied, Ainsley fetched another bowl. Now more comfortable, Jorge was laid back down and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Ainsley checked his breathing and confirmed he was just sleeping. It was almost time for work. Quietly leaving and locking the door, she headed to the restaurant. Even the lowest jobs in a restaurant kitchen had hierarchies. Young and female, Ainsley often faced teasing from chefs and waiters. Today, when they saw her swollen eyes, they laughed again. Your father hit you again. How can you still come to work? Don't run away, how attached are you to him? If I were you, I'd have gone to the red light district or a club long ago. Why suffer washing dishes every day and getting beaten? Stupid. How do you know she doesn't want to? Look at her, skinny and wrinkled. Would any man pay for her there? Ha 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 ha. But Asian girls have their charm, some people love that look. Are you saying you like her? Not a chance. Every girlfriend I've had is fiery and sexy. Look at her, bald, dirty, and short. Hey, you missed a whole morning. See how many dishes are piled up. The rush hour is coming, move faster or your Akil will get angry and swell your other eye too. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Ainsley paid no attention to their teamisties. Instead, she felt fortunate for her small, underaged appearance. If she were beautiful and curvy, she'd probably be taken advantage of in this place already. She deliberately didn't wash her face or comb her hair, keeping herself dirty and focused on work. Though it lacked dignity, she earned enough to feed herself and buy bread for her Viviana. Brantleaf had changed drastically for her. Once, they lived comfortably, now, she questioned what kept her going, if hope remained. But forget it. No point overthinking. Previously, despite her poverty, Ainsley never considered stealing food from the restaurant. Today, after enduring harsh ridicule, watching others stuff things into their pockets, she did the same before leaving. Now, she had one more person to feed. God would understand. Dragging her tired body home, she settled her Viviana first, then shone a flashlight into the basement. Jorge lay motionless on the dark floor as he had been when she left. Ainsley checked his breathing. He was alive but unresponsive. She pushed him. Wake up, wake up. Get up and eat something. I brought bread and milk. No response. His face showed no signs of change under the flashlight's beam. Ainsley, curious, pried his eyelids open. Touching his face, she felt intense heat. He had a fever. Of course. Left in the rain by the pond for so long. What a mess. If he died, she could bury him directly. If he didn't die, resting a few days at her place would suffice. But he was between life and death, sick. Thirsty? Drink the milk first. Drink some milk and sleep, okay? Struggling to lift his head, she tried pouring milk into his mouth, but his jaws were tightly shut, not letting a drop through. Unable to ignore him, she put the items down, left the basement, crossed the pond, and knocked on a low house in the residential area. Knock knock, knock knock. Mora? Mora? Are you there? Can you come out? After knocking for a while, the light inside finally turned on. A plump middle-aged woman emerged, rubbing her eyes. Why are you working so late again? What's wrong? Are you sick, or is your mom? My mom, she has a fever. She got beaten by my dad a couple of days ago. Could it be inflammation? Can you give her some medicine? Chapter 354, really help him? Having been neighbors for over 2 years, Mora knew the situation in Skylar's family quite well. She prescribed medication without making a house call. However, when it came to paying, Skylar felt embarrassed again. I just got paid yesterday, so I should be able to pay you. But my father came back. Mora knew even before Skylar said it that she had been beaten again. Look at her swollen eye. Despite also living a tough life, as a woman, Mora empathized with Skylar. Let's talk about it next time. You can take anti-inflammatory medicine too, eating well will help you recover faster. Go and rest now. Skylar thanked Mora and returned to the basement. She pried open Jorge's mouth and fed him the medicine. Worrying that he hadn't eaten for so long and the medicine might hurt his stomach, she soaked the bread in milk to make a mush and fed it to him. After spending a lot of effort on him, she finally lay down heavily on the bed. Perhaps because of the unsettled feeling from being in debt, or maybe out of worry that Jorge would die in her basement, Skylar, who usually wouldn't get up once she fell on the bed, woke up before dawn today. She tossed and turned until daybreak, then shone a flashlight as she went to the basement. This guy wasn't dead, but neither was he alive. He was still in that half-dead state, lying there motionless. Skylar put more medicine into his mouth and gave him the remaining half loaf of bread and half bottle of milk, which she made into a paste, before going to work. Today, there were inspections at the store, and since Skylar was an illegal immigrant, she would be treated as an undocumented alien if caught. So, the Akil let her off 2 hours early. With no chance to get more milk and bread, she went home and cooked some congee and stir-fried vegetables. After eating with her Viviana, she took some down to the basement. This time, Jorge finally showed a reaction. As soon as Skylar pulled the curtains at the corner of the basement, their eyes met. It was the first time in all this while that she saw Jorge fully open his eyes. He had very beautiful eyes. Are you awake? Feeling better? She touched Jorge's head and was surprised to find it still burning hot. How come you're still so feverish? Do you feel any better? No, Jorge was in agony. Headache, bone pain, his whole body hurt everywhere. Before, he was in a daze, wanting only to sleep. But today, starting from an unknown moment, he couldn't sleep at all and was suffering immensely. He couldn't speak, only looking at the skinny, emaciated, dirty girl with dark circles under her eyes. Did your injuries get infected? What a headache you are, causing me trouble. Skylar looked at him, complaining but still saying, stop staring at me. Do you have money? I'll get you a doctor. Jorge had money, a lot of money. But, looking at you, you seem broke anyway. After speaking, Skylar patted him down. Sure enough, not a single coin was found. Never mind, eat first. Without giving him a choice, she propped Jorge up again, pinched his mouth open, and poured in the already lukewarm congee mixed with vegetables. Jorge could feel his tonsils inflamed. Swallowing was excruciating, like a blade cutting through his throat, not to mention breathing. He didn't want to eat, but Brenna seemed unaware of how painful it was for him. A bowl of congee later, Jorge was sweating profusely. Skylar hastily wiped the sweat off his face. This place is too damp. Keeping you here like this isn't good, but I don't have extra bedding for you. It depends on your fate, you'll have to bear it. If you can't, die early, and I'll bury you outside. If you can, hurry up and get better. Having to take care of you every day and getting a doctor is something I can't afford. Jorge. After letting off steam, Skylar knocked on Mora's door again. To tell you the truth, Mora, a few days ago, I saved someone on the street. He was injured, barely alive, and is now in my basement. Just taking fever reducers doesn't work. Can you come see him? Mora was almost scared out of her wits. You know your own condition yet still save others? Man or woman? Who is he? I don't know either, but he seems Asian. I didn't want to save him, but it happened near our place. He can't move, and I'm afraid if he dies there, it will bring the police. Skylar is 20 years old. In the summer after graduating from middle school at 15, she came to Roegua with her parents for a vacation. Her father heard from a friend who struck gold doing business here and wanted to seek opportunities, but ended up being swindled by the same friend. Within half a month, all their savings were gone, along with their IDs and passports. Her father was a villager from a small place. Under great pressure, her Viviana had defied her family to marry him. Now penniless, they had no one to turn to. The father feared being looked down upon by his brothers-in-law, and the Viviana was ashamed to ask for help, leading them to struggle here. Initially, the father reported the scam and followed up frequently, but later he turned to alcohol and gambling, losing interest in pursuing the matter. With no jobs, they relied on her Viviana's jewelry for some time until they became illegal immigrants. The daughter, used to a sheltered life, worked as a waitress and dancer to support her father, but he never appreciated her efforts. He blamed her family for treating him poorly, leading him to seek wealth abroad. He blamed her for only giving him a useless daughter. And he blamed her for becoming uglier, eventually abusing her, leading to her mental health issues. Since then, things have gone from bad to worse. Skylar was forced to replace her Viviana and has been working ever since. If the police come and see my Viviana like this, they'll definitely take her away. And we'll lose our house. They lived in an abandoned old house nearby, originally meant for demolition. Her father rented it cheaply after hearing about it from a gambler. If the police found out and they lost this place, Skylar couldn't afford rent. Faced with the pitiful Skylar, Mora sighed repeatedly. I'll go take a look. I'll try to help as much as I can, but if it's too serious, forget it. You've done your best. If he dies, it won't be your fault. God won't blame you. Carrying her medical bag, Mora went with Skylar to the basement. At the sight of Jorge's face, she exclaimed. What a handsome man. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured. He must have been in a car accident. Many bones are broken. What? Many bones are broken? Mora examined him. Based on his reactions, it seemed his left ribcage, left tibia, and right shoulder blade were all problematic. Besides anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine, I can't do much for him. He needs daily doses for at least a month. Skylar, are you sure you want to save him? Chapter 355, A Good Person. Jorge couldn't speak, but he could hear their conversation clearly. He longed to live. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he stared at Ainsley without taking his eyes off her for a moment. After a while of eye contact, Ainsley couldn't hold his gaze. I'll find another part-time job and we'll pay you back for the medicine. Please treat him. Ainsley knew she was his only hope now. She couldn't bear to see his hopes dashed because it reminded her of herself. If someone who could save her suddenly appeared in her life and chose not to, she would be just as disappointed. Mora found Ainsley's decision surprising yet unsurprising. Surprising because Ainsley was already struggling with her own life and still wanted to help a stranger unconditionally. Unsurprising because both Mora and Ainsley were in difficult situations, but if it were her, she wouldn't watch someone die either. One job almost killed you, another one will really do you in. I'll treat him, don't worry about the money. Think of it as praying for my 3 kids. Mora wasn't from this area, she came from abroad to work here. Previously, she worked in a restaurant. Later, to get permanent residency in Roegua, she married a man 20 years her senior and had 3 children. The man passed down his medical skills and clinic to her but fell gravely ill and died. When Ainsley met Mora, she had just lost her husband. Her eldest daughter was 8, the second one 6, and the youngest barely over a year old. They always felt a deep empathy for each other. Thank you, Mora. You're a good person. Mora, don't say that. This place is too damp and not conducive to his recovery. I'll bring some wood to dry the floor and raise the temperature, set up a bed, and lay out some bedding. Give him a bath and change his clothes. We can only do so much. Mora gave Jorge some medicine, and then Ainsley helped her gather materials under the cover of night. They brought some wood, several sets of Mora's late husband's clothes, a folding bed, and spread dry old clothes on it. Mora also gave Ainsley her youngest daughter's bathtub. Use this to bathe him. I won't take it back. Be careful when coming and going, don't let anyone see. While water boiled over the fire, Ainsley cleaned the basement. When the water was ready, she went upstairs to fetch some cold water to adjust the temperature. Placing the basin next to Jorge, she reached out to touch his clothes. Although Jorge couldn't move, he still subconsciously tensed up. Men and women should be treated differently. He didn't like being handled this way. However, Ainsley didn't seem to mind. He felt ashamed and awkward, closing his eyes the entire time, allowing Ainsley to struggle in removing his clothes. To his surprise, despite her efforts, she didn't pause. Her movements were quick and efficient, as if she had been doing this for a long time. Ainsley indeed didn't see him as a man. Though she was 20, she had no experience with the opposite sex. Instead, due to her father and co-workers, she saw men as a foul, annoying group. Her willingness to help Jorge stemmed more from an idealistic version of herself. She wouldn't have inappropriate thoughts about him. Brand-like cleaning a plate, Ainsley used dish soap and a scrubbing brush to clean him thoroughly before rinsing him off with clean water. Brand lifting his arms, she draped them over her shoulders, encircled his waist, gritted her teeth, and pulled him up slightly. Just a few steps away from the bed. Ainsley was about to exert more effort when Jorge groaned uncomfortably. Due to lack of food and water, he hadn't gone to the bathroom in days. Eating recently, but not moving, he didn't feel the urge to go. Tonight, hearing the water near his ears. Embarrassed to speak earlier, now with pressure on his abdomen, he couldn't hold it any longer. Hearing his first sounds, muffled and hoarse, Ainsley, terrified, thought she had hit a broken bone. What? Did I hurt your bones? Can you try standing up yourself? Should I support you to the bed? Taking deep breaths, Jorge tried to speak but couldn't. Staring at his pained face, Ainsley grew impatient. Just tell me what you need. So tall and strong, I can't carry you. This is frustrating. Suddenly, she pinched a sensitive spot. Do you need to pee? Jorge's face turned bright red. He blinked furiously as Ainsley showed an annoyed expression. Just pee, no need to delay. Grabbing the bowl used for his meals, she placed it in front of him. Go ahead. Describing his feelings now was impossible. How did such a young girl remain so calm? Watching for a few seconds with no response, Ainsley looked at him impatiently. You going or not? Not, then I'm leaving. Do you know what time it is? I have to work early tomorrow. You're exhausting me. Feeling guilty, Jorge realized he shouldn't be fussy. Closing his eyes, he let the yellow liquid flow into the bowl. Ainsley frowned. No wonder you can't speak, too little water. Drink more tomorrow. Need a bowel movement? He shook his head vigorously. Putting the bowl aside, she repeated her earlier effort, finally moving him to the bed and covering him with a blanket. Sleep. I'll check on you tomorrow. The next morning, dawn barely lit up as Ainsley came down with a flashlight. She carried last night's bowl and a cheap milk bottle with a long straw. Bread mixed with water, see if you can manage. Although it tastes bad, it's better than starving. The straw smelled of cheap plastic and grease. Jorge felt nauseated, unwilling to drink. Hashtag chapter 356, misfortune always strikes the weakest point. Through his observations over the past couple of days, he realized just how impoverished this girl truly was. She seemed to work in the kitchen of a restaurant. Although her nails were cut very short, they were filled with grease. Her hands weren't exactly greasy, but every time she extended them, they shimmered with oil as if they had never been properly cleaned. Her face, though young and smooth, was also grimy, as if it hadn't been washed properly. Her hair was always tied back in the same ponytail, dark and oily to the point of reflecting light. Most noticeable were her shoes. Whether they were a gift from someone or found discarded, they clearly didn't fit her. Too large and loose, they would fall off with every step. What's more, the white shoes were now encrusted with dirt and grease, emitting a faint stench, as if they had never been cleaned at all. But even so, she was his lifeline, his source of sustenance. Jorge had no right to be picky. He suppressed his disgust and took a breath. The water laced with breadcrumbs tasted indescribable, yet Ashlyn was right, it wouldn't kill him. He blinked at Ashlyn, signaling her. Bowing down, Ashlyn commanded, open your mouth. Jorge obediently opened his mouth, and she placed a few pills inside. He turned his head, took a sip of water, and swallowed the medicine. Ashlyn then lifted his blanket, fussing over him. She made a nest under him by pulling aside some clothing, placed a bowl within the nest, and carefully positioned his private parts into the bowl. Drink when you're thirsty, and use this when you need to relieve yourself. I'll come back to empty it for you. I'll bring you something good to eat when I return tonight. I'm leaving. Another full day passed before Ashlyn returned. Jorge dozed on and off, feeling as though he had waited an eternity until that familiar light finally appeared again. In just 3 days, he had become accustomed to recognizing Ashlyn's footsteps and tolerating her frail frame. The moment she appeared, carrying the scent of grease, his heart filled with joy. Today, Ashlyn brought him a piece of steak, 2 slices of smoked salmon, and a carton of milk. The moment she revealed the food, Jorge couldn't help but light up with excitement. However, he could tell that Ashlyn herself hadn't eaten enough. So thin and malnourished, it was clear she hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Perhaps this was her dinner, which she had sacrificed to feed him. Ashlyn held the steak to his mouth, and after one bite, he stopped. Why aren't you eating? Does it not taste good? Ashlyn bit into the steak. It was tender, juicy, and utterly delicious. You don't want this? What do you want then? Jorge looked at her with a complex expression, and quickly, Ashlyn understood. Impatient once more, she said, you don't have to worry about me. Eat more, get better faster, and leave as soon as possible. You're giving me too much trouble. I'm fed up. Jorge realized that this little girl had quite a temper. Yet, she was right, he needed to get better quickly to help her. From then on, Jorge drank all the water Ashlyn brought him and ate all the food she provided. On the 4th day, noticing a sliver of sunlight creeping through the tiny window, Jorge longed to touch it, bask in its warmth. He tried lifting his arm and found he could move. For days, the pain in his left shoulder blade and ribs had made even breathing a challenge, preventing any movement. But today, lifting his right arm caused no significant pain on the left side. Though his left arm and leg still felt immobile, he was elated, almost shouting out in excitement. His voice was hoarse but managed to produce sound. Sunlight, sunlight. He silently repeated it in his mind. Maybe more sunlight would speed up his recovery. He planned to ask Ashlyn to get a glass to reflect sunlight in here to help him heal faster. That night, however, Ashlyn didn't return. Jorge drifted in and out of sleep, drowsily hearing the sounds of things crashing upstairs and intermittent screams of a woman. Recalling the first time he saw Ashlyn, with her swollen eyes like walnuts, his heart clenched as he strained to listen but eventually heard nothing. Jorge waited with wide-open eyes for what felt like an eternity, desperate to get up and check upstairs despite the pain, when finally, Ashlyn's footsteps approached. He watched eagerly as she limped into view, a large bump on her forehead, carrying half a bottle of milk and a large piece of bread, looking utterly defeated. Eat. This is the last meal. After this, we'll go together, and I won't live either. Tears welled up in Jorge's eyes, not because he feared death but because he felt immense sorrow for this girl who had suffered so much. Who hit you? Your father? Or your Viviana? How old are you? What kind of work do you do? Why do you often get beaten? A flicker of surprise crossed Ashlyn's lifeless face. You can speak. His voice was melodious, and his English fluent and natural. Realizing he could speak, Jorge wasn't in the mood to celebrate. Brant, like an older brother trying to stand up for his younger sister, he firmly said, answer my questions. Ashlyn sat down next to his bed, her tone calm. My father. Last night, he gambled away all our money and came home demanding it. I told him I didn't have it, and he started hitting me. My Viviana and I lay unconscious on the floor all night. I'm so tired. Since I was 16, I've been working in restaurants, washing dishes all day, getting bullied everywhere, starving and wearing tattered clothes, earning the lowest wages, and being belittled and beaten by my father. I can't take it anymore. Previously, I believed that an angel would appear to save me during my darkest moments, eventually. But after last night. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have met me. I'm useless and can't help you. If you wish to live, try to seek help after I die, only after I die. This room is illegal, so it might complicate things. Suddenly, Jorge grasped her hand. Except for her father's hand when she was young, Ashlyn had never held hands with any man. Jorge's hand was large and elegant. Despite his injuries and illness, confined to this damp, dark basement without daylight, his hand was warm, dry, and smooth, revealing his previous life of comfort. Jorge interrupted her despondency. We won't die. Neither will you nor I. Difficulties are temporary. As long as we don't give up, there's always hope. You're right. An angel will eventually come to save you. And I am that angel. Ashlyn's eyes moistened as she gazed at him, bewildered. Really? Jorge, looking at her pitiful face, raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Of course. A while ago, when I came to find you, my wings were broken, but now they are healing. Once I recover, I will take you away from here. Wherever you want to go, we will go. ##### note. I have retained the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested, ensuring a natural flow in English while preserving the tone and style of the original text. #### Chapter 357, Major Discovery. On the 6th day of Robert's investigation in Ruegua, he suddenly made a major discovery. That day, after spending the whole day running errands with the legal team, everyone was utterly exhausted. They sat at a riverside cafe, ordering coffee, and were about to finish up and go back to work late into the night when someone nearby fished something dark and murky out of the river. It had been raining heavily for several days, causing the river to swell and bringing down much garbage from upstream. To maintain the city's appearance, the sanitation workers were cleaning the river surface. The object they fished out was too heavy, and the worker threw it roughly aside. With a loud splash, water droplets splattered all over Lawyer Ian's suit. The thing must have been soaked in the river for quite some time as it emitted an unpleasant odor, which instantly tainted Ian's neatly tailored suit. Lawyer Ian, already mentally drained from work, irritably turned to the sanitation worker. "Can't you be more careful? You got my clothes dirty." The sanitation worker was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his age hard to tell. Hearing this, he seemed indifferent, merely glanced at Ian before continuing to toss the tools back into the water. Lawyer Ian's pride was deeply wounded, and he abruptly stood up and approached the worker. "Do people in your country have no manners? This is how you treat foreign tourists. You don't even apologize for getting my clothes dirty? Is my English not clear enough?" Everyone was already in low spirits, but if Ian provoked any more trouble abroad, their situation would only worsen. Robert intervened, pulling him back. If he had manners, he wouldn't be doing this job. "Forget it, let it go." Lawyer Ian's face darkened as he glared at the worker one last time before turning to head back to his seat with Robert. But then, as if the worker had lost his mind, he suddenly flung the black object they had just fished out right towards them. With a loud crash, everyone was splashed with dirty water, the table was knocked over, and coffee spilled everywhere. Now not just Lawyer Ian, but all the customers around were infuriated. "Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing?" Hearing the commotion, the cafe owner stormed out, livid. "What do you think you're doing? Are you insane? Clean this mess up and apologize to my customers. I've given you enough leeway by letting you clean here. Now you repay me like this? Hurry up, or I'll call the police." Amidst everyone's complaints, the owner also took out his phone threateningly. Finally, the sanitation worker reluctantly walked forward, picking up the dark object. To everyone's surprise, it was revealed to be a piece of clothing. A large black coat. The worker grabbed it by the sleeve, dragging it carelessly past everyone, who all moved out of the way. However, Robert's expression changed drastically when his eyes landed on the coat. "Wait!" He lunged forward, grabbing the coat from the worker. Soon after, he called Gwendolyn. "CEO Chu, we've made a significant discovery. Initially, we said there was no trace of President Mohammed's DNA at the accident site, and the Ruegwa police argued that our suspicions were unfounded. But today, we found concrete evidence. President Mohammed did not die in the accident, at least, not by burning alive in that car. His coat was found in the river today." "What? If he had died in the car, his coat couldn't have ended up in the river. I've already requested a retrial. There's residual DNA on the coat that matches President Mohammed, but without genetic records here, we can't confirm his identity. Send me Elida's hair samples as soon as possible." Jorge's words reignited hope for Ashlyn to continue living. Her emotions calmed slightly as she stared intently into Jorge's eyes. "I always feel you're not ordinary. Are you an important person? What happened that night? Why were you by the pond? Why were you covered in injuries? What's your name? Where are you from? Can you tell me?" Jorge wasn't withholding information, he genuinely couldn't remember. Since regaining consciousness, he had been pondering Ainsley's questions. But it felt as though someone had erased his memories with an eraser, leaving only his behavior and physical memory intact, along with everything related to Ainsley since opening his eyes. He told Ainsley honestly, "I don't know. I can't remember. But I believe that once I leave here, I can find ways to recover my memories. Our top priority now is survival, getting well. As long as you trust me, I will definitely help you get out of this predicament. Don't lose hope, okay?" Ainsley, who had previously lost all will to live, saw the determination in his eyes and thought of her deceased Viviana and her elderly grandparents in China, who might still be looking for her. "I'll trust you one more time. I'll hold on a bit longer. I hope you recover soon. I don't know how much longer I can keep going." To speed up his recovery and help Ainsley escape, Jorge had her find a large piece of discarded glass, which they backed with paper to create a makeshift mirror. He leaned it against the wall, and sure enough, sunlight flooded the room the next day. Sitting in the sunlight, he used wooden sticks and fabric strips cut from his clothes to stabilize his injured leg and broken ribs. This alleviated the pain enough for him to perform some simple activities. After being raided by his father again, leaving him penniless, and needing food for 3 people and medical expenses for Mora, Ainsley felt immense pressure. Therefore, she found another job washing dishes at a Chinese restaurant. Working day and night shifts left her with no time to rest. Jorge protested, "Without sleep, your body will break down within days. You can't keep this up." Ainsley retorted, "What choice do we have? Stop eating and wait for God to save us?" Jorge was frustrated by his own powerlessness. Although she worked at the Chinese restaurant, she received no immediate pay. So she collected leftovers and bones from the trash bins for sustenance. She heated these up with some water to aid Jorge's recovery. Though he didn't know what life was like before, he knew he had never eaten leftovers from trash bins or chewed up bones. When Ainsley brought him a bowl of rice and soup on her first day, he almost vomited. But driven by his strong will to survive, none of that mattered anymore. Eventually, he grew accustomed to it and even joked with Ainsley. The meat today is fresh. The soup smells delicious. Chapter 358, What are you? Ainsley said, Chinese people really have a knack for cooking. Look at you, you're almost fully recovered. It had been nearly a month, and Jorge could already walk with just a slight limp. Unless one stared closely at his leg, they wouldn't even notice he'd recently been injured. Ainsley, on the other hand, was barely holding on. Once her face was sallow yellow, now it was an ashen gray, with dark circles under her eyes like she had been punched. She only got 2 hours of rest between shifts each day, and every time she came back to bring food to Jorge, she would fall asleep mid-sentence. Jorge's quick recovery was due to his immense concern for Ainsley. He exercised diligently in the small room every day, eager to return to work. Yes, I'm better now and can go back to work. It's your turn to rest. Ainsley, ask Mora to give me a haircut. I'll tidy up, and we can go out tomorrow. Ainsley didn't object. She knew her body had reached its limit. Since Ainsley started working at the Chinese restaurant and had less time to care for him, Jorge hadn't bathed, washed his hair, or cleaned his face much. After Ainsley left, he mustered the courage to look in the mirror. In the mirror, he saw hair grown down to his chin, oilier than ever, sticking to his head and face like it had just been washed but not dried. His beard covered half his face, leaving only his eyes and nose recognizable. His nails were long and black with grime inside. Recalling how he once silently criticized Ainsley's unkempt appearance when they first met, how dirty and messy she seemed, he now found himself filthier, emitting a stronger odor than she ever did. Looking at himself like a homeless man, Jorge thought that even if his father's murderer came now, they wouldn't recognize him. Mora's late husband always had his hair cut by her. She had the basics, so she skillfully trimmed his hair with scissors and shaved his beard with her husband's old razor. After cleaning up, both Ainsley and Mora looked at him as if they had seen a pile of money. Mora pushed him. You look great. And aren't you too pale? Very handsome. Go take a look in the mirror. Standing in front of the mirror, Jorge saw that the homeless man from before was gone, replaced by a very pale, clean man with sharp features and a refined face. But he felt unfamiliar. Ainsley, do you like this look? Ainsley nodded. I believe you will succeed. With just this face, you can make money. Mora rarely joked around with them. Yeah, without saying anything else, with your face and build, you could make money just on either one. Keep it up, Ainsley will enjoy a good life with you. Jorge, feeling confident, glanced at his reflection again. Since you have faith in me, don't go to work anymore. Sleep well tonight, and we'll get your paycheck tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, I'll take over. Okay. Ainsley returned to the room, took a refreshing shower, washed her hair, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, she woke up past noon, said goodbye to Jorge, and prepared to resign and collect her pay. Jorge offered to accompany her. Weren't you saying those coworkers of yours were always bullying you? And what about your Akil? If he tries to deny your resignation or withhold your wages, I'll deal with him. For some reason, though Jorge wasn't particularly muscular or tall, Ainsley felt safe with him. So, they headed to the street together. They went to the Chinese restaurant first. Although the Akil was unhappy about Ainsley not coming to work last night and resigning suddenly today, he understood her circumstances as a young immigrant struggling to make ends meet. After scolding her a bit, he still gave her the money. But things were different here. As soon as Ainsley arrived, she was surrounded by kitchen co-workers smoking near the entrance, teasing her. Well, look who decided to wash her hair today. And took a shower and changed clothes. Did you come into money or realize being slovenly isn't the way to go, deciding to start working at a club? You should have done this sooner. Working so hard washing dishes all day won't get you anywhere. Just lying there would be easier. Ha ha ha. Look at her dish-like figure. Do you think a club would want her? Why did she suddenly remember to bathe? Her nose is bad, so she can't smell herself. Smack. Before they finished mocking her, Thornton's face was struck by a heavy punch. Not only was the cigarette knocked out of his mouth, but he flew several meters away. Everyone jumped in shock and turned to see a tall, slender Asian man staring at them expressionlessly. What's going on? Who hit you? Did you hit him? Looking for trouble. One person raised their hand to strike Jorge but was caught by the wrist as he lifted his hand. Ah! The person screamed in pain, feeling his bones cracking. With a thud, Jorge kicked him in the ribs, sending him flying. Anyone else? Step up. Ah! A Chinese person? Kung Fu? Terrified, everyone backed off, staring at him in horror. Who are you? What do you want? Jorge put his arm around Ainsley's shoulder. What do you think? She. Someone actually wants her like that? Run. Everyone scrambled back into the restaurant. Lunchtime rush was approaching, and Mr. Graham usually gave them 10 minutes for a smoke break outside to relax. Why did they come back looking like they had seen a ghost? What's going on? What are you all doing? Mr. Graham. Jerome Ainsley. What about Jerome Ainsley? Meanwhile, Jorge entered the restaurant with his arm around Ainsley. Seeing Ainsley clean and accompanied by a tall man, Graham was also taken aback. Jerome Ainsley, what's going on? She's quitting, Jorge said for her. She's too tired. I won't let her work anymore. Please settle her pay. She's done starting today. Aiden. He had seen arrogant people before, but never this arrogant. Decide to quit so easily? Who do you think you are? Because of the Chinese restaurant across the street, his business had been affected significantly lately. Already irritated, someone touching his sore point made him shout. Who are you to Jerome Ainsley? What do you do? Do you know the rules? Quitting just like that, how can my restaurant operate? How annoying, these Chinese people. Hurting my business and still having the nerve to ask for money? Get out. Chapter 359, Walking Out from Underground. If you don't want to work, then just quit. I won't pay you. Now get out. Don't provoke me, or else you'll see what happens. Jorge knew it wouldn't be this simple for Ainsley to suddenly resign. These people were not that easy to deal with. He calmly looked at the Akil. Are you sure you want to talk about rules? You require workers to work 14 hours a day but only pay them for 6 hours, which is a serious violation of labor laws. Are you sure you want to discuss this? Graham. He had been in this town for over 40 years, always getting his way. Someone dared to argue back. What do you mean? She doesn't even have an ID card. I was kind enough to provide her with a place to stay and work, ensuring she doesn't starve. It's already more than I should offer by God's grace. And you still think my salary is too low? You ungrateful people. Get out. If you don't leave, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Jerome Ainsley, aren't you terrified of the police? Ainsley used to be afraid. But now, she wasn't. It was as if when someone walks down a dark road filled with fear, suddenly having a companion gives one the courage and strength to face anything without fear. Mr. Graham, you'd better give me the money. My friend has a terrible temper and knows Chinese kung fu. He might hit someone if provoked. You're threatening me now? Jerome Ainsley. The Akil became furious, pointing menacingly towards the door. Get out. I won't give you a penny. Leave immediately. Ungrateful creature. I don't want to see you again for even a second. Ainsley didn't know what to do, looking up at Jorge who remained unperturbed. Fine. We can leave. But from now on, you'd better keep your shop open 24/7. What do you mean? Ignoring him, Jorge continued, you should also install some cameras outside. This place is really backward, there isn't even a single camera on the entire street. If someone sets fire to your store at night, you won't know who did it. The network in the Ruyan country was underdeveloped, and people lived very simply, still in the era of watching TV, reading newspapers, and paper books. Surveillance cameras weren't common. Whenever thefts, fights, or other incidents occurred, they usually couldn't trace the culprits. Admittedly, this threat from Jorge was quite fatal for Mr. Graham. He felt extremely anxious inside but tried to look strong. You dare. Jorge stepped forward, staring into his eyes, and suddenly, bang. A punch landed on the cashier desk, shattering the glass like a spider web. See if I dare. When a fire breaks out, it won't be compensated by Jerome Ainsley's meager salary. Think carefully before speaking. The Akil trembled slightly, glaring at him for a few seconds, then pulled out the cash drawer, hastily counting several bills and throwing them outside irritably. Get out. Can you finally leave now? These people had learned to take advantage of others' weaknesses. They knew Ainsley was alone here, without an ID, and easily bullied like soft cotton, so they paid her exceptionally low wages. The total earnings from both restaurants barely equaled a normal person's monthly income. Jorge looked at the thin stack of money in Ainsley's hand and her frail, aged fingers, feeling deeply distressed. Pay more as medical expenses, then let's leave this place. I've observed that this town is too small and economically underdeveloped, it's hard to make big money here. Ainsley had moved from a big city and found it hard to adjust at first. The economy here was indeed backward, but if we give Mora all our money, we won't have anything left. You haven't earned much money yet, how will we survive in a big city? A Chinese proverb came to Jorge's mind. Things will naturally turn out well when you reach a bridge. Solutions aren't imagined. When problems arise, solutions will appear. As long as you trust me and are willing to follow me, I won't let you go hungry. Mora was surprised and reluctant when she heard they would leave that day. Although we didn't interact much due to your busy schedule, I consider you my only friend. Ainsley, I'll really miss you. Ainsley hugged her, I'll miss you too. I'll come back to see you if I get the chance. But what if your father returns while you're gone? Let him die for all I care. No matter what, I won't deal with him anymore. Mora noticed Ainsley had changed. Though she used to speak harsh words, she acted weakly. Now, she was truly different, becoming stronger inside and out. Mora felt genuinely happy for her. In the past, I was worried about your future. How long could this continue? Maybe you'd be worn out by life before seeing any hope. But now, I feel relieved. Ainsley, you will definitely recover soon. Ainsley brought Jorge home to pack, but he stopped her. Just bring a few sets of clothes for changing, throw everything else away. But one must place oneself in a completely desperate situation to find a way out. These things are not worth taking. Without IDs, they couldn't ride the train and could only use all their money to hire a taxi to reach Ruin's capital, Langcheng. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. They had no money, nowhere to work late at night, no place to stay, and nothing to eat. But Ainsley didn't complain to Jorge. The dumpsters in Langcheng are much better than those in the town. This bread is still wrapped, really fresh. Wow, even the milk is fresh. Jorge collected some milk and bread from the dumpster to share with Ainsley and her Viviana. Seeing her content, he tenderly ruffled her hair. Tonight, you and Caitlin will sleep at the park. I promise this is the last time you'll eat leftover food and sleep in the park. Tomorrow morning, I'll ensure you live comfortably. Ainsley was stunned. Are you going to earn money? But it's already dark, where can you go? I have my methods. Don't worry about me. Remember, wait for me here with Caitlin, don't wander around. I'll come back to find you tomorrow morning. Jorge's plan was to pose as a valet parking attendant outside a high-end club. Perhaps because he had done it before or frequented such places, this idea immediately popped into his head as he passed by the club. In Europe, many countries had tipping customs, but since Jorge wasn't a real attendant, he needed to think strategically to earn some money. Fortunately, Mora's husband's clothes fit him well and were decent quality. He managed to blend in as a guest and strutted into the club confidently. After observing, he found the staff lounge. Minutes later, dressed in a crisp white shirt, black vest, and white gloves, he stood smiling beside a green plant outside the club entrance. From this spot, actual staff waiting on the steps couldn't see him, but arriving guests driving in would notice him immediately. Chapter 360, Hannah Words. Very soon, Jorge's first customer arrived. A black McLaren roared up to the parking area. He took a deep breath, stepped forward with a polite smile on his face and looked at the car as it approached. As expected, the car stopped beside him. A young man emerged, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and dressed in an impeccable suit. Despite this, there was something slightly rebellious yet refined about his demeanor. Hello, sir, welcome. Jorge had rehearsed a script. If delivered perfectly, he could usually expect a generous tip. But before he could finish, Thornton tossed him the car keys and slipped a $5 bill into his breast pocket. Be careful, don't scratch it. Jorge parked the car safely in its space, handed the keys to the reception, informed them of the license plate number, and returned to his position. Soon enough, the second customer arrived. This time, he learned from his previous experience and stood by the car door even before it had fully stopped. The moment the driver appeared, Jorge greeted him with an admiring look. Welcome, sir. It's such an honor to park your car for you. I've admired this model for a long time. It's been my dream car. No one dislikes compliments. Just as women enjoy being praised for their makeup and figure, men love hearing that their cars are cool and sophisticated. Indeed, Thornton's attention was immediately caught. Really? You like this car too? Absolutely. This should be every man's dream car. Sadly, not everyone has the means like you do to own one. The man, around 40 years old, dressed more conservatively than the last one, patted Jorge on the shoulder upon hearing this. You're young. With effort, anything is possible. Thank you, sir. You're very kind. The man handed him the car keys and pulled out a $10 tip. Just as Jorge was about to thank him again, Thornton gave him another $10. I believe in you. Keep it up. With $20 now, Jorge felt a surge of emotion. To him, this second $10 note was not just money, it was encouragement, affirmation, and a much-needed boost after over a month of hardship. He still had worth, and he could achieve things. Suddenly, his future seemed full of hope. Jorge tucked the lucky $10 into his shirt pocket, close to his heart, hoping it would bring him good fortune. Whether it was due to his efforts or the power of those $20, the trick worked flawlessly after that. Everyone appreciated his flattery and almost always tipped him extra. Even a generous wealthy woman gave him $100. Seeing her come alone, he politely asked after taking the money. When will you be leaving? If you have had too much to drink and need help getting home, I can offer you a ride for free, of course. You've already been very generous. Though the wealthy woman wore heavy makeup and a sexy strapless dress, her smooth skin revealed her youth. Being an Asian face here, able to afford such high-end places and drive such a luxurious car, she was either a super-rich heiress or someone dating one. Jorge knew that cultivating relationships with people like her would ensure his livelihood. Sure enough, Annabelle was flattered by his attentiveness. She pinched his cheek. Oh, sweetheart, you're so thoughtful. But I'll be coming out very late. Just go home when your shift ends. Men say sweet things for their own reasons, but I won't take it seriously or blame you. She left with a mask of elegance, leaving Jorge behind. Instead of giving her car key to the front desk, he kept it in his pocket and continued working, charming one wealthy person after another until the early hours of the morning when everyone staggered out, drunk and disoriented. Whenever he saw a visibly intoxicated or emotionally distraught customer, he would assist them into their cars and wish them a pleasant night. As dawn approached and his back ached from standing, the wealthy woman finally emerged. Her purse dangled precariously from her hand, her stiletto heels clacking loudly on the shiny floor as if they might topple her at any moment. Jorge hurried to steady her. Careful. Did you drink too much? Are you feeling unwell? She brushed her wind-tousled hair away and leaned against him, staring up. It's you? Why are you still here? Where did you put my car keys? Why didn't you leave them at the front desk? I spent ages looking for them and scolded them. I apologize. I saw you come in alone and noticed you were upset, so I assumed you wouldn't be able to drive later. I decided to keep the keys and promised myself to send you home. I've been waiting. She stared at him drunkenly for several seconds, then suddenly laughed. Where are you from? Do you know me? In all honesty, Jorge wasn't sure where he was from or if he knew her. But since Ashlyn spoke Chinese, he guessed he was Chinese too. I'm probably from China. No, I don't know you. I just arrived here today, and this job isn't permanent. He showed her his old sneakers. Real valet attendants wore shiny leather shoes, but these rich patrons were too drunk to notice. If we stay here any longer, I might get in trouble. Let's get in the car, madam. Almost clinging to him, she was helped into the passenger seat. Fastening her seatbelt, Jorge asked her address. He started the car. I don't have a phone and don't know the exact location you mentioned. Can you help me navigate? You don't have a phone? The woman seemed to sober up, sitting up straight. What do you do? Could it be? Jorge chuckled. Don't worry, I haven't committed any crimes and I'm not a fugitive. I had an accident recently, lost everything, including some memories. I assure you, I'm a good person. Perhaps it was his honest demeanor, perhaps his sincere words, or maybe just her attraction to his looks. Whatever the reason, she relaxed and sighed. So what if I die? No one cares about me anyway. Even if you killed me, no one would care. What does it matter what you do? Just drive. Translation completed as requested. Chapter 361, A Gentleman's Demeanor. The wealthy woman gave him directions via her phone, and Jorge drove steadily. She rested her head against the window, the warm yellow streetlights casting a glow over her face. It was clear she wasn't sleepy but appeared rather lonely. Recalling what she had said earlier, Jorge gently asked, Hannah, I don't intend to gossip, but it seems like you need someone to talk to. Can you tell me what's troubling you? The wealthy woman shook her head, clearly not wanting to speak. Jorge tried to guess, did you have an argument with your husband? To his surprise, he guessed right. She turned to look at him in disbelief. Do I look old? Do I look like a divorced woman? Why would you assume I have a husband? Jorge's voice was charming, because you are exceptionally beautiful. If no man pursued you, it wouldn't be natural. And any man who does pursue you wouldn't just play around. It's too dangerous to keep a girlfriend like you out in the open. Every man would want to marry you as soon as possible. The woman expected him to say something about the ring mark on her finger or the couple's necklace around her neck. Instead, his reasoning was unexpectedly perceptive. Unknowingly flattered again, she felt much better. You really know how to talk. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Jorge shook his head. I don't even know my age or my name. I have no girlfriend either. But I do have a sister and a sick Viviana. The wealthy woman responded, you said you lost your memory and forgot everything, yet now you mention having a sister and a Viviana. Could they also have lost their memory? Couldn't they tell you your name and where you live? Jorge turned and smiled sincerely at her. They saved my life. I don't know how else to call them, so I refer to them as my sister and Viviana. The wealthy woman, taken aback, remarked, is this real? I feel like I'm in a movie. Hopefully, you're telling the truth, otherwise, you're quite imaginative. Why would I lie to you, Hannah? Jorge laughed again. Let's get back to you. Why are you sad? Not because of the argument itself, but because you waited so long and he didn't come to comfort you, right? Years of listening to Dakari and Carlo talk about women were now proving useful. The woman was once again astonished. How do you understand this so well? Are all men this perceptive, or is it that some men just pretend not to understand because they aren't interested? He understands everything, he just doesn't bother to comfort me. Jorge replied, no, saying this really isn't fair, Hannah. Sometimes women get angry suddenly, and men really can't figure out why. Women often block and delete men, making it hard for them to find you. Or perhaps after being blocked and deleted, the men's tempers flare up, and everyone wants to prove a point. But in reality, he's also troubled inside. The wealthy woman couldn't believe it. Men can also be troubled? I feel like men lack conscience. Jorge continued, this needs to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. If he remains indifferent every time, then maybe he truly doesn't care. But if it only happens occasionally. Everyone has emotions, and we should allow people to be themselves from time to time, shouldn't we? Humph. She turned her head back to the window. This is the second time. Do you think he's getting impatient? Will he never care about me again? Is my strategy useless now? Without knowing her partner, Jorge found it hard to draw a conclusion. However, as a man, he used his own feelings to analyze. If I were in his shoes, coming home from work and seeing a positive, optimistic girlfriend who brings joy instead of a depressed, sensitive one who always needs comforting would make a difference. The wealthy woman retorted, so even you prefer those fake, pretentious women who know how to please men? This isn't about pleasing men, it's about nurturing a relationship. No one says that only men should comfort women, and women should never comfort men. Occasionally admitting fault or showing humility might bring freshness and surprise, making him feel more loved. Brant listening to his analysis, her emotions gradually calmed down, and she fell into deep thought. After driving for a while, she suddenly ordered him to stop and turn around. I'm going to find him. Are you going to surprise him? I hope it's a surprise. Jorge smiled, following her instructions and turning the car around. Actually, Hannah, I want to offer some advice. You are young and beautiful. While I don't know what you do, I think if you're not too busy, you should occupy yourself more. Whether it's hobbies, entertainment, or a specific career, just staying busy helps. Don't constantly miss him or worry about him too much. Men like conquests. The more distant and less affectionate a woman is, the more appealing she becomes. Even after marriage, you must keep him feeling challenged. A universal truth, even the most beautiful flowers will wither or become boring eventually. Even if not to retain his love, for your own sake, you should enrich your life. The wealthy woman leaned back and pondered. I understand what you mean, but I grew up in a privileged environment, playing until adulthood. My family never needed me to earn money or do anything. I don't know what else I can do besides thinking about him and dating. Jorge asked, has your husband ever mentioned someone he admires or a type of woman he values? Have you considered becoming like that person? She looked at Jorge. He has mentioned it, but I don't understand what he's talking about. Entrepreneurs, successful startups. I've thought about building my own career to impress him and my parents, but I'm afraid of failing and losing face. I don't know where to start, and I don't want to ask others for advice because they're all false friends. None of them want me to succeed. That explained why she drank alone tonight. At this moment, Jorge was certain he had made the right connection. I think you need a driver. If you're willing to pay me 100 yuan a day, I can drive you around the city. We can explore places that suit flower cultivation. Opportunities are hidden everywhere in our lives. With purposeful eyes, you'll find them. The wealthy woman understood his intention. Throughout her life, her drivers had been silent middle-aged men who rarely spoke, even after 10 years. She often felt bored and miserable, needing someone young and attractive who understands women to liven up her life. But why 100 yuan a day? He could easily ask for more. Is there any special significance to this number? Jorge answered truthfully. My sister and my sick Viviana depend on me. We have no money now, but 100 yuan a day is enough. Translation notes. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Names such as Jorge and other key characters have been preserved. Strive for a natural and fluent translation while keeping the original tone and style. Hashtag chapter 362, a brand new look. Soon, they arrived at the destination, and the wealthy woman adjusted her hair. I need to get some rest. I won't be coming out for a while. You can take the car. Call me when you wake up, and we can discuss other matters in detail. In just this short time, she trusted him enough to let him drive her car and even offered him a job, which greatly moved Jorge. However, he didn't have a phone and wouldn't be able to receive her calls. The wealthy woman seemed to realize this and pulled out a few banknotes for him. Then go buy a phone. I don't have an ID, buying a phone won't help as I can't register for a SIM card. Perhaps you could give me an approximate time, and I'll come find you directly. That's too troublesome. What if something comes up? The wealthy woman had 2 phones, so she simply handed over the one she used less often. Take this for now. It's really inconvenient not having a phone these days. Jorge was surprised by her generosity. Aren't you afraid I might be a fraud? The wealthy woman nonchalantly patted his shoulder. Considering what you've told me today, even if you were a fraud, it would be worth it. The police will eventually find you. I trust my instincts. With that, she left gracefully. Jorge navigated back to the park. The sky was getting brighter, and by the time he arrived, many people were already out exercising. Ainsley had spent the night with her Viviana on a bench in the park, feeling cold and exhausted from lack of sleep. Suddenly, a sports car roared to a stop nearby. Jorge emerged, looking well-dressed and tall, startling her. From their first encounter, she knew he wasn't an ordinary person, but she hadn't expected such a remarkable transformation. In just one night, he was driving a sports car and looked entirely refreshed. Jorge didn't seem boastful. Instead, he approached them calmly, picking up their luggage. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. You must be exhausted. Let me take you to rest now. Ainsley looked at him, finding his appearance elegant and refined like that of a gentleman, making her feel inadequate. What did you do to change so much overnight? Whose car is that? It belongs to my employer. I found a job as a driver. This is the money I earned last night. Jorge handed the money to Ainsley. First, find a place for your mom to stay and rest. Afterward, consult a doctor for her condition. It can't be delayed any longer. Ainsley counted the money, over 500 yuan in one night, equivalent to what she earned washing dishes for a month. You made that much as a driver in one night? Jorge smiled at her astonished look. Saying it this way might sound presumptuous, but it's true. Finding the right direction makes earning money less difficult. I'll bring you 100 yuan every day from now on. Let's go. Jorge took them to a decent guest house and fabricated a story about being foreign tourists whose passports were stolen upon arrival. They were waiting for assistance from the police and embassy, temporarily unable to provide identification but hoping to stay for a few days. The innkeeper was unsurprised and readily processed their check-in. Ainsley and her Viviana slept on the bed, while Jorge slept on the floor. After a few hours of rest, Jorge received a call from the wealthy woman. I'm awake. Where are you? Come over now. Jorge informed Ainsley to eat well and then left the guest house. Soon, he met the radiant wealthy woman at the villa gate. She wore a blue strapless top with light blue jeans, her hair tied high, adorned with sunglasses, a youthful and lively look, clearly indicating a reconciliation with her husband. Did you take the initiative to apologize? Was your husband surprised? Smiling sweetly, the wealthy woman leaned back in her seat. I admit, you had a point. I promised him I wouldn't lose my temper anymore, and he was delighted, giving me another card. She showed off the card triumphantly. I have so much money, more than I can spend. What am I supposed to do with it? Jorge replied, Miss, please don't FL Misty it, give us a break. The wealthy woman laughed and put the card away. Let's treat it as a personal challenge. Whether the business succeeds or not no longer matters. Where should we go, young man? Jorge drove slowly, his eyes scanning the street. It has to succeed. Not just for me, but for you too. Hannah, where are you from? I'm Korean, my name is Vicky, and I'm 29 years old. What does your husband do? He works in smart products. How about your parents? They run a chain of supermarkets. Do you want to use their connections? No. If I use their connections, I might as well inherit the family business directly. Are you interested in Chinese culture? Chinese culture? I don't know much about it. Just that a lot of Chinese clothing and jewelry are beautiful, but hard to find here. I don't know many Chinese people, making it difficult to find someone to purchase items for me. So, if someone specialized in selling these items, you'd be interested. Of course. Dressing the same way every day is boring. If someone specialized in this. Wait, are you planning to have me sell Chinese-style clothes? Jorge slowed down and pointed out a scene outside the window. Look there. Outside, a young woman in a soft pink traditional dress sat in a small square playing a guzheng, surrounded by people taking photos. The wealthy woman remarked, there are many people dressing in Chinese style lately. That's how I became fond of Chinese clothing. Why show me this? Do you know her? I don't. But based on everyone's reaction, they seem to enjoy Chinese style clothing. Let's ask some people. Jorge got out of the car and approached passers-by, asking for their opinions on Annabelle's attire. Everyone thought it was beautiful and elegant, like something from fairy tales. If a store sold similar clothing, would you consider buying it? Sure. If the price and quality are reasonable, I'd try it. But the overall look requires matching makeup, which we aren't skilled at. Can you apply makeup? He turned to Vicky. Absolutely. Makeup is Korea's specialty. I do my own makeup every day. Jorge realized this was an untapped market and decided instantly. Let's start immediately. I'll design the outfits, and you'll arrange for production. Make 20 sets of each style with accessories. Then, hire several makeup artists. After everything is ready, invite passers-by to model the clothes, organizing a fashion show at the largest square in the city. ##### End of chapter 362. Chapter 363, Look Who's Here. The wealthy woman had plenty of time and connections, but she didn't know what to do with herself. Now that Jorge had given her a direction, she was more than willing to get busy. Sure. I didn't realize you could draw. When will it be done? I can't wait. Speaking of traditional Chinese-style clothing, Jorge immediately visualized many color schemes and styles in his mind. He believed he could complete the designs in just one day. Start contacting Thornton manufacturers and makeup artists. I'll have the design drafts ready for you within 2 days. The wealthy woman provided Jorge with another laptop. They parted ways, and Jorge returned to the inn. After researching online, he dived straight into drawing without wasting any time. He had been sleeping a lot recently, so now he was full of energy. Staying up for 1 or 2 nights would not be a problem at all. Without eating or drinking, he drew continuously on his computer. On the 3rd morning, he met with the wealthy woman and successfully handed over the designs. The wealthy woman's eyes sparkled as she looked at each design on the computer screen. These are just too beautiful. I love every single one of them. No matter what, I'm going to wear these clothes when we have the fashion show. That would be perfect. We can also design some men's and children's outfits and invite male citizens and kids to participate. Great. I'll take the designs to my manufacturing friend right away, and you should go back and continue drawing. Jorge pulled another all-nighter and managed to finish the men's and children's designs the next day. The next step was to go to the factory for pattern making, confirm the fabric and styles, and then proceed with mass production. Once the samples were approved, the production process would be very fast. While the factory was busy, Jorge and the wealthy woman arranged for a stage to be set up in the town square. They posted huge advertisements to promote the upcoming fashion show. Upon hearing that people would be wearing Chinese-style clothing with makeup and walking the runway, many people were eager to participate. After about half a month of preparation, the big day finally arrived. The wealthy woman hired 50 makeup artists, setting up 50 dressing tables in the square, attracting almost everyone from the entire city. The place was packed with people, bustling with excitement. Initially, the wealthy woman wanted to keep things low-key, but her Viviana came to watch, recognizing her despite her attempt to remain incognito. Her husband was then called over too. Hearing that she was working on a project and doing quite well, her husband naturally became curious and watched the whole event mixed among the crowd. The event was incredibly successful, showcasing a cultural exchange that left everyone in awe. Many people showed great interest in their clothing line. The wealthy woman received numerous orders, and the brand quickly gained recognition. It was an exhausting day that ended in the evening. Just as she and Jorge were discussing the future behind the scenes, her parents and husband suddenly appeared. "Oh. What are you guys doing here?" Her parents chided her gently. "Why didn't you tell us you wanted to start a business? It's nothing to hide. You've always been smart. If you put your mind to it, there's nothing you can't accomplish. Look at how well today went, we're truly proud of you." The wealthy woman was happy, waiting for her husband to praise her, but his gaze fell on Jorge instead. When did she meet this man? Working together on a business venture without telling him? And why did he look so familiar? Unwilling to upset her in-laws, her husband reluctantly praised her before taking her home. On the way, he asked when she met Jorge. She told him the truth. He asked where Thornton was from and what his name was, but she couldn't answer. "You don't even know where he's from or his name, yet you worked with him? Doesn't that seem ridiculous?" She responded, "Maybe it does sound ridiculous, but he's not a bad person. We've known each other for over 10 days. Without him, today's event wouldn't have happened, and my brand wouldn't exist. Do you think once the brand is established, everything will be fine? The real challenge lies in making and spending money. If you don't understand anything, relying on him to handle everything, don't you worry." Reminded by him, the wealthy woman got cold feet. No wonder he was so eager to help. "You mean? Thank goodness you're here today. What should I do?" Her husband replied sternly, "What can you do? Get rid of him before it causes any damage." But what? Do you no longer trust me, only him? What if he tries to drive a wedge between us, making you leave me, will you listen to him?" The wealthy woman loved her husband and would never do such a thing. But her intuition told her that Jorge wasn't a bad person, and kicking him out felt wrong. After much thought, she gave Jorge $5,000 the next day, citing her husband's jealousy as the reason. "These past few days have been hard work for you, and the designs are yours. Taking them feels unfair. This $5,000 is compensation for you. The phone is also yours. Please don't hate me, okay?" Jorge thought better days were ahead, only to find himself left empty-handed after all the effort. Still, he understood, no man would tolerate his wife working closely with another man daily. Clearly, relying on others wouldn't work. He needed to start his own business. Thankfully, she was generous enough to provide the initial capital. "I won't hate you. Instead, I appreciate the opportunity you gave me to work with you. I hope you continue to succeed and grow the brand. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me." Her husband scrutinized Jorge's photo on his phone again and sent it forward. "Is this Thornton you're looking for?" Bohan too woke up and saw Jorge's photo as soon as he opened his eyes, startling him. At first, he thought he was seeing things, but upon closer inspection, he made a call. "When was this photo taken? Where? Have you shown it to anyone else?" "Mr. Mohammed, you need to sign the contract before I can disclose this information." "You? What if the photo is fake after I sign the contract?" "You can have experts verify its authenticity, but you need to act fast. I can't guarantee he'll still be around once you finish the verification." Bohan too had no choice but to sign the contract immediately and send it via fax. "Now can you tell me?" The man looked satisfied with the signed contract, taken at the Ruishing Plaza in Roy Country. However, he has already left and doesn't have an ID, making it difficult to locate him before you arrive from China. But if you sign the contract for another project, I can assign someone to monitor him for you. Chapter 364, Medicinal Milk Tea. Jorge didn't take the wealthy woman's car or phone, only accepting $50,000 before leaving. He understood that her husband disapproved of his presence. He didn't want to cause trouble. If it had to end, it should be a clean break. $50,000 was no small sum. With the right investment, he believed he could bounce back soon. Without any negative emotions, Jorge walked back, observing other shops along the way. He noticed that coffee shops were the most prosperous businesses. Europeans truly loved their coffee. However, there were also struggling businesses, like the one by the river. The shop was spacious and luxuriously decorated, with a large outdoor area for umbrellas and tables. Yet, it had few customers, and a big "For Rent" sign was posted at the entrance. What caught his attention most was that besides English, the sign also had "For Rent" written in Chinese, which immediately drew his eye. Jorge pushed open the door to the cafe. The owner was a chubby middle-aged man who was wiping cups at the counter. Seeing Jorge enter, he greeted him in Chinese. "Hello, would you like something to drink?" "What would you like?" An hour later, through his exceptional negotiation skills, Jorge signed a contract with the owner to take over the business. He kept everything in the shop, including learning the supply channels from the owner. He paid the owner $30,000 upfront, with the remaining $20,000 to be settled within 3 months. The owner appreciated Jorge's talent and walked him to the door. Just as Jorge was about to leave, he suddenly asked the owner, "Is there a particularly reputable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner nearby? My Viviana isn't feeling well, and Western medicine hasn't helped. I want to take her to see a TCM doctor." The owner wrote down an address, and Jorge, holding the piece of paper, found the clinic after asking around. Returning home, covered in dust and carrying a large pile of herbal medicine, Jorge met with Ambry, who was puzzled. "Why did you buy so many herbs?" "To conduct an experiment." "Ambry, do you like milk tea?" "Milk tea?" In Ambry's memory, it had been a long time since she last had milk tea. "Yes, but it's been years." "Have you heard of medicinal milk tea?" Ambry, having been isolated from society for many years, naturally didn't know. "No, what's that?" "I'll make a few flavors tonight for you to try. Can you help me?" Fortunately, Camilla had lent him a computer, and Jorge found tutorials online. With Ambry's help, they managed to prepare some drinks. "It's delicious." After years without tasting milk tea, Ambry's eyes sparkled. "It smells great. There's a unique flavor that I really enjoy." His Viviana also tried a cup and, like a child, insisted on having a second cup. Jorge even sent 2 cups to the guesthouse owner, receiving praise once again. "This is amazing." "What is this?" "Where did you buy it?" "This is the most unique tea I've ever tasted." With everyone saying it was good, it looked promising. The next day, Jorge and Ambry went to the store. They had banners made advertising the new product and prepared 100 cups to offer passers-by for free tasting. The reaction to this novel and delicious item was overwhelming, filling up the advertisement effect instantly. In the president's office of the Mohammed Corporation, Gwendolyn was working when the sales department manager came in. "President Chu, I need to report something to you. Please look at these 2 foreign trade orders. We had already signed agreements with them, but somehow they have switched to another company. I don't see your signature on these contracts. Do you know about this?" Gwendolyn didn't know. She glanced at the contracts, noticing only her Ricardo's signature. "Have you confirmed with the companies involved? Have they transferred it out?" "Yes, I called them immediately upon finding the discrepancy. They said they are now dealing with the other company." "What about President Bohan Mohammed?" "I called him too. He said I shouldn't worry and that he's not in the country, so we'll discuss it when he returns." "Not in the country? Where did he go?" "I don't know, I didn't dare ask." "Call his assistant and find out his itinerary immediately." The sales manager called the assistant right in front of Gwendolyn, quickly discovering he had left for Switzerland. Switzerland? Why would he give away his business to a Swiss company? Gwendolyn had an uneasy feeling. "I understand, I will handle it. You can go now." She then called Robert, who was still searching for Jorge. Ever since finding his coat in the river, they had been conducting a thorough search, investigating every building near the riverbanks, going door to door into the town. Given Jorge's height and being a foreigner, people would remember seeing him if he had appeared. But weeks had passed without much progress. Thinking Gwendolyn might be calling to inquire about progress, Robert felt the pressure. "President Chu." Gwendolyn's tone was serious. "Bohan Mohammed has landed in Switzerland. He'll be touching down in 2 hours. Go to the airport immediately and keep an eye on him. We need to split up. One group will continue looking for Jorge, while the other tracks Bohan Mohammed. We mustn't lose sight of him." Understanding the severity, Robert was about to hang up when Gwendolyn suddenly added. "Wait. I'm going to Switzerland as well. Send me your flight information later, you'll pick me up." Robert hesitated. "President Chu. Don't try to stop me. I've wanted to go. I feel that Jorge is somewhere waiting for me to find him. It's been over 2 months, I can't wait any longer. I have to bring him back personally." Upon landing, Bohan Mohammed successfully met with Camilla's husband. "Where is he? You said you would track him for me according to our agreement. Where is he now?" Camilla's husband felt a bit guilty. He feared Jorge might harm Camilla and urged them to stop working together. To his surprise, Camilla quickly broke ties with Jorge. After threatening Bohan Mohammed, he attempted to trace Jorge but couldn't find him. Without ID, Jorge couldn't be traced through housing records, and he had no cell phone. Even though Switzerland wasn't as densely populated as Fabiancheng, it still had over 2 million residents. Finding one person among 2 million was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He promised to get Camilla's help in finding him, but first, he needed to calm Bohan Mohammed down. "He's here, don't worry. He's working with my wife. You can't meet him yet." "What's going on? Why is he working with your wife?" The man recounted how Jorge met Camilla, and Bohan Mohammed nearly fell out of his chair. That damned Jorge. How did he survive? Not only did someone rescue him, but he was now starting a business in Switzerland. Those incompetent fools took money but didn't do their job properly. They even recorded a video of throwing him into the lake. Thankfully, he lost his memory. After dealing with Jorge, he'd settle accounts with those incompetent ones. Chapter 365, so familiar a voice. Why can't we go find him now? How long do I have to wait? Bohan too was impatient. If Jorge returned to Fabiancheng, even without his memories, it would be like setting a tiger free from its cage. He had come all this way to personally ensure he was finished off once and for all. Every extra minute was a risk. The man couldn't guarantee the timing and could only pacify him. I can't say exactly. My wife is organizing a fashion show, and it depends on how the event goes. My wife is timid, as are her parents, and with over 1,000 people gathered there, you mustn't think of causing any trouble. Any incident would be beyond your control. Indeed, a place teeming with 1,000 people at a fashion show made it impossible to act. Bohan too could only wait. Hurry up, bring him to me as soon as the event ends. That's understood. Since we still have some time to wait, why don't we enjoy ourselves? Mr. Mohammed, you've been traveling tirelessly, let's have a meal together. We can celebrate your victory in advance and discuss future collaborations. Bohan too went with him to the hotel. During dinner, Thornton offered many toasts, and after being awake for hours on the plane, Bohan too gradually fell into a deep sleep. He woke up at noon the next day. The man asked Camilla if they had found Jorge yet, but she didn't respond enthusiastically. She was too busy with her own work to look for anyone. I don't know where he lives or have his phone number. Where am I supposed to find him? Besides, didn't you think something was wrong with him? Why bother finding him? Rest assured, it's not about trouble. I'm short an assistant and thought he might be suitable for the role with his quick wit. But Camilla was preoccupied with her own affairs. Sorry, I can't help. If you really want to find him, figure it out yourself. She then resumed her work. On Robert's side, he successfully picked up Gwendolyn. On the way back to the hotel, he recounted the evidence collected and the frustrating experiences over the past few weeks. Each time it seems the clouds part, but when we act, we always fall short. I've checked every household, General Chu, how come? Gwendolyn consoled him, don't worry. We've waited 2 months, no need to rush. Let's start again from scratch if necessary. With more people, we might catch something overlooked. Starting tomorrow, we'll investigate together. If nothing comes up, we'll regroup. Though General Chu was a woman, she exuded a strong sense of stability. With her around, Robert felt much more reassured. Arriving at the hotel, Robert told Gwendolyn to rest, but how could she sleep? I want to take a walk, calm down, and think. No need to follow me. I'll tell you when I need you. She walked out of the hotel, heading left by instinct. Street by street, traffic light by traffic light, she wandered deeper into more remote areas until she reached a riverside. Along the river were many willow trees, their branches swaying gracefully under the golden sunlight and gentle breeze, a feast for the eyes. How long had it been since Gwendolyn enjoyed the scenery? She couldn't resist walking toward the willows. Suddenly, she heard lively chatter. Turning around, she saw a cafe about 40 to 50 meters from the riverbank. To be precise, it was a Chinese-owned milk tea shop. Its architecture was European, and the sign read XX Cafe in English. However, the entire facade and advertisements were distinctly Chinese-styled. The ads featured images, with the names, ingredients, and benefits of the milk teas written in English, followed by explanations in Chinese. It might seem insignificant on the streets of Fabiancheng, but here in a foreign country, such advertisements were indeed eye-catching. Not only were the tables under the umbrellas filled with diners, but there was also a long queue at the counter. Many people took photos with the unique ad boards, while others posed with the staff behind the counter, making it a trendy hotspot. Gwendolyn wasn't interested in internet-famous places, so she continued her stroll along the river and under the shade of the trees, unaware of how much time had passed until dusk began to fall and the streetlights lit up. Realizing it would be too late to return and Robert might worry, she slowly made her way back. After walking for a long time, feeling tired and thirsty, she noticed the popular cafe was nearly empty as she passed by again. She decided to go in. Peering into the counter, she understood why so many people took pictures. Behind the counter sat a very slender but extremely cute Chinese girl with tan skin, large expressive eyes, a simple bun hairstyle, and a neat apron. Her presence was strikingly elegant, making Gwendolyn pause in admiration. Hello. Gwendolyn spoke directly in Chinese. Can I order a drink? Hearing familiar Chinese, Ainsley, who had been exhausted and sitting, stood up immediately and peered outside. A tall, slender young woman stood there, unmistakably Chinese. She had black, flowing hair cascading down her shoulders, wearing a white linen dress. Despite no makeup or accessories, her features were stunningly three-dimensional and her skin was clear and radiant. The evening sunlight cast a glow on her, making her look ethereal like a goddess from a TV drama. Perhaps it was due to not seeing many other Chinese faces besides themselves, or perhaps Gwendolyn's beauty was simply mesmerizing. Ainsley stared speechlessly for several seconds before managing to greet her awkwardly. Then, apologizing, she added. Sorry, my Chinese isn't great. Do you speak English? Gwendolyn nodded, though her English wasn't perfect either, lacking overseas education. While she excelled academically from childhood, her practical usage of English was limited. Yes, but not very well. Can you understand me? Sure. You're so beautiful. Perhaps everyone has a soft spot for beauty. Ainsley, usually quiet, felt compelled to compliment Gwendolyn's approachable charm. Are you here for tourism? Your first visit to Regua? Facing the curious inquiry from the adorable girl, Gwendolyn smiled kindly and praised her. Yes. Your business seems very successful. The concept of medicinal milk tea is quite unique. Ainsley acknowledged, it's my brother's idea. It's good for health. Which one do you want to try? Gwendolyn wasn't sure. Any recommendation? How about this one, which boosts blood and qi? Sorry, we just sold out of everything and need to prepare it fresh. Can you wait 2 minutes? Ainsley turned to report the order to Jorge in the back. Jorge replied, got you. Those 2 simple words sent shivers down Gwendolyn's spine. How so familiar this voice seemed. Was she imagining things? This translation maintains the structure and style of the original text, ensuring the story remains coherent and natural in English. Chapter 366, You Ungrateful Man. Gwendolyn hurriedly stepped forward, tiptoeing to peer inside the store. Unfortunately, the sound had come from the kitchen, and she could see nothing. Suddenly, she remembered Robert and the team of lawyers at the hotel. Forgetting that I still have my buddies, give me 5 cups. Jennifer turned back and shouted to Jorge, Damien, another 5 cups. This time, Jorge didn't understand her order. Pulling aside the curtain, he showed half his face. Sorry, let me confirm. Was the earlier cup part of this order? So is it a total of 5 or 6 cups? Jennifer also didn't fully understand Gwendolyn's meaning and quickly asked her again. Sorry, are there a total of 5 or 6 cups? Gwendolyn's attention wasn't on the number of drinks, she had clearly heard Jorge's voice. She was certain, it was Jorge's voice. She had found him. From this angle, she couldn't see Jorge's face, so she rushed into the shop. Jennifer was stunned for a moment. In an instant, Gwendolyn entered the shop and headed straight for behind the counter. Jennifer tried to stop her but was pushed aside by Gwendolyn, who walked directly to Jorge and stared fixedly at his face. It was him. It was Jorge whom she had been thinking about night and day for over 2 months. He had left her and their daughter, abandoned the whole company, and she thought he must have encountered insurmountable difficulties, trapped abroad and unable to return. But here he was, completely fine, not only unharmed but even opening a shop and doing very well. Gwendolyn had hoped he was okay and wished he was thriving, but seeing him working in tandem with Jennifer, him in the kitchen, her at the counter, they were so in sync that she was shocked and heartbroken with jealousy. She couldn't believe Jorge had betrayed her again. So you're here. No wonder everyone can't find you, you're here. Jorge was startled by the sudden appearance of this woman and her intense gaze and tone. This woman was very young and very beautiful, and it seemed like she knew him. Do we know each other? What? They didn't know each other? Shouldn't they? Clearly, his appearance and voice hadn't changed at all. Oh no, he looked even paler and thinner. But how could he say he didn't recognize her? What do you mean? Jorge, running out of tricks? Pretending not to know me? Did my sudden appearance disrupt your explanation to her? Scared that you can't recognize me anymore? Gwendolyn was breaking down. She had searched for him for so long, shouldering immense pressure at the company. For him, she had even left the company and her daughter to travel across the ocean to find him, only for him to act as if he didn't recognize her. Is it possible you just look like him, and you've mistaken me for someone else? Actually, Jorge questioned his identity every day and desperately wanted to know who he was. But life demanded he earn money first. Now, someone suddenly appeared saying they recognized him, which secretly delighted him, as he wanted to resolve his doubts too. However, he couldn't make rash claims. He cautiously asked Gwendolyn. Or do you have any solid proof that you know who I am? Do I need proof to prove who you are? Even if you turn to ashes, I would still recognize you. Suddenly agitated, Gwendolyn noticed the same apron on Jorge as Jennifer wore and reached out to tear it off. What is this? Take it off. Pretending what? Didn't you say you loved only me and would love me forever? Didn't you say you'd be Tingting's loving father and always keep her happy? What the hell are you doing now? She was enraged beyond reason, swearing uncontrollably in her fury. Seeing her anger, Jorge stood still, letting Gwendolyn tear off his apron. Then she moved to take off his shirt. Which inch of your skin haven't I seen? Which part haven't I touched? Still pretending. I don't believe there's anyone who looks exactly like you. Take it off and let me see. Realizing something was off, Jennifer rushed over. What are you doing? Just talk. Why are you cursing and undressing him? Not your business. Get lost. I'll deal with you later. Gwendolyn pushed her aside. Since Jorge didn't dodge, she quickly ripped off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. Even the mole's position remained unchanged, identical to before. Still pretending. But Gwendolyn also noticed many scars on his body, fresh marks indicating recent injuries. Her heart ached as she was about to ask more. How did you get these scars? Where did they come from? Completely unfazed by Gwendolyn's accusations and roughness, Jorge watched her closely. So, you're sure I'm the person you know? I'm your husband, and we have a daughter? Tears fell from Gwendolyn's eyes. What's wrong with you? Jorge, do you really not recognize me? Are you really not pretending? What happened to you? Before Jorge could answer, Jennifer, who had been pushed aside, spoke coldly. He lost his memory. I found him injured on the road. He stayed in our basement for over a month recovering. I couldn't afford treatment for him, so his wounds healed on their own. Maybe fever damaged his brain. His leg injuries were worse. What? Lost his memory? Found on the road? Worse leg injuries? Gwendolyn felt even more distressed. Take off your pants, let me see. Grabbing his buttons, she started to undo them. Jorge quickly covered himself. Wait. Wait. This is a public place. Do you really want to see? Public place or not, we're not divorced yet. Thinking of Jennifer behind her, Gwendolyn pushed Jorge into the kitchen. Covering up what? You used to wish I'd do this to you. Hurry up, take them off. Despite being a sudden stranger, he felt embarrassed under her scrutiny. But she was fierce, and tears streamed down her face. For some reason, Jorge softened. Gwendolyn saw the skin from his thigh to calf, burned as if by hot water, peeling and scarred. You really remember nothing? Not even these injuries? Gwendolyn circled around him, examining him from all angles, making Jorge blush deeply. I really remember nothing. Heartbroken yet angry, Gwendolyn couldn't help pinching him hard on the waist. So you freely got close to others and opened a couple's shop? You wouldn't have. She seemed frail and angelic but had such a violent temper and hit people. Jorge winced from the pinch. I haven't gotten close to anyone, nor opened a couple's shop. This is my sister. Talk without hitting, please. I'm exhausted every day, everything hurts. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 367, So You Were Here All Along. Ainsley couldn't help but pull aside the curtain and follow after hearing Jorge mention being beaten. What are you doing? She hadn't expected him to be so undressed, but she had seen it before, so Ainsley stayed, looking at Gwendolyn with dissatisfaction. Luckily there are no customers now, otherwise how would it look? Is this really your husband? Did you see clearly? Just look, don't keep hitting him. His injuries were just starting to heal. Initially, Gwendolyn thought Brenna was cute and smart, even quite likable, but now she found her annoying. I saw clearly, he's my husband. Don't think that because he lost his memory, he's not mine anymore. Even though you saved him, he isn't your man. I can hit or scold my own husband as I please, none of your business. Ainsley, Damien, did you remember? She's really your wife? She's too aggressive. Jorge turned around, picked up his pants and put them on, then spoke to Ainsley. Okay, we've made enough revenue today, no need to work overtime. Go back and take care of Amina first. I'll talk to her. Their store had only been in operation for one day, and Ainsley placed all her hopes on Jorge. She was afraid he might leave her behind. Aren't you going with her? Of course not. I'll come back to you and Amina later. I never lie to you, don't you trust me? Ainsley looked at Gwendolyn doubtfully again, then removed her apron and left. Just as she reached the door, she heard another cry of pain from the kitchen. I told you I'm sore everywhere, why do you keep hitting me? There's nothing much between us. Nothing? You never used to even glance at other women. Look at how you stared at her just now. If there wasn't anything before, doesn't mean there won't be anything in the future. Jorge, are you falling for her? Ainsley. Jorge's ear was fiercely tugged by Gwendolyn, making him turn his head to the side. Are you sure we're married? Could I have run away to Ruegua just to avoid you? Why are you so aggressive? Can you let go and talk nicely? Gwendolyn released him angrily. Jorge rubbed his ear, sat on a chair, and resumed his usual demeanor. What's your name? Gwendolyn felt her chest ache with anger. You can't even remember my name? And you say you'll love me forever. Really? Angry again, she wanted to hit him, but Jorge caught her wrist. I don't want to be like this either, I'm dealing with brain damage here. More hits will only make it worse. Don't give me that English show. Speak Jiangxing dialect. Don't you feel any familiarity when you see me? Gwendolyn switched to Jiangxing dialect, which Jorge found familiar. Gwendolyn had appeared suddenly, appearing young and beautiful, but now, holding her hand, and seeing her pleading eyes looking down at him, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Most importantly, his heart raced. Although Ainsley was a woman who had been with him for over 2 months, she was like a child, radiating only weariness and innocence. No matter how close they got, he never felt moved. But she was different, full of feminine charm, soft hands, and fragrant. Though she was fierce when she scolded and hit, it wasn't unpleasant, almost endearing, and he could accept it. Realizing he had feelings for her, Jorge felt embarrassed, turning away and releasing her hand. But Gwendolyn quickly stepped in front of him, plopping onto his lap. Perhaps too angry, too excited, too delighted. Actions and words that previously Jorge couldn't imagine, now felt natural to her. She wrapped her arms around his neck, forcefully turning his head. Look at me when we're talking, don't hide. I was only 24 when I gave birth to our incredibly cute daughter. Am I the best in the world? Jorge? She's 24. Had a kid at 24? So. You're about to be 30. Old bull chasing young grass. How old is our daughter? 4. Jorge was shocked. So you've been with me since you were 20? Am I such a bad person? Finding such a young wife. Gwendolyn gritted her teeth. Yes. You took advantage of me so much and abandoned us while playing hide and seek. You're despicable. Jorge. So close, skin to skin, with Gwendolyn's big watery eyes and rosy lips right in front of him, Jorge felt uncomfortable, his body tense and thirsty. Let me drink some water. Gwendolyn held his neck with one hand and pinched his chin with the other, scrutinizing his expression closely. She sensed that Jorge felt something for her. What are you doing? Do you want to kiss me? Jorge's ears turned red instantly. I said I wanted to drink water. Don't lie, you want to kiss me. Jorge. Seeing Gwendolyn's determined look, wanting to kiss him, he couldn't resist teasing her. So, can I? Gwendolyn bit his ear. Humph. Your mind lost its memory, but your body remembers well. They couldn't continue, it felt like things were getting out of control. Jorge turned his head to the side again. You should double-check if I'm really your husband. What if you're wrong? Don't worry, I'll verify carefully. Come with me. Saying that, Gwendolyn stood up from his lap and pulled him towards the door. Confused, Jorge asked, where are we going? To confirm identity. Wait, my shop's gate hasn't been closed yet. While Jorge tidied up the tables, umbrellas, and shut off the electricity, Gwendolyn called Robert, ordering him to arrive within 5 minutes. Just as Jorge finished locking up, Robert arrived. Pushing the car door open, Robert approached Gwendolyn, not managing to ask why she urgently summoned him, when he saw Jorge turning around. Knees buckling, Robert nearly fell to his knees. Am I seeing things? Bronson Chu, is this Bronson Mohammed? This. They searched so long for Bronson Mohammed, who Gwendolyn found so easily and so close. He had lost weight, still wearing cheap t-shirts and pants, living through hard times, though his appearance and aura remained unchanged. Robert felt incredibly guilty, unable to finish his sentence, hugging Jorge tightly and bursting into tears. Bronson Mohammed, we've been searching for you. Wah. We searched the whole country for you, where were you hiding? I miss you so much, Wah. Why are you so thin? Have you suffered a lot? It's my fault, forgive me, Wah. I'm sorry. Crying so much, Jorge was speechless. Why were the people he knew so emotionally unstable? Translation maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks to ensure continuity and readability. Chapter 368, Brant Lightning and Sparks. Robert had soaked Jorge's clothes with his tears, still unable to hide his excitement. Jorge had no choice but to pinch his chin and lift his face up. Are you so sure I'm the Mohammed president you know? Robert cried out again. President Mohammed. I know I didn't do a good job and made you angry. But you can't say things like that. You can't abandon me or fire me. I've been following you since graduation, for so many years now. Although you sometimes have a bad temper and it wasn't very freeing working under you, you become part of my life. It's been really uncomfortable without you lately. I won't complain anymore in the future, even if I spend all my energy on work 24 hours a day, I have no regrets. Please don't say such things to scare me. Jorge was speechless. Was this guy criticizing or complimenting him? Okay, what does it look like for a grown man to cry like this? Jorge patted his shoulder and looked at Gwendolyn. Do you have old photos? Let me see them. Of course, follow me. Robert drove while Jorge and Gwendolyn sat in the back seat. Even though she kept saying he was her husband, Jorge felt they were still not familiar enough and did not want to sit too close to her, sitting next to the door instead. However, Gwendolyn moved over to him, grabbed his hand, and began to study it closely. His hands were still as long and soft as before, without any calluses. Looks like he hadn't suffered much, which was comforting. When Jorge used to grab her or hold her hand, Gwendolyn always thought he had ulterior motives and wanted to avoid him. But today, holding his hand felt so comfortable. Jorge watched helplessly as Gwendolyn turned his hand over and placed it on her leg, intertwining their fingers. She rested her head on his shoulder, making him almost die from the torture. Such a young and beautiful girl, fragrant and soft, willingly coming to him. They soon arrived at the hotel. Gwendolyn told Robert not to spread the news yet and pulled Jorge into her room. Jorge thought she would keep her word and show him the old photos. But after closing the door, Gwendolyn started pulling at his clothes again. Didn't they just check in the store? Why are we checking again? He instinctively tried to block her. Gwendolyn slapped his hand away. What are you doing? Who are you protecting? Jorge sighed, didn't we already see everything? Gwendolyn pouted, I hate seeing you in these clothes. Did she buy them for you? They're awful. Take them off and throw them away. Gwendolyn quickly ripped off his shirt and pants. Jorge protested, I need to go back later. How can I leave like this? A mighty president of Mohammed Corporation worries about having no clothes? Strip when I tell you to. Soon, only his underwear remained. Seeing Gwendolyn staring at him, Jorge's ears turned red. You're not going to throw this away too, right? That nasty style clearly wasn't chosen by you. I absolutely can't let you keep it. Take it off. But, wait a moment. Even if we are married, in my mind, we just met. Isn't this a bit? Gwendolyn ignored him and finished undressing him. Jorge couldn't hide his embarrassment. There were some reactions he couldn't control. Afraid Gwendolyn would call him a pervert, he said, I didn't initiate this, you did. Don't blame me. Gwendolyn didn't blame him but stared intensely at him. Nothing happened between you and her, right? You mean Ainsley? She's still a kid to me. If she's a kid to you, is she a kid to herself? She's a child who doesn't understand anything. What else could she see me as besides an older brother? Gwendolyn felt relieved and suddenly held on to her special little treasure. Come inside. Jorge felt dizzy. This woman, she must be a demon. Gwendolyn dragged him into the bathroom and pushed him under the shower, unfastening the ties of her dress while staring intently at him. Jorge felt blood rush to his head. He looked away. What are you doing? Exercising my rights as Minerva. Wasn't this what you once loved the most? I want you to remember me. Jorge, I can't believe you completely forgot me. In a daze, Gwendolyn repeatedly whispered his name. Listening to her tender voice and smelling her sweet scent, Jorge felt like he was gradually remembering her. Robert, excited and unable to sleep, repeatedly considered knocking on the door to chat with President Mohammed, asking what happened during the past 2 months and whether they needed dinner. But he dared not. After such a long time apart, it was obvious President Mohammed and President Chu had some intense moments. He wondered if there were enough umbrellas in the room. Lost in his thoughts, Robert barely fell asleep around 1 a.m. Just as he closed his eyes, his phone rang. It was Gwendolyn. Bring over 2 sets of clothes. Do you have new underwear? Bring a couple. Robert instantly sat up from bed. He knew President Mohammed and President Chu had reconciled. Yay! He quickly gathered the clothes and knocked on the door. Gwendolyn answered. Though wrapped in a bathrobe, her damp hair, flushed cheeks, and hoarse voice clearly revealed what had just happened. Robert struggled to suppress a smile. President Chu, where's President Mohammed? I'll be going out with him shortly. Give me the car keys. So late, where are you heading? He made a friend here who saved his life. We should at least say goodbye. Do you have cash on you? Robert hurriedly replied, yes, but not much. How much do you need? Since it's his savior, we should give more. But large sums aren't convenient at night. Prepare it tomorrow. For now, give me a few 10,000s to suit them. I only have 20,000 yuan. But I can gather more from others. No need, 20,000 should be enough. Got it. I'll get it for you now. As Robert was about to leave, Gwendolyn called him back. Do you have any food? Is President Mohammed hungry? Understanding, Robert nodded. Hours had passed, President Mohammed must be exhausted. Yes, but it's cold now. I'll ask someone to prepare fresh food. That's unnecessary. Any quick snack will do. Get it now. Robert handed over the clothes to Gwendolyn and happily returned to his room. After fetching money and food, he ran back joyfully. However, the door was locked. He called out twice, and after several seconds, Gwendolyn's trembling voice asked him to leave. We're busy now, you don't need to come tonight. Note, the passage has been edited for appropriate content and tone while maintaining the core narrative and emotional intensity of the original text. Chapter 369, Still Blushing. Robert handed the clothes to Gwendolyn and ran back to get more things. Gwendolyn closed the door and sat on the sofa. Soon, Jorge emerged, wiping water droplets from his short hair. Though both were wrapped in bathrobes, the moments they had just experienced seemed vividly present. When their eyes met, they both shyly averted their gazes. Gwendolyn hadn't expected that Jorge could still blush like this. She truly enjoyed seeing him in this state of desire and shyness. After averting her gaze for a few seconds, she struggled to regain her composure and looked at him with a mature and commanding gaze. I've brought you 2 new outfits. Come over and change. Jorge had already told her about Ainsley's Viviana's health issues and how he was now familiar enough with her so that if he didn't go home, she would worry. Gwendolyn had offered to drive him back, so he needed to wear these clothes. Upon hearing this, he obediently walked over, turned around, and took off his bathrobe, slipping into a white shirt. The poised manner in which he dressed, along with the noble aura that matched his attire, instantly returned. Why are you hiding? Turn around so I can see if it fits. Jorge. Reluctantly, he turned around. Gwendolyn watched as his slender fingers buttoned 1 button, then 2, 3. The well-fitted suit trousers complemented the shirt, and as he deftly fastened the pants button, her mind went blank again. The familiar Jorge who had dressed countless times in front of her was back. Why hadn't she noticed how incredibly handsome and sexy his actions were before? Gwendolyn's heart pounded uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but say, Ainsworth. Jorge's hand trembled, and the button slipped out. He finally understood why he married her. His wife not only captivated him but also drew him in completely. Every word touched his heart, and every glance controlled him effortlessly. Unable to resist, Jorge looked at Gwendolyn. She leaned against the sofa, her cheeks flushed, clearly embarrassed but gathering courage to speak. Amy has been wanting a little brother or sister for a long time. I was immature before. Would you consider having another child with me? Despite the several encounters earlier, Jorge felt blood rushing to his head upon hearing this. Weren't you just saying? That was then, this is now. Don't you want to have a child with me? How could he not? His Adam's apple bobbed. He knew she didn't realize how irresistible she was to men. But I won't cry anymore, okay? Gwendolyn and Jorge spent the night awake, and Robert did too. Strangely, the next morning, all three were full of energy. Seeing Jorge wearing his own clothes, his spirit and demeanor unchanged, even more mature than before, Robert felt genuinely happy. Jorge is really back. I'm so happy. Let's share this joy with everyone, Miss Chu, when can I tell them? As dawn approached, Gwendolyn explained Jorge's past personality traits, job responsibilities, the development history of the entire Mohammed group, its internal structure, and the reason for his accident. Bohan too was likely to visit soon, and they were prepared to handle it. Let's gather everyone now and hold a meeting. We'll need some help later. When summoned, Gwendolyn kept Jorge's memory loss hidden, only mentioning that he was saved by a girl and opened a bubble tea shop to repay her favor, needing people to work there temporarily. She said she and Jorge hadn't seen each other for a while and wanted to go on a date. Everyone was delighted and understood, fully supporting their date plans. Everyone happily headed to the tea shop, with Robert communicating with Ainsley. Hearing that she had saved a big CEO and these people were his lawyers, Ainsley was speechless. Has he already left? Didn't he say he'd come back to see me and my mom, and wouldn't leave me alone forever? Robert explained, he didn't leave, he just went on a date with his wife. Aren't we all here now? Don't worry, Jorge won't abandon you. If you want to stay in Roy country, he'll buy you a house and a car, invest in a store, and give you ample funds for you and your mom to live comfortably. If you want to return to China, he will help you with the documents, though it might take some time. The possibility of returning home was now within reach, yet Ainsley found herself conflicted. Her childhood home seemed distant and unfamiliar now. What would she do returning there as a child, leaving her father and taking care of her mentally unstable Viviana? But staying here meant being isolated. Why aren't you speaking? Haven't decided yet? No problem, take your time. While there are few customers now, let me learn how to prepare the teas. We'll talk in the back room. Robert communicated warmly, and Ainsley felt comfortable talking to him. Meanwhile, after a brief meeting and breakfast, Jorge was dragged by Gwendolyn onto the street. They visited famous landmarks, showing affection wherever they went. Soon, news came from Camilla's husband's operatives. Aiden, is this the person you're looking for? We saw him at a certain plaza. By then, Bohan too had recovered from jet lag and drunkenness, asking for the person urgently. The man quickly showed him a photo. Seeing it, Bohan too thought, isn't this Gwendolyn? Why would he be with her? This is your concern. I've given you the location. As for what happened, I'm not aware. Mr. Mohammed, our cooperation ends here. Go attend to your business. Wait. Although Bohan too arrived, he didn't bring any backup. To eliminate Jorge, he needed help from others. The man seized the opportunity for further blackmail. To eliminate Jorge, Bohan too was willing to pay whatever it took. Quickly, hired operatives approached Jorge and Gwendolyn. Knowing they were here to lure them out, how could they not feel their approach? Gwendolyn, holding Jorge's arm, complained while walking. I thought Bohan too would take his time and act cautiously, but it seems he couldn't wait once we stepped out. Truly your loving Ricardo, wishing for your death. Jorge. But we can't let them succeed today. We're not ready. Let's slip away first and plan thoroughly. We'll alert the police later. Chapter 370, let's continue sleeping. After being harassed, they couldn't stroll around anymore. Gwendolyn and Jorge could only return to the hotel. Things were fine outside, but once back in the confined space, they couldn't help but be drawn to each other again. Since they had nothing much else to do, they might as well continue sleeping. Gwendolyn found that she had changed, really changed. Why hadn't she noticed how good Jorge smelled or how charming he was before? Now she felt an insatiable craving for him. Without eating or drinking, they stayed cozy together until Robert and the others came back from work, when Gwendolyn announced her plan. They had already coordinated with the local police. After a good night's rest, she and Jorge took to the streets again the next day. Having been under surveillance for a full 20 hours, upon seeing them come out, the watchers were quite anxious. At an intersection, they hastily kidnapped both of them into a minivan. Both had bags placed over their heads and were driven away to a remote place. After an unknown duration of bumpy travel, they were pushed out of the vehicle and finally heard a familiar voice, Bohan too. Take the bags off their heads. The scene brightened in front of them, revealing an abandoned house. Bohun too sat in the center of the room, surrounded by several tall bodyguards. With an air of inevitability, Bohun too sneered at them. Long time no see. Gwendolyn, you run pretty fast. I didn't expect you'd secretly reunite with your husband. This is actually convenient, it saves me the trouble of dealing with you separately. By resolving you both here, you'll have company on the road to hell, and I'll consider this a favor done. Gwendolyn pretended to be afraid and asked what was going on. Bohun too, Ainsworth is still your nephew. What are you planning? My nephew? If you hadn't reminded me, I almost forgot that there's a nephew who can drive his Ricardo to death. If he hadn't left me no choice first, would I go through all this trouble? Jorge, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they do, I must retaliate. Isn't that right? Jorge had no clear memory of Bohun too now. But looking at his expression and hearing his words filled him with disdain. I don't know what I did to you before. I was just attacked recently and lost my memory. If you hate me so much, it seems the attack was arranged by you. Don't remember anything? Ha. I spent so much money from afar to arrange this meticulously, and all I get is this minor loss from you? At this point, Bohun too revealed everything. Yes, I arranged it. So what? I've disliked you for long. Originally, this could have been avoided last time, but let's cut to the chase. Today is your deadline. Jorge, I believe your Father in heaven has seen all your deeds clearly and would understand me. As long as you don't resist, I will ensure you both pass peacefully. Compared to what you've done, I'm quite merciful, aren't I? Gwendolyn pretended to be nervous and clung to Jorge's arm. Bohun too, we made a mistake, okay? If you let us go, we won't meddle in your affairs anymore. Can we work together to manage the Mohammed Corporation properly instead of doing things to extremes? Now you're scared? Too late. Look at Thornton beside you, he doesn't care about your life at all and shows no remorse. You chose such a scumbag, blame yourself for not having eyes. Finishing, Bohun too waved at the surrounding men, who all encircled them, each wielding an iron bar and towering over them. Jorge showed no sign of panic, his gaze turning cold. Whatever you say or do before I act still leaves room for redemption. Once I start, there's no turning back. Are you sure you want to take this step? Facing imminent death, he's still so defiant. Bohun too didn't believe he could fight all these men alone. No nonsense. If I let you go today, I'm your son. Why are you hesitating? Attack. Following Bohun too's command, everyone swung their iron bars at them. Jorge pulled Gwendolyn close, lifting his arms and legs to fend them off. Robert and the legal team watched from outside with the police, rushing in as soon as they heard the commotion. During the scuffle, everyone got surrounded. Bohun too didn't expect Jorge to have prepared everything beforehand. He tried to escape, but professionals far outmatched the amateur attackers, quickly subduing them all. Robert rushed over to check on Jorge and Gwendolyn. Mr. Mohammed, Miss Chu, are you all right? Gwendolyn, held protectively by one arm of Jorge, was unharmed, but he had been struck several times. The blows landed on his back, arms, and the back of his head. In the heat of the fight, he didn't feel the pain, but now, asked by Robert, it hit him. However, Jorge wasn't the type to complain about pain. He shook his head, saying he was fine. But blood trickled down his back from the wound on his head. Feeling dizzy, Jorge stumbled, and Gwendolyn and Robert caught him. Ainsworth. Mr. Mohammed. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're bleeding. Your head is injured. Gwendolyn was terrified. His wounds were just healing, and if something happened again. Call an ambulance immediately, take him to the hospital, hurry. Despite timely medical attention, Jorge still fell into a coma. He had a significant head injury. After stitching up the wound, the doctors temporarily moved him to the intensive care unit. Gwendolyn and Robert stood outside the ward, watching through the glass as the once lively and vibrant man lay unconscious and pale. They were filled with concern and anxiety. Reflecting on the past couple of days, Gwendolyn regretted every decision she had made. He had already gone through so much, why did she torment him, clinging to him passionately? Seeing how thin he was, she wondered, do people only cherish what they're about to lose? Gwendolyn and Robert kept vigil outside the ward all night. Thankfully, Jorge's condition stabilized, and he was finally moved out of ICU. Robert, you should go rest. I'll stay with him. Robert was reluctant to leave. You haven't rested for so long. It will affect your health. Chu, you go back and rest, I'll stay with him. They argued back and forth until they decided to both stay. Chu, I'll go buy some food. Stay here with him, I'll be back soon. Taking advantage of Jorge's unconsciousness, Robert went out to get food. Gwendolyn lay by the bed, holding Jorge's hand, tears silently streaming down her face as she gazed at his pale, emaciated features. Unknown moments later, Jorge's fingers twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 371, Have a Brant little Damien or sister. Ainsworth, you're awake? Sensing his movement, Gwendolyn didn't have time to wipe her tears and immediately got up to kneel in front of him. How do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? Tell me, and I'll call the doctor right away. You've suffered. I'm sorry for what happened these past few days. Sniffle, sniffle. I shouldn't have caused you trouble. I shouldn't have argued with you. Although you were away from me for more than 2 months, it wasn't on purpose. I know you never forgot me. You always had me and Ollie in your heart. I shouldn't have. Focus on recovering. I won't touch you anymore, and I promise never to punish you in that extreme way again to make you remember me faster. We have plenty of time ahead, and as long as you're fine, even if you never remember the past, it's okay. I was wrong. Sniffle, sniffle. Are you secretly hating me? Jorge looked at Gwendolyn, whose face was tear-streaked but filled with concern for him, and felt an immense sense of contentment. Suddenly, all his memories came flooding back. Everything before he left Roy Country and recent events rushed back into his mind. He originally worried that hiding the news about his Viviana's passing would enrage Gwendolyn, forcing him to work hard to win her back. But after this incident with his Ricardo, not only did Gwendolyn forgive him, she also apologized. Jorge felt satisfied and decided to playfully tease her. I'm feeling much better. Don't cry. What you just said, is it true? Even if I never remember you, you won't be mad at me anymore? Gwendolyn nodded frantically. No, I won't be. As long as you're fine and safe by my side, I won't be angry with you. Jorge, you mentioned I did something terrible and upset you while in the country. Are you forgiving me for that too? Not forgiving. Nothing to forgive. You had your reasons and your standpoints, which I can understand. It was just sometimes being stubborn. So, what did you mean by using a perverted way to make you remember me? Gwendolyn. Wasn't the point not to bring this up? The important thing was that she really wasn't angry and didn't want to argue anymore. But seeing his pale face, full of confusion, she explained. About what happened these past 2 days in the hotel. I went a bit too far. Look how skinny you've become. I won't overdo it again. Not at all. Jorge thought she hadn't been too extreme. On the contrary, he loved the past 2 days Gwendolyn. Compared to her usual hesitance and his constant restraint, those days were perfectly harmonious. I lost weight because I didn't eat well, simply out of hunger, nothing related to you. Didn't you say you wanted to have a baby with me? Don't you want that anymore? Gwendolyn, we can talk about it once you fully recover. In short, No, saying it like this makes it seem like I'm weak, which doesn't sit well with me. I accept your other apologies, but not this one. We must fulfill the wish for a child. Yours and mine. We should proceed, I'm ready. Just then, Robert returned. Seeing Jorge awake and able to converse with Gwendolyn, he was elated. After venting his concerns, Robert asked. What were you two talking about? Some wishes? Satisfaction? Mohammed sir, since you're not in the best condition, if there's anything you need done, just tell me. Please don't. Thank you for completing the sentence, Robert. Jorge covered his mouth. I'm fine. Go tell the doctor we're checking out. Mohammed sir. What? Not listening to me now? Familiar tone, familiar expression. Robert was instantly subdued. It seems Jorge was truly all right. With the doctor's approval, they returned to the hotel. Given the stitches in his wounds still hurting, upon returning to the hotel, besides eating, Jorge had to rest in bed. He let Gwendolyn lie beside him, but she hesitated. He was too sensitive, even a slight touch could trigger him. His current state definitely wouldn't allow it. Let's sleep separately. I'll still sleep next to you, but I won't touch your wounds, okay? Not okay. Jorge strongly offered his arm and insisted Gwendolyn pillow her head on his shoulder. After getting married, who sleeps separately? Gwendolyn felt like the Jorge who was strong and domineering was back after being hit on the head. She liked it. Whether it was the innocent, easily bullied version from the past few days or the present, dominant man, she liked them both. Dealing with his Ricardo and recuperating took another week. Jorge's wound was healed and stitches removed when he went to see Jennifer. A few days hadn't passed, yet Jennifer seemed whiter, slightly plumper. Robert bought her some new clothes, styled her hair, and she looked like a cute little princess now. Upon packing a milk tea order, Jennifer looked up and saw him, also very excited. Damien, you're back. I heard Robert mention you were injured the other day. I was worried. But seeing him neatly dressed, somewhat heavier than before, she realized her worries were unfounded. You look so handsome. Your clothes are lovely. You look so different. Jorge affectionately tousled her hair. No matter what, I'll always be your brother. Robert mentioned we're returning home, right? Have you thought about staying here or going with me? Jennifer loved this shop and found it hard to part. But if Jorge left, she doubted her ability to run it well. Jorge said, I understand your concerns. You don't need to worry. If you return with me to Fabiancheng and like this job, I'll open a new shop for you there. I'll find the best doctors for Amina and arrange the best residence for you, so you can be happy every day without worrying about anything else. You'll meet new friends and start a new life. No one will bully you again. Jorge understood her thoughts. Jennifer was persuaded. All right, I'll go with you. But before leaving, can you help Mora? She helped us a lot before, and I want to help her too. Of course, I already planned to gift the shop to Mora and help solve schooling issues for her children. After wrapping up everything in Roy country, they returned to Fabianching together. Gwendolyn initially thought memoryless Jorge might find Fabianching unfamiliar and uncomfortable, but he knew the way around. Back at the Mohammed family residence, he even went straight to their room without needing guidance. Only then did Gwendolyn notice something off. Jorge, did you fool me again? Did your brain recover? Did you remember everything? Otherwise, how? Jorge pulled her into the room, pressing her against the door. You promised not to get angry at me anymore. Not only is my brain better, but my body too. I want to continue having a baby with you. You. It's been so long, shouldn't we give Ollie a big gift? Come on, parents can't disappoint Ollie. Chapter 372, Don't think I don't know what you've been up to. After returning to the country, Jorge rested for a day and didn't rush to go back to work. On the second morning, he called Kian early. Since regaining his memory, besides Gwendolyn, Ollie, and his Viviana, he was most concerned about Kian. He had seen how deeply Jorge was affected by Mindy's departure and wasn't sure if Kian had moved on yet. However, after calling several times, Kian's phone was always off. Could it be that he has reverted to his dissolute lifestyle? Not even knowing his phone was out of power? He then called Carlo. When Carlo answered, he was overjoyed. Damn, you're finally back. Where have you been on a business trip for months? I missed you like crazy, do you know that? What kind of thing is this? We were all fine recently, but suddenly everyone started leaving me. Now I'm all alone every day, nearly going mad with boredom. You still remember to come back. Jorge didn't understand what he meant, so Carlo explained. Recently, old Fabian seemed to have lost his mind. He stopped managing the club and said he was going to travel to clear his mind. He left for so long without turning on his phone. Damn, I don't even know where he is or who he's with now. But don't worry, it's probably just the honeymoon phase. Bringing some woman to travel. Never seen someone so love-struck. As for Ebert, let's not even mention him. Suddenly he changed and got super close to that delivery girl. They are living together now, really well, can't even call them out anymore. I must get those two bastards back today and invite you to hang out. I'm really about to go crazy. Did Kian go traveling? For so long, without contacting anyone? Jorge hoped he was in love again, otherwise. Meanwhile, Ebert worked hard under Shauna's efforts, and she successfully enrolled in college. Although it wasn't one of the top universities, considering her educational background, getting into an undergraduate program was already quite an achievement. She had secured a place at the university, but it was still too early to report for enrollment. Happy as they were, Ebert decided to take her back to her hometown to bring her Grand Viviana, whom she cherished dearly. From now on, she would study while taking care of her Grand Viviana, making their lives better day by day. Choosing a sunny day, Ebert drove her home. Shauna's hometown was incredibly remote and far away. They spent more than 2 days driving on highways, then switched to county and rural roads, and spent hours navigating muddy paths before finally arriving at their destination. Shauna's home was in a small village with steep terrain and sparse population. Ebert parked the car in a flat area, and they walked back. Their sudden appearance caused quite a stir. Except during holidays, there were rarely any outsiders in the village, especially young urbanites like Ebert. Ebert was young and handsome, looking like a male celebrity from TV. It broadened everyone's horizons. Even Shauna, who had only worked outside for a few months, looked different from when she was in the village, fairer, younger, and more modern. It turned out that her cousin's rumors were true, she had indeed earned a lot of money working in the big city. Everyone chattered excitedly in a crowded room. After greeting everyone and sharing some snacks, the villagers reluctantly went back to their homes. Her Grand Viviana was visibly moved. Despite her poor eyesight and numerous ailments, she insisted on cooking dinner for them. Shauna didn't want her Grand Viviana to exert herself and took over the kitchen. After finishing dinner, they sat together to discuss bringing the Grand Viviana to the city. Shauna had 2 older brothers, aged 26 and 24. Though in the prime of their youth, due to limited education and years of farming, they looked much older and tanned. Their gazes toward Ebert were full of meaning, which he found unpleasant. In the empty living room, after Shauna proposed bringing the Grand Viviana to the city, her Hanson immediately objected. Have you bought a house in the city? You didn't send money back home after earning it but instead bought yourself a house. Now you want to take Grandma away, what do you intend? Having been suppressed by her brothers since childhood, Shauna was terrified of them. Glancing at her brother, she replied. How could I afford a house in just a few months? You don't know how expensive housing prices are in Fabianching. Maybe I'll never be able to buy one in my lifetime, but I can rent one. Erin has worked so hard to raise us and is full of illnesses now. I want to take her to the hospital and look after her in my spare time. Isn't that reasonable? Her Hanson growled, who will cook for us if Grandma leaves? Who will we consult if something happens? You can't afford a house. You're fooling who? You've changed since leaving. You promised to send money home after earning, but now? As your Ricardo said. Mentioning the Ricardo made Shauna change her expression, recalling that night. What did my Ricardo tell you? Don't ask what the Ricardo said, the Hanson replied vaguely. You're still my sister, so I won't say harsh things. No matter what you do outside, as long as you give us the money honestly, we won't blame you. But you can't take Grandma. Shauna was speechless. I am bringing Grandma to see a doctor. She is old, with poor eyesight and many injuries. Do you think I'm bringing her to earn money? Or that she can work in the city? Can't you cook yourselves? Enough nonsense. The Oscar stepped forward to support his Hanson. You came back empty-handed? Haven't you earned anything in these months? Shauna pointed to the pile of food on the ground. Is this not what I brought back? Who wants a bunch of cheap snacks? Us men never eat snacks, you should know. We're of age to get married, shouldn't you help us? Shauna knew their age was considered quite old locally, making marriage difficult. If they couldn't save enough for houses in town, they might end up bachelors forever. But why should she bear the blame when they did nothing themselves? She tried to control her emotions. I did bring money back, but not much. My earnings are limited, I need to use it for myself and for Grandma's medical expenses. Give it some time. In a few months, I will definitely send you money every month. Bang! The Oscar kicked the milk carton fiercely on the ground. Don't talk nonsense. Don't think I don't know how much you make a month. You just don't want to spend it on us. Talking about sending money next month, fooling who? Grantleyston here, unless you hand over all the money you've earned in these months, you won't sleep tonight. Chapter 373, Buried Under the Table. Pauline. Ebert had heard enough. Her Hanson and Oscar clearly saw Pauline only as a tool for making money, showing no trace of familial affection. Beyond money, they cared about nothing else. Unable to stand by and watch them bully Pauline any longer, he interjected. Exactly what did Bohan tell you? What did he say Pauline is doing outside and how much she earns per month? Second Damien, you're asking us? Who are you? Pauline, you brought a man home even before getting married. Aren't you utterly shameless? Are you so eager for everyone to know your indiscretions that you never want to get married in this life? Dream on. We're already looking for a family for you. If you don't send money back home obediently, all you can do is wait to be married off. Pauline retorted angrily, what exactly have I done wrong? How am I being shameless? You know very well how remote our place is. If not for the kindness of the driver who brought me back, could you honestly believe I would have made it back on my own? In what way have I disgraced you? Elder Damien cut in once again. Tisk, you've grown bolder after living in the city for a few months, haven't you? Now you dare argue with us, acting like a city dweller just because you've been out a few months. Shouldn't you put on an act and deny it more convincingly? Because of you, Second Damien and I almost got into a fight with others. Still, this doesn't stop rumors from spreading tenfold. Don't be smug, if not for us, you'd truly never find a husband in this village. Pauline was almost driven to fury by her brothers. She stood up impulsively to confront Elder Damien about what disgraceful deeds she had supposedly committed. But Ebert had an ominous feeling and held her down. I'll give you money. I'll give you money. As long as you let Aaron go with Pauline, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Tell me, what exactly did Bohan say to you? 100,000 yuan? Elder Damien, standing in their nearly destitute home, sounded incredibly presumptuous despite his apparent poverty. She does that kind of business outside, seeing at least 20 to 30 clients a day. She makes thousands daily, earning several tens of thousands monthly. You think you can buy Aaron away for 100,000 yuan? Do you take us for fools? Pauline didn't understand, struggling to rise again, but Ebert, understanding everything, pushed her back down with a cold look. Are you really Pauline's brother? How could you accuse your sister based on Bohan's malicious lies? Flying insects don't sting uncracked eggs. My Viviana ran off with someone, and why can't she? Relying on her youth and looks, what wouldn't she do? Otherwise, how could she bring you back? Stop pretending, Pauline. If you want to take Aaron, give us 1 million yuan. Aaron won't ever return, and we'll leave you alone. Pauline felt as if she had heard the most absurd joke, opening her mouth several times before finally speaking. 1 million? Did Bohan say I'm dating a billionaire? Do you know how much 1 million is? Selling all of us couldn't possibly make that much. Are you crazy? Elder Damien looked clever. Even if you don't have it now, you will eventually. Send us 50,000 each month, isn't 1 million quickly earned? All this talk, and you simply don't want to give. Pauline was utterly speechless. 50,000 a month. These two brothers seriously thought city people could pick money off trees. Sorry, Ebert, for putting you in this awkward situation. They know nothing except watching TV, I can't be bothered explaining to them. Let's go to sleep. We'll take Aaron tomorrow, let's see what they can do. With that, Pauline went to prepare a bed for Ebert, but Elder Damien kicked her lower back. We're not done talking yet, where are you going? Hand over the money you earned these past months, or I won't forgive you today. Ebert's anger surged. He knew Pauline wasn't some pampered princess, and he hadn't dared touch a hair on her head these past few months. Yet her real brothers dared to beat and insult her? With a loud bang, Ebert kicked Elder Damien in the waist. Try hitting her again. Apologize. The house turned chaotic as Ebert fought both Elder Damien and Second Damien. Although Ebert was taller and younger, he couldn't match the strength of two able-bodied men who worked physically every day. Within 5 minutes, Ebert was pinned down and beaten by both brothers. Pauline and Aaron shouted themselves hoarse, desperately trying to pull them apart. Besides enduring several slaps, it did nothing. Ebert was tied up and placed under the table, shown to villagers who came to gawk. See? Our family values are strict. This bastard wanted to pay 100,000 to marry my sister, impossible. One more word, and we break his legs. My sister is famously pretty around here. Anyone who wants her should bring 200,000. Whenever they want to marry, they marry. What do city dwellers matter? We don't crave city folk. He came here to bully my sister, so we seized his car as a lesson. Excessive, right? Everyone watched Ebert hilariously, wishing the commotion would get bigger. He's rich and from the city, so he should at least pay 500,000. Seizing his car is justified. Elder and second, good beating. Make sure everyone knows you can't be messed with. So, what's next? What next? Lock him up for 8 days, starve him. For daring to come and bully us. Phew. After parading their power for a while, Elder and second Damians let everyone leave. Once everyone dispersed, they tied Pauline up as well. You won't run anywhere. Try moving, and I break your legs. Both of you consider whether you can come up with the money. If you can deliver 500,000 soon, I'll let you go. If not, humph. Stay and get married. If once doesn't work, marry twice. If twice doesn't work, marry 3 times. We can't raise you for nothing. Who sees her brother unable to marry and isn't worried? After a tirade, they left Pauline tied to a chair and Ebert under the table, taking Aaron to sleep. Pauline sobbed breathlessly, looking at Ebert, who was covered in dust and hurt everywhere, his face gray from pain. Ebert, sorry, I shouldn't have brought you home. I'm sorry. Ebert, sniff, are you okay? Maybe I should tell them I won't leave and agree to marriage. Rest assured, I won't let them keep you captive. Sorry. For the first time since knowing her, Ebert exploded in anger. Shut up. Stop talking. Just give me a moment. Note asterisk: the names Pauline and Ebert are used as direct English phonetic translations of the Chinese names provided. Hashtag chapter 374, far away from scum. The two of them fell silent, and the room became quiet. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Worrying that Ebert might pass out, Pauline suddenly heard him turn his head and whisper to her. Pauline, find something to cut the ropes. We'll escape tonight. What? Pauline was still rather traditional in her thinking. Although she knew her brothers had been cruel, she never imagined breaking ties with them. Ebert looked at her confused eyes and became agitated. They've treated you this way, and you still want to stay here? Do you really want to be their puppet, married off for money? Quickly find something to cut these ropes, let's leave, and never come back. But Aaron. Bring her along. Hurry up. Ebert was willing to take Aaron with them. After some thought, Pauline finally made up her mind. However, she was tied to the chair and couldn't stand up. On the long table in the living room was a bowl used to honor ancestors, with incense sticks inside. If she could break the bowl, it would be sharp enough to cut the ropes. Pauline strained to push herself and the chair toward the table. Unexpectedly, just as she took a few steps, the door creaked open, and she quickly sat back down. A rustling sound came from the door, and it was Aaron who emerged. She signaled for silence and cautiously approached Pauline, helping to untie her ropes. Together, they lifted the table off Ebert and freed him. Hurry up. They're both asleep. Go now, and never come back. No, Aaron, you have to come with me. Aaron is old. I'll only be a burden to you. You go, Nikki. Don't worry, they won't harm me. Pauline watched her frail and pitiful Grand Viviana, tears streaming down her face. No, if I leave, then, my brothers. Seeing their delay, Ebert mustered all his strength and scooped up Aaron. Enough talking. Let's go. Forget everything else, just grab the car keys and follow me. Pauline realized that once her brothers woke up and gathered the villagers, there'd be no escaping. In a panic, she followed Ebert out the door. Under the cover of night, guided by Pauline, they hurried towards the car. Before they left the village, a deafening noise rang out behind them. Her Hansen and Oscar, awoken by the commotion, roused the villagers. Everyone armed with flashlights, shovels, and sticks began pursuing them. Enduring the excruciating pain, Ebert kept running. Finally, in the midst of chaos, they reached the car. Clank. Clank. The pursuers were closing in, throwing shovels and ropes, hitting him. Ebert quickly closed the car door and started the engine. Just before the eldest brother grabbed hold of the car, he sped off. Ebert's driving skills were excellent, and soon they were far ahead. In the rearview mirror, Pauline saw the angry mob chasing after them, trembling with anger. I wonder what that damned Ricardo told them, turning my brothers into wild animals. I can hardly recognize them. How will Aaron and I ever come back? Ebert, with 2 broken ribs from the beating, was sweating profusely from the pain. You still think about coming back? To this forsaken place? Ebert felt thunderstruck by her family's actions, snapping angrily. Never come back here again. Sever all ties with them. They've never truly seen you as one of their own. I should have brought more people to teach them a lesson. Pauline felt ashamed that Ebert had witnessed such ugliness from her family. Do you look down on me? Ebert realized his tone had been too harsh. No one wants to be born into a family like this, and no one deserves such relatives. She's a victim too. His tone softened. How could I? I care about you so much, how could I possibly look down on you? It breaks my heart. He pulled her hand and pressed it against his face. I'll cherish you and make you the happiest person in the world. Don't be sad, they're not worth your sorrow. Pauline's heart skipped a beat. Although they weren't new to holding hands or sharing a bed. Erin, despite poor eyesight, wasn't deaf. Brandt listening to others criticize her granddaughter had pained her deeply, while also feeling disappointed in her grandsons. As a woman, she didn't want her granddaughter to return to such a place. But today, seeing her granddaughter bring back a handsome young man made her somewhat relieved. From the sound of his voice, Erin knew Ebert was a good boy. She hesitantly reached out her hand. Nikki, since you came back, you haven't had time to speak to Erin. Who is this young man? What's your relationship? Pauline was about to say, he's my friend, but Ebert interrupted. Erin, I'm her boyfriend. Please don't listen to those gossips, Nikki is very well behaved. She's been with me all this time, and she's innocent. Hearing that Nikki was a good girl and that someone trusted her, Erin finally felt reassured. The trio raced through the night and spent over a day traveling back to Fabiancheng. Ebert arranged for Pauline to stay in one of his apartments, moved in himself, hired a nanny to care for Erin and prepare meals. Pauline continued delivering food while waiting for school to start. When Jorge called, Ebert had barely enjoyed a few peaceful days, feeling rather pent up. Hearing that Jorge was back from a business trip, he readily agreed to meet. Jorge, trying to reach William, surprisingly managed to get through. William had also returned to Fabiancheng. Gone was the carefree and dissolute William. Though still seated among the revelry, he seemed steadier and quieter now. Carlo asked him what he had been up to recently, and William said he had grown tired of the club and needed a change of scenery. Carlo, unaware of his connection with Mindy, mocked him. Why did you suddenly decide to come back? Had enough fun outside? It wasn't that at all. William's family was in politics, a fact that always struck him as ironic since he had chosen the entertainment industry purely to defy them. Because of politics, his father had always been serious and strict, placing high demands on him. His Viviana acted cautiously, and the family atmosphere was extremely oppressive, which he hated. So, when his father tried to arrange for him to enter politics after college, he vehemently opposed it. Ignoring his objections, his father placed him in a government job right after graduation. Not wanting to live a life of pretense and deceit, he borrowed some capital from Jorge and founded DL Club in defiance. Though the business thrived over the years, his parents never approved and wanted him to return to a proper career path. Chapter 375, You Take Advantage of Your Power. Kian refused until half a month ago. His Viviana, after much trouble, tracked down the hotel he was staying at and asked someone to inform him that his father had fallen seriously ill and there were people behind the scenes trying to undermine his position. His Viviana didn't want her husband's lifelong reputation to be ruined and hoped Kian would come back and help out. At the same time, she told him something utterly absurd. 2 decades ago, when his father first took up office in the major coal province of Haddoncheng, he had arranged for Kian to be engaged with the daughter of a local friend. Now, with his father gravely ill, and seeing Kian's lack of commitment, his parents wanted him to marry this girl, hoping that even if he wouldn't engage in politics, he could at least settle down and have a family to bring them peace of mind. Kian was filled with endless troubles thinking about it, but Carlo was glowing with excitement. You actually have a childhood fiancé? Hell, I've known you for so many years and never knew. You must be so lucky. Do you have any pictures? How old is she? What does she look like? Let me see quick. Old Fabian, damn, your luck with women really makes me jealous. Kian shot him a cold glance. Envious enough? If you want this the blessing, you can have it. Carlo laughed awkwardly. My family didn't arrange anything like that for me, so even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Though he mouthed his envy, everyone knew that arranged marriages from childhood weren't exactly desirable. It felt more like an old-fashioned forced marriage from ancient times, ridiculous even. If Kian really offered him this blessing, Carlo would definitely not want it. Despite his carefree attitude, deep down, he was no different from Jorge, Ebert, and Kian. They could play around, but serious relationships were another matter. They had high standards. Jorge, however, saw this as a good thing. He didn't want Kian to remain stuck in the shadow of Mindy. What are you going to do about this? Do nothing. I won't agree anyway. Even if I did know her, which I don't, there's no feeling between us. I'm not going to ruin my entire life just because of my father's selfishness. Carlo ridiculed him. Maybe Brenna doesn't want it either. Don't get cocky. If it really comes down to marriage, she might run faster than you do. Everyone had recently encountered some troubling issues and had been feeling quite depressed. The close friends gathered again, got thoroughly drunk, released their pressure, and then continued living their lives the next day. Since Ebert started his brand, Surely You, he had matured a lot. Not only did he act steadily, but he also began helping out at the company. His Viviana was delighted. After working tirelessly for so many years, she could finally rest at home. This morning, she woke up naturally, applied makeup, went downstairs to prepare breakfast when the Ives came in. Hannah, there are 2 men at the gate shouting to see the young master. We can't drive them away. What should we do? May raised an eyebrow. 2 men. What kind of men? Very rough-looking, dark-skinned, rude men dressed shabbily, with accents from somewhere else. They say they won't leave unless they see the young master today. How could our young master know such people? I suspect they're here to cause trouble. The Marvins had lived in Fabiansheng for many years and were among the top 10 in the elite circle. They had never encountered such audacious people before. 2 country bumpkins challenging them? May became curious. Let me take a look. Accompanied by the Ives, she walked to the gate. As described, 2 dark, rough-looking men indeed stood there. Daring to shout at her gate? May looked at them coldly. Who are you? Why are you loitering outside my home? What do you want? We're who? Who do you think we are? Since Pauline escaped, her Hansen and Oscar had been tracking Ebert down. After nearly a month, they finally found him. Meeting him now fueled their anger. You kidnapped my sister. No one knows where you've taken her. You rely on your wealth and power to snatch a girl in broad daylight, dishonoring her purity. Is there no law left? Tell us who you are. May hadn't expected such accusations. Kidnapping their sister in broad daylight? Ridiculous. Based on how these 2 men looked, how good could their sister be? Ebert, being in Fabiansheng, had seen countless beauties. Why would he kidnap hers? The Ives also thought it was absurd. Do you know where you are? Do you know whom you're speaking to? There needs to be evidence. Intruding on private property and openly slandering our young master will result in legal consequences. Pauline's eldest brother disregarded all this. Brant living in such a big house, having so much money, you dare to do what you do but won't admit it? If we had no evidence or didn't know who you were, why would we specifically come here? Enough talk. Let that man named Ebert come out and face us. Bring my sister out. If you don't give us answers today, we won't let this go. To avoid further scandal, May ordered security to take them into the guard room. Only then did she learn from the brothers' grievances that the delivery girl Ebert had been frequently interacting with was their sister. Ebert had gotten closer to the delivery girl, and rumors spread within the social circles. May had known about it but hadn't given it much attention. First, the gap between them was too large for Ebert to be interested in that type of girl, no need to intervene. Second, even if Ebert had a fleeting interest, it wouldn't last. The Marvin family would never accept such a girl into their prestigious family, especially with the deep-rooted class prejudices among influential families. Ebert wouldn't embarrass himself in front of his peers either. So May hadn't probed further. What she didn't expect was that Brenna's brothers dared to make such assumptions. Their sister wasn't moving forward on her own, yet they took the initiative. Using common sense, based on their sister's character, did she deserve to marry into their family? May remained calm. You might be overthinking things. Your sister works under my son. Him taking her home was out of kindness. Didn't you say your Grand Viviana was sick, and they brought her for treatment? My son helped you out of goodwill, and now you accuse him unjustly. Isn't that a bit ungrateful? What kindness? I think your son has designs on my sister and wants to sleep with her. Now her reputation in our village is ruined, and she can't find a husband. If your family doesn't take responsibility, we'll contact journalists, TV stations, and expose you. You kidnap girls using your power and will have no good end. The translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring natural English flow and readability. Chapter 376, Confronting the Problem. Megan was almost amused by their words. So, what exactly do you mean? Force my son to marry your sister or extort money from us? Feel free to speak plainly. They had been waiting for her to say this. The Hansen and Oscar reined in their earlier arrogance and adopted a more conciliatory tone. Since my sister is already involved with your son, we are practically family now. We're not here to quarrel but to seek an explanation. Your son has tarnished my sister's reputation. It's only right he should marry her. We don't have parents, just an elderly Grand Viviana who is too old and confused to discuss marriage arrangements. Therefore, we, as her guardians, must be consulted. We've raised my sister for so many years, and you can't expect us to hand her over for nothing. Why not this? We've heard your family is incredibly wealthy, living in houses worth hundreds of millions, driving cars worth several million each, and owning a large company. As in-laws, how about buying each of us a house and providing us with jobs? We'll handle the wedding arrangements ourselves, no need for you to bother. A modest place will do for us to live in after the marriage. Once everything is ready, my sister can join your family immediately. How does that sound? When Megan first saw them at the door, she thought they were fools. Now, her opinion changed. They were shrewd manipulators. Using their sister to exchange for 2 houses, 2 jobs, and taking care of their Grand Viviana in Fabiansheng, all while claiming they didn't need help with the wedding, these people would make excellent accountants if they hadn't chosen this path. Megan hadn't even spoken when the Ives could no longer hold back. Who is your sister? The #1 beauty in China? Or some extraordinary talent? Do you know how expensive property prices are in Fabiansheng? Even a 100-square-meter apartment outside the 5th Ring Road costs a fortune. Do you know how much dowry high society brides receive in Fabiansheng? Ha. Let's not talk about your future plans to work, marry, and have children in Fabiancheng. Are you expecting the Marvins to foot all the bills? You're not marrying off your sister, you're asking to be our son and daughter-in-law. It's laughable. At least have a realistic dream. I'm embarrassed for you. How did you even come up with this? The brothers only knew that houses in their town cost around 100,000 renminbi each and in the county about 200,000 renminbi to 300,000 renminbi. They figured a city like Fabiancheng wouldn't be more than 1 million renminbi per unit. Brant living in homes worth hundreds of millions and driving cars worth several million, spending 2 million renminbi on each brother didn't seem unreasonable. And yet, the Marvins hesitated. What do you mean? You're trying to back out? Everyone in our village saw my sister with your son. Think you can get away with it? Don't think we won't expose you on TV if necessary. Seeing their insolence, the Ives wanted to argue further but was stopped by Megan's calm gesture. I understand. I will arrange it. Leave your contact information, and I'll notify you once everything is ready. The Ives was stunned. Hannah. My husband and son aren't home today, so inviting you inside might be inconvenient. Please don't be offended. Seeing Megan's composed attitude and politeness, the brothers dropped their guard. When will it be ready? Megan said, buying a house is a big deal. It will take at least 10 to 15 days. Rest assured, I'll expedite it. Just wait for my call. Soon, the brothers left. Only then did the Ives realize that Megan was merely buying time, delaying their demands. But people like them would return. Surely, they couldn't always be polite. Do you think I'd give them another chance? Megan chuckled coldly and returned to the villa. Ewing's personal life needs addressing. Prepare the car, I'm going out. Shortly, Megan arrived at Ewing's current residence. Ewing was at work and Pauline was delivering food. Only the nanny and Grand Viviana were there. The Grand Viviana, feeling unwell and unaccustomed to the new living conditions, had gone back to sleep. Opening the door to see a stranger, the nanny was startled. Whom may I ask for? The Ives interjected, this is Our Lady, Master Marvin's Viviana. Ah, Hannah, please come in. The nanny respectfully welcomed her, serving tea and water. While busy, Megan quietly surveyed the apartment. Located downtown, the apartment was conveniently situated but small, likely chosen for its proximity to work. 3 rooms, all occupied. Evidence showed Ewing and Brenna lived together. He kept a secret cohabitation and brought her Grand Viviana to live with them. That boy, acting as if his parents were dead, ignoring them and starting his own little life. Frankly, before arriving, Megan felt calm. She thought Ewing was just playing around. Seeing this scene weighed heavily on her heart. Growing up, Ewing never brought a girl home. Even with his engagement to Keisha, he never invited her over or treated her with affection. Now, he wasn't just close to this girl but also cohabiting despite public ridicule. The nanny offered tea, but Megan didn't sit. This visit should remain confidential. The Grand Viviana slept, unaware. The nanny, about to wake her, froze upon hearing this. Hannah, I don't quite understand. No need to understand, just follow my instructions. What's Brenna's name? The nanny quickly mentioned Pauline. Can I have her phone number? The nanny provided Pauline's number. Nothing urgent, just checking in. You're smart, continue your work. Back in the car, Megan dialed Pauline. The call connected, and a sweet young voice responded. Hello, how may I assist you? Megan ordered coffee and gave her address. Minutes later, Pauline arrived. Parking her electric bike, she called Megan while looking around. Sitting in the car, Megan observed Pauline closely for the first time. The girl looked different from her brothers, fair-skinned and delicate, far more attractive. Her ethnic heritage showed in her striking features, large eyes, high nose, and small mouth, giving her an exotic allure. However, her simple attire exuded purity and innocence, not sensuality. No wonder Ewing was drawn to her. If Pauline weren't a delivery person and her brothers less objectionable, Megan would have liked her based on appearance alone. But the world is cruel, allowing no ifs. Chapter 377, Pale in Comparison. Madison asked the chauffeur to pull over and called Pauline over. Pauline approached with the coffee, puzzled by Madison's youthful and dignified face. She had never delivered such an order before, waiting by the roadside for delivery, especially when this woman was giving her a peculiar look. Here's your coffee. Sorry, I took a little longer than usual to find you. Not at all, you came quite quickly. Although Pauline had a slight accent from her hometown, it wasn't too heavy. It actually suited her and made her rather endearing. Madison looked at her gently. Can you come into my car and chat for a bit? It won't interfere with your work, will it? Pauline paused, surprised. An odd request, chatting inside the car. I have other orders to pick up. Perhaps we can talk later, Mrs. Is there something specific you need? Madison initially didn't want to reveal her identity so quickly, but seeing Pauline's wariness, she had no choice. I'm Ebert's Viviana. Pauline felt a jolt, her mind freezing for a few seconds. Ebert's Viviana. She knew that Ebert was young and successful, having made his fortune early. But she hadn't expected his Viviana to be so young and affluent as well. During those days delivering food together, Ebert had taught her to recognize various car logos out of concern that she might scratch someone's car inadvertently while riding their electric scooters around town. Pauline could clearly identify this car as a Bentley. While she didn't know its exact price, she remembered Ebert saying that even the base model cost several million. Getting along with Ebert was one thing, meeting his Viviana was another. Nervous, Pauline sat in the car, unsure how to express herself. Her face flushed red. Kira, what would you like to talk about? Just casual conversation. I'm not fierce or a monster, so don't be nervous, Madison said softly, taking Pauline's hand gently and examining it closely. You're called Pauline? Yes. How old are you? 20. You've started working at such a young age. How long have you been working? Just this year. So you came straight to Fabian Cheng when you started? Yes. With relatives? Yes. Did they help you find this job? Yes. Did you study at home before coming to Fabian Cheng? For how many years? Only until high school graduation. Madison sighed. At least she had finished high school, which explained why her demeanor differed from that of the two brothers. Observing her youthful and handsome profile contrasted with her mismatched hands, Madison felt a pang of pity. How did you meet Ebert? Pauline recounted the story of their chance encounter at the villa complex, nodding in agreement with Madison. You're a good girl. Zay is lucky to have met you. Pauline sincerely believed she was a wonderful Viviana. So beautiful, gentle, and young, no wonder she had given birth to such a great son. Seeing Pauline's admiring gaze, Madison smiled. Won't you take a day off for me today? I only have Ebert as my son. I've always wanted a daughter, but my health wouldn't allow it. Seeing you makes me feel like I've gained a daughter. I really wish to chat more. Pauline couldn't refuse such heartfelt words. Then, let me change clothes. No need, this outfit is fine. Kira doesn't mind. However, there's nowhere special to go right now. Lunch is too early, and breakfast is too late. Let's go for a beauty treatment. I haven't done one in a while. You're still young, and you should take care of your hands properly. They say hands are a woman's second face. Otherwise, people will mock you in public. Pauline's face turned scarlet. Despite being over 20 years younger, Madison's hands were delicate and manicured, adorned with sparkling nail polish and rhinestones. In comparison, she felt like the older one. Embarrassed, Pauline withdrew her hand, tucking it between her legs. Noticing her embarrassment, Madison smiled knowingly. The driver soon arrived at the luxurious spa where she usually went. Luxurious beyond description. Pauline had seen rich housewives pampering themselves on TV, but reality exceeded her imagination. From the moment she entered the salon, every aspect of its opulence and refinement deeply impacted her, each nerve stimulated by the stark difference. The impeccable attire, immaculate faces, and meticulously styled hair around her emphasized the chasm between worlds. Walking here felt humiliating compared to walking down a street. Praised by the staff, Madison interacted comfortably with everyone before pointing at Pauline. This is my friend. She's having her first treatment today. She's only 20, but look at her hands. Please give her the best care. A beautician immediately examined Pauline's hands, exclaiming in disbelief at the sight of those 20-year-old hands. Pauline felt like she had been slapped in front of everyone, finding no place to hide. Each guest was given a private room to ensure confidentiality. Madison briefed Pauline warmly before entering her own room. Pauline was led into a separate room. The beautician engaged her in conversation from the moment she sat down. Brant, little sister, you deliver food? How do you know May, who is also your friend? You must be talented. May has been coming here for years, and even our manager struggles to speak with her, let alone become friends. Truly admirable. Pauline realized through their flattery that Madison held a significant status. Is May that impressive? The beautician gave her a strange look. Friends with her and yet unaware of her identity? Well, we met by chance. She just called me a friend out of politeness. No wonder. The beautician looked at Pauline again oddly. The Marvin family isn't ordinary in Fabiancheng. Not top tier, but definitely in the top 5 social circles. Their cosmetics business is worth billions. How did you meet? Impressive. One random encounter got you invited here. Probably, your future marriage prospects won't be a worry. Just win her over, maybe even get adopted as a goddaughter. Even if she just assigns you any employee from her company, you'd be set for life. Pauline's hands shook, startling the beautician. Billions? If Pauline earned 10,000 a year, it would take 10 years to make $1 million without spending. $1 billion? Impossible. And Ebert's family had several billions. Suddenly, Pauline understood why Madison treated her with such warmth and kindness. Chapter 378, The Ugly Duckling. Seeing that Pauline had stopped talking, the beautician wore a meaningful expression. You're so young, yet you don't seem to know how to take care of yourself at all. They say hands are a woman's second face. Yours look like they belong to someone in their 40s or 50s. People will mock you when you go out in the future. Even though you have connected with May, you still need to focus on improving yourself. In this circle, beauty is most valued. If a woman doesn't have a prestigious background, only top-notch beauty and figure can secure her a good life. However, it has to be top-tier beauty and figure. Those wealthy young masters see countless beautiful women every day. Not being among the best won't even get you noticed. And even if you're among the best, you'll only end up spending some time with them. It's impossible to truly marry into their family. Wealthy families solidify their status and exchange resources through arranged marriages. There's no real love in these circles. Love stories between rich heirs and Cinderellas as shown in TV dramas are all fantasies created by ugly and poor women like us. Think about it, why would a handsome, wealthy man pick someone like us? It would embarrass him, and people within his circle would ridicule him for bringing us around. Pauline hadn't thought of marrying Ebert, whether he was rich or poor. She hadn't even considered dating him. She just felt happy and comfortable around him. She hadn't thought much beyond that. But hearing the beautician's words, seeing the luxury car and the pretty, delicate face of Marvin's Viviana made Pauline feel a wave of panic. Why didn't Ebert tell her sooner about his family's wealth? Why didn't he mention that friendship with him came with so many conditions? If he had told her earlier, she wouldn't have treated him as such a close friend. Pauline knew deep down that she didn't belong in high society. At this moment, she saw her future with Ebert. She felt so sad, she didn't want to be separated from him. Fabianching was vast, and he was her only friend. Without him, what would she do? Ending the beauty session in frustration, May took Pauline to lunch at a French restaurant. Seeing the grand sign and dazzling lights of the high-end establishment, Pauline lost any desire to enter. On TV, men eating at such places were always impeccably dressed in suits, while women wore elegant dresses and evening gowns. With her dirty, ragged appearance and delivery worker clothes, they might not even let her in. Kira, can we eat somewhere else? The driver opened the door for May, who was about to get out when Pauline, blushing furiously, spoke. May appreciated her humility and self-awareness. She found Pauline more decent than her two brothers. However, she wouldn't sympathize. She brought Pauline to both the salon and the restaurant to remind her of the gap between her and Ebert, hoping Pauline would back off. We've barely begun. Why not go inside, dear? I've reserved a table here. This place is very famous, hard to get a reservation. You probably haven't been here before. Kira doesn't mean anything by it, just wanted you to experience something good too. Since we're here, let's go in. Since the table was booked, and as an elder, it would be rude and disrespectful not to comply. Pauline reluctantly followed May into the cafe, but as expected, the staff politely informed her that patrons had dress code requirements and stopped her at the entrance. We are together. May walked a few steps in and then turned back smiling when she noticed Pauline wasn't following. Our Akil is my friend, we don't need to stick to all these rules. Let her in. The waiter hesitated, just an employee following rules. He looked at May with pleading eyes. She understood immediately and patted him. Okay, I won't trouble you. I'll call our Akil. The call connected quickly. She smiled sweetly. Yuan, it's Kira. Where are you? I'm at your restaurant on Bin Road, with a friend for lunch. Her attire isn't quite up to standard. Yes, your staff is diligent, it's right of you not to blame them. Alright, let's go in first. See you later. With that, the waiter awkwardly gestured them in. May led Pauline to the reserved table, head held high, graceful and dignified. The waiter served coffee and handed over English and French menus. May chose the French one, giving the English menu to Pauline. Just choose whatever you want. I studied French, so I can read French. Pauline took the heavy, elegantly designed menu resembling a classical literary work. She froze. It was nearly incomprehensible despite having graduated high school. While she couldn't understand the dish names, she could see the prices. Though she knew Ebert's family was rich, she still felt uncomfortable spending too much and picked the relatively cheaper items. Soon, she returned the menu to the waiter. May ordered several dishes, and coffee was served. Just as they were about to chat, a vibrant figure floated over and sat beside May. Kira. Haven't seen you in ages. Why did you finally grace my restaurant with your presence? Oh, how I've missed you. Give me a hug. Yuan. Indeed, it's been a long time. Kira missed you too, so here I am visiting you. My darling, give me a hug. Look, have you become even prettier? Your face is so tender and exquisite, beautiful indeed, I adore you. The girl wore a strapless red dress and had wavy brown hair cascading down, fittingly confident, sexy, and flamboyant for her personality. Though it was a bit revealing for the season, her makeup was immaculate, and she was undoubtedly attractive. After hugging May and chatting warmly for a while, she finally turned to Pauline. This is your friend? Kira, your choice of friends gets more interesting. She meant to say less selective, which Pauline understood, making her even more uneasy. May introduced her with a smile. Yes, this is my friend named Pauline, from a minority ethnic group. First time at a Western restaurant. Is it your first time, Pauline? Afraid she'd be uncomfortable, I brought her here so you can help host her. Of course, Kira's friend is my friend. This meal's on me today. Saying that, Brenna reached out to shake Pauline's hand. My name is Brenda. Hello. At that moment, Pauline fully grasped what the beautician meant when she said hands were a woman's second face. Chapter 379, Untouchably High. The girl's hand, suspended above the immaculate and elegant dining table, was strikingly fair, slender, perfectly matching her whole figure, an unnameable beauty. Looking at her own hands, even after just getting a manicure, they were still coarse and dark with calluses on the palms. She feared that shaking hands might scratch others. Pauline briefly touched her hand before quickly retracting it. Hello. Thelma could sense her embarrassment and unease. Despite being very pretty and young, her clothes indicated she had a hard life. Dealing with someone like this easily boosted one's confidence. Originally, Thelma wasn't outstanding in her social circle, but facing Pauline gave her a sudden surge of confidence. No problem. This restaurant is mine. Order whatever you want to eat or drink, I'll treat you. Judging by your outfit, you seem to be delivering takeout. So we're sort of colleagues. Feel free to visit anytime. This location was prime, the restaurant spacious and beautifully decorated, yet the owner was so young. Pauline felt deep admiration. Even more impressive was her excellent temperament despite her achievements. Thank you. Thelma replied warmly and confidently, you're welcome. I'm 26 this year. How old are you? Pauline felt embarrassed to answer. Marvin Ma intervened for her. She's a few years younger than you. Yuan, you're still a child to me. How did you suddenly become 26? You don't look any different, still so young, beautiful, and fit. Oh, Kira, Thelma responded politely. I often feel panicked, approaching 30 and having accomplished nothing. I heard Ebert has been very successful in his startup. Why isn't he here today? He's at the company. As you said, busy with his startup. I rarely see him. I remember you and Ebert used to be classmates. Thelma nodded, yes, time flies. The last time I saw him was when we studied abroad. Marvin Ma asked, did you graduate from Columbia University? Where did you get your master's? Thelma mentioned a school name, her pronunciation so flawless that Pauline didn't understand. Marvin Ma chuckled. That's really impressive. Beautiful, intelligent, and running your own business, your parents must be overjoyed. Any family would be lucky to have you as a daughter-in-law. Thelma blushed. Oh, Kira, I haven't achieved nearly as much as Ebert academically or in entrepreneurship. My parents often say I only earn a few million a year, barely enough to support myself, never mind them. Compared to Ebert, I fall short. Everyone envies you for having such a wonderful son. Marvin Ma laughed. Nonsense. Both of you are great. Does Yuan have a boyfriend? It seemed Thelma had been waiting for this question, instantly turning shy. Not yet. My parents always nag me about finding someone soon, saying no one will want me if I wait too long. Nonsense, Marvin Ma reassured her. Our Yuan is beautiful and capable. People shouldn't judge you by shallow standards. Thelma happily shook her arm. Kira, does Ebert have a girlfriend? Not yet. Just like you, he doesn't treat it seriously. I'm planning to talk to him. He's not young anymore, should be dating. Upon hearing Ebert had no girlfriend, Thelma's eyes sparkled with delight before subtly suggesting, Ebert isn't avoiding it, he's picky. Otherwise, he wouldn't lack suitors. Kira must have introduced many girls to him, right? Marvin Ma smiled. I haven't interfered much, but since we're talking, I think you're quite suitable. If you don't mind, how about I arrange something between you two? Thelma blushed deeper, but it's not up to us alone. Shouldn't we also ask Ebert's opinion? Marvin Ma looked confident. What can he say? Ebert's best quality is filial piety. Being my only son, born under risk, he listens most to me. You two grew up together, from similar backgrounds, couldn't be more perfect. What can he say? If you agree, I'll find a time and place, organize a dinner, let you two chat, who knows, maybe we'll become family. Thelma felt elated. But then she expressed concern, I heard Ebert was once engaged to Keisha. He rejected the heiress of the prestigious Mohammed family, Kira. Marvin Ma patted her hand, deflecting the issue. Destiny is unpredictable. We must give each other a chance. Watching them bond like Viviana and daughter, Pauline felt unnecessary. Listening to their background, she experienced her first direct sense of insignificance. Just then, the food arrived. A server placed an S-shaped metal rack in the center of the table, topped with a delicate ceramic bowl filled with light broth adorned with green seasoning. 3 small dishes were placed in front of them. Unable to join their conversation, Pauline sat awkwardly, glad the food finally came, thinking she could finish eating and leave, rather than standing awkwardly there. She wanted to scoop the soup but found no spoon. Seeing the server leaving, she called out urgently. Excuse me, do you have a spoon? The server either misunderstood or simply shook his head. Pauline thought, without a spoon, am I supposed to drink it directly? Not daring to drink first, she remembered giving the first portion to elders at home. Standing up, she served Marvin Ma first, then Thelma, and finally herself. With all 3 bowls served, the pot was almost empty. Lifting her bowl to drink, both Marvin Ma and Thelma stared at her as if she were foolish. What are you doing? Realizing her mistake from their expressions, Pauline froze. He said there was no spoon. There isn't a spoon. This is for washing hands. Did you really intend to drink it? Pauline turned beet red. So beautiful a bowl, so soup like water, but for washing hands? Embarrassed, she stammered, sorry, I didn't know. Don't worry. It's your first time. Not everyone travels abroad. Let me show you. Thelma stood up, smiling, poured the water back into the bowl, and demonstrated its proper use. Pauline kept her head down, feeling Marvin Ma's stare. Note, the translation retains the original tone and style while ensuring natural English and coherence with previous content. Hashtag chapter 380, staying out all night. After washing her hands, the dishes started arriving one after another, and Pauline's sense of self-respect was further shaken. She didn't know the etiquette for Western dining, she couldn't use the knife and fork, struggled with the pasta, couldn't handle the lobster, and wasn't used to the Russian soup. It was as if Marvinma and Thelma had endless amusement at her expense. Halfway through the meal, she could barely stand it anymore. Thankfully, a familiar customer called at that moment. Using it as an excuse, she finally fled without looking back. Watching her flustered departure, Thelma asked Marvinma, Kira, I didn't have the heart to ask earlier, but I'm really curious, who is she? Why did you bring her along? Just showing her around, nothing else. Ignore her, let's enjoy our meal. For the rest of the evening, Pauline was deeply unsettled. For the first time, she eagerly awaited the end of work so she could return home to Xander. But strangely, Xander, who usually came home on time every day, was late tonight and hadn't returned by 7. She assumed he was working overtime and asked the nanny to keep the food warm for him. Yet, almost midnight rolled around, and the nanny, too tired to wait any longer, went to sleep, but still no sign of Xander. Nikki, is Xander coming back tonight? It's quite late, should I put the food in the fridge? Pauline, still waiting on the couch, replied, no need, go to bed. I'll reheat it when he gets back. The nanny felt uncomfortable, unable to take wages without doing her job, so she pretended to clean up until past midnight, but Xander still hadn't returned. Alright, you reheat it when he comes back. I'm going to sleep now. Perhaps due to their habit of sleeping together or her own anxieties, Pauline couldn't sleep a wink without Xander. She sat on the couch, checking her phone repeatedly, but there was no call from Xander. Pauline had always been busy with work and never called him during office hours, nor had she ever worried about him this way before. Today, she dialed his number for the first time. However, it was turned off. Hearing the automated message, the number you dialed is off, she couldn't sleep at all. Pauline realized that despite sharing everything daily, they were only connected by a single phone number. If his phone was off or changed, she might never find him again. Feeling more insecure than ever, Pauline wanted to cry but couldn't, her Grand Viviana shouldn't see her like this. Tossing and turning all night, she finally drifted off as dawn approached. The alarm soon rang, and she had to get up for work. Sitting up, she noticed the empty, cold space beside her. Xander still hadn't returned. Had something happened to him? If not, why wasn't he here? She tried calling him again, but it was still off. Recalling yesterday's dinner at the restaurant, Pauline suddenly remembered that he must have gone on a blind date last night. After all, Marvinma had mentioned introducing him to the pretty restaurant owner, Thelma. That explained his absence and lack of response. Would he be leaving her soon? Pauline became even more anxious. She had been relying on his hospitality for meals and accommodation, which saved her money, but the medical expenses for her Grand Viviana had been considerable. With little savings left and her plan to attend school, she knew she needed to work harder. Despite her anxiety, Pauline got out of bed and planned to reheat the leftovers from last night before heading to work. Just as her hand touched the plate, the door lock clicked. Looking up, she saw Xander's familiar yet exhausted face at the door. Yesterday, his Viviana had waited outside the company for him as soon as he finished work. Acknowledging that he hadn't visited home in a while, he accompanied his Viviana for dinner as she requested. He didn't expect it to be a matchmaking setup. A woman named Thelma, whom he barely knew, caught his Viviana's eye. Bored, he reluctantly drank a few cups of wine while his Viviana insisted. He wasn't drunk, but his Viviana was, and he had to drive her home. At home, his Viviana, unusually intoxicated, insisted on talking about his childhood and demanded Xander stay by her side, keeping him awake half the night. Exhausted, he stayed by her bedside for hours until morning, when his legs ached from sitting too long, allowing him to finally come home. Missing Pauline all night, Xander embraced her upon seeing her. Up so early? Luckily, I came back early, otherwise, I wouldn't have seen you today. Sorry, something came up last night. Didn't you call me? If she had called, he might have made an excuse to leave earlier. But Pauline, who often worked late, probably didn't notice his absence. Xander usually hugged her frequently, and Pauline was accustomed to it. But today, as his arms wrapped her close and his chin brushed her ear, her heart raced unexpectedly. She felt comfortable and warm, and all her loneliness and unease vanished instantly. Smelling his familiar scent and hearing his voice, her eyes welled up with emotion. Pauline admitted honestly, your phone was off. I thought something happened to you. Off? That's odd, I didn't turn it off. Xander quickly checked his phone, which indeed was off. Maybe it died. I didn't notice. I missed you all night. Did you miss me? Xander turned her around, facing each other. Morning light filtered through the window, illuminating the floor in front of them. They both looked young and beautiful, their gazes gentle and warm. Xander yearned to kiss her. Pauline's heart pounded wildly. She had never found staring into Xander's eyes so embarrassing before. What was different about his gaze today? Embarrassed, she didn't know where to look. Don't do this here, someone might see. Let them see. Everyone knows we're together, what's there to be afraid of? They had known each other for so long, yet Xander had never kissed her. Perhaps still tipsy, he truly wanted to now. With those words, he cupped her chin and leaned down to kiss her. Pauline, though shy, instinctively closed her eyes, preparing for his touch. Unexpectedly, the nanny emerged from her room. Seems like I overslept. Nikki. Oh, sorry. I didn't know Xander was back, and, well, I'll go make breakfast. What would you like today? Caught off guard by Xander's return and their intimate moment, the nanny felt awkward and didn't know where to hide. Deciding to head to the kitchen, Pauline hurriedly pushed Xander away and followed her. It's not late, it's still early. Let's just reheat last night's leftovers. Chapter 381, Adorably Strange. Xander knew Pauline was still naive, and he himself had only just started to understand these things recently, so being caught in such an awkward situation wasn't surprising. Pauline and the nanny went into the kitchen, so he went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, preparing to go to work with her later. Halfway through brushing his teeth, Pauline suddenly appeared at the bathroom door. She leaned against the door frame, blinking her large eyes adorably at him. She looked so innocent and cute that Xander felt like kissing her again. What's wrong? Missing me because I didn't come back last night? Xander felt a warm glow inside as Pauline blushed. I want to talk to you. Sure. Xander's voice was muffled by toothpaste. Go ahead, I'm listening. Where were you last night? Blind date. The words almost slipped out but were held back by Xander. Though he hadn't seriously pursued Pauline or formally confessed, he already considered her his girlfriend. How could he tell her about that blind date? Besides, it wasn't even a real blind date. They had deceived him, and even if he never married, he wouldn't be interested in someone like Thelma. I went back home to spend time with my mom. It's been a while since I visited her. She missed me. I really didn't notice my phone was off, it wasn't intentional. Pauline believed he didn't mean to avoid her. She'd never thought Xander would hide from her. However, if he went home to see his Viviana must have mentioned setting him up with Thelma, which made Pauline feel uneasy. Oh. What did you talk about? You've never mentioned your mom before. Xander felt Pauline was acting strangely today but couldn't pinpoint why. Was it because she was adorably strange? He pinched her cheek gently. What's there to say? Just a middle-aged woman. His mom was so young, beautiful, and elegant. Could she really be just another middle-aged woman? Pauline shook her head. I don't believe that. Can you tell me more? What does she look like? What's her personality? What does your family do? It wasn't that Xander didn't want to tell her these things, he felt they weren't necessary. Even if he told her about his company and what it did, she might not fully grasp it. Moreover, she used to be indifferent to external matters, focusing only on her work and her grand Viviana's health. If Xander forced himself to tell her about his family background and parents' achievements, it might seem boastful. Why are you suddenly asking this? Did something happen because I didn't come back last night? Pauline dared not tell him about bumping into his Viviana yesterday. It was too embarrassing, and retelling her embarrassing moments would make her feel ashamed again. Nothing. I just realized I don't know much about you except for your name and phone number. Xander understood. That explained her sudden curiosity. He didn't want to burden Pauline. Their relationship was simple and pure. They loved each other, woke up to see each other every day without ulterior motives. Xander rinsed out his mouth and looked at Pauline earnestly. My mom is an ordinary woman in her 40s. Her temperament varies. Our family is average in Fabiansheng, neither rich nor poor. As for my dad, he doesn't manage me much and has a worse temper than my mom. Regardless, I'm grown up now, able to control my thoughts and actions. You don't need to worry about them. Pauline was far from satisfied with his explanation. The joy she initially felt upon seeing him was gradually overshadowed by his vague answers. Yesterday's encounter with Xander's Viviana revealed a lot, his affluent family background, their pride in him, and clear plans for his future. Yet, Xander wasn't telling her the truth. At first, she thought he was a penniless thief. Later, she saw him start a business and succeed easily. She attributed it to luck, unaware that he had always hidden his true strength. Was it intentional deception, fearing she might be after his wealth? Or was it because their meeting was too unexpected, and Xander never planned for a future with her? Pauline felt very sad, as if she had finally found a very good friend after having none, only to discover she wasn't his best friend. He might have many good friends, and she could be discarded any time. This discomfort surprised her. Was she complaining about Xander? Did she want to separate from him? No, definitely not. She didn't want to part ways with him but struggled to communicate effectively. Forcing him to reveal his background wouldn't change anything. Would it make her seem greedy? Pauline's mind was in turmoil, more so than ever. Xander chatted with her as usual over breakfast, but she wasn't listening. In a daze, she finished breakfast and rode the electric scooter away. After aimlessly wandering the streets with her for half an hour, Xander said, "All right, it's about time. I need to go to the company. Here's your scooter. Be careful, safety first. Call me immediately if anything happens." Pauline nodded mechanically, watching him leave, and then rode off in a fog. Her head felt heavy, and her vision seemed blurry. There was ringing in her ears. She shook her head, trying to stay alert, but couldn't stop zoning out. Her electric scooter swayed. Startled, she tried to stabilize it but accidentally hit the throttle. The scooter jerked uncontrollably, skidding a few meters before crashing onto the road. The handlebars struck a passing black car. The driver of the black car braked sharply in shock, causing a chain reaction among following vehicles. In no time, a four-car pileup occurred. Lying on the ground, dazed, Pauline watched everything unfold in confusion. Before she could recover, the angry driver rushed to her. "You crazy person. Do you know how to ride a bike? Rushing to your doom early in the morning? Nearly gave me a heart attack. I hate you delivery people. Always running red lights or darting around roads with no traffic sense. Well, get ready to pay for damages. Got insurance? With all these crashes, you'll never pay it off working deliveries your whole life." Note, pinyin names, like Xander and Pauline, are used consistently throughout the translation to maintain character names accuracy. Chapter 382, Utterly Ashamed. It was the peak morning rush hour. The drivers of the other vehicles also rushed down to check on their cars, and they all began yelling at Ethel in frustration after inspecting the damage. Ethel had faced many dark moments in her life. She thought she felt utterly ashamed yesterday, but today was a true battlefield of torment. On the bustling street, she lay on the ground as several men berated her mercilessly, cursing and blaming her. Though she couldn't see what the first black car was, she could see the one in front of her through the gaps between the men's legs. The tire logo said Mercedes. Ebert mentioned before that such a car was considered a B-level luxury vehicle, suitable for middle-class families. Without insurance, this one incident would be enough to bankrupt her. Now, not only did she feel dizzy, but her stomach was starting to churn too. The stress reaction from being at a loss left Ethel feeling nauseous. She loathed herself for being so useless, so foolish. Should she tell Ebert? Would he look down on her too? Amidst her confusion, a familiar voice called out, "Ethel, is that you?" Fortunately, Gwendolyn parted the group of men and appeared before her. "Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself badly? Can you get up? Should I take you to the hospital?" "It's all right, she didn't do it on purpose. And she isn't refusing to pay. Why are you all yelling?" Seeing a decent-looking person who knew Ethel and came to speak up for her, everyone finally quieted down. Gwendolyn helped Ethel sit up. It seemed like she suddenly regained her senses, her mind became much clearer, and the dizziness subsided. "Miss Chu," Gwendolyn said, "I saw you from the car and rushed over. I didn't expect it to really be you. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." She slowly stood up and moved her limbs. "Just." Mohammed C. Ainsworth pushed through the crowd and walked in. "No need to worry, it's not a big deal. I've already arranged for people to handle it, and we'll go through my insurance." Gwendolyn nodded at her kindly. "Yes, don't worry. It's just a minor accident. Our cars have insurance, it will be covered by our insurers, so you don't need to be concerned." Ethel hadn't passed her driving test and wasn't familiar with insurance. "But there are so many cars. Won't it cost a lot of money?" "Insurance is specifically for paying claims when accidents happen. The insurance company will cover the costs, and we won't pay a penny. You don't need to be afraid." While talking, Mohammed C. Ainsworth had already helped Ethel upright her electric bike and was speaking with the drivers. Perhaps due to his polished appearance and demeanor or because of his high status, the drivers lost their previous arrogance and spoke politely, almost kneeling before him. Looking at their kind couple, Ethel felt tears welling up in her eyes again. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Gwendolyn gently adjusted her helmet. "Nonsense, we're all friends. Such a small matter isn't anything significant. You seem pale. Are you feeling unwell? Maybe you shouldn't go to work today. Let me take you to the hospital." Ethel didn't want to go to the hospital. To her, it was an endless money pit. Unless the pain was unbearable, she wouldn't visit. Moreover, after almost causing such a disaster, how could she face staying in the hospital resting? "I'm fine. Probably just shocked. I'll recover soon. Sorry for delaying your work." Gwendolyn said to her again. C. Ainsworth and Ebert grew up together. "You're Ebert's good friend, which makes you our good friend too. Don't say such formal things." After consoling her for a while, Gwendolyn turned back as Mohammed C. Ainsworth had resolved the issues. Everyone drove away. He came over and affectionately draped an arm around Gwendolyn's shoulder. "Are you all right? Nothing serious, right?" Gwendolyn gently touched his hand. "Fine, just shocked. I'll be fine soon." Mohammed C. Ainsworth looked at Ethel tenderly. "You didn't spend a penny, right? They've all left. Don't worry about it. If you encounter similar issues in the future, call Gwendolyn directly. As long as you're not hurt, everything else can be handled." Grateful, Ethel watched them leave and merged back into traffic on her bike. Looking at her retreating small figure, Gwendolyn sighed, still uneasy. I still feel something is off with her today. She probably feels unwell but is forcing herself to work. We should still tell Ebert. Ethel was delivering food when her phone rang. Having learned her lesson, she parked safely on the roadside before answering. Ebert's cold voice came through, where are you? He rarely spoke to her like this, scaring Ethel. I'm on Nanchangjiang Road. What's wrong? Finish your delivery and send me your location. I'll come find you. Half an hour later, they met on the roadside. Even before approaching, Ethel was startled by Ebert's anger. His face was as dark as thousand-year-old iron, his steps sharp. He almost knocked her over when he grabbed her. Ebert, it hurts. Ebert said nothing, pulled the key from her bike, and dragged her towards the opposite side of the road. Where are we going? My bike. I still have orders to deliver. Where are you taking me? Ebert remained silent until he led her to a Maybach and made her sit in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, started the car, and then spoke. What do I tell you every morning when we part ways? His tone was like reprimanding a child, leaving Ethel speechless. Speak up. What do I always tell you? Seeing her silence, Ebert raised his voice, startling Ethel. Drive carefully, prioritizing safety. What else? Ethel answered softly, call you immediately if anything happens. Ebert roared, so you remember? I fucking thought you were stupid. What did you do today? Ethel froze, her face turning red instantly. She didn't expect Gwendolyn to tell him. Of course, as friends, he would be informed. She wasn't complaining about Gwendolyn but hated herself for being so incompetent and causing trouble. Sorry. Sorry? Sorry to whom? Me, or Gwendolyn and them? Ethel thought for a moment. Everyone. Ebert nearly fainted from frustration. His hands shook holding the steering wheel. You damn. Ethel, are you trying to kill me? How would killing me benefit you? Brantley, listen up. No one deserves your apologies. You're letting yourself down. Every day you think about those few bucks from each delivery, working day and night for hundreds of dollars. Today you almost lost your life. Are you sick of living? When will you truly understand me? Money is earned, not gambled with your life, especially not like this. When will you understand? Chapter 383, I am your resource. People shouldn't be overly self-respecting. They need to learn how to utilize their resources, do you understand? Everyone born into this world comes with certain resources. Some have wealthy parents, others possess beauty, a few are blessed with intelligence, and still others enjoy good health. No matter what form they come in, everyone has resources. These resources are not given to you to be wasted, you must recognize them and use them. Your resource is me, do you know that? I like being with you, seeing you happy every day. I am willing to share everything I have with you. You need to learn to rely on me instead of always keeping our relationship so clear-cut. Before, I knew you had strong self-respect and didn't dare tell you this. But look at what state you've put yourself in. I don't want you to work so hard every day, killing yourself over a few $100s. Some things must be said. Pauline, quit your job and stay home. Take care of yourself, make grandma happy, and study hard at school for a beautiful future. If you like, I can help you start a company or open a store later on. Isn't that what people running around on the streets ultimately strive for? Actually, it's easy for you to get these things. There's no need to go through all that hardship. If everyone was too self-respecting and refused to leverage others, how many would become famous at a young age? Pauline never expected Ebert to say these things to her, to be so kind and supportive, willing to let her rest while he funded her future. She thought such treatment belonged only to the daughters of wealthy families in TV dramas, yet she now found herself receiving it. Ebert's words felt unreal to her but also filled her with happiness. What did she deserve to receive all this? Don't you believe me? Are you doubting yourself again? Do you feel unsafe staying at home? Ebert saw right through her thoughts. Did you consider what would happen if you hadn't met my friend today and ended up scratching someone's car? How long would it take you to pay off the repairs? Brantleaf doesn't let anyone truly succeed without help. Stop overthinking and bravely accept what others offer. If they're willing to give, it means you have the capability to receive. Enjoy it with peace of mind, okay? Ebert drove her to the hospital. Despite not feeling particularly ill, after a series of tests, the doctor confirmed she did have problems. It turned out she hadn't taken any real rest for half a year, no, strictly speaking, since childhood. Her body showed signs of wear and tear, and her nutrition was poor, especially her stomach. Because she ate too frugally and lacked nutrients, she often endured stomach pain, leading to gastritis. If ignored, it could worsen to cancer. Ebert sternly ordered her to quit her job today and start resting tomorrow. I'm giving you a month to gain 10 pounds. Otherwise, don't blame me for being tough. Watching Ebert run errands for her, his worried gaze, the morning anxiety and fear gradually melted away. She felt a profound sense of happiness. She realized that she too could rely on someone without having to do anything, that she had resources. God truly favored her. That night in bed, Ebert held her close, and Pauline lay awake, basking in her happiness. Ebert, have you ever thought about marriage? She knew life meant eventually getting married, especially for women. But she never understood why, as if reaching a certain age mandated it. Today, she vaguely grasped it. Ebert listened to her soft voice and stroked her hair. Of course I've thought about it. Who wouldn't want to live happily with someone they love, have 2 children, and be blissfully content together? Marriage? 2 children? Blissfully content? Pauline imagined this and placed her hand on her belly. Ebert, do you know how to have a baby? Caught off guard, Ebert moved slightly away and stared into her eyes. Why ask that suddenly? Pauline blushed furiously. I don't know. Just curious. I heard it's very painful. Ebert had heard it too, but he wanted children of his own. Do you want to have kids? Without hesitation, Pauline nodded. Yes, you're right. I want 2 of our own children, living happily. Foolish girl, you're still a child yourself. It's too early to talk about this. Looking into her sparkling eyes, he wanted to kiss her again. Pauline, may I kiss you? Her heart raced madly. But Ebert was handsome and likable, and she agreed. Burying half her face in the pillow, she nodded. Ebert leaned down gently. Soon, discomfort set in. Everything tightened painfully, he was in distress. Feeling his tension, Pauline asked, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Not knowing how to explain, but aware it would happen sooner or later, Ebert said. Should we watch a movie together? Lying down, why mention a movie now? Always busy before, Pauline never watched movies with him. Since she wasn't working tomorrow, she agreed. Sure. But this isn't an ordinary movie. Be prepared. Don't be shocked or scold me. Why would I scold you? Explaining quietly in her ear, Pauline blushed harder, her heart pounding faster. Respecting her, Ebert asked, do you still want to watch? Embarrassed but realizing everyone faced this stage, she agreed. Watch. Ebert immediately grabbed his phone but struggled to find the video source after so long. Hang on, it's not easy to find. He texted Carlo, who nearly laughed out loud. As a man, you can't find it yourself? Never watched before? Is something wrong? Pauline waited, impatient. Ebert urged him. Do you have it or not? Hurry up, less chit-chat. I do have it, but I have questions. What? Why did you suddenly think of watching it today? What triggered it? Ebert snapped, why are you so annoying? Just give it to me. If you won't, I'll ask someone else. Chapter 384, Can't Get Enough of Her. Carlo laughed again maniacally. Xander, tell me you haven't done anything with your little girlfriend yet? Aren't you 2 living together already? Too innocent, I see. If this changes anything today, then I have to help. He sent several messages in a row. Don't mention it. Share your feelings with me tomorrow after you've watched. Just so you know, be prepared with an umbrella, make sure you have enough, you're likely going to experience a storm. The 2 of them kept the sound very low, the room dark, and snuggled under the blankets to watch. As soon as the progress bar moved slightly, Pauline's face turned as red as a tomato. This. There are actually such things in the world? Xander could feel her trembling, reaching out to squeeze her hand. If you don't want to watch or if you're uncomfortable, we can stop. Pauline asked him shyly, half covering her eyes like a thief. Is this how everyone does it? Are we all born this way? Yes. Humans have been doing this for thousands of years. Generation after generation. Heaven, who invented something so outrageous? But thinking that generations had gone through this, Pauline bit her lip and endured. At the end of one episode, Xander felt even more uneasy. Pauline, do you understand now? Pauline seemed to get it, as if answering a teacher's question. I think so. Then if we... Her heart pounded rapidly. But I still have school. Wait here for a moment. Xander threw his phone aside and got up from the bed abruptly. I'll explain when I come back. He rushed out like a gust of wind and came back just as quickly, showing off what he had bought. Have you seen these before? Pauline, of course, had not. The items inside were small and flat, like seasoning packets for instant noodles. What is this? Xander opened the packaging, demonstrated, and named it. Pauline felt even more embarrassed. Why are there so many strange things? So, are you willing? She liked Xander deeply, wanting to be closer to him. Despite feeling awkward, Pauline nodded. They proceeded cautiously but swiftly with their experiment. Xander was very gentlemanly, and Pauline didn't feel too uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was rather peculiar and wonderful. The next day, they overslept. The maid woke up and found no movement in their room, finding it odd. Normally, Pauline either woke up earlier or at almost the same time. What was happening today? But she didn't dare to call out until breakfast was ready. Then, she knocked on the door hesitantly. Pauline, aren't you working today? Why aren't you up yet? They were sleeping soundly. Before Pauline could speak, Xander answered for her. No, I'm not going. No breakfast today. You and Aaron eat. Not eating? Fine. The maid went back to attend to Aaron. Xander held Pauline in his arms, turned over, and wanted to continue sleeping. But his mind woke up, along with other things. Pauline was startled and swatted his hand. It's morning. So what? Who says it can only happen in the dark? In the daytime too? Sure. Anytime, anywhere, as long as you're willing. But outside. They've lived half a life and know far more than us. Tempted by Xander's advances, they lingered until nearly noon. Pauline wanted to appear unblemished, but failed. Just as she carefully stepped into the living room, both Aaron and the maid gave her odd looks. What happened? Did you fall yesterday? Your legs seem uncomfortable. Pauline's face turned red instantly. Yeah, I fell off my bike yesterday. The maid said, no wonder you didn't go to work today. You should quit altogether. With Xander making so much money, you should stay home and rest. Marvant me to buy some pig's feet to stew for you to gain strength? Pauline was about to say no when Xander emerged. Good idea. Buy 2 chickens too. From today, Pauline won't work anymore. Kira, prepare more delicious meals and let her gain 10 pounds. Since the first day she started working, the maid noticed the couple's affectionate relationship, making her job pleasant. Sure. Pauline works too hard and is too thin. She needs to recuperate. Kira, don't you love going to the market? Join me? Erin's daily activity was the market, so she went out with the maid. Suddenly idle, Pauline sat on the sofa, touched her face, and examined her hands and feet. You can't really tell, right? They shouldn't notice, right? Whether others would notice, Xander certainly did. She looked even prettier now. Her cheeks were rosy and her eyes bright, making her irresistible. Pauline. When he used that tone, Pauline's heart raced. She was scared of him now, almost jumping. What are you planning? Xander, don't be crazy. Xander didn't mean to, but being a healthy young man in his early 20s, especially after such intense moments, he was overwhelmed. What can I do? Seeing you makes me lose control. Do you not care about me? With his pleading tone and look, Pauline's heart softened. She didn't want him to be uncomfortable, blushing and standing up again. Pauline took his hand and walked towards the bedroom, but Xander hesitated. Why aren't you moving? Didn't you say? Aaron will be back soon. Xander shook her hand. I don't want to go to the bedroom. What do you mean? Godwin's pointed at the dining area with his chin, reminding Pauline of yesterday's scene. Xander. You. Xander pouted, leaning in. This is our house. What's the big deal? You said Aaron will be back soon. But. You're the mistress, I'm the master. As long as we're okay with it, who can say anything? Besides, they won't know. Pauline's resolve crumbled easily, too soft-hearted and sympathetic towards Xander. He knew exactly how to charm her. When Aaron and the maid returned from shopping and found no one in the living room, they assumed the couple had gone out. After over an hour of preparation and cooking, they called Pauline for lunch. Her phone rang in the bedroom. Huh? Back to the room already? Come eat, lunch is ready. Pauline mumbled an acknowledgement. The maid fetched food from the kitchen, while Aaron followed in, suddenly understanding. Kira, let's go for a walk in the park after lunch. We'll be home, leaving them alone seems better. Translation completed, maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence. Chapter 385, Can't Sort Things Out. Since Aaron had moved in with them, she naturally acknowledged their relationship. What didn't she understand? All right, thank you for all your hard work. The nanny said, what's hard work? This is my job. Seeing them happy makes me happy too. After working as a housekeeper for so many years, it's the first time I've seen such an affectionate and well-matched couple. I'll try to do well and work here for more years. Later, I can also help them take care of their children. Both of them are so beautiful, their future child will surely be beautiful too. Aaron and the nanny started eating first, almost finishing before Shauna and Ebert finally came out slowly. The intense love between the two was evident and impossible to hide. Even though the nanny and Aaron had seen much in life, they still felt awkward looking at them. The weather is nice today. I'll go for a walk in the park with Kira after lunch. You two finish eating and leave the dishes. I'll clean up when I come back. Shauna felt as if they could see through her, too shy to raise her head. Ebert responded. Okay. Be careful and come back early. The nanny said, don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen to Aaron. As she spoke, she started gathering things to take Aaron out. Suddenly, Ebert asked Aaron. Did you bring the household registration book? Muna and I want to get married. Shauna was stunned. Why suddenly marry? Did he mean officially? Was Ebert proposing marriage to her? She was going to get married. When they left, everything was so rushed, they didn't have anything ready. There was definitely no household registration book brought along. But Shauna instinctively looked at Aaron. Sure enough, Aaron was taken aback too. I didn't think I would go with you that day. As for you and Muna. Ebert explained, Muna and I decided long ago to get married, but Muna hadn't introduced me to you yet. Now, since they had met the parents, everything seemed perfect. Ebert wanted to get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Aaron, can you call someone trustworthy in the village to send the household registration book over? If not, he would take a few people back to retrieve it. He and Shauna were determined to get married. Erin only knew elderly ladies around her age in the village who wouldn't know how to send anything or even travel the distance to town. But she was happy Ebert was willing to marry Muna. She said kindly, "We can't really not return, can we? Our ancestors live there, and I wish to be buried there. We must go back sooner or later. When you both are free, let's go back for a grand wedding in the village to avoid gossip about Muna." Ebert agreed, it made sense. Though he didn't plan on letting Shauna return to that village often, people who watched her grow up lived there. Imagining them talking behind her back upset him. Since he intended to marry her, he wanted to do it right and silence everyone. "All right. I'll arrange work quickly. Let's return as soon as possible." He couldn't wait to marry Shauna. While Ebert and Shauna were in a loving mood, Shauna's two brothers were nearly frantic. That day, Marvin's Viviana promised to handle various matters and gave them her number, but days passed without any calls. With no jobs, every day they anxiously awaited a call and spent money on food. They were close to breaking point. "Damien, what if they locked the door and ran away? We've been waiting foolishly here. How many days has it been? Will we find anyone when we go again?" The brothers deliberated and took a taxi to the Marvin family villa. Thankfully, the people weren't gone, the security guards were still there. The guards called Thorntoniger, who informed Marvin's Viviana, who then called Ebert. "Zay, what about you and Yuan? Nothing happened after dinner. If you're not interested, at least tell me. Why aren't you calling me anymore?" Ebert was busy at the company and found this question frustrating. "Amina, didn't I clearly say that night not to interfere and that I have my own plans? Please don't randomly set me up, especially with someone like Thelma. Your taste is getting worse. I have work, goodbye." Marvin's Viviana hadn't been angry in a while. Hearing his tone ignited her temper. "How do you speak to your Viviana? My taste is getting worse? Who is that type? Thelma isn't terrible. I understand you're not interested, but you need to find someone. Tell me what you like, and I'll arrange accordingly. You're not young anymore. Amina, I told you I have my own plans. Don't worry unnecessarily." Marvin's Viviana suppressed her anger. "I raised you painstakingly, and now I can't ask about your affairs? Explain your plans." Ebert didn't want to talk about it. Growing up, he heard too many traditional parental lectures on relationships. Previously, they wanted him to marry Keisha because they believed marriages should match social statuses and benefit each other. Shauna lacked education and family background, she wasn't well known, and they would definitely oppose her. He decided to finalize their marriage first, so they couldn't intervene. "Can't talk now. Busy. Go shopping or mahjong. Leave me alone." Marvin's Viviana was truly furious. "Took you for granted. So you're dating that delivery girl? Everyone talks about it as a joke. Do you think I didn't know?" Ebert was surprised. He knew their affair spread among the idle rich, but he didn't expect his Viviana to know. "So she. How did you know? Who gossiped to you?" Marvin's Viviana said, "Who told me doesn't matter. Is it true? Are you serious? Ignoring countless society girls to waste time with her just to upset me?" Ebert anticipated this reaction. "What waste? Ugh, you won't understand. Just mind your own business. I'll give you a grandson eventually." He hung up abruptly. Marvin's Viviana was almost fuming. Give her a grandson eventually? This ingrate really planned to marry the delivery girl and have a kid? The girl seemed honest, naive, and self-aware. She thought gentle persuasion would make her back off. Instead, she's as stubborn as her two brothers. "Tell them I'm out on business. Have them come another day." Then she instructed Thorntoniger, "Prepare the car. We're going to the downtown apartment. Please provide feedback on any parts that may need adjustment." Chapter 386, Forcing My Hand. Seeing her so agitated, the Ives hurried to calm her down. "Hannah, you're not thinking of being forceful with Gary, are you? With his temper, if he finds out what you've been doing behind his back. I think how you handled it last time was quite good. Perhaps we should just stay calm. What if I suggest something?" A few minutes later, after placating Joanne's two brothers, Megan left the house. In the car, she composed herself and called Joanne. "Honey, what are you doing? Kira misses you and wants to chat. Are you free?" Though Joanne panicked when she received the call, she knew she had to face Kira as she was Ebert's Viviana. "Yes, Kira, where should I meet you?" Thinking Joanne was at work, Megan sent her an address. Soon, Joanne arrived on her electric scooter. Seeing she wasn't wearing her delivery uniform, Megan thought Joanne had changed clothes for the occasion. "So formal. Did you change your clothes just to see me? Aren't you delaying your work?" Joanne bluntly told her the truth. "No, I'm not working today. I took the adult self-study exam and got accepted into Fabiansheng University of Science and Technology. Ebert hopes I focus on my studies and doesn't want delivering food to affect my progress, so he asked me to stop working for now." Ebert wanted her to stop working? To be supported wholeheartedly, along with her grand Viviana? Thinking of her greedy brothers and the mess Joanne would entangle herself in by entering their family, Megan felt her anger flare up. But she suppressed it forcefully. Your walk seems a bit strange today. I thought maybe you hurt yourself and that's why you didn't go to work. So, you won't be going back to work anymore? Joanne's face immediately turned red. Was it that obvious about her legs? It was all because of Ebert, pulling her every day without end. Even though Joanne didn't say a word, Megan instantly understood everything from her flushed face. Ebert not letting her work, was he planning for her to get pregnant at home? He actually intended to have a grandson for her to hold. While she did yearn for a grandson, she certainly didn't covet one born from this inferior lineage. After some casual chatter, Megan dismissed Joanne and instructed the Ives grimly. Call her 2 brothers and tell them to come home. Joanne's 2 brothers were discussing strategies at home. Was that woman deliberately avoiding them by claiming to be on a business trip? She clearly had no intention of resolving the issue. If things continued like this, they couldn't afford to waste more time. They'd have to resort to force, get reporters from the TV station involved directly. But they didn't even know where the TV station was. Just as they were buzzing around aimlessly, Megan returned and called them over. At least she has some sense. Let's go. The 2 brothers took a taxi back to the Marvin residence. This time, they were invited right into the house. Riding in the chauffeur-driven vehicle, following the Ives towards the villa hall, they finally realized how grand and luxurious everything was. From the outside, they only knew the villa was large and beautiful, but inside, it was even bigger and more gorgeous, more magnificent than any castle they'd seen on TV. This family was incredibly wealthy. Joanne, that silly girl, managed to snag their son, quite an achievement. If their sister became successful while they remained unremarkable, wouldn't they be laughed at in the village? They assumed a family this rich wouldn't have trouble giving them a few million. When they finally entered the hall and met Megan, she delivered the news coldly. After you left that day, I called my son. He said there's nothing between him and your sister. Sorry, but our family isn't a charity. Since there's nothing between my son and your sister, I have no reason to help you. Please don't come back. They had already planned how to spend the money, only for them to renege? Clinton exploded in rage. How shameless. Your son went to our house and clearly slept with my sister. Now you say there's nothing? How can you be so shameless? You think you can just play around and then dump us? We aren't so easy to push around. Call your son back, let him explain to us. Megan sneered. On matters like this, shouldn't you rely on first-hand information rather than hearsay? Besides, I've never even met your sister. If she hasn't come here to claim anything, isn't it inappropriate for you 2 to make such a fuss? This real sister. Even now, she hadn't come forward to claim her rights? If the brothers knew where Joanne was, they would have brought her over long ago. Don't waste our time. We've waited long enough. Today, your son must come back and give us an explanation. Otherwise, we'll find the TV station. My sister's reputation is ruined in our village, she'll never marry. You must take responsibility. Megan ignored them and stood up to leave. I've explained everything clearly and been polite. If you keep making a scene, don't blame me for calling the police. Butler, escort them out. As she turned to leave, older brother lunged forward and grabbed her wrist. You can't just walk away mid-conversation. No leaving until we get an answer. Don't think your money gives you the right to bully us. If you don't settle this, we'll come back every day and make a fuss, no end to it. Megan, wrenched in pain, glared. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Think the security guards at my door are just for show? Clinton, what? You want to hit us? You've taken advantage of us and now you want to assault us? You've broken the law. Evil woman, you made us wait all this time and didn't intend to solve the problem. You're truly despicable. With a slap, Megan slapped him across the face. In all my years, no one has ever dared to be so insolent to me. Who do you think you are? Let go. Clinton, dazed by the slap, reacted violently and shoved Megan hard. TV station. TV station. They assaulted us. Find the TV station, quick. The room erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, the nanny believed that to win a man's heart, you must capture his stomach. Joanne, bored, was learning to cook in the kitchen when her phone rang again. She answered casually. To her surprise, it was Megan calling through the Ives. Miss Joanne? Please come to the hospital immediately. There's been an incident. Your brother came to our home and injured our Hannah, and the situation is serious. Chapter 387, Mismatched Families Won't Work. Pauline rushed to the hospital in a panic. In the ward, Madison lay on the bed with her arm in a cast, looking exhausted as she received an 4 drip. The housekeeper stood beside her, making a serious phone call. Even though Pauline had already heard the general situation over the phone, seeing her like this still sent another shockwave through her mind. She didn't know what expression to show and walked into the ward dazedly, standing at the head of the bed. Kira. Before she could say anything more, Madison's eyes welled up with tears that began to fall. You came. Madison was a senior figure from a wealthy family and also Xander's Viviana. Being beaten by Pauline's 2 brothers and crying made Pauline even more at a loss for what to do. She knelt down beside the bed, holding Madison's uninjured hand. I'm sorry, Kira. I didn't know my brothers were here, nor did I know they would come to harass you. I'm so sorry. Please don't cry. Madison couldn't help but cry loudly, continuing as she wept. Pauline, you're a good child. Although we haven't known each other long, I liked you from the first moment I saw you. I never intended to oppose your relationship with Xander, but why didn't you tell me earlier? Your two brothers came demanding compensation because they claimed our Xander ruined your reputation and made it impossible for you to marry. It really startled me. You and Xander dating is no issue, yet they acted as if it were some great sin. They not only insulted me but also demanded compensation. They insisted on marrying you with pomp and circumstance, buying luxury apartments for them in the best part of Fabiansheng, finding jobs, wives, and even arranging residency for them. They wanted us to solve all future problems including education for their children. They also said all your distant relatives should move to Fabiansheng for us to take care of, otherwise, they'd lose face. After all these years of hard work, Xander is the only child my husband and I have. We've barely managed to accumulate some wealth. As parents, who doesn't want the best for their children? But as you can see, we might never have peace again. My husband has a short temper and poor health. If he finds out I was beaten and threatened like this, it might kill him. Pauline was shaken and embarrassed, blushing furiously. She hadn't expected her brothers to be so bold and audacious, going to people's homes to demand houses, money, jobs, and a lifetime of support. She felt mortified and ashamed of herself towards Xander and his family. Kira, don't listen to their nonsense. Those two are fools and scoundrels. Ignore them. Where are they now? I'll talk some sense into them. Sorry, I'll make them apologize to you and send them back home. Don't mention this to Bohan, please don't upset him. Madison continued to cry. How easy do you think it is? They said if I didn't comply, they'd go to the TV station and journalists, exposing us for abusing our power, defaming your honor, and abandoning you. What? They'd dare go to the TV station and reporters? Pauline. Madison went on, they caused such a disturbance at our house that the housekeeper had no choice but to call the police. They're now at the police station. Your Ricardo found out just now and went to deal with it. I've been diagnosed with minor injuries, and according to procedure, they will be sentenced. The information overwhelmed Pauline, making her feel powerless as she collapsed onto the floor. Sentenced. Though her brothers were rascals and ignorant, they were still her blood relatives, and no sister wanted to see her brothers in jail. How long? How long? At least a year. Up to 3. But with your Ricardo's temper, he might insist on 10 or more. Pauline knew it was too shameful to plead for mercy. Today's situation was all due to her brother's actions. Yet, considering they were already of age and having trouble finding brides, if they spent 10 years in prison. She couldn't bear to imagine how distressed her Grand Viviana would be upon hearing this news. Kira, I'm sorry. I'm apologizing on behalf of my brothers and kowtowing to you. They're ignorant and lawless. Please don't hold this against them. If you overlook this, I promise they'll return home and never come back or disturb you again. I'm truly sorry. I believe this experience has taught them a lesson. Please, be kind and let them off. Madison finally stopped crying and looked at Pauline in surprise. How can I simply let them off? Clearly, it should be they who spare me. With their threats to go to the media, if they indeed tarnished our family name and ruined our business, keeping them in jail for 10 or more years would give us peace for that long. If we release them now, can you guarantee they won't do anything wrong? I guarantee it, I swear. Pauline knelt, pledging under oath. Give me a chance to speak with them, and I'll ensure they never do this again. But what if they refuse to listen to you? What if they agree now and then do something bad again? Pauline. She hadn't thought that far. Her mind was in turmoil, unsure of what to do as Madison questioned her. Seeing Pauline utterly flustered, the housekeeper stepped in. Miss Pauline, in all my years, I've never seen any family